The events take place in the luxurious kingdom of Welton, where the sun gently embraces every corner of it. The little boy barely opens his eyes in the royal bedroom, immersed in the comfort of his luxurious bed, reluctant to open his eyes to the world. Jamie, the only son of King Welton, perceives the world differently because a unique story is hidden in his soul. Aware that it is too late, he leaves the bed, feeling the weight of his unique destiny. Outwardly, he imitates the usual royal life, but inside he trembles with restless spirits of the past. The once great sorcerer Diablo lost his majesty and became Welton's son, but his true self remained intact. The gods subdued his strength, but he refused to give in, calling upon his inner strength. The curse hurt him, but the devil preferred to suffer, promising himself revenge for every moment of weakness. However, the evil gods managed to put a great curse on him, filling his soul with pain and darkness. But inside, Jamie felt a fire of devotion to his inner vows, ready to return and take his revenge. The gods laughed, considering him weak, but they did not understand the strength of his determination and inner strength. The devil, though condemned by the gods, was ready to determine his destiny, ready to move forward even where the odds didn't exist. Despite the strong curses, the great voice of the devil paved the way for his destiny as he prepared to stand his allegiance and summon his destiny. Among the Welton royal family, Jamie felt like an outsider, but his parents embraced him, raising him with love. Thoughts about the past swirled in his mind because 9 years ago he was a different soul in a different body. Jamie understood that sooner or later you will still achieve your goal, but he needs a lot of practice. Deepening into his thoughts, he unexpectedly found himself in a luxurious palace, where a servant directed him to a light room. But now it was to be a normal day for him, and he was to be a normal good boy, even though he didn't like it at all. He stood and looked at the great royal court and thought about what he needed to do today to become stronger. But then suddenly, the maid entered the room and greeted the boy and said that breakfast was already waiting for him. Jamie smiled and greeted her as well. They said that he was very happy because he was already very hungry. But the woman also added that the boy should not be very close to the window because he was still very small and it could be very dangerous for him. After that, she offered 9-year-old Jamie to help dress himself. But the boy really didn't like it all, because everyone treated him like a small child, although inside he was very grown up. But in spite of all this, he smiled and said that he would be very glad if the woman would help him in this matter. After some time, the boy was fully dressed and he and the maid went to the side of the room where everyone was having breakfast. The woman went to the big door and said that the young and handsome son of King Argano was there. Jamie sighed and realized he would have to do it again, even though he hated the job in general. Everything in his imagination looked too meager, and it hurt him more than he could imagine. The boy went into the big room where his father, his mother, and his younger sister were already sitting. They were all having breakfast and were very happy that now little Jamie would join them. Then he smiled and greeted everyone. He said that he was very hungry and wanted to eat very much. The man asked his son how he slept, and the boy replied that everything was fine. After that, he went to the chair to take his seat. He sat down and began to eat and also made a very handsome face so that his parents would not suspect anything. When his mother, whose name was Sears, saw this, she rejoiced so much, as if everything was beautiful in their world. It seemed that their children are the best in the world, and their beauty was undoubtedly impressive with its sophistication. Argano, the head of the family, confirmed this and said that they were really very good parents, and because of that, they can be very proud of themselves. Jamie about the fact that the man was a very serious and strict king, but he went crazy when he saw his children and became very sweet. Suddenly, a little girl named Sarah, who was Jamie's sister, offered the boy one sausage and offered him to eat it. The young man understood that he had no chance. He had to play this game too, and he smiled and ate it. After that, he went to my little sister and patted her on the head and said that she was very smart and good. When his parents saw this, they rejoiced so much that they recognized their children as the best. According to them, these children were able to care for each other, and this brought them even more joy and exuberant feelings of pride. It seemed to the boy that they were just a little crazy because they constantly thought about the beauty of their children and yet how good they were. After some time, when the boy had eaten, he went back to his room because he wanted to be alone for a while. He jumped on his bed with his head in the pillow because he was very tired and understood that he still had a lot to do. He still believes that he managed to reincarnate into this body and become a royal son. All these thoughts tired him, and because of this he wanted to sleep. But he understood that he needed to think about revenge against the evil gods. But suddenly, a big black flying eye appeared in the room, which started making very strange sounds. There was something too unnatural in his sound. It just squealed, crossing the boundaries of the ordinary, filling the space with undefined chaos. As it turned out, it was a pet named Chernish, which Jamie himself created with the help of his magic, but she could not speak. The animal flew up to the little boy by his head and began to start even more. The boy was very surprised because he did not understand what she wanted from him. After that, he squeezed a lot of black spray in that hand of Chernish. Then he smiled and said that he would do the same to the gods. He promised that he would take revenge on them for all that they had done, and of course to humans, and for the fact that they had reincarnated him in this terrible body. The enemy squeezed his hand again, and his flying pet reappeared. She spoke the words with a clear demand, announcing that this time the enemy would not make the same mistakes that had happened in his past life. Jamie said that by this time he will become stronger than he was in his past life, that you will completely destroy these evil creatures. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the maid. She came to the room and said that his mother and his little sister were already waiting for him. She said that they wanted to read a book with him. The boy was annoyed but said that he was very happy. He adorned his face in sweet lines and kindly asked the maid to inform the queen that he would visit them very soon. His attractive appearance and gentle request added to the mystery. This all really pissed him off because he understood that he was spending too much time on this and he needed to learn more magic. Then for some time he went to the room where his mother was sitting with his little sister and was already waiting for him. Seers said that they were very happy that the boy came to them because Sarah loves to read books together. Then the boy sat down on the floor and said that he was also very happy because he really liked reading books with them. This really shocked Seers and Sarah because normally the boy didn't like to read, but now he was very strange. But despite this, the woman still rushed to hug her children and said that they were the best in the world and the cutest. After that, she pointed to the book and said that today they will read the stories of a little wizard who got lost. She began her journey into the world of intrigue by opening this book and delving into reading for a very long time. After about an hour, she finished reading this book and then closed it because the story was already read. After that, she asked her children if they liked this good story about this good little wizard who got lost in the forest. The little boy made a cute face again and said that he really liked the story, and he really liked reading it with his mom. Then the woman said that the boy was really very good because he listened to the whole story until the end, because Sarah already fell asleep halfway through the story. She praised him and said that she loved him very much and said that next time they would read a different story. She also asked the boy to be very polite and not do any bad things. This really impressed Jamie because he thought she was following him. The boy wanted to go to his room because he said that he still had a lot to do and he didn't want to disturb Mom. But the woman said that before they go, they should hug him together because she loves him very much. This really tired the boy because it all became too monotonous. The 100% repetition made him feel tired because he had to do it 100 times a day. He understood that he had no choice. Therefore, he hugged his mother very tightly and said that he loved her. The woman was very happy and said that she had really the best children in the world whom she only had to wish for herself. After that, the next important events are transferred to the kingdom of the Welton family. The boy was sitting in a large teak chair and reading some very strange books which he liked very much. As it turned out, these were books related to dark magic because he wanted to learn and master it very much. He also tried to find some possible information about his past, but he couldn't find anything because of that. He got very embarrassed. In the library, he actively looked through all possible books that, according to his assumption, could help. Having gone through almost every ceiling and shelf, he reread almost everything, but to no avail. Even the thinnest pages did not reveal any information about his past life. After that, he left the library into a large corridor and suddenly saw a man who was dressed like a priest. This man seemed very strange to him because he had very long hair and a very long beard. Jamie did not understand what he was doing in their kingdom. It seemed to the guy that this man could have very big problems, or he could be some kind of robber. But after that, the man looked at the boy and greeted him and said that he knew him. This really surprised Jamie very much because he understood how the old man could know him since he did not know him at all and saw him for the first time in his life. Then he clenched his hands and felt an attack of anger at the man. It seemed to him that it was all some big hoax, and in fact the man was just an evil robber who wanted to use him in some mysterious scheme of his own. This thought caused him an uncontrollable feeling of resentment and injustice. Then the boy looked him straight in the eyes and said he was an elder, and he came here to talk to his father. But James didn't trust him and said that his father wasn't expecting any guests, and that's why the man had to go away. However, when the gray-haired man looked at the boy better, he was very surprised because he felt a very strong energy coming from his body. Realized that his father's superpower also passed to Jamie because he possessed magic and was very strong in it. It seemed to him that there was a lot of dark magic in the middle of the boy's body, but he did not understand how it was even possible because the boy was still very small. It seemed to the elder that this boy was really the strongest boy on the planet because he had a great talent for dark magic. Then he decided to find out if it was really true, and because of that, he started using his magic to fight the boy. Jamie was very angry because he thought that this man was really very evil and also knew how to use magic. He understood that he also needed to act, and because of this, he did not start using the same magic that he used in his past life. There was already a lot of dark magic around him, and he started channeling it towards the old evil man. It was some extremely strange, dark projectile of magic that flew right at the man. But the old grandfather remained steadfast, calm at this moment. Despite the great chaos that was unfolding, after that there was only some very strange explosion of energy, and no one could understand what happened because only a very loud sound appeared. Then, after some time, all this smoke that appeared began to disperse and the opponents were finally able to see each other. Jamie was very surprised to realize that the old man was very strong because he managed to destroy and protect himself from his dark magic. The old man smiled and said, "Now it's his turn to attack." He said the boy needs to defend himself. With his hands, he wove some strange yellow energy that resembled fire and directed it directly at the little 9-year-old boy. In this yellow delusion, there was the mystery of magic. Jane understood that you had very serious problems about him because the man was very strong and could completely destroy him. A very strong sunbeam flew at the little boy, combined with a very strong fire. But the little guy calmed down and just looked at how the magic was flying in his direction. He understood that you need to control this whole situation and be smart. Suddenly the gray-haired man was very frightened by something very strange that bothered him very much. At that moment the boy's father started running very fast towards him and completely destroyed his fire magic that he directed at his son. Arjuna was very angry and didn't ask what the two men were doing in his house with this powerful magic. But the man said that Jamie started hitting him and he started this whole fight between them. Jamie understood that he had no choice, and because of that he only got upset and confirmed that it was really so. Arjuna was still angry with the old man and pointed out that the elder had no right to arrange such battles in the royal palace. Jamie just stood behind his father and held his gaze with an amused laugh. But the elder said that he came here because he had very important information and said that he was very sorry that all this concession. The man smiled and said that he was even from the water to this king because everything was really very elegant with him. This information really shocked King Welton because he understood that the old man had just attacked a small child for no reason and now he was laughing. After that, after some time, they sat me in a large office and drank tea together to calm down and discuss all these situations that happened. However, King Welton couldn't calm down and said that he didn't just leave this situation because the gray-haired man attacked his son for no reason. But the old man only smiled and said that he knew that this was his son and that he was the only heir of the king. When Argano found out about it, he got very angry because he couldn't believe that a man could be so insolent. But Marcus asked the man to calm down because everything was in order and they need to resolve this situation. Marcus suddenly asked the king how much he knew about his own son. The man got very angry because he didn't understand what Marcus hinted to him. It seemed to him that he wanted to report something bad. But the man smiled and said that the little guy was really very brilliant and the king didn't even know about it. But after hearing this, the man still could not understand why Macris attacked Jamie and put his life in danger. And he was really very divorced and wanted to drive his gray-haired friend out of the palace. But Macris just laughed and said that the man really didn't know anything about his son because he had a very strong potential. Argano was interested because he didn't understand what his friend was telling him about. Marcus Lindmer was a very strong mage. He was considered the strongest master of the 8th grade among all the mages that existed in the world. The man began to think because it seemed to him that he underestimated his little son because he was too young. Lindmer said that the man would never know about it because he did not understand this topic at all. These words angered Argano, and he asked Macris to explain to him. Explained that he would not be able to take Jamie as his apprentice because he simply would not be able to cope with him. Argano was very surprised not to believe this since the man was an 8th level mage. At that moment, the man smiled and said that Jamie was really smart because he was able to read all his actions. He told the man that it was impossible because only those who were really very strong in magic could do it, and because of this, Argano was surprised. The man also explained that the little guy found out that his spell was not hitting the target, and because of this, he remained calm. Jamie was just cold-blooded and didn't even blink his eyes because he knew in advance that the man wouldn't fall for him. Marcus also said that this was not all, because the boy was capable of much greater things than he thought. He said that this boy, who was 9 years old, had the 4th level of magic. It seemed to him that Jamie was a real monster, and because of this, he did not need any teacher because sooner or later he would learn everything he would need. He said that Jamie just needs his father's support and then he can achieve the best results. He also thought that Jamie was a really legendary guy. Hearing all this, Argano was really very surprised and could not answer anything at all. It's just her to believe that his son could be one of the strongest magicians ever born on the planet. He asked his friend quietly if it was true that Jamie could become a 9th level mage. But the gray-haired man did not answer and only bowed and apologized for attacking little Jamie. He smiled and said that in the world of magic there will be a really great progress thanks to this little guy because he can discover new things. Tolby also said that it would be really fun, but Argano was still upset and thought all this was very difficult for him because he did not even guess that he was not enough and that the boy could achieve such great results. He sat in his chair and thought about his little son. It seemed to him that with great power, great problems await him as well. After a while, it was dark night, but still no one slept in Velton Kingdom. Jamie was standing by his door and was very tired because he had been reading all day. Then he also said that his mother found out that this old grandfather attacked him today, and because of that, he had big problems. His mother started hugging him and was worried that he might have very big problems and that he might get hurt badly. He was very worried about wasting a lot of time, and because of that, he felt very bad. And on the other hand, he smiled and said that today he was able to see a real spell, and it was a very useful experience. He remembered the spell cast on him by an old man named Marcus. However, he was more impressed not by Macris but by his father, because he came to the rescue very quickly and easily destroyed this spell. He understood that he underestimated his father because he was quite stronger and was capable of really powerful things. Then he laughed and said that this man really deserved to be his father. But suddenly, the same gray-haired grandfather appeared in his room and scared him very much because he unexpectedly asked why the boy was funny. Jamie was very scared because he didn't understand who could have sneaked into his room so quietly that he didn't even know about it. Marcus asked the little guy if he was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't even see him. But when the old man came even closer to him, he got very scared and started shouting very loudly. The guy was very divorced, asked what the old man was doing in his room. How did he get here? But Marcus, he will only laugh very loudly, realizing that he scared the little boy. He couldn't believe that Jamie was so scared. However, Jamie did not laugh but was very serious and asked the man how he got into this room. The man explained that he teleported to this room. Jamie was very surprised because he believed that his father had left Marcus Lindmer alive. But the man only asked why the boy behaved with him. It is so strange because when his father was next to him, the boy was very quiet. The frightened boy got to his feet and said that family and strangers were different things, and because of this, he behaved differently. But suddenly the old man said that he was very sorry because he should have been a little stronger. However, the little boy did not understand anything at all. It seemed to him that the old man was really very strange and asked him some very stupid questions. After that, the man took out some strange magic book from his pocket and said that it was a gift for the boy. Jamie was a jerk because he realized it was a magical memoir and he didn't understand why the old man gave it to him. The man explained that the magic used by this boy was already outdated, and because of this he decided to give him this book so that he could improve it. It seemed to the boy that it was humiliating because he could not believe that his magic was old. Then the old grandfather added that this book has a lot of author's spells, and because of this, the boy will be the first to read it. Jamie was surprised because he believed that in this book there could be various spells that could help him even if they were authors. The boy was really very shocked, so he couldn't believe that he received such a very valuable gift because it will help him improve his magic level. The man looked at him and said that many people have very high hopes for this boy and he must become very strong. He said that he would be very, very interested to look at him the next time they met, and after that the man teleported away. But the boy smiled and said that his plans were many times stronger than the old man thought because now he had a lot of chances. He began to read about the fact that the magic that exists in this world passes through people and then goes straight to the heart. And this is the most effective method to start controlling your mana. He read this book because he was very interested in what kind of spells Macris uses because he called his magic too old. He was very happy when he read this whole book because he understood that now he learned many new methods for magic, and they can vary. But after that, the boy closed the book and said that it was still too difficult because he needed to feel every bit of mana. He had to try really hard to get all that mana to pass through his skin and go straight to his heart. He thought about who was capable of this because it seemed to him that the old methods were the best. They always worked. After all, he was Devil Wolver, and because of that, he easily understood old magic. He got up from his bed and started thinking of new ideas to improve his magic. Jamie opened this book again and said that this old grandfather helped him a lot because now he has new methods. He said he would read this book many times and read every page until he understood it. But he said that he would need one help and he raised his hand in the air. At this moment and this year, the same flying pet with one eye appeared and signaled that she was ready. Chernish sat on his master's arm and carefully looked at everything that was inside his book. Then Jamie asked Chernish to add a little of his mana here, because he can better understand the material, and Chernish began to squeak in agreement. After that, he suddenly closed his dark eye and lowered his wings. But at one point he opened his eyes very quickly. Some very strange small particles appeared that flew towards the boy, even higher, and began to sprinkle this strange mana on the boy and all over his book so that he could do everything. The guy noticed the first minus of this technique because in order for all this mana to enter and be assimilated, all proportions had to be observed. But luckily he had his pet, which will easily help him do all this. The guy explains that he had a soul contract with Chernish, and because of this he can spray the necessary amount of mana on him on that book. Then the young man was happy and realized that now he had more chances. But after a while, he noticed that this technique had a second disadvantage because his body had a limit. And because of this, he could not do much. Because of this, he wanted to grow up faster. It was a sunny day outside, and the events were taking place in the big white house of the royal family. The head king of the family and his maidservant stood attentively outside the best son's room. The maid was very frightened and did not know how to tell her master about this because they had never seen anything like this. Looking inside the room, the king was also surprised because he could not believe what he saw. In the middle of the room sat a boy in the lotus position meditating. There was a lot of mystical light around him. He guessed that Marcus had given Jamie something, but he couldn't believe that his son had learned how to control mana in just one night. It seemed to him that Jamie had a lot of hidden talents that he had no idea about. He asked his assistant to keep a close eye on his son and to place someone at his door so that he would know everything. Frightened Sears quietly said that she hoped that everything would be fine with the boy. After that, the man left, thinking that the boy would grow up to be not just a swordsman, but a real magician. And in his thoughts resounded an unrecognized power awakening in the young man, predicting in him a powerful master of charms and mysterious destinies. He is actually shocked because it was beyond what he expected. The king seemed like his son was always meant to be a swordsman. He just couldn't believe that his son could become a ninth-grade mage. Because of that, he was very pissed off. All day, the boy sat in his room and continued meditating in the lotus position. The next day, the events changed. Jamie's meditation was already over. Suddenly, the boy unexpectedly opened his eyes and all the dark magic that was behind him began to disappear. Realizing that he managed to do everything, he stood up and began to be very happy for all this. It was really very difficult for him to control this mana, but after several attempts he succeeded. But unfortunately, he only reached the 4th level. It was really bad because he wanted to achieve many times more and he was close to reaching the 5th level. Suddenly, strange sounds began to sound around him, but despite this, the boy continued to think about magic. It seemed to him that his body was simply too young and weak, and the sounds around him became louder and more annoying. The big yellow eye began to fly. Then the boy's mood suddenly lifted, and he decided to just start putting up with it all and continue practicing. It seemed to him that this time everything would not be so difficult. Then he pointed his finger at the monk and asked him to activate his invisibility. His pet did everything the owner ordered. The boy also said he wanted to talk to his father, so he asked him to hide. After leaving his room, Jamie realized that he felt really bad because he was very tired. But considering this, he was very happy because he understood that his pet was definitely invisible and his father would not see it. After that, he went through the long corridor to his father's room because he wanted to tell him the news. Meanwhile, Arjuna was surprised because he did not expect that his friend would come to him, although he was busy all the time. Another man said that in the lands there should never be a problem with religion, and therefore he would like to thank the king for giving a chance to the Janus cult. The commander-in-chief replied that he always cares about his population and is happy to give the Janus cult a chance. But his guest was really surprised and did not understand what the man was talking about. He seemed to understand nothing. The king replied that he would do something so that the Janus cult would become the largest among his lands because now the majority support it. This really surprised the people. It seemed to them that the king was just very hypocritical and wanted to exalt himself. Then Arjuna said that they all had no time and offered to end the conversation. His interlocutor decided to support it. The king wished him all the best and asked him to be careful on the way home. The man thanked him again for his support. The man said goodbye and left the room, but Arjuna was really serious and began to think about something. Meanwhile, the little guy hid behind the column and listened to the steps of the guest who was heading for the exit of the castle. He is actually very confused because he understood that he had guessed everything, and he would also listen to the entire conversation between the father and the guest. It seemed to him that it was a crescent moon sign with a yellow light and a dark aura coming from the same man who was leaving the castle. He had many questions in his head. He did not understand how a genius decided to do such a thing in the city where he lives. The young man could not understand why his father at one point decided to make all the lands religious. He thought that it was really very strange. Jamie firmly decided that he had it all because there should be no such religion in these lands. He understood that his father allowed this religion to spread, so the only option to stop it all is to conduct his own investigation and talk to his father. Entering his father's room, he sat down on the sofa and again made a cute face so that she would not suspect anything. The father was really impressed with his son and asked if the boy really coped with everything that was in front of him. The happy boy replied that he had indeed managed to complete everything and was proud of his results. At this point, the king asked his son if he liked magic. The boy replied that it was one of the best things in the world and he could do it forever. But suddenly the father looked at them with a sad look and began to think something, interrupting the conversation. The little boy noticed this and asked his father what had happened and what the problem was. After a minute, the father said that he hoped that the boy would grow up like an ordinary child in all families. The father understood that his son had too many hidden talents, about which he knew nothing at all. The king felt that the life of a genius turned out to be much more complicated than he imagined. This became known when his own son became a master of magic. It seemed to him that geniuses have insurmountable difficulties. Other people absolutely do not understand their worldview. That is why he was worried about his son, obsessed with the question of whether he had chosen the right path. Finally, the king decided to speak directly to his son. If you don't like the wizarding world, you can leave it alone. But if you enjoy it, I will be proud to support you. But the answer was the laughter of the little boy, who refused the idea of giving up magic. Magic is something I really enjoy and I won't give it up. The father felt proud of his son, praised him and encouraged him to continue developing his magical abilities. But even the king could not believe that his 9-year-old son possessed such a large amount of magic. He thought he could feel magical energy emanating from his son's body, and that was just the beginning. And then he realized that something was wrong. The feeling of mana coursing through his son's entire body made him realize that magic could not be hidden inside the heart. So he decided to find out from his son if he had learned all the magic techniques from the manuals they had received from Marcus. The little guy not only responded positively, but added that he had perfected several of the techniques described in the book. This amazed the king. The thought that his son could learn so much in one ordinary day seemed hard to believe, but at the same time, it was amazing. The king hesitated to believe that such a young child was capable of such a level of knowledge and skill in just one day. It was beginning to look as if his son could become a 9th-level legendary mage, which was a rare and amazing possibility. And at that moment, he just laughed, realizing how smart his son is, and how he himself looks compared to him, an ordinary plankton. Surprised that his father was silent, the little boy couldn't stand it and asked what happened and if everything was okay. But the father replied that he was just very proud of his son, especially today, and that's why he was laughing. The little boy started laughing too, amazed at what his father had said. Then the man got up from his chair. He raised his hand to the boy's head, stroked it, showing how proud he was of his son. But it turned out that the father was stroking his son for too long, and he felt it strongly. He then pointed to the animal on the boy's head and asked if the boy himself had summoned it. The shocked boy couldn't believe that his father was actually seeing the animal and asked if it was really possible. The boy was convinced that it was impossible, because he remembered that he himself gave his pet the effect of invisibility. Argano decided to describe the object he managed to see. It seemed to him that it was something like a flying mouse. At that moment, the boy decided to confess and said that he invented the form of a flying mouse himself. He was very afraid that his father would find out about his exceptional abilities. The shocked father rushed to hug his son, in disbelief that he had actually created the formula for the flying mouse. The boy was very tired, but he felt how much his father loved him, and these hugs were very important to him. Eventually, it got dark in the evening and there were many people walking on the street. At this moment, the main character put on a suit and summoned his pet. Then his flying mouse began to transform, emitting a strange light all around. He wanted to find out the reason why they decided to deploy on his territory. At that moment, large dark wings settled on him, and he began to fly above the great city in the night sky. He noticed the two men discussing their future plan with expressions of displeasure, as their boss pointed out that they had to go according to plan to avoid the danger of death. They were members of the Val criminal organization. The man with the purple hair was called Philip. He was worried and did not understand what they had gotten themselves into. Jans explained that their bot was very dangerous and willing to make any sacrifices to achieve its goal. He added that King Welton himself allowed such an organization to exist, and now things are getting worse, especially with human trafficking. Philip suddenly offered to run away quietly. Maybe no one would catch them and everything would be fine. But another man convinced him that sooner or later they would be found and it would be very bad. Such a plan is a bad decision. He said that King Welton would be offended if he found out that they were trading in little children, because the king adores children. If such a day comes, all criminal organizations will disappear, because punishment will come. Philip didn't understand why their boss was so sure they wouldn't get caught. Jans replied that their boss had people they knew who would help them carry out their plans, although it was very dangerous. They were really worried and didn't understand why their boss was so confident of luck given the risks involved. Jans then suggested running away because it was the best idea. His partner supported his proposal. The man said that the police are looking for them thoroughly and sooner or later they will be found. Therefore, it is important to hide well. They understood that they have no other choice. The toy against the royal police is really dangerous. They were frightened, realizing that slavery is one of the most serious crimes in the kingdom. Meanwhile, Jamie stood outside the house listening to the two men's conversation, hearing them complain about their crazy boss. But suddenly Philip and Jans heard strange sounds and were surprised to look in the direction of the source. They saw a boy in front of them and asked him who he was and what he was doing here. Jamie looked really very impressive and scary. I want to light up everything with blue paint. He behaved very confidently and looked at the robbers. The fact that the boy was silent really pissed Jansa off, and because of that he wanted to make him talk. He raised his fist in the air and wanted to deliver a very strong blow to the little boy in front of him. His partner decided to receive him and took out his swords and also rushed to the attack to help his friends. They managed to attack against the little guy, and it seemed that they could easily defeat him because they were very strong. But at that moment, the strange guy just disappeared somewhere. This really surprised the two bandits because it seemed that it was simply impossible. At that moment, they heard behind them the voice of the same boy who called them Salagas. It really scared them very much because it seemed that the boy was not there at all. A strange purple mist appeared in front of him and asked them in an elder's voice what they were talking about here. Suddenly, the same guy appeared, pointed his finger at them. Some strange purple electricity was coming from his finger. Then he said loudly that he also wanted to hear the whole story in detail. The strange electricity continued to move and went to the heads of these two criminals and continued to penetrate into the middle. And after a while, the evil guys fell on their knees in front of the little mystical young man and completely told the whole story in all the details. Thanks to this purple fog, they were just like zombies who had no thoughts of their own and only obeyed their master who ordered them. This whole story really surprised the boy very much because his father fought very hard against people who trafficked people in his place. He did not understand the motive of these men at all. It seemed to him that they were simply stupid because they were to be killed at any second. The guy was really angry already, understood that usually these stupid people are ruled by gods, but now people rule other people like God. He cannot understand the behavior of their boss, because everyone in this place knows the excellent character of the king and understands that doing something like this is simply deadly dangerous. Jamie had a really stupid feeling about it all. He felt like something was really wrong. After that, he put his hand in and touched the large pink portal that was between him and one of the thugs, turned to his zombies and ordered them to go to the king and tell him about all their plans. The zombies decided to obey their master and do so. Hypnosis completely disappeared and the boy moved away from these people. Realize that this farewell has really big consequences, and this morning will be really very bad for everyone. The two kidnappers headed off towards the kingdom to tell the king everything. Meanwhile, Jamie turned to the monk and invited him to return, as it was already late. His wings started behaving very strangely again. Yomayo, I started acting again. And suddenly, unexpectedly, a human body flew very quickly near the boy. This really surprised Jamie very much because he could not understand what happened right now, so he turned his head. He saw Philip, who had a lot of blood and who was not in control at all. The frightened boy did not understand what was happening. Philippa's body flew straight into the stone wall and crushed it very badly due to a powerful blow. After a while, his partner's body also flew into him, really surprising the boy. Then suddenly he heard a human voice that called these two bandits really very stupid because of their concessions. The boy saw some gang of people who maimed these two bandits. They were really very loud and the police had already left after them. Jamie was really very surprised because he didn't understand where that big strong psycho came from that threw two big human bodies with such ease. Angrier and strange purple magic began to appear near his hands. He did not understand who decided to wish him to fulfill his order. After that, he created a big pink shield and all of our blood started to glow with his magic. He was very focused and angry about it all. Then suddenly he pointed with his hand in the direction of two people who were lying not far from him. Jamie turned to the two bandits who were lying down and said that he forbids them to die until they fully obey his order. One member of the criminal organization named Khan did not sing when he saw the little guy in the raincoat. But considering this, he also wanted to maim him because he was working with two traitors. Came closer to all the people and asked if they would like to enter even faster than it should happen. This really surprised Jamie, who was in the cloak, because he did not expect that someone would come up to him and speak. Khan asked his team to bring the bodies of two people, because then he would kill them anyway. Philip's body was really in a very bad condition and it seemed that he would soon die, so he begged for help. This really surprised Jamie very much because he understood what this obsessive psycho allowed himself to do. Because of that, the guy in the dark cloak got very angry and I want to settle down even more and he just wanted revenge. At that moment, the crazy man unexpectedly hit Jamie very hard and a big hole appeared in his body. He screamed for the guy to just die and to continue him even harder. After a while, the guys got even more holes and scratches from the blows. Han really liked it a lot, already understood that it was really very easy and the boy did not attack him at all. The crazy man was satisfied with all this and began to inflict even stronger fiery blows on the body of the little boy. It seemed to him that he was simply invincible. After some time, there was nothing at all in the place where the guy was standing, only black dark smoke and a place from the body. It really scared one of the members of the criminal organization because it seemed to him that his partner had completely destroyed the guy. Surprised, Khan could not believe that the young man's body could simply disappear somewhere because he had just attacked him here. Suddenly they all heard a very older voice behind them growl at them, or it was all they were capable of. This really surprised Mad Han very much. He had never seen anything like this in his life. Turning back even more because I saw a guy in a raincoat with whom everything was completely fine, who asked if it was really fun. The little guy in the dark cloak asked if it was fun killing his own partner. Meanwhile, the man was in complete shock and could not believe that he was alive because he had just seen himself kill him. It seemed to him that it was some kind of magic because he really felt some very evil aura coming from the body of this little young man. After that, the boy said that Han was taking on too much, being only an ordinary third-class mage. This made Han very angry and wanted to completely destroy the small, annoying guy even more. At that moment, the madman created a really very strong big fire all over the street. I understood that although it was not the strongest, but no one had survived the fire, not even a magician of the 6th level, so the little boy must die. This fire was really so strong that everything on the street was illuminated by fire, and no one could see anything. But despite this, the frightened Khan suddenly heard the voice of a stranger who decided to tell him about how the human mind works. He said that people feel completely powerless when you fight against unrealistically strong people, so he really likes to manipulate the weak. After that, some very strange things began to happen, and one of the main members of the gang simply fell headfirst on the asphalt and lost consciousness. His partner was really very scared. I realized that this boy easily killed one of the strongest in their clan, and it seemed that it was just some monster. They had never seen such a force in their lives, so they decided to just run away. Jamie squeezed his hand and said that they were just unlucky today, and the magic started going all over his hand. After that, the same strange purple magic began to appear on the faces of all members of the criminal gang. Then Jamie in the raincoat clenched his fist very hard and said that he wanted to completely destroy all people. Magic became even stronger, and people became simply powerless against him. It seemed that the boy would simply destroy them. When these people stopped making any sounds, the boy gardened and came closer to the Khan, who was lying on the ground in consciousness. He raised his head and said that now he will be his slave and he will be forced to answer all his questions. Khan opened his eyes, looked at his master, and said that he does everything he does not tell him. Obedient man. What to tell this whole story about which two past members of the gang talked about? This really surprised the boy because he had already heard the whole story from those two people, so he thought it was just a waste of time. The guy didn't know what he needed to do with the Khan because his soul was completely destroyed, considering that everything was fine with the body, so he was forced to die sooner or later. The boy understood that even if he added his strength, the man would not survive and his soul would begin to disintegrate. Jamie understood that Han would be useful on the battlefield, but people would be very scared when they saw a dead person come back to life. Therefore, the boy understands that he needs to look for other options for what to do with this thief. The boy realized that Khan was a third-level mage, so he had a new idea of what he could do with his opponent. Suddenly, the boy stood in front of Khan, and everything around him began to glow with strange magic. Jamie was very focused and wished Khan bon appetit. When the boy finished his ceremony, he was very happy that everything was successful, and at the same time, the body of his opponent fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Due to human characteristics, Mana had a very large number of different impurities, but Jamie was still lucky because he managed to get a lot of new mana for him. After that, he returned to Khan's companions and asked them what he should do with them now. The magician understood that despite the fact that the bodies of the two bandits contained the boy's mana, they still would not be able to live long in this state. A strange purple Magaik appeared from the boy's body and headed towards the young people. As it turned out later, the same pet Jamie was formed from this magic and began to make strange sounds. Thanks to this magic, the boy had a lot of opportunities because he could do it not only with pets. The young man understood that the people had one unfinished business, so he could not just let them die. So he directed his hand towards them to use necromancy. Thanks to necromancy, you can revive a dead body, but the bodies that were revived with the help of necromancy will no longer be considered alive, so it violated the rules of nature. It was really very strong magic that was not available to everyone because of its complexity and a lot of repetition. The boy channeled his energy into the evil thugs and told them that he would resurrect their bodies, but they would still be dead. He promised them a new life in spite of their death, and even more magic appeared suddenly. After that, he turned to his pet Chernish and asked him for help. The flying animal obeyed the master and rose high into the air and dragged pink lightnings behind him. Then the boy's eyes lit up with pink magic and he asked the bandits to give up their former lives forever. Then he turned to these thugs and asked them to stand up and be reborn inside their heads. Magic was going. The guy was really very focused because his body was in the underworld and helping bandits. He turned to his men and said that immortality awaits them and asked them to renounce death. It was really very painful for the men because they were in tears and there was really a lot of magic around. Philip was also in pain and they looked at the same point and could not say anything because they were under. Suddenly at that moment the boy's voice changed. He began to speak even louder and began to call sinners to him. After that, the stocky man started screaming loudly. He was really in a lot of pain and his hair started moving, and his partner was also behaving really very strange. His mouth was foaming and his eyes just turned white. He didn't make a single sound. Meanwhile, the little wizard's pet was high in the air and helping the boy from the underworld. Suddenly, in one moment, all the magic around the boy disappeared. His hair became normal again, and everything seemed to return to its place. At that moment, two bandits fell at the feet of the little boy and said that they were waiting for his orders. Really surprised Jamie very much. He couldn't believe that he managed to do everything the first time, and that everything was finally over. At that moment, the boy noticed one strange detail. There was some strange smoke around and he did not want to leave. The boy's pet started making some strange noises because it was like some kind of signal. This is really a lot of fun for the little wizard because he did not understand what the pet was squeaking and what it wanted from him. After that, the flying mouse simply closed its eye and fell into the boy's arms. The boy praised her for a good job. The young man understands that he must have made a mistake because the black fog did not want to leave this place and he was afraid of the consequences. The guys had lunch due to the fact that all his previous slaves just got caught, but his pet animals just squealed because she could not speak. Then he asked the flying mouse if it would be better for him to get rid of his new slaves because he wouldn't be able to do anything with them. Realized that if they continued to emit this strange smoke, they would definitely not succeed in carrying out his order and Arjuna would simply find out. Suddenly, the flying eye began to fly from one side to another and make strange sounds. Really surprised the guy, because it seemed that while flying, I wanted to show him some strange sign that the guy hadn't noticed until now. After the black man bit his owner, he got very angry today and asked what the animal wanted from him. But the flying eye could not give any answer, so it continued to make strange sounds and fly. It flew up to one of the evil men from whom a strange black mist was coming and spread its large wings. Very impressed, did not expect that his pet could use something like that. It seemed to him that it was some kind of gift. The flying eye collected all the smoke that was in the middle of this man. After a while, the child's eye let out all this strange smoke. It seemed that she just wanted to get rid of it. When the smoke completely disappeared, Jamie realized that it was finally possible for him to use his wards and command them. But suddenly turning his head to the side, he saw one very interesting thing indeed. He saw his flying eye just lying on the ground and feeling really bad after all that smoke. Approaching his friend, he laid his hand on him and said that he had done his job really well. The boy understood that he now needed to give new names for these two people, because they had no names. The big, strong man, whose name was previously known as Janko, was renamed by the sorcerer boy to Azar. He called Philip Rise. Jamie did it so that they would finally forget about their former names and former life. Happy that he succeeds, then he asked his new wards to get up and enter a new way of life. When the boy repeated this phrase once more, the same strange mystical smoke began to flow between these two people again. After that, I sat the men on the ground and everything was over. The smoke completely disappeared and the young guy approached them. Rise and Hazard are really very surprised at what is happening and where they were. The guy realized that the men had a really big shock because they were completely reborn, so he decided to give them some time to come to their senses. He stood in front of them and looked intently at his new wards and thought about their new fate. After a while, Azar quietly asked the cloaked boy if he was the one who brought him back to life. He was glad that men are starting to think well and answered that it was him. And meanwhile, Hazard was really very shocked because he didn't understand how a 9-year-old boy could be his master. And what was going on? It seemed to him that the boy looked like a character from a book he read when he was little. He looked like an evil creature that should not exist in the world. And there are always voices that Jamie was the same man who challenges the whole world and fights to the very end. At that moment, the boy noticed something really strange because he understood that, but nothing tells her to look at him carefully. After that, he asked himself if he didn't look like a demon lord who resurrected dead people. At this moment, Raziz became agitated because he understood that it was necessary to act somehow, because he did not understand anything at all and did not know what was happening. Gathering himself into a fist, he said that he did not understand who the demon lord was, but it seemed to him that the boy looked like an ordinary person. This really surprised Jamie because he thought that he was acting too aggressively and had no right to speak like that in front of his own master. He understood that there were some mistakes in his spell that he needed to correct in order to improve his discipline. He pointed his finger down, which meant the servant had to sit down. Jamie was really very angry and wanted to order the servant. A really big wave of negativity fell on his servant. It seemed that the whole world began to collapse. The boy said that he would forgive his servant just this once, but if it happened again the next time, he would kill the servant. Jamie's words really scared Riza very much, so he understood everything and apologized to his master. Jamie was really very angry and said that these words also applied to his partner and asked them to be more careful. He said that this is a real subjugation of souls and that this is how it should work, and there should be discipline. The boy realized that as long as their souls are bound by a contract, they belong to the boy and he can control them. But at that moment, little Jamie remembered one important detail which he had forgotten to mention. I was very surprised because I realized that he really is not the Lord of Demons because he was very worried about it. At that moment, Azer asked his master to find out who his master really was. The boy took off his dark hood and said that he was just the most common wizard in this place, and there were really many of them. He said he had a job for both men. The job was to follow the Genus Church and gather all the information. Both said that they would gladly do it and bowed to their master. But that was not all. Jamie asked to lead them to any person who could provide any useful information about the kidnappings in this location, and they agreed to do so as well. Both men were really very obedient and did what the little guy told them and understood that he was their master. But at that moment, Rize lifted his head up and noticed one very interesting thing indeed. Noticed that the guy standing in front of them in a dark cloak simply disappeared or became invisible. When they realized that their master had finally left them, they breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that now they could not worry so much. After that, they went to start their work because they understood that you can't let your master down, otherwise it will be very bad. At that moment, the flying monk began to make some very strange sounds and was very worried. But the guy said that everything will be fine with the men, and they will definitely do everything he wants because they are very afraid of him. Also assured that thanks to these two servants, his father will not have such big problems and life will be better. Jamie also admitted that he understands that these lands will go to him, and he is doing it all for himself. The guy then finished this conversation today because he was really very tired, but he did not have time to finish his dialogue. At that moment, some very strange body came flying from behind Jamie's back and hit him. This really scared the boy a lot. The man was really very surprised because he didn't understand who he hit and what happened in general because there was almost no one on the street. Meanwhile, Jamie was rightly very divorced because it seemed like this man was just taunting him and trying to piss him off. He was really very angry but was very surprised when he turned back and realized that it was just some little guy. But the stranger said that Jamie was also a boy and had no right to shout at him. Jamie realized that he was just going to be a whiny guy too, forgot about it, and the situation got really, really bad. Realizing that it was necessary to finish the dialogue, Jamie said that he apologized to the boy for his concession and asked to be more careful on the street. The little guy was really very surprised because he did not expect such a concession from a small child. The unknown boy was really very angry because he thought that Jamie was being too arrogant towards him, even though he didn't even have a single gray hair. At that moment, the flying eye climbed onto its owner's head and began to form some very strange things. This really surprised the guy who was standing behind them because he understood that the color of the hair was black. When Jamie turned back, he saw the same boy staring at him sternly because he was really very worried because he thought that the monk had changed his hair color because the boy made a joke about his hair. Really puzzled because he did not understand why his pet had such ill-mannered manners in relation to the owner. Angry Jamie also threatened the little guy and said loudly that he will die if he doesn't stop talking now. Hearing a very scary, strange voice, the boy got scared and started running away, apologizing to Jamie for his words. After that, the black man started to squeal happily and make good noises. Jamie was surprised. He didn't expect that it could be like this. The boy realized that the morning would soon come, so he had to quickly return home before his parents found out. When the morning came, the flying eye woke up and began to squeal again, as usual. Little Jamie also woke up and was very angry because he understood that the black man had done a lot of bad things, and if it happened again, it would be terrible. Could not understand how the flying eye could learn to break the rules set by the master. And yours is so bad. After that, he went back to bed because he was very tired because he had used too much of his power that day. Jamie understood that now there was really much more to do, and his usual playful life had come to an end. Besides, one god appeared, a new god that Jamie hated most of all. It was a god named Genus. It really didn't matter to him, but he still understood that it would bring him quite a lot of problems, so it was bad. The boy was really very tired from thinking about all his strong enemies, so he decided to lie down on the bed to rest and gain new strength. But he didn't want to give up, so he promised himself to destroy absolutely all the burns, and at that moment his eyes lit up with purple magic. He only thought about the fact that soon a big battle could come, and because of that he needed to be ready for everything possible. Meanwhile, the events are brought to the street where one of the men asked where the older brother was. One of the men who were in the gang asked Yansa where his older brother was. He was really very shocked that Yansa remained alive and did not die. According to the boy, Khan had to destroy both of these people for their pranks. Then he began to worry very much, because it seemed to him that Khan was killed by the other two. At that moment, the man was very frightened, because his partner's hand flew by him very strongly and quickly. An angry Jan said that he was not going to repeat it a second time. This really surprised the other man. He thought that Jans had finally changed. A man named Pip was worried because he could not understand where the other boys were, and it seemed that there were definitely some problems with the Khan and something bad had happened. He became really very creepy because it seemed that they had already dealt with all the other members of this gang, and now he was the only one left. But at that moment, Philip came and said that everything is fine. This was really surprising from the guy with purple hair. After that, Philip asked that Pip if he knew where his elder brother had gone, for he had disappeared. The frightened guy replied that he definitely doesn't know anything because he hasn't seen anything and he came here not long ago, so I can't help. This really pissed Philip off. So he realized that he needed to find the boss because he might have some useful information about the Genus Church and other members. After that, he asked Phil if he knew where their boss was right now. Guys, I'll fix it. I was very scared because I understood that I needed to give a good answer. Otherwise, they would cripple him very much. He replied that the boss likes girls very much, so they can go around all the bars and find him in one of them because he often spent time there. Jan supported Pip and said that he really said good things, so he offered to do as he said. Both men turned and wanted to leave, so Pip exhaled air because it seemed that everything was over. But at that moment, Jans unexpectedly turned around and hit him very hard in the face with his big fist. Then Jans realized that he needed to find some kind of witness, because his boss didn't tell him to do it either. But the man didn't know where to hide him so that Pip wouldn't run away, so he suggested just tying him up in the forest. Philip supported his partner but said that it would be better to just hang him in the basement of this house. Therefore, Jans took the lying witness on his shoulder and the two men left their house happy, knowing that the boss would be pleased. Suddenly, someone's hand opens the heavy, large door of the building. The man continued to walk, and I saw a lot of blood because of this. He was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. He was in some temple where a lot of people were lying who were crippled. It seemed that there had been some kind of strong fight. He was really very scared of all these people because it seemed to him that they were dead people. He couldn't believe it. The boy was scared because the men would beat him because he did not fulfill yesterday's norm, but as it turned out, no one would do it. Therefore, the boy realized that he needed to run away faster before the other men who were still conscious did not understand anything and did not suspect. In the meantime, the morning came. The main character woke up and he was really happy because he slept for a long time after a hard night. Lifting his head up, he realized something. It seemed that it was something strange. He was really very frightened because it seemed to him that he would not be able to avoid meeting them. After that, the boy dressed and headed in the palace through a large corridor. Did not approach his pet and asked him not to be active as he wanted his father not to notice him. Otherwise, there would be problems. After some time, the boy went to the big room where his parents were having breakfast and asked how they slept. Jamie's parents were, as always, very happy that they had such cute children and replied that they slept well and were very happy to see him. But in this way, the boy noticed that his mother was not there, so he asked where she was and what happened to her. At that moment, the woman jumped out at the boy from behind, and because of that she scared him very much because she looked like a ghost. The frightened boy was surprised that his mother was doing something like this, but still pretended to be very pleasantly surprised. But deep down, he still didn't like the idea because he didn't understand that it was some kind of complete stupidity and that it shouldn't be done that way. Sears then asked if the boy was really scared, but the boy replied that everything was fine when he realized it was his mother. After that, Sears began to rejoice because she understood that her little son was indeed a very courageous gentleman. But the guy said that everything is fine and he's just doing his thing, and he didn't want them to be very nice and clingy to him again. Because of this, my mother took her son, and it seemed that he was the cutest, so my sister decided to do the same. After some time, they hugged each other and all sat down at the big table to finally start breakfast. But despite this, the boy's mother began to hug his younger sister because she was very gentle. After that, the boy began to think that the situation was really very beautiful and cute, and he wanted to live like that too. But I don't understand that his opinion was wrong, and it is necessary to concentrate on something else so that everything is in order. The father said that everything that was planned starts tomorrow. His wife confirmed it. This really surprised the main character and his little sister because they did not understand what was going to happen tomorrow and what they were talking about. The man was really very surprised because it seemed to him that all family members should have known about it. But the woman replied that she simply forgot to inform because her son left her to worry Jamie about the technique he used because it seemed that his mother also saw it, and because of that, she was not very scared. The guy understood that there were no problems, so he apologized and said that he was very sorry. But the woman said that everything is fine and understands that nothing happened to him, but something else happened. Sears replied that if she did, she would be very scared and might faint, so she asked him to go to work more, but at that moment the guy asked, what will happen tomorrow because they just changed the conversation and this topic and didn't learn anything new. Mother answered that tomorrow they are going to a ball at which almost all famous people who live near the empire will be present, a ball organized by Count Simon, and added that both children have never been to a ball, so it was at the same time to do it. But it seemed to the boy that his freedom would simply end temporarily, and he would not have time to practice, so it was a problem. After evening came, the boy got dressed and went back to his room to look for his pet because there was something wrong. From the iron window and offered the nun to visit those two people who organized such a big ball. Meanwhile, it was a dark night on the street and everything was closed. But a certain person was walking between the houses and was looking for something. After that, she entered a large building with large wooden doors. It was the same building where there were two men who carried out the order of the little sorcerer. Jans was very surprised because he did not expect that his master would come at such a time. Jamie took off his hood and asked if they did everything he asked for. That was the most important thing. But Philip apologized. You said that so far they have not been able to find anything about the genus cult because it was created a long time ago, and this really surprised the boy. But he understood that it was okay. He asked if they followed his second order that he ordered them. After that, they led him to the basement, and there sat a man with purple hair and was tied up. The knitted elephant realized that the guy with the green hair color came from the famous Welton family. Philip added that the elephant was one of the members of the Levo cult, and that he knew that Khan had to kill them, so the bound man was no ordinary man. Jans reported that the body did not tell them anything. Jamie said that he would interrogate him himself and find out everything he needed. He turned to two strong men and asked them to untie the mouth of this captive. They removed a large, strong bandage from his mouth, and the man breathed fresh air. He went to beg the boy not to kill him. He said he would get any information if it depended on his life. At that moment, Phil was very surprised because he didn't understand why he was so scared, because he was an ordinary little guy. After that, the little boy replied that he was not going to kill him, because I wanted the elephant to just follow his orders because he was strong. The man began to shout that he was doing everything possible to stay alive and asked not to kill him again. The woman, thanks to her magic, tied the man's mouth and told him that he was talking too much and that he only had one thing to do. He put his hand on the man's purple hair. At that moment, the magic was activated and the boy's head began to go the same strange dark mist that came from the former prisoners. Even more magic appeared, and the boy ordered the man to go right now to the Count's building and tell everything that their organization. After that, the man lost his consciousness and just started following Jamie's order. He just got up and headed towards the exit to go to the Count's building, and it really surprised Philip and Jans. Then he said that people should not worry about him because it is all right and his father is not going to kill him. He told you and his two other servants to leave the city and hide somewhere so that they would not be found, because now all plans are changing. Chernish sat on his master's shoulder and listened attentively to everything they were saying. He returned to the boys and, with hope that they would not ask him why everything is happening like this, bowed down without fail and said that the mistress's order was their law. They should not obey it because they have no choice. And at that moment he added that he thinks he understands why they do it, so everything is fine. Then Jamie was the first to talk about the guesses and said that most likely his father was just destroying the Livel, and during the destruction, two servants needed to be safe. He also added that he would be gone a few days ago and asked his servants to behave normally and quietly so that no one would notice them. The lucky guy left the premises of their secret bar and left. But at that moment, the frightened Philip ran out of the bar and urgently called the boy to him. This really surprised little Jamie because he did not understand what could happen and asked. He said that you know that they died and asked who they became, because he understood that it could not be fixed in any way, but without wanting it, he was very happy. He said that he wanted to know what kind of creature he was, because he definitely did not have a soul. The guy asked what exactly I wanted to know about. The frightened Philip answered that they became much stronger than they were before. Then he asked if this could determine the fact that now she has finally become a higher rank and has developed very much, but the boy just started laughing. Philip understood that it was a really bad question, so he apologized to his master for taking up his time, because usually people ask a little more expensive question and he was smarter. He also added that Philip was really a very interesting man. Filipina was surprised at what to answer, so he simply thanked his master for praising him. The guy once again answered that he had never met people like him, and it was actually very nice. He said that usually people refuse to accept that they have become monsters, but these guys were completely different because they had already accepted that they died. He also added that he had actually found very good servants and thanked them for their work. It seemed that Philip was simply very disappointed because it seemed to him that he had just raised his rank very much and the little boy dashed his hopes. Then Jamie added that it all depends on the boys and maybe in the future they will become zombies of a higher rank and will be even stronger. This really surprised the two servants because now they had a new hope to become even stronger, and they thanked their master. Jamie turned around and said that he had to go about his business. The joyful servants said that they would look forward to his return. After that, the black man began to scream something, but the boy denied that they were pathetic. It seemed to him that both men were, on the contrary, very interesting. He then said that they had been out too long, so they needed to get home immediately before his parents noticed that he was gone. Meanwhile, the king of the Welton family was very angry because one of the members of the criminal organization decided to betray himself and surrender his organization to the king. Therefore, Dejnay's father had to stay because of this. Only the two of them will have to go to the big ball. But the boy said that he could get to that city himself using teleportation because now he was many times stronger. He was surprised because he understood that he had already made very good progress in magic, and now he was very different from his former self. The events that took place after Jamie's death were described in the books. An army of demons that attacked people together with the demon lord. The boy understood that the last few hundred years there had been no wars, and everything was in complete order because people lived peacefully. It seemed to Jamie that even after so many years had passed, the stupid gods could not unite against the little boy. It seemed to him that it was even better, because then he would have to deal with every god by hand. After that, a large number of people would die, but these would no longer be his problems. He sat and carefully thought about everything that could happen to him in the near future. Meanwhile, his younger sister was gently sleeping in her mother's arms. The guy understood that first of all you need to deal with the score, then you can think about everything else. After some time, the royal carriage drove into the courtyard of the same city where the ball was to be held today. Everything around was very clean, beautiful, and tidy, and there was a big royal palace. Looking out the window, Jamie was very surprised because he did not expect that the city could be so beautiful. But the boy's mother said that the city of Regan was one of the most developed cities in their kingdom, and every year a very large amount of money passes through this city. And because of this, it is believed that this city was one of the most expensive in the whole world, and thanks to it, the Welton family was also famous. After some time, they drove into the very center of a rich city and were already almost in the city. Suddenly, Jamie said that he was very worried because he really wanted to see the Honorable Count Simon. His mother gave him a big hug and said that he was really very grown up and very cute. Then she asked him if he was happy to see Uncle Simon because he also wanted to be a magician. The boy was really very surprised by his mother's question, but regardless, he answered that it was so. She said that Simon was really a very cool magician, because he studied magic for a long time, and because of that, he was considered one of the strongest in the whole kingdom. He was also called the Red Lotus Mage because his magic was similar to a red lotus. There were also rumors that he could kill more than 1,000 people with one blow. Suddenly, Jamie unexpectedly asked what kind of person this Graham Simon was. This question made Mama Jamie think because she really didn't know what to answer him. After thinking a little, she answered that Simon's hair was as red as his blood. This answer really impressed Jamie. It seemed to him that he had nothing to do with these things because he was too strong for him. But Jamie does not fully believe that all the rumors about him can be true, so he wanted to talk to him as soon as possible. After some time, the carriage stopped completely and they finally arrived. The mother came out first and called the children to follow her carefully. Jamie decided that it was better to listen to his mother, so he carefully got out of the carriage. A strange man asked a woman if she was the wife of Jairov Welton, and she confirmed it. As it turned out, it was Simon's servant, and he offered to take the family to their place. After a while, he showed a large, luxurious room where many things were made of real gold. The servant showed them everything inside and told them to contact him if they had any quality questions or problems. It seemed to the woman that Count Simon was really very generous because it was a very nice gift for them. The servant turned to Jamie and said that he could use another room for himself, thereby surprising Jamie. After that, he also asked Smia Welton to come back to him when they had laid out all the things. After some time, both maids helped the king's wife prepare for the evening ball. When Jamie saw his mother dressed in a beautiful dress, he was very surprised. He simply could not believe that his mother could be so beautiful. She could not believe that her 9-year-old son also noticed her beauty. Hearing this from her son, she was very happy because she was very pleased with the compliment. Then she went to her son because she wanted to hug him, but the maids asked her to be careful, otherwise her chosen one would simply disappear. She was very upset that she couldn't hug her son even once, while Jamie was very happy about it. Suddenly, another maid said that the young mistress was ready, and Jamie's younger sister entered the room, dressed in a beautiful dress. And Jamie and his mother noticed this beauty and said that Sarah looked simply incredible. Hearing the words, Sarah was very happy, so she always wanted to be a little princess. Sarah wanted to hug her older brother, but Jamie asked her to do it later because her image would completely leave her. Then suddenly the servant turned to Jamie and said that he also needed to change clothes and change his appearance. After a while, the entire Welton family entered the large ballroom where some people were already sitting and talking among themselves. Everyone was very surprised because they couldn't believe that Kamance could really be so luxurious. When they sat down at the table, Jamie remarked that Simon really loved luxury, but Sears replied that he would be very surprised when he met Simon. Suddenly, two other women approached them and were very pleasantly surprised because they had not seen the beautiful Madame Welton for a very long time. They continued to shower each other with compliments. Meanwhile, this really pissed Jamie off because he thought they were saying nice things just to appear really nice and cultured. In those times that do not exist in history, stupid people showered the gods with compliments in order to live better. He was really disgusted, but fortunately his mother really knew how to behave with such fake people. Suddenly there was a man in the middle of the hall who loudly asked if everyone could hear him. His name was Rival. He was a member of the ministerial organizations of the city of Regan. He greeted everyone who came to Count Simon's ball. Despite the fact that there were really many people in the hall, they all turned to the man and listened to him attentively. Then he also added that the hall would start soon and asked everyone to take their seats. He also bade them be ready to welcome Count Simon in all his courage, for they must soon come out to them. After some time, the same man with red hair appeared in public. It really shocked Jamie very much. It seemed that Samoy was not just an ordinary earl. Meanwhile, the man came closer to everyone and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Jamie was very frightened by the matter. It seemed to him that it was simply not possible. The man with red hair greeted all his guests and said that he hoped that they would all like his ball and be delighted. Meanwhile, Jamie was incredibly shocked because Count Simon was almost the same level as Marcus Lindmer, and maybe even stronger. Now he realized that he was called the Red Lotus Mage. He also thought that all the rumors about him might be true. It seemed to him that this was one of the best magicians he had ever met in his life. Suddenly, he unexpectedly approached Jamie's mother and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he also added that she looked simply incredible. Then Sears stood up and said that she was also very glad to see him and to understand that everything was fine with him. Suddenly he noticed that Earl Welton was not here today. His wife explained that he would arrive around midnight due to some problems that had arisen. Then he was surprised to see Jamie and asked if he was King Welton's son. After that, the woman decided to introduce all her children to him because he didn't know about their existence, and she started with Jamie. She showed him Sarah and said she was her youngest daughter. She also asked them to congratulate Earl Welton. The little children quickly began to tenderly greet and poke the great Count Simon. This also greatly surprised the woman because she could not believe that her children could be so smart and beautiful. Meanwhile, Jamie just kept silent and continued to stand and stare at the strong mage Simon. Seeing this, Count Simon became wary because he realized that the boy was closely examining every piece of his body. It seemed that Jamie was simply enchanted because he only looked at Count Simon and could not say a single word. At that moment, the Count told the boy to look better at him and quickly made a blow with his fist, which was surrounded by some blue magic. After that, he joyfully approached the boy and asked if his name was Jamie. Little Jamie happily confirmed that it was indeed him. The Count came even closer and said that they would definitely talk to him later, and this lifted Jamie's mood. The Count turned around and went in the other direction and went to the other guests who were at the ball. The boy was really very impressed because he did not appreciate the skill of this great Count Simon. He now could not wait for their next meeting. Meanwhile, the ball continued and people from different kingdoms and different cities continued to talk to each other. Then, suddenly, a small boy with red hair unexpectedly approached the Welton family. He asked Jamie when his father would arrive, much to his surprise. But Jamie calmly replied that he would arrive tonight. After some time, Count Simon's family sat at a separate table and discussed the events that had happened. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the little boy asked his father what he thought about the son of the Welton family. The surprised father did not understand why his son was so interested in Jamie. But the son replied that sooner or later Jamie would become the king of the Welton family, and before that they were the same age, so it would be useful to get to know him. The Count said that there were rumors that Jamie showed leadership qualities among the little children of the entire kingdom. It seemed to him that Jamie just wanted to get recognition and respect from him. It seemed to him that it was really very stupid, but you can play along with him. Little Son was happy to hear this information, but he wanted to know more about his new friend. But the father simply asked to serve him an aperitif drink to increase his own appetite. After that, Count Simon's wife also wanted to say a word and took her little son by his hand. She asked to be on good terms with Jamie because the Welton family had been their main ally for a very long time. The guy laughed ironically but said that everything will be fine and there is no need to worry about it. His mother also smiled and relaxed because now everything should be in order. But the boy had completely different thoughts and plans in his head, which his mother did not see. Suddenly his look and his face became stern and he apologized to his mother in his thoughts. Looking at Jamie, he said in his mind that he will never get along with this evil devil and he has other plans. He wanted Jamie to crawl on his knees in front of him and beg for alms from him. And then it seemed to him that he would become one of the strongest and everything would fall into place. And he will definitely get recognition from his father, and Simon will be proud of him for his achievements. Having imagined all this, he smiled for a second and his father noticed it. Count Simon understood that his son definitely had some good plan and it surprised him. After some time, most of the families had eaten and were ready for further entertainment that was to be at the ball. Jamie's mother turned to her son and asked him to definitely make friends with everyone in order to have good relations in the future. Jamie said that he would do everything that Sears said and stepped aside, but deep in his thoughts, he was sure that he did not need new friends and that he would rather spend this ace alone. He went outside to find some quiet place where no one would distract him. There were a lot of different buildings in Count Simon's garden, which really surprised little Jamie. It seemed to him that magic was only one of his high values of the Count, because he still achieved success in other areas of life. Then he said aloud that he wanted to meet and talk with the Count as soon as possible, but suddenly someone asked him who he was talking to. Jamie got really scared, and because of that, he started using his magic. He turned around and wanted to strike with his great blue sword that he had created. He pointed his large blue sharp sword at the frightened girl behind him. He turned to her and asked her to just shut up and not interfere with him doing his right. He understood that she did not pose any threat to him, so he hid his magic sword back. The frightened game could not believe that it remained alive and simply exhaled. Suddenly she began to scream and cry at Jamie. She could not understand how it was possible to attack so suddenly, but the guy did not want to admit his guilt. He thought that the girl was guilty because she sneaked up behind him. But after a couple of minutes he calmed down and asked her who she was and how she managed to sneak up on him so quietly. This really shocked the girl because the guy was suddenly interested in her, but she still didn't want to say her name after the guy scared her. Because of this, the guy got annoyed because this girl not only scared him herself, but she still doesn't want to say her name. But suddenly at that moment the guy used his magic again and shot something on the ground in front of the girl. The impact was really strong and the ground just split. By that, Jamie really scared the girl because she did not expect such a quick impact on the ground. Then, looking down, he spoke to her and said that it was an air bullet and it was second-level magic. He also added that it is fatal for her because if the magical protection is not sufficient, the bullet will easily pass through the body. This scared the young lady almost to death because she couldn't believe that it was all true. Then he looked at the girl with a stern look and asked again if she would now tell him who she was. She quickly said that she really wanted to tell him everything about herself and asked the boy not to jump to conclusions. She was very scared and started stuttering, but despite this, she kept saying that her name was Yesh Vale. The guy asked if she was from the Vale prison. The frightened girl quickly said that she was the eldest daughter of Viscount Vale, and she could summon spirits, which really surprised the boy. She explained that there are not many conscripts on Earth, and because of this they are considered very special and strong and can claim the title of Baron. But the boy could not believe it. Then she told Yesh that with the help of the spirit of the wind she could very easily sneak up on others without making a sound. Jamie realized that this was also possible in his previous life. It really was a shock to Jamie because he realized that this magic requires more than 10 years of study, but the girl was the same age as Janie, so she must be a genius. After that, the girl was very annoyed because the boy did not want to introduce himself to her, although he himself used very strong magic to scare her. Janie was surprised because he did not expect that she would interrogate him. It also seemed to him that the game had a really bad character and did not like to lose. Yesh was really annoyed by the fact that the guy was just procrastinating and not giving her a normal answer. But still, Janie told her that he was Earl Welton's heir, and also added that he was very pleased to meet her. The girl was very surprised when she learned that Jamie belonged to a strong Welton family. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, Jamie's father dealt with the same bandit who confessed to everything. The man was very disappointed because he trusted everyone and did not expect this at all. Peel was really very hurt because the king simply could not forgive what they were doing behind his back. Then the man kicked the bandit with his foot. He was just shocked that in his kingdom his loyal friends could kidnap people. It seemed to King Velton that either a madman or someone who was really tired of living could take up this business. It seemed to him that the elephant just wanted to die, and Argonaut wanted to help him in this. But at that moment the crippled man began to cry and begged the king not to kill him. Unexpectedly for everyone, Father Jamie turned the other way and ordered his servants to finish this matter tomorrow. He headed away from the scene of events when he heard that the servants would definitely do everything. Suddenly he turned to one of the servants and asked him to prepare a carriage because he urgently needed to go to Count Simon's ball. After a while, everything was ready and Argonaut left his kingdom in his luxurious carriage. Meanwhile, all the captives and evil people were tied up and walking in an unknown direction. Then suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, a man in a black suit appeared from behind the bushes and asked them not to attract attention. He took out some magic bullet and said that their plan failed because they were let down. So he asked to prepare a plan B. Meanwhile, things were very quiet in Count Simon's kingdom, and the sun was just beginning to set. Little Jamie was going to go in some other direction, and the little witch girl was chasing him. After walking a few more meters, the boy got angry because he understood that the little stupid girl continued to walk behind. At one point he turned around and asked her loudly why she kept following him. He also added that if her father was a vassal of his father, it still meant nothing at all. But the girl refused to believe it and wanted to continue chasing the boy. Then Jamie said that he was coming back and asked not to pursue him anymore. But at that moment the girl took his hand. Having understood this, the young man became even more angry because he could not believe that a small child could be so stubborn. He really did not understand why she was attached to him and what she wanted. After that, Yesh shouted that she just wanted to make friends with him because she had met her own age for the first time. This really shocked Jamie. It seemed to him that it was simply not possible. He could not even guess that the reason could lie in darkness. He thought that there was something really more important. Jamie couldn't understand why she needed a friend at all and what she would do with him. Then he realized that she was still very young and probably at that age they all needed some friends. Little Yesh was very upset because she was alone all the time and no one played with her. But despite this, Jamie simply went the other way and said that he didn't need friends at all right now. After hearing these words, little Yesh got very angry and went into a hysterics, calling the boy bad. But Jamie didn't care. It seemed to him that he would be even times better off without friends, and in general, he did not believe in friendship and love. He went further, and after a while he was already near the castle where the same ball was. Jamie was very grateful to himself for pushing all those thoughts away because if he hadn't, he'd be acting like a little boy right now. At the same time, he was angry with Yesh because he remembered something through her. But suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by a strange voice behind him that unexpectedly revealed his name. The surprised young man turned around and saw a guy with red hair in the middle and some two guys behind him. Looking at the red color, it seemed to him that this young man was the son of Count Simon. Then Jamie returned to the Earl's son and asked him what he wanted here and why he was calling him. The young man behind became angry and said that this was a great disrespect towards their brother. Then suddenly another guy said that in front of him is Alfie. son of the Count, and because of that he should be respected. He also realized that he was the eldest son and the heir of the whole family. Meanwhile, Alfie himself was very proud of all this. But Jamie didn't like all the noise the boys were making, so he unexpectedly used his magic for everyone. After that, at one point the boys spoke but could not make any sounds. When they realized this, they were very scared because they did not understand what was happening at all. A frightened Alfie couldn't believe that Jamie had used his silencing magic on them. But Jamie was just happy because Alfie knew this magic and said that he was smarter than his stupid brothers. Alfie began to shout very loudly and threaten the boy with the fact that he was older than him. But Jamie was simply indifferent to all this and did not want to listen to Alfie. Jamie also added that Alfie needs to calm down before he starts fighting and destroys him. Then suddenly Alfie calmed down and pretended he just coughed. He said that he was not going to fight with Jamie. He just wanted to talk to him. He also added that the boy is very good at magic. But Jamie didn't want to listen to him because he thought they were all the same and asked Alfie to go his way. These words really surprised Alfie. He thought that Jamie simply did not know who he really was, but Jamie replied that he knew everything about him and said that he was Simon's son. Realizing that he knew him, Alfie said he hoped they wouldn't have a problem talking because he also knew who Jamie was. He also added that the reason why they spoke to him so rudely was because Jamie himself had treated them unfairly. Alfie also said that in the future they will definitely become earls or kings, so it would not be bad to meet right now. But despite all these beautiful words, Jamie understood that Alfie just wanted to command him, so he said all this. Suddenly, he rudely replied that he didn't care about him and his ideas and asked him to go on his way and not talk to him. Angry Alfie could not believe that the cheeky boy refused to meet him. He began to create something in his hands and vowed to destroy its magic mercilessly once and for all. Alfie then laughed and said that he simply had no choice but to obey and serve him. After that, he pointed his magic wand at the boy, surprising Jamie. But little Jamie wasn't scared. He just smiled and said he knew Alfie wanted to start attacking him from the start. Alfie echoed Jamie's words and said that in the beginning he wanted to try to find some other solution. This really pissed off Jamie because he never liked such people who only think about their plans. At that moment, Jamie's father approached the woman and asked if she believed that adults would let her do whatever she wanted. Jamie then added that Alf would be in trouble if there were any problems or disputes between people in his kingdom. But he replied that he did not need to worry about it and there would be no bad consequences for him and his family. He pointed to his magic orb and said that no one would see them as long as he had it. Suddenly, some very strange blue smoke started going around, coming straight from that strange ball. Jamie guessed that it was a magical effect of the illusion and said that Alfie was a real magician if he knew about it. But despite the praise, Jamie just got angrier and said that Jamie would apologize to him. He looked at his two brothers and told them to cast a spell. At that very moment, Alfie's two younger brothers opened their mouths and were finally able to speak. Both young men started calling names and threatening Jamie for what he had done to them. But Jamie just stood and listened to all this in silence, thus annoying the boys even more because they wanted Jamie to react somehow. But suddenly he smiled and said that everything they were talking about was really very interesting for him. Then Alfie said that Jamie just didn't understand what situation he got into right now if he wasn't worried. But then Dejmi simply disappeared somewhere, and instead of him appeared a big dark fog that said that the boys would suffer by scaring them. Ying also said that they are simply powerless against him, and suddenly they all got nosebleeds, scaring the boys a lot. He also said that everyone will watch them drown in the agony of death. At that moment, the boys fell to the ground and started screaming very loudly from what very strange pain. They were very scared and didn't understand what was happening at all. They just crawled on the ground and begged for help because it seemed that their heads would just explode. There was nothing left for them to do but to endure all this suffering. Then Alfie started screaming and throwing up very loudly. He had never felt so bad in his life. He just couldn't believe that Jamie could be twice as strong as him and have such powerful magic that he couldn't do anything against. The frightened boy could not understand how he had learned so quickly and how it was even possible. Alfie was sure that the Welton family did sword fighting, but Jamie was just something special. He understood that he had some very powerful talent that even he did not have, and he simply could not fight in any way. He began to finally get to his feet and said that he would never forgive Jamie and his terrible magic. He understood that he can't just leave it all, and he needs to train many times more to defeat Jamie and his talent. Then after a while, Alfie and his friends were in the middle of Count Simon's grand palace. His servants weren't sure that stealing a magical tool was a good decision for them, but the boys simply said that they shut up and just followed him and obeyed his orders. Suddenly, someone turned to him, thereby scaring all the boys. It was his brother who came out of the room and just wanted to say hello to him. Alfie was very confused because he did not understand what Leon was doing here and how he ended up here in the first place. But Leon remained confident and said that Alfie's words did not make him happy and asked Alfie to be better. He took out some strange thing from his pocket and said that the younger brother is very worried when the older brother has problems. Alfie was really very scared because he couldn't understand where his brother got this thing. But Leon said that it was millet, and it didn't matter. What mattered was that now he could easily get revenge on Jamie for his antics. After these words, Leon was very happy because he realized that now he had a really good chance to take revenge on Jamie because this thing was very strong. After a while, dark night came and a large carriage drove up to the gates of Simon's palace. Then Count Simon himself approached the carriage to greet his old friend whom he had not seen for a long time. He extended his hand to him and said that he was very glad to see him after a long pause. These words surprised Jamie's father very much. He could not believe that Count Simon himself was meeting him, and because of this, he laughed. They were all ready, and Earl Simon invited Jamie's father to go to his palace until the ball was over. After a while, both men entered the great palace. They sat down at a large table and began to talk among themselves. Simon's old friend said that his castle was very luxurious. But suddenly Simon interrupted him and said that despite all this he managed to meet his son. This greatly surprised the king, and he asked what opinion he had about his small, strong son. Simon understood that Father Jamie was a very good man and loved his children very much if he was so quick to ask what others thought of him, and he confirmed it. Then the count said that he envied the man, thus surprising him, because it seemed to him that nothing had changed in his family. The count looked at the man and thought, because nothing really changed in him. Suddenly he said that his son really impressed him very much, and there were no words to describe it all. This surprised the king very much because he could not understand what it was all about. He understood that Count Simon simply does not want to say directly what happened, so he tells all this nonsense. Then he asked him if he considered his son talented, because he really had abilities. But the count answered and said that the word talent was simply not enough here, and there was something better in it. Simon said that Jamie was truly the best wizard he had ever met in his life. It seemed to him that he had hidden potential that he himself had no idea about. But the man replied that Marcus Linmel said exactly that about Jamie, thereby surprising the count because he did not know that Marcus had also met Jamie. He also added that he had guessed Jamie's talent when he was young, but he never expected that the little guy could be so strong. He said that if someone has very good abilities, he must become a magician because the world needs it. Simon was very happy that little Jamie would have such a strong teacher because thanks to him he would become stronger, but Argino said that Marcus refused. Simon said that he understood Marcus because Jamie was definitely a genius and not everyone can teach such a talented boy. He also added that he envied him because he was born more talented than him, but on the other hand, he wondered how strong he could become. Then Father Jamie began to worry because it seemed to him that the conversation was going in the wrong direction. But Count Simon continued to speak and said that they people were just very weak. His voice continued to change. He said that humans were able to build a great civilization, but only by their standards. But he also said that compared to dragons, elves, and other power, their magic was nothing. Simon thanked his friend and said that only thanks to him and his people there is peace on this planet and they managed to fight. But suddenly he asked him what would happen if someone was born with the 9th level of magic. The man was very surprised by this question and did not know what to answer, so he just remained silent and continued to listen. He himself gave the answer and said that even dragons and the strongest creatures on earth would not be able to fight against such a strong man. And after a few seconds, he said that I am waiting with all my heart until people become the strongest creatures on this planet. But Jamie's father did not like it. He said that it was too high for him. But Count Simon said that it was completely normal because everyone knew that the history of mankind was erased from the earth, and no one knew about it. These words surprised the king. He did not understand what his friend wanted to achieve and why he was saying this at all. There was a story on the planet about 10,000 years ago. The story was completely lost due to one event. The man understood that there were creatures that were unrealistically strong and destroyed all the people that were then. The king also understood that the count wanted people to be just as strong and could take revenge. He seemed to want to do this in order to protect humanity from extinction and become powerful. But suddenly, Count Simon said that the king probably needed to rest because it was already very late. The man confirmed this and said that the count should also rest after a hard day and wished him good night. Meanwhile, baby Jamie has been sleeping in his new big bed for a long time. His father came and began to think about what the count told him. He could not believe that all these expectations could become true. He was really worried about his son because he didn't know what was in store for him in his future. After all, he understood that for him he was just an ordinary cute boy, but the situation can always change dramatically. Arjuna wanted his son to grow up fair and kind, so he promised that he would do everything to make Jamie become like that and said goodbye to his son. The next day came a very bright morning, which well illuminated the entire palace. After a while, some guests were already in the banquet hall and wanted to start breakfast after a long night. But Jamie didn't care. He was interested in what was bothering his father last night because there was no way he could find out even with his magic. But suddenly little Esh came up to him and shouted his name loudly. Seeing her, the boyfriend was upset because it seemed to him that she wanted to start talking to him about the same stupid topic again. But suddenly the girl unexpectedly said that she does not care about the boy and she already has one. Then she was very happy and said loudly that she already had her sister. But Jamie did not understand why she was telling him this. It seemed to him that she just wanted to annoy him. He got up and said he was going to leave. But the girl stopped him and said he needed to get to know her sister and her family better. But someone said that a girl simply has no right to talk to a boy like that because he was the son of a count. It was Rebecca Val, the eldest daughter of the Valle family. But Yesh was very surprised and said that Jamie himself allowed her to talk to him like that. Then she looked at Jamie and started laughing. She thought that Jamie just fell in love with her sister. Shocked, Jamie just stood there silently and looked at his sister. It seemed he had never seen such girls before. It seemed to him that she was just the love of his life and she looked like some kind of goddess of beauty. It seemed to him that there was some kind of demon inside her that just wanted to destroy him, so he realized that he needed to control his emotions. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Alfie appeared and was very happy that he managed to find Jamie. He again took his magic bullet in his hand and said that now Jamie Welton will finally die because he simply has no chance. But Jamie simply did not hear him. It seemed that he was simply fascinated by the girl's beauty. Rebecca could not understand why the boy looked at her so strangely and said nothing. Meanwhile, little Yesh was shocked because she could not believe that Jamie really fell in love with her sister. But as the threat grew, Alfie was even more enraged and moved closer to his opponent. At one point his hand lit up with fire and he said that now he would definitely take revenge on his opponent for all that he did to him. But despite all this, the guy just stood there and did not react in any way. It seemed that he was completely in control of the whole situation. But Yesh was very worried because she did not know what was happening. Suddenly, Rebecca's sister jumped to their side to save her sister Yesh from a heavy blow. But surprisingly, Jamie simply said that they did not interfere with him and that he would succeed in everything, and at the same time the fire created by Alfie simply began to die out. After some time, the fire completely went out and there was nothing left of it. Shocked Alfie could not believe that it was real at all. After all, it was a layer of fire of the ninth rank, and only the strongest people could resist this mighty force. So Alfie was scared. He simply did not know how it was possible. It seemed to him that little Jamie was just some powerful monster that did not show its strength. Meanwhile, Jamie just stood and stared at the boy with his cold gaze and said nothing. Then he unexpectedly opened his hand and let out some dark blue energy from his hand which went towards the Count's son, and his voice said for Alfie to die. This blue energy entered the boy's body and began to completely capture him. After a while, she reached his head, and it seemed that she was starting to freeze him. Meanwhile, Alfie was scared and did not understand what was happening. The substance entered his brain through his body, and it seemed that soon the little boy would die completely. Jamie's eyes glowed with a pink light. He seemed very focused and was going to kill Alfie very soon. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, a man's hand appeared in front of Jamie's face and turned to the boy to stop. It was the boy's father standing behind him and covered his eyes so he couldn't continue using his magic forgive Alfie. Little Jamie was very scared and did not know what to answer to his father. It seemed that he was going to be severely punished. Frightened, Yesh and Rebecca stood not far away and were very scared because they could easily die. At that moment, Jamie completely closed his eyes and seemed to lose his consciousness. He fell into his father's arms and could not do anything. All the guests who were nearby were amazed by all these events because it was not clear what would happen next. The man couldn't believe that Jamie was actually going to use his talent to harm or even kill Alfie. It seemed to him that he was simply wrong and that his son was just an ordinary little good boy. But now he was sure that it had to be stopped because he was very wrong about his son, because he almost killed Alfie. Unexpectedly, Alfie's father came up behind and said that these events were really very impressive, because if that magical artifact worked, it would be bad. After all, he could easily burn all the people who were nearby if no one stopped him. Therefore, he realized that Jamie could be the fifth rank if he managed to stop it all in 1 second. He also felt that his dreams could become reality. Suddenly, Alfie's mom came up to her son and said that Jamie almost killed his son and she didn't understand why Simon was so calm. Unexpectedly, Jamie's mother also got very angry and said that it was Alfie's fault, because he tried to kill Jamie, so it's his fault. She said that their crazy son didn't attack them first and almost killed innocent people. After all, he used the artifact against Jamie and would put his life at risk. Jamie's mom wasn't really angry that Madame Simon didn't believe her own son could be guilty. But the boy's mother did not want to give up and continued to say that her son was wrong because he just wanted to play. But Jamie's mom didn't want to give in either and didn't understand what Sears was talking about because her son Alfie almost killed Jamie. Then suddenly Jamie's father came in and asked his wife to stop because she was just exaggerating the bar because she didn't want to give up and kept yelling at Alfie's mom. Count Simon came and said that he was sorry for everything and asked them to wait until they understood what their son had done, and then they could talk to him. Meanwhile, the woman was angry and did not understand why this man was talking because it seemed to her that her son was always right. She said that the main thing is that her son is alive and she doesn't need anything else. Unfortunately, it was angry with us. Simon also apologized to Jamie's parents and said that he hoped this situation would never happen again, and added that he was very sorry. Then she realized that her Alfie was really to blame for this situation and apologized to Jamie's parents for his bad behavior. Both stood opposite each other, and around them there were a lot of people who were looking at this whole situation because they didn't know what they needed to do, and that's why they were just shocked. Jamie's mom also calmed down and accepted the other family's apology, also said she was very sorry for raising her voice against them. The Count of the Diet turned to his friend and said that he also needed to go rest, because this situation really tired them all and they all needed to calm down. Then he turned to all the guests and apologized to them for spoiling the evening and said that it would not happen again, and officially said that the evening was over. The surprised guests didn't know what to do, so they decided to just go to their rooms and rest after what happened at the ball today. But suddenly Simon's wife did not understand why her husband was giving in, and therefore asked why he was doing it because everything could be fine. When Jamie's parents left, The woman started arguing with him and said that their son was in really great danger and he almost died, so the man should protect him. But despite all this, Count Simon was really very serious, told the woman to just be quiet and looked them in the eyes with his sad look. He also added that there were too many extra people in that room listening to their conversation, and so it would be better if she went back to her room and just calmed down. Then the dark night came and almost everyone fell asleep outside, the moon shining high in the sky. Simon's family was in the room and the Count's wife started hysteria again because she did not understand why the husband did not protect his own son. But despite all the woman's words, the man just looked at Alfie's son and suddenly asked if he just wanted to impress him with his magic, but he just kept silent. Then the father became very angry. His gaze became harsher and he shouted for the boy to quickly say what and why he did it. The guy was really very scared and said that he didn't want him to spoil the reputation of the whole family and for other guests to see it. He just didn't know what to say. He was really very scared. He thought that his father would just punish him very much. But despite all this, he raised his head, looked at his father and said that he really wanted to hit him hard. He also added that Jamie was a really bad guy and ordered him last time too. So he just wanted to get revenge on him. But that didn't stop the father and he was still angry. Then he asked where he got this magical artifact that he used today. The frightened boy simply didn't know what to answer when he was in tears, because he understood that now his father would order him. The guy was just silent, and it really pissed off the man. He said that he doesn't like to repeat words twice and looked even more sternly at his son. Then he said that he is asking him one last time after that the situation will be even worse, and because of this, he needs a joke with the help of which the boy put Jamie's life in danger. After that, the boy admitted that his older brother gave him this. After 5 minutes, the martyred brother came to them on the orders of Count Simon. He understood that the situation was very bad for him because everyone was very angry. Alfie was very sorry because he had framed his older brother and he could not say anything. Simon was very cheerful and pretended not to know what was going on at all and pretended everything was fine. But their father was very angry and said that he understood everything and did not want to know why and where Simon took that powerful artifact. He only said that the boys should immediately apologize to Mr. Jamie tomorrow for this concession and that they endangered his life and the lives of the guests. The man also added that if they do not do this, they will have unrealistically big problems and they will not survive because of this. The events are transferred to the room where Jamie was sleeping and his stunned mother Sears, who was thinking about the situation that happened. She was really very angry and knew that she would never forgive Count Simon's family even though they apologized to her and her son. She understood that the apology itself was not enough, and therefore she thought that the family of Count Simon should give some compensation or something else in order to somehow settle her guilt after. Was very scared because she understood that today she could lose her only son whom she loved very much. She raised her hands and began to cry very bitterly because she realized that her son was really in danger today. But suddenly someone took her shoulder. It was a man's hand. It was the king of the family. He came up and asked if I was a woman and everything was fine. But Jamie's mother said that she was just very scared and didn't know what to do. But when the man protested her more, she began to calm down and it seemed that the situation was getting better. But it's a pity that she still could not let go of this situation in her thoughts. Then she asked herself why she should be upset. She just wanted this day to end sooner. The husband asked his wife what he needs to do because he can do everything she wants to make it easier for her. She thanked her husband for stopping her today because the consequences could have been many times worse and she could not have calmed down. And she also assumed that her husband would just spoil her mood. Then she also added that she didn't want to create a big conflict between these good families because Earl Simon was really a very good man and apologized to them right away. And besides, she realized that his son Alfie was really very scared. And because of that, she was also very happy. And now she realized that she was completely fine. After that, they did not decide to leave Jamie's room because they understood that their son would not be able to rest properly while they were in the room. Meanwhile, Jamie was under the blanket and listened to the whole conversation of his parents and didn't sleep at all because he was very interested. He understood why his parents were worried, and he also understood that today he just couldn't control himself and almost killed Alfie. After that, he got up and started thinking about this situation because he understood that it was really very bad not only for him, but for his parents as well. He closed his eyes and began to think about the same sister of the strange Yesh that he saw today in the banquet hall. He was really very surprised because he couldn't believe that he really managed to be reborn in the form of this girl. And on the other hand, he realized that he also managed to be reborn despite the fact that several thousand years had passed. But it could also not be her, but just an ordinary girl. Besides, she didn't remember Jamie from her former life, so there was still a chance that the situation was under complete control. But the guy also understood that she was born at the same time as him and she was the same age as him. Therefore, it was a very strong argument indeed. He simply could not understand whether it was a sign of fate or just a very strange coincidence that happened in his life. Suddenly, his pet flying animal began to make some strange sounds and thereby surprised the boy. Jamie understood that all this was really very strange, because if they recognized him, he would not have a normal, peaceful life now and everything was bad. Then realized that all these thoughts, what he was thinking about, were really very stupid, and there was no need to do this because he was still tired. But considering this, the guys had really very strange feelings. It seemed that he was just in love with this amazing girl he met today, but also understood that she could just be a terrible demon who wants to destroy him, and you need to be very careful and destroy her first. Therefore, I understood that here it is not as simple as it seems, and there is no need to simply omit all these important arguments of the account. That's why he understood that it is necessary to meet with her again in order to get to know her better, and then we can draw conclusions. Meanwhile, some strange man in a very dark suit and with a white owl in his hand said that there will be very big changes in the world of magic. As it turned out, this owl had a strange white note tied to its leg, which contained something really very important. The note said that Jamie Welton was the eldest son. He was 9 years old and he was at least 4th rank, so he was one of the most talented in the world. This man sent his bird into the air and told the bird to deliver this note to whoever needs it, and the sooner the better. The next morning, the boy just walked through the forest, went towards the river so that he could better focus on his plans. When he arrived, he just stood up and started looking in one direction, focused his gaze and thought about what happened yesterday. But suddenly, his flying pet started squealing again, and this time it wasn't for nothing. The boy was very surprised because he could not believe that his pets did not need fresh air at all, which is very useful for people. But the flying animal began to emit strange signals again, and the boy simply stood up and headed away, realizing that he did not need fresh air. He was really very surprised because he understood that this place was really very quiet and pleasant, and most likely no one knows about this place. Besides, many people have already left. So the boy understood why we also needed to hurry to meet the girl before she also went back to her kingdom. But suddenly he felt some very strange sounds that were like drops of water and some strange magical echoes that he had never heard before in his life. He was really very surprised, but did not understand what kind of sound it was because he heard it for the first time. I just understood where it came from because it seemed like he was just around the guy and it was impossible to find the source. He just couldn't figure out what that strange sound was, so he decided to use your magic to find out where it was coming from. And at that moment, he still managed to find it, and he quickly moved to the place where his own dark magic led him. He ran really long and far because the source of the sound was something very strange. You were very far from him, although he could hear the sound very well. When he finally arrived at the place where the sound started, he was really very surprised because he saw the same girl gone. He saw another little water girl named Indiana who looked like some strange fairy he had never seen before in his life. It's very strange the little water girl was handing the girl some strange water drop that was like some kind of magic. But then suddenly, Rebecca unexpectedly turned around and saw a boy, and was very surprised because she did not expect to see someone. The hunter didn't know what to ask, so she asked the guy if he was okay, and the guy replied that everything was fine and there was no reason to worry. After that, at one point, the guy stood up very worried and didn't know what to say or how to answer. He couldn't even say what the girl's name was. Thereby he surprised and made his new girlfriend laugh because he could not utter a word at all. The girl came closer and said that her name was Rebecca and that she came from the Vala family. She was very friendly and cheerful. The boy looked at her and could not say his words. It seemed that he was simply fascinated by her beauty because she reminded him of someone. The guy was very surprised when he found out that the girl was also a summoner of water elements, and you didn't understand why they were the same. The guy just looked down and couldn't say anything. It seemed that he just seemed to hang around, and that's why Rebecca started to turn to him. She asked why he had such a sad face because it seemed that there was no reason to be sad and everything was very good, but the boy just stood frozen. This guy did not answer anything. He just looked at the girl who seemed to be he saw in his past life. Because of that, he couldn't say anything. She was really very surprised and therefore began to think that the boy was simply that he had not completely moved on from yesterday's events that happened in the palace. Then she decided that it was necessary to take the first step towards a conversation because it must be very difficult for him to start. They rushed at the boy and began to hug him and said that everything will be completely fine and that nothing is in danger for them at all. That Jamie was really very surprised because he felt the same sensations that he felt in his life, and it seemed that it was really somehow very strange, but decided that nothing bad would happen if he continued to enjoy the sensations. After some time, the young people sat by the river and just looked at nature. The guy was surprised because he did not expect that the girl would be so communicative. Suddenly she said that her father always taught her that difficulties are easier to survive if you share them with someone, so she pushed the boy to talk. But the boy was surprised by what the girl said and suddenly simply asked if Viscount Vale was her father, even though he had heard a lot about him. School. The girl changed a lot and confirmed that it was really her father. She did not expect that the boy knew him. Then she added that it was really very sad that they didn't talk properly yesterday, and she is very glad that now there is an opportunity to get to know each other better. Jamie will confirm. The girl could not believe that the boy agreed with the words, because it seemed that her ideas were always correct. But the boy said that he really agreed. Suddenly the guy said that he heard that in the family, but there was a tradition to make a contract with the spirit of the air, and he asked if it was true. But the girl said that she wanted to do it, but she didn't get anything. Rebecca said that because of her penchant for spirits, they visit her very often, but for some reason they go to sign a contract with her. But the next day the fairy Indiana came to her and said that concluding a contract with her was a sign of fate. Rebecca said that she needed to discuss this with her father first, but she accidentally made a contract with a fairy. The guy was very surprised because he realized that the King of Spirits must know about this, and the girl was also very smart. According to the contract of royal spirits, a person had to dissolve this contract with his life and connect it with his soul, and therefore it was very different from other contracts. Asked if her father was evil and because the girl accidentally made a contract, but the girl replied that her father was not evil. He was just confused like her. But considering all this, it seemed to her that there was something really special in this whole contract and this whole situation, and she was wondering what would come of it. But the boy said that he was really surprised by all this, because he had never heard of fairies themselves coming and helping to conclude contracts for life with people as well. But the guy said that despite all this, she has a contract with the water element instead of the spirit of air. So he said that the girl should just believe in herself. That is, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, because she did not expect that the boy would say such nice words to her. Besides, she very rarely communicated with boys. Then she was very happy and thanked the guy for such kind words in her direction, because now she has faith that everything will be fine. But suddenly the guy stood up and said that he had to go and thanked her for a nice conversation and a nice day, thus surprising Rebecca. The boy quickly got up and ran and said that they would definitely see it with her, but not now because he had important things to do. Rebecca was very pleasantly surprised after talking with that guy. She wanted to talk to him even more to learn more about him. She was really very surprised because she didn't understand what kind of feeling she got, because she had never felt anything like that before in her life. It seemed that she had some butterflies in her stomach. On the way home, Jamie was talking to his brother and was worried that he was talking to the girl too formally because little children behave in a completely different way, because you have to remember that they were all still little children. After some time, the guys finally managed to get to the big palace where the red carpet was laid, and suddenly, a lot of him. Someone called him thereby already surprising him because he did not expect to see anyone here because most of the guests had left. When he turned his head, he was very surprised because he saw in front of him the two sons of Count Simon, who almost killed him yesterday. The boy was very surprised because he didn't understand what they had forgotten and why they were calling him Alfie, and his brother were also confused because they didn't know how to start a conversation. Then suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Alfie shouted loudly that he was very sorry for yesterday's situation and that he was asking for forgiveness from the boy. Jamie was really very uncomfortable because he understood why Alfie was apologizing to him and what was going on, because only yesterday Alfie wanted to kill him. But after a while, he realized that the Count had put Alfie and his son in front of him, and to apologize to him, he asked if it was so. Alfie was really very sorry, and he didn't know what to answer, so he just shook his head and showed that it was so. Jamie didn't understand the whole situation, but he understood why Alfie brought another friend with him. Then Alfie explained to him that it was his brother. But considering all this, Jamie still didn't understand why his brother was here. Lan explained that it was he who gave Alfie the same magical artifact that he used yesterday. This information really hit Jamie very hard because he did not expect that it could be so strong that his older brother would help kill him. He was really surprised because he thought that a LFI would act alone and not call anyone, because he was supposed to be really serious. Then he asked what was his brother's name. Leon introduced himself and smiled. He wanted to show everyone that he was really a very nice and good boy. Jamie looked at him carefully with his eyes and used his magic to analyze this strange young man who had helped Alfie. He realized that Leon was really very talented and cunning and probably stronger than Alfie because he was older than him. He didn't understand why Count Simon had another son if he had Leon, who was stronger than Alfie and had more talent. Leon also added that he was very glad that nothing happened and asked the boy if they could just leave now if they had already apologized. But Jamie was really very angry because it seemed to him that Leon just thought he was an idiot and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. He also remembered that yesterday he did not see Leon in public because he was hiding somewhere and did not want to participate in all these events. It also seemed to Jamie that for Leon only his father was the most important thing to him. He was angry with his own brother and all the other people who were. Therefore, Jamie Welton understood that if he let him go just like that now, he would have even more problems with this young man because he was stronger and more cunning. Then suddenly Jamie said that Alfie was going to have a really hard time fighting for his father's inheritance, making him very angry because he didn't understand what the young man was up to. But Jamie just looked at Leon and asked if he was telling the truth. He wanted to show that Leon gets his father's inheritance and Alfie gets nothing. But he decided to add that it did not concern him because it was their own business, and he would not receive the inheritance anyway. Then Jamie said if the guy really wants to get it all, then he should get his punishment to get his way. The guy came closer to the young man and asked if he knew that what he was going to say was right. But these words made Leon angry because he understood that Jamie wanted him to deal with his brother. Suddenly, strange things began to happen. Leon began to worry a lot because he had never experienced anything like this in his life. It was very dark around, and because of this, Leon was scared. Besides, his body began to get cold. It seemed that he would freeze very soon. It was all Jamie's magic. A big pink magic eye appeared in front of the boy, which loudly said that if Leon wants to achieve a result, then this is his last chance. The boy felt very bad. He fell to his knees and simply did not know what to do. He was very scared because he did not understand whether it was all true or just an ordinary magical illusion, and because of this he cried. Seeing this, Alfie was scared because he had never seen anything like this happen to his brother, while Jamie just stood there calmly. With every second, Leon got worse and worse. He understood that he urgently needed to choose a solution, otherwise it would not end. He also understood that this was his very last chance and he would not have any more opportunities, so he had to act. Hearing this, Jamie was very happy because he understood that Leon really made the right decision for him. After that, Leon raised his head, looked at Jetsma and said that he should lie down right now. He also cried even worse and apologized to Jamie once more for giving his brother that magical artifact. The next day, the ball officially ended and all the guests went to their carriages to go back home. Jamie was also very happy because he understood that he was finally going back home and he would have more free time. He was really mad to go somewhere. It seemed to him that it would be better to just sit at home with his mother and love her. But at that moment he realized that these were quality stupid thoughts, and he didn't need to love anything, because he only needed to improve himself. Then the Count unexpectedly approached Jamie, who noticed that Jamie was in a very good mood as always. But in appearance, Count Simon himself was very worried, sad and tired. It seemed that he had not slept all night. But the boy said that he really liked the ball, and he is just happy that he will finally return home. The Count was upset and said that, unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to talk properly with the boy about his magic. Jamie also really hoped for it, so he said that he understood everything that the Count was talking about. He offered the young man to stay in his palace to talk with him, but Jamie refused, saying that he was very tired and wanted to go home as soon as possible. He also said that the reason why he is tired should be known, and he himself surprised Count Simon. But he just laughed and said that now everything was fine and the problem was solved. He also added that the wizarding world had started watching over little Jamie, to which he replied that it was to be expected. Then, unexpectedly, he asked Jamie if he knew who he was at all. But the boy was not confused and answered that he undoubtedly knew the answer to this question. The boy told him about Leon and said that he only wanted to punish him for his concessions. But Leon's father said that he already guessed everything himself because his son had not been well since the very evening. The boy was really very surprised because he understood that Count Simon was not at all angry with him for his concession. But Count Simon did not understand why he should be angry with him, because in his opinion he himself guessed about the consequences that could arise. It became clear to Jamie why his children were so strange and ill-mannered. Jamie also added that Leon was a really talented young man and it wouldn't hurt to train him to improve his level. But the man denied this and said that he knew about his abilities more than others and said that his son was simply worthless. It seemed to the boy that the Count was too strict, and he said that you should try anyway, because Leon can also reach the level of the Count. After that, Jamie pointed his finger at the Count and said that it was all his fault, thus greatly surprising the man. He also added that Leon really has a huge potential and it just needs to be revealed. These words made the man think about his son. Jamie was very proud because he understood that he was a small child who was able to recognize Leon's talent, and the Count himself could not. It seemed to him that the great magician was no longer so great and could not say a single word to the little boy. Then Jamie also added that if the Count helps his son to discover his talent, then probably his magic level will also improve. Meanwhile, Simon stood in shock because he didn't understand where Jamie was from. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a voice that said that Jamie had to go because they were leaving soon. After that, Jamie said goodbye and told the Count to just ignore his son's stupid words and just reveal his potential. Happy Jamie quickly turned around and ran towards his carriage to leave in time. The shocked Count D stood for a long time and could not say a single word because he did not know what to say. He thought for a long time about the words 9-year-old Jamie said to him, which really struck him. He turned and walked in his direction, realizing that Jamie was definitely no ordinary boy studying magic. When the dark night came, the boy put on his dark cloak, took Chernish and went into the dark forest in search of his servants who hid. Unexpectedly for Jamie, Chernish began to squeal very loudly as he began to feel some strange things. After that, he very quickly jumped somewhere in the bushes, because it seemed that he could smell the smell. Jamie stood behind and shouted for Chernish to be faster because he didn't have much time. After a long time, both servants came out of the bushes, and Jamie was very angry because he did not understand why they had taken so long to come to him. But they said that Azard had done nothing, and because of that they were late, and she apologized to her master. Jamie just relaxed and said that they could just sing about it because what was more important was what they learned. A man with pink hair reported that the Zenit Church has been doing useful things in Hyessa lately. This church gave food for accommodation to all the people who needed it. He also added that they recently created their orphanage. Then Jamie asked when they started acting in the first place, and Philip said that it was immediately after the collapse of the gang. 2 months ago, Count Welton completely destroyed the Rivno gang, and immediately after this incident, the Zenit Church officially became operational. Members of the church simply came to poor people and helped them improve their lives, and because of this, people did not see anything suspicious. But after some time, people became addicted to this church and started visiting it by becoming its members. Because of the rating of the church, it rose very high in the kingdom. And at the moment, people worship this goddess because she was the most sincere and the best at this moment. These words really hit little Jamie very hard. It seemed to him that this was simply not possible and very dangerous for all people. Jamie knew Zenit well and understood that this terrible man would never have done such things in his life and never liked helping people. Suddenly, he unexpectedly turned to his 2 servants and asked if they believed that war and peace could exist. The men were very surprised by this question, but still answered that it would simply not be possible. But Philip added that he believes that these 2 things are definitely connected. Jamie said that the guy is right. That's the whole point of Zenith's existence as a good church. He said that Zenit is simply covering up that it is allegedly doing charity, but in reality the situation was completely different. He said that behind all this there is one very big war that may start very soon in their kingdom. That's why Jamie said that everything Zenit does is just one very big lie, and he does it so that people just trust him. He was sure that his guesses would be confirmed, and therefore he asked his servants to find out more about this whole church. The guy was very angry and just wanted to know everything that Zenit was planning. Meanwhile, in Zenith, church members helped students learn various arts to build confidence. For years, it seemed that it was just heaven, because now he did not need to ask for money from ordinary civilians, and for that he was grateful to Zenit. But a member of the church said that the boy went through a lot to achieve this and he can be proud of himself. It's been a month and a half since Ricky and his sister got into the shelter. If it hadn't happened before, they wouldn't have been able to live normally. When the sister felt that someone entered the room, she was very happy. Then the boy came closer and said that it was him. And finally, he returned home. Rika's sister was very cheerful and friendly. Her name was Anna, and unfortunately she was blind. When they found out about her blindness, their parents simply abandoned them on the street. It was very difficult for years because they were completely alone on the street and no one wanted to help them in their trouble. And the Zenit Deer were the first to extend a helping hand to them in this city. This shocked Rick to tears because he was sure that they simply had no way out and were in danger of death. It seemed to him that it was simply God's hand, and that day they got a second chance for a full life. Ricky just wanted to share joy with other people, and because of that, he wanted to become a priest of God and help the Zenit Church. Suddenly, a man approached Rika and Anna and asked if they knew about the news that happened today. He said that Shino received God's blessing, and because of this he will go to the main church to become a priest. The boy's words really struck Anna. She simply could not believe that Shino would really become a priest. Then that same night, Jamie used the monk again and soared high into the air, into the night above the city. He said that they were already almost there and suggested Chernish to start descending to the ground. But suddenly, looking down, he noticed something really unusual. Jamie saw a man lying unconscious in the square at night. Then Jamie decided to land on the man first because he was kind of weird. He felt some very strange energy coming straight from the man. Because of this, he did not know what was happening. He could not simply believe what he saw. It seemed to him that he was a priest. But when he saw the sword hanging on the man's back, he realized that it was an ordinary man of high rank. But it was still not clear why the Holy Knight was lying on the road at night. It seemed to Jamie that there were more and more mysteries in this family that he had to solve in order to stop the war. At one point, he wanted to just kill the man so as not to have any problems. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the knight took Jamie by his leg with his hand. Jamie was very scared because he thought that the knight was unconscious. His flying animal also started to squeak loudly. But it seemed that everything was not in order with the husband because he simply said, this surprised Jamie because he did not understand what this strange knight was telling him. Then the knight gripped Jamie's leg more firmly and said once more, "Zur." But the little guy didn't understand what he was talking about at all. He shouted loudly to the whole street that he wanted to eat and fell at Jamie's feet. But the frightened young man did not know what to do, so he decided to just leave him here to die of hunger. After that, the boy turned around and went in the other direction on his business with the monk. The next day, a bright morning dawned and lit up Welton's palace. Jamie was sitting at the table with his parents and wasn't really surprised that the same man was with them. He was holding a bun and was very friendly and said he was very pleased to meet Jamie and his lovely royal family. Jamie was not really angry at the fact that the man was eating with them at the same table, but the knight said that if it were not for the count, he would definitely die today. But Garf replied that this was not his merit because it was all thanks to his guards who brought him to him. But the man replied that they were still his soldiers, so he should be grateful to the count in any case. But Jamie just couldn't understand why his father treated this strange man so well. It seemed to him that he just didn't know something. The man said that he serves the Church of Pipo, and more specifically the goddess of mercy for punishment. When the earl's wife heard this, she was very surprised, and the knight was surprised because he did not understand why Sears was surprised. Then the woman asked him if he had ever heard of Bishop Sefer. After this question, the man was very surprised and asked if she was from Afton, but Sears replied that she was from the Bell family. Suddenly, the man's face changed very sharply and no one knew why it happened. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, he quickly got up from the table and headed towards the woman. It seemed that now he would strike her. He bowed and said that he expressed his respect to the woman and her respectable family. Jamie was also very surprised because he understood where the church was located and where Bell's family was, but he didn't understand why the man was behaving so strangely. Then Jamie called his father because he wanted to tell him something important. Making a cute face, he asked his father why this strange man greeted his mother so strangely, because there was no reason for it. But his father said that it was a very long story and he might tell him about it the next time he had the chance. The little sister said that Jamie was very cute and wanted to start hugging him, and because of this, the boy got very angry. He understood that if the Bell family had such a close relationship with this church, then he could have big problems, because she will be the one he needs to kill someday for his cause. After some time, the knight and the main member of the Welton family were sitting in the room. He was interested in how the knight ended up in his city, because he does not do business in this area at all and there was no church here. He became angry and asked if the knight wanted to expand his church in his place. But the man was very scared and said that he did not want to do this in any case. He also added that he was just chasing one person and somehow ended up in that city. Then Argano asked whom he was chasing, and the knight said that he just wanted to chase someone who was engaged in forbidden experiments. It was the creator of chimeras. Upon hearing this, Argano became very angry because he could not believe that the creator of chimeras was in his city. Besides, he did not know who he was. But the knight could not tell him this because the information was so secret that even in the middle of the church not everyone knew about it. He said that he could do it only if the king signed a contract with him and would not tell anyone, but it seemed to the king that the knight was simply asking for help. The knight said that if the king himself helps him, then he will definitely succeed and they will catch him. After these words, The man thought deeply because he understood that the creator of chimeras was really very dangerous for them. He understood that this was a terrible man who created terrible creatures that he could easily combine, but the middle of the body remained human. Arjano could not guarantee his full support, but he understood that his church was very closely connected with his wife's family, so he was obliged to help. Because of this, the knight was very happy because he realized that this could really help him a lot. The father of the family officially confirmed these words. I said that he would help him in the fight against this bad person. The man was very happy because he understood that it was important, but the king told him to stop and better tell him why his church was persecuting such a bad person. Then his joy simply disappeared somewhere, and the man said that he was sure that the kingdom helped in this difficult situation. But he said that because of this, the authority of the church would fall in the eyes of the king, and that is why they wanted to do it themselves, so that the king would be very proud and continue to support the church. But when he learned that more of the knights of the goddess were stolen, he was no joke scared, and that is why he is now asking the king for help. This really scared the king because he realized that now the chimera can use the royal forces and create even stronger creatures in the fight against them. Meanwhile, Jamie just went outside to concentrate on his strength and get some fresh air. But suddenly, his sister called him to buy another tea. Because of this, the boy became very enlightened because he hated all these procedures. They were very happy when they saw their boy in the garden because they realized that now they will have very good company, and they can easily enjoy a good day. After that, the boy came to them and they started drinking tea together in their own garden in the open air. The boy pretended not to because he liked all this because he understood that he should not show his true emotions. Otherwise, he would have big problems. Suddenly, the mother asked her son what he wanted to know so much because she understood that something was wrong with him and that he constantly did something. Then the guy asked the woman why that strange man swore in front of her and what kind of relationship she has with that man in her church because it was really very strange. But Sears said she didn't have any grammatical relationship and they only had very close ties with the pipe church, and she asked if he was interested. She began to tell about her grandfather because he was the savior of the Pipo church, and because of that, everyone respected her and her family very much and they had close ties. This information really impressed the boy very much. He could not believe that his great-grandfather was the savior of the Pyro church. Then the woman said that in the past when the church of Pipo had very big problems and her grandfather helped them and found the thing that someone stole from the church, and said that it was a very important thing because thanks to him the members of the church could call their bishop, and without this thing, nothing would have happened at all. Also added that her grandfather tried to stop the life of the enemies of the Pipe Church and died because of it. But the family also received the status of an archbishop, and their relationship became closer. The boy understood why the man was gossiping because now his parents had a very high status, and everyone who knew about it had to show their respect. And unfortunately, he still didn't like all this religion because it seemed to him that it was all somehow stupid. Then the boy promised that one day he would definitely kill all those who were in the church because he needed to do it for the sake of fulfilling his mission. But suddenly, his mother called her son, and it scared him very much because it seemed to him that he had said all his thoughts out loud. The boy made a very handsome face and again tried to be very good so that his mother would praise him and not show any inner emotions. But Sears simply offered her son another cup of tea, and the boy gladly accepted her offer because he had no choice. Meanwhile, the church had a very important event, because today the younger brother who was chosen by the father had to leave the building. Everyone was very happy, and that's why one of the main leaders of the church offered to raise a glass to the boy that everything was fine, and he happily set off on his way. Then he congratulated that boy again and said that he was really very good and he deserved this status, and said that he was very proud of him. All the other people were also very happy because they understood that this was a very important event, not only for the boy, but also for all of them. They said that the boy would go to Chongban Mountain, and Riki and Anna decided to accompany the boy to the very end because they were very close friends. Reiki said that he did not expect that the boy would really go there because it was very important for him, but he also added that in the near future, he would probably also be sent to the mountain. Shino was very happy that his friend would join him sooner or later and said that he would look forward to seeing him. The car moved and all the people who accompanied the boy stayed to watch it as the boy arrived. Rivers, and was very motivated by this event, said that sooner or later he will also become alive and everyone will be very proud of him. Meanwhile, the carriage was moving very fast towards some building in the middle of a very dark night. The main founder of the church was with the boy and said that they were about to arrive, and that really surprised the boy. When he saw the window, he was very unsurprised because he could not believe that it was a mountain because it was an ordinary house. But then the chief shepherd explained that the carriage could not go very far, and besides, they had some problems, so today they will stay here or rest. The boy was really very scared because he didn't understand what was happening, but he still decided that he needed to obey his chief shepherd because he knew better what to do. The head priest said that the boy would just follow him and he would show him everything he needed and asked him not to ask stupid questions. The boy was really very scared because it seemed to him that they were going in some wrong direction. But the head shepherd said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Suddenly, they entered the main building and the head shepherd told the boy that he had to go straight down and it was all according to plan. After a while, they went down very deep straight down into the basement. The guy was scared because it seemed to him that it was all some kind of deception because it didn't look like a church. When they went down to the very bottom, the boy felt even worse because they came to some big room where it was very dark. Then the priest asked the boy to open the door. When the boy did, he was very scared because there was some kind of monster with human body parts that scared the boy very much. Then they moved to another place, but it seemed to the boy that all this was really wrong because such terrible things cannot happen in the church. They went on and the high priest told the bishop that he had brought the very disciple they had agreed on. The boy was very surprised because he did not expect that the bishop could be so deep in the basement of this strange building. Moreover, the bishop's eyes were closed. The boy was hysterical and asked the bishop if he was not here because he was chosen by God, because now he did not understand at all what was happening and why he was here. But the old man just smiled and said that it was all true and that the boy was really chosen by God, and he did not need to worry at all. But the boy then asked why he was in such a terrible place, deep in the basement, instead of being on a high mountain talking to God. But the old man smiled and said that it was just a place where they reached utopia. He said that he would be really interested to know what would become of such an innocent child. He turned to the man who was standing on the brink and asked him to enter the room, and the big strong door opened. Then a big scary man came into the room, and with some strange spots on his face, it seemed like it was some kind of monster. He pointed at the boy and said that he would be a very good experiment for them indeed. He put his hand on the boy's face and said that he would make a very good monster, and he was very glad that the boy was with him. The next day in the kingdom of Welton, it was a sunny day and all the people went to work at their jobs. Then Jamie was on the biggest street of the city and was really surprised because he understood that it was really very beautiful for him, but with him was the same night. This really pissed off Jamie because he didn't like that strange night at all. He thought he was just some kind of agent. But the guy was angry because he didn't want to do it. It all started with the fact that he was just calmly drinking tea in the morning. But his father suggested that his son show the night the whole city because it was very beautiful, and the night was only here for the first time. But Jamie hated him. He understood that it would take a really long time because he had to fulfill his father's order and he could not do otherwise. But suddenly the man called Jamie and it surprised him a lot. The man was very nice and thanked Jamie for what he was doing for him. But Jamie said that he also likes to walk, so he liked it a lot too. Then the man extended his hand to the child, but Jamie refused and asked if he could ask the man something. The knight was sorry, but he still said that Jamie could ask him anything he wanted. He was very happy at this answer and asked the knight what they had talked about with his father last night. The man was very confused because he did not expect such a question from a small child. It seemed to him that he would ask something much simpler. The knight said that they had been talking about how strong Jamie would become, thus making him very angry, and he asked the man not to lie to him. But the man pretended that it was really true because he did not want the boy to learn about such bad things. This angered Jamie even more, and he said that even small children would not believe what the knight was telling him. But the man assured him that it was indeed true. Then he realized that there was no point in lying and apologized to the boy, but said that this conversation was only for adults. The little boy understood that something had definitely happened in his city because the man wanted to explore the city for a reason. Seeing that Jamie was angry, the man was very surprised and could not understand what the reason was. But suddenly the boy interrupted the man and said that he forgot to show him another very important place in this place. This really struck the man because he did not understand what kind of place it was and why it was important. The guy turned around and said that he forgot to show him the genus church because it was a very important object for everyone. After that, they got into a big royal carriage and drove to the same place. 3 minutes later, they finally arrived and got out of the carriage to have a better look at the building. Meanwhile, Riki was just outside and sweeping the yard with a big broom. But suddenly, looking in front, he was very surprised because he did not understand why these people were here. He saw in front of him the son of King Velton and the same knight who was behind the boy and marveled at all this beauty. He pointed his finger at the boy and said that it was the same red-haired boy. This really shocked the knight because he thought that Jamie and that strange boy knew each other, but that boy also shocked Jamie. Then he remembered that it was the same guy who had accidentally bumped into him one night and was angry. But Jamie told the knight that he didn't know the boy at all, although deep down he knew that the boy recognized him despite the fact that he changed his hair color. Meanwhile, a large carriage was driving nearby, heading straight for the boy. Meanwhile, the boy just ran to Jamie because he understood that he just changed the color of his hair, but he still recognized him. He just ran with his eyes closed and did not look at what was in front of him. Suddenly behind him, he heard a very strange sound that was similar to the sound of wheels. This sound scared the boy very much. When he turned around, he was shocked because he understood that right now a big, strong carriage was coming towards him, which would crush him. The knight and Jamie were very frightened because it seemed that the boy was just hanging on by a thread of death, and it seemed that the end would soon come. Then the horses jumped up high, and it seemed that they were about to trample the frightened boy who simply could not do anything. Seeing this, the knight could not allow the young man to die just like that and rushed to him to save him from death. The little guy couldn't do anything. His body just froze like a stone because he was very scared. After a few seconds, his death was supposed to come, and that's why he began to cry. The knight was also very scared because he understood that he simply did not have time to save an innocent boy from death. The guy was just crying bitterly and waiting for his death because he couldn't just walk away. It seemed to him that it was just the end. Jamie understood that it was time for him to act because otherwise the innocent boy would just die before his eyes. Because of this, he used his magic and made a large field of locks to somehow help the boy. A large pink shield appeared. Thanks to this magic, the knight managed to grab the little guy and jump with him to the other side to save his life. Looking back, the man was very frightened when he saw behind him the magic that helped him save the child. The same strange magical chains began to disappear as Jamie had completely completed his spell, and everything was in perfect order. The little boy was very scared because he could not believe that someone saved him from death and he remained alive. After that, he realized that Jamie saved him. Because of this, he rushed to him to hug him and thank him for saving him. But Jamie didn't like it and asked the boy to just get off him because he was quite heavy for him. The knight was also very shocked because he understood that the magic used by little Jamie was very strong and he had never seen anything like it in his life. He just kept looking at little Jamie and couldn't believe that this little kid could already be such a powerful genius in magic. He understood that sooner or later Jamie would become really unreal strong, and he would no longer be able to look him in the eyes. Angry Jamie noticed this and asked why the man was so strange to him because they had no time and they needed to go to the middle as soon as possible, but the man did not understand where to go. This really surprised the boy because he believed that the knight simply forgot that he had to go to the Guinness church. The little boy who was saved was very happy because now he can easily go on tours because he knew Guinness church very well and knew what to talk about. Ricky showed them the orphanage where he lived, and other people who did not have normal housing or who simply did not have money for housing. But suddenly, someone called him. Then a man came up to him and asked him where the boy had disappeared all this time because he could not find him in the church. This man greatly impressed Jamie and his new acquaintance because they did not know what kind of man he was, and the man, in turn, did not understand what these strange people were doing here. The boy told the priest that he was almost killed by a big carriage, and these two people saved him. After hearing this, the shepherd was very scared because he understood that he could lose the boy. After that, the man bowed to them and thanked them for rescuing Rika, but the knight replied that any of Pyro's servants would have done it in his place. When the shepherd heard that the man served at Pyro, he changed a lot and stopped being happy. The knight pointed his finger at little Jamie and said that this boy made a much greater contribution to the salvation of little Rika, so he should be thanked. Knight Raz also added that Jamie was not a simple boy but was the son of the ruler of these lands. The boy really didn't like the fact that the knight was constantly talking about him, but regardless, he introduced himself to the shepherd and said that he was from the Welton family. Then the man said that he should have immediately guessed that Jamie came from the royal family because he had the same dyed hair, but he didn't guess because he was very shocked by everything that happened today. Jamie didn't like this reaction because he didn't understand why everyone in this group should know that the boy came from the royal family, and it was also strange that the shepherd didn't start to worry at all when he found out that he was from the royal family. After that, the man asked if they were here to bring Ricky home, but the knight Raz replied that he was here because he was in the place for the first time and wanted to learn about the Church of Guinness. Realizing that the men were guests, the shepherd was happy and asked Rika to give the guests a tour of the entire temple of Jamie, and he himself wanted to give the knight a tour. Jamie was surprised that the man was trying to share them. It seemed to him that he just wanted to somehow hurt Raz because he was from another church. But despite all this, Jamie said goodbye to Russ and reminded him that today they should have dinner with his parents. This greatly impressed the knight, because it seemed that the man did not know anything about this dinner at all. But he decided to play along with the boy and promised to meet him later and followed the shepherd. After the boy found out that Jamie was from the royal family, he began to communicate with him very formally and was very worried that Jamie would not like something. Seeing this, Jamie was surprised and asked the boy to treat him like a normal boy and discard all formalities. He said that he was not in any danger and that he could just talk to us like a normal friend, which surprised him very much. The boy was very happy and asked Jamie to run after him so that he could show him the whole building. Jamie was shocked but also happy that the boy was in a good mood again. After some time, after the guy showed Jamie almost everything that was in this building, he came to one room and said that he lives there with his sister. He said that he wanted to marry him with his sister because she was very good. After that, he quickly opened the door and told Anna that he brought his friend, thereby surprising Jamie because he did not know that they had already become friends. As usual, Anna sat at her desk and did nothing, but she was very happy when she heard that her brother had returned. Then she got up from her chair because she could not believe that her brother had found a friend. Seeing this girl, Jamie was very surprised because he understood that something was really wrong with her. The boy took his sister's hand and she warmly greeted Jamie, although she did not see it at all. But Jamie just stood there like a stone and looked at his sister. This surprised his friend, and so he asked if everything was okay. Jamie was simply surprised because he understood that the girl's eyes were simply filled with holy power, and this meant that she was a holy person, although she was blind. The representatives of the god on earth were endowed with more power than any other man on earth, and at birth, one part of the body possessed the greatest power than the others. So Jamie guessed that Sears was blind due to the large concentration of power in her eyes, and the moment she wakes up, her divine eyes will open, and all her inner streams of this world will also open up. Therefore, the boy understood that in the future she could bring him big problems because of her power. Jamie became scared because he understood that if he was able to find out about her superpower, then the priest definitely found out about it at the beginning. Because of that, he couldn't just kill her right now. Meanwhile, his friend was very surprised by the fact that Jamie did not answer him. He understood that there was definitely something strange here. Therefore, it seemed to him that Jamie simply fell in love with his sister, and because of this he cannot say anything. These words really angered the boy. At that moment, his sister hit him hard and said that she wanted to ask him something very important. She said that there was something very incomprehensible in the book she was reading, and because of that, she needed his help. The beaten brother was lying on the ground, but he still agreed to help. After a while, they both sat on the bed and read a book together. Meanwhile, Jamie couldn't figure out whose holy power Anna possessed. The guy understood that she really didn't just have strength, so one way or another he needed to watch over her so that she didn't do anything. Then it seemed to him that they were both busy, and because of this, he decided that he had to go. But his new friend did not understand why the boy was already leaving him, because it seemed that everything was very good for everyone. But despite this, the boy stood up and said that he wanted to lead the boy to the exit because he himself could easily get lost. On the way to the exit, he asked the boy if he would come to visit them again. But Jamie didn't answer. He was just surprised by how much he wanted to talk. Then suddenly, unexpectedly, Jamie asked Ricky if there was something here that Ricky keeps coming back for. The boy was surprised. Then he realized that Jamie was asking in a friendly way if he liked the temple, but Jamie just remained silent. At first it was enough for him that he could be with his sister, but after he got here he changed his mind. Ricky said that now his goal is to become the chosen Gainus priest, because that would be really cool. He also told that last night one of his friends was chosen and went to Jeonbong Mountain, and he was very jealous of him. Jamie was shocked when he heard this information. He couldn't believe that the chosen ones were going up Jeonbong. He began to think about the recent events that were connected with the abduction of people and realized that this church definitely participated in this whole matter. Then suddenly Jamie asked where Ricky was before he got here, and the boy replied that he was outside. It was really bad because this river was in great danger. Jamie was getting even angrier and asked where he was before he ended up on the street. The frightened boy did not understand what was happening and explained that before that, he was an ordinary young man in the Level gang. When Jamie found out about Level, he was very happy because he realized that he was definitely a genius, because then his plan was finally confirmed. In the meantime, the shepherd and the knight Raz finished their tour as well, and he said that he was very glad to meet him. The shepherd offered to lead the knight to the exit to help him find the right way. The man was very surprised by the fact that the pastor was somehow very suspicious and did not want to tell him much about himself. It seemed to him that it was because he belonged to another church. After some time, Ricky and the head priest were pleasantly surprised because they met each other and they had a good time. Then Ricky unexpectedly looked at his new friend, as if he had forgotten to tell him something. Then suddenly the shepherd entered the church with one knight and was surprised that they had some guests. He looked at Jamie and said that it was a great honor for him to meet him, as he was a very distinguished guest. Jamie said hello to the pastor, but in his head he only thought that the church was really doing those bad things. The man turned to Raz and asked who he was. Raz introduced himself and said that he served the Pyro Church. The pastor then apologized for not being there during their visit. Jamie was very surprised as he didn't understand why they were all acting so strange after learning that Russ was from another church. At that moment, Jamie felt some really very strange energy coming from a man in armor standing behind the shepherd. He looked at that man and understood that he really had a very high level of divine power, and that meant he was a paladin. But Jamie suddenly noticed that Raz was reacting very strangely to that paladin standing behind the priests. He understood that something was really wrong with him, but he could not understand why it was so. Meanwhile, one of the shepherds was carefully looking at Jamie. It seemed that he saw in him his future enemy, but Jamie didn't pay attention to him. He was somewhere deep in his thoughts. When they went outside, Jamie told the knight that his friend became the chosen one. and after that he was sent to the mountain, and he also said that the goal of most children is to become the chosen one. This really surprised Russ because he didn't know that this program could go this far. But then in a second he said that he was very happy for all the children who were in this temple because all their dreams will definitely come true. This angered Jamie as he realized that his slight hint about the dark affairs of the church was not enough. He turned to him and asked if he had heard anything really strange from that priest, but Ross did not understand what he was talking about. Then Jamie told him that several months ago the River Gang was destroyed because they were engaged in illegal activities and failed to act. He also said that he remembered it because Ricky was in one of those gangs before the church started. It was hard for the knight to believe everything that Jamie was telling him. Then it seemed to him that the knight had finally guessed what Jamie was hinting at, but he still decided to give him one more hint. He asked the knight, and it was true that the Ganis church spends a lot on charity. The knight was very angry because he understood that the church of Ganis never engaged in charity, and he also understood that the children were in great danger. Late in the evening, they returned back to Velton's palace, and Ras addressed the king as he had an important conversation. He told Jamie's father about the events that happened today and said that he worked for the same gang years ago. All this information made the king very angry because he had always supported the Ganis church because they always showed good results. Ras also said that at the end, when they were about to leave, they met a priest and a paladin, and he couldn't understand just one. He said that he felt a really great divine power from the paladin, but he could not understand whether he was serving the Church of Ganis. It seemed to the man that this strange power was mixed with something, and because of this, the king was very afraid because he did not want to believe that there could be a monster that was related to a person. This scared the king. He said he just couldn't sit and do nothing because of this. He would send his knights to them right now. But the knight Raz stopped him and said that they could not be 100% sure of these assumptions because they had no evidence. He stood up and said that he would definitely find evidence of this and bring this case to the very end. But Argino said that it would be very dangerous for him to fight alone against all of them, but Raz didn't want to just give up like that. Jamie's father was not sure that this was a good idea because he felt that he would have no chance of success. But Russ assured him that he definitely had advantages that he needed to use against his enemies. Argino trusted the knight but wanted to be sure that everything would work out, so he decided to have 3 more of his men work with him. At the same moment, behind Raz appeared your people in dark cloaks who were ready to carry out orders. They were so inconspicuous that their presence was not even felt. Because of this, they were very good. Argino explained that they were knights who protected the Welton family from the shadows, and they were real professionals, so they would be useful. But Race was very surprised when he looked at how the men looked, but the king assured him that they were knights, and everything was fine. Then Raz still thanked the king very much and said that he would definitely reveal all the intentions of the Ganis church. Meanwhile, the flying pet was outside the window and listened to the man's entire conversation, so that later he would tell Jamie everything. Jamie was surprised when he heard about Ganis's plan because he couldn't believe to the end that they could really do such things with children because it was so disgusting. In any case, he understood that they had not prepared perfectly, so this meant that the Church of Ganis was in a hurry. Suddenly, Chernish began to squeak loudly and make noises, and Jamie turned his attention to it. There was a strange letter on the table that Jamie had written for someone, and Chernish asked who it was for. Then Jamie gave him an envelope and asked him to go to Rise because it was an important letter. After that, Chernish quickly flew out of the window and flew to follow the order of his boss. Then Jamie realized that he also needed to prepare, because in the next fight, he would need magic of the highest level. He got very angry and said that Ganis needed to prepare, because soon he was the worst enemy. Meanwhile, in the secret apartment of Jamie's servants, everything was very quiet, but they were tired because they had been waiting for a long time. Reese replied that they needed to wait until they received some kind of signal that they needed to act. But his walking companion was really very bored because he didn't know what to do because they had been waiting for their master for a long time. But Rise replied that all they had to do was follow their master's orders, or he would simply kill them. Androchno is a big flinty man anyway. He was very sad because he didn't know what to do, because there was nothing in this house at all. Suddenly one of the companions heard some very strange footsteps coming towards them. They were the footsteps of some knight. I heard that he was very scared, or he didn't understand what was happening because no one knew about their hiding place except them and their master. The big paladin came into the room and started to take out his sword, and it seemed that he was under some kind because he couldn't say anything at all. He just said that he had to kill them. It scared the men because they didn't know what they had to do at all. Besides, they didn't expect it at all. Then his partner shouted that he began to sway because this is the only dream to save himself from this younger paladin's blow, because it seemed that he simply did not control himself. Just like his partner said, and I had to dodge this blow to stay alive, and the paladin just missed. Then suddenly, Rise noticed that this hour paladin had some divine power that they had never heard of in their lives. But the evil paladin didn't want to give up. He just stood up again and said that he needed to kill them. It was as if he was also under hypnosis. Suddenly his eyes lit up with red paint. It seemed that he was even angrier than he was before, and that's why the men had more problems. After that, he started shouting very loudly that he needed to kill them all, and he started to increase in size, thereby scaring even more of Jamie's minions. Rise quickly told his partner to run quickly to the master and tell him about all these events that are happening. The big man understood that this should be done immediately, so he quickly ran and said that he would soon return to the man with help. But the paladin just didn't want to act like that. He was just some kind of robot and didn't have any feelings because he just looked at his opponents and was very purposeful. After that, he struck another very strong blow with his great sword and ran towards the man who wanted to run away. The stocky man was very scared because he heard very scary sounds behind him because he did not know what it was. At that moment, Rice also very quickly jumped on the man and tried to push him with his hand to save him from the blow of this terrible paladin. They both just fell to the ground, and it was really painful, but the paladin didn't want to give up and kept attacking them. The big man just lay on the ground and was very scared because he understood that Rice was just protecting him from this strong blow and putting his life in danger. After that, Reese received a very big blow with a sword directly on his stomach, and because of your blow he started to bleed very much. It was clear that he would die soon. Suddenly, around the house where all the events took place, some very strange magical shield appeared, and some very strange spell. It was clear that some magician was using magic. Then suddenly, someone's small foot that wanted to fight entered the window of this house. Jamie entered the room realizing that the servants were calling him, but despite this, the boy had no fear at all and was very confident. "Are you still?" His eyes glowed with purple paint. It was clear that he used magic very strongly, and looking at the servant, he was not scared at all. Seeing the small child, the paladin got scared and took a few steps back, because he didn't fully understand what was happening, so he decided to just wait to figure it out. The guy said that now no one will really know about all that happened in this house because he used a really strong spell. "You still..." When the paladin heard these words even more, but he still didn't say anything because it seemed like he just couldn't say anything because his master wouldn't let him. After that, he rushed to attack the guy, and I said again that he just had to kill them all because that was his mission. But at this moment, the boy crossed his arms and started using gravity magic, which belonged to the 5th rank magic. So it was still quite difficult for the boys. This magic was that the gravity in some parts of the building simply decreased to 0 so that objects could not move, and in some parts it increased. Then the great and strong knight simply fell to the ground because he could not move at all, and began to scream because he could not perform his task. After that, the boy used another magic called Death Grip, and it summoned dead souls that pulled the object towards them. It was really hard for Paladin because some very strange magical objects were pulling him down, and he just couldn't get up, but still he tried his best. Lying down, the knight raised his hand little by little, and it seemed that he still had a lot of strength to continue attacking the guy who cast magic. The boy decided to use another stronger magic to completely finish this thing with this same terrible paladin, and he used a magic called sacrifice. After that, some very strange objects started to appear on parts of the paladin's body, and he just didn't understand what it seemed like they were some things that just left his body. Without everyone's expectation, there was a really very strong explosion from which some kind of strange pink magic ball was formed. When everything came, the boy stood again and was already calm, because it seemed to him that he had already fully used all the powers of a paladin, and now he could not do anything. But when he saw the knight, he was very surprised because there was a lot of blood on his body. But despite this, he could still speak, and this really impressed the boy, because he did not expect that this paladin could be at the level of an expert and have such great power. After that, at that moment, the knight unexpectedly took his greatsword in his hand and said that he had to kill them all. He got up very quickly and started moving towards the guy. It seemed that he still had a lot of strength and hit the guy. It didn't cost him anything at all, but the boy just stood calmly and said that the knight was just a very strong spirit and was not scared at all. It seemed that Jamie had some plan. After that, he started using his magic again, and his eyes glowed purple, and he used puppet magic. At this moment, a lot of pink lines appeared around, which began unexpectedly for the paladin to bind him and control all parts of his body. He couldn't move again and just fell to the ground until all these threads pulled him down and he just couldn't control his body. But already at this, the boy still could not understand how dangerous the knight was, because it seemed that he was somehow very mysterious and said he was not human. After a while, the knight was just in some magical cage and couldn't do anything at all. So the boy started moving towards him because he wanted to know better who he was. Little Jamie explained that at that moment the dead souls began to simply pull him down and weaken him so that he could not do anything at all. He was very proud of himself. He also said that all the power that belongs to him will now belong to Jamie because he has complete control over his body and all of his powers. The boy said that now there is no point in continuing the fight to the knight because he simply cannot control his body, and sooner or later he will die anyway, and asked him to surrender. Hearing these words, the great paladin suddenly stood up and a very blue fire began to burn around him. It seemed that he just wanted to run away to save himself. Really shocked Jamie because he couldn't believe that a knight has the ability to self-destruct in order not to show others his abilities. He wanted to stop all this as quickly as possible. He understood that he needed to find out more information about this unknown knight. He couldn't just pretend like that. After that, baby, Jamie pointed his hand at the knight and used dark hand magic to stop him. Then at that moment, a large magical hand appeared in front of the knight, which allowed him to run away at all, thus striking him because he could not believe it. But it's a pity that that's all. But this paladin still moved in his direction and thereby surprising the boy because it seemed to him that he would not have any strength. The guy got scared and realized that right now in front of him is a very big paladin who can right now deal him a big fatal blow. He understood that he could not escape from this blow because the distance was too close. Therefore, he had to look for another plan to get out of this situation. Then he took the paladin with his dark hand even harder to try to restrain him at least a little to buy some time. He very quickly hit the knight with the same hand so that he flew away. There was a really big explosion because the paladin was also very strong and didn't want to just give up. The explosion was so strong that it went beyond the house where all the events took place and began to destroy the very strong magic of the boy. After that, the boy realized that thanks to the fact that he had his churnish, he had no problems because he got out of the dark dimension and gave the boy all the energy in the world. After that, Jamie turned to Churnish to completely absorb all the light that was in this room and take away all this bad magic that was around him. But at that moment, the same paladin realized that this was his last chance to escape and began to run quickly in one direction to try to save himself. Saw that it was the boy who told the knight to stop because he had no chance to escape, and then he once again used his magic to stop him. He directed all this magic directly to the paladin's body, and suddenly, a strange pink light seemed to come from the middle of his armor. One moment, all his armor that was on his back was completely destroyed, and Grandfather fell in his sleep. Big tentacles appeared, and like a squid. Then everything became clear to Jamie why he could not fully understand who Aladdin was, and feel all his energy because he was an ordinary monster who was combined with a human. Then he used rope magic to bind the paladin's large red tentacles so they wouldn't interfere with his fight and stop the paladin. The boy flew up even more and told the knight to stop completely because now he can't do anything at all about you, boy. After that, the boy directed a very strong magic sword directly inside the body of this paladin, and it came through causing a very strong pain. But the cute young man didn't want to give up, so he continued to use the mafia, and this time he used the deadly blast. This magic match that was in the middle of the paladin's body quickly exploded and scattered the paladin's body parts and blood around. Now the paladin felt really bad because he was very weak, but he was still hypnotized and wanted to fulfill his goal and kill them all. But then, suddenly, other larger tentacles began to emerge from the paladin's body, and it seemed that he was simply created from them. This really struck the boy because it seemed to him that he was just an ordinary person who appropriated some parts of the monster's body. But it turned out that it was a real monster. A big red monster without armor very quickly jumped out the window and started jumping in different directions to escape from Jamie. The boy looked out the window and was surprised how fast this monster could be. He was also sad because he lost it and now he won't be able to find it. But suddenly, Philip called his master urgently because he had very important information for him. Philip said that the master of the case was very skillful with this monster, but Jamie objected because he said that he lost it. This really impressed Philip very much, because it seemed to him that the owner should right now very quickly fly after this monster if you. But Jamie said that it was not important, thus surprising Philip, because he did not understand why the owner was fighting then. Rise then apologized to Jamie and asked him to explain to him what he meant because he did not fully understand him and did not know his plans. The guy said that the traces of black mana that he left on this monster were not so easy to erase, and that's why it was a clue. He said that thanks to this he will be able to find it very easily because it was like a radar for him that showed him where the monster was. Meanwhile, the shepherd was in his office. He was writing something with his pen at the table. Suddenly he heard something very strange, although there was no one there. Therefore, he was very surprised and came closer. After that, he looked more closely and noticed a very strange little red creature that was near the window. After that, he became very angry because he could not believe that someone could overcome his palatine. It was not known that he was one of the strongest. Then the events turned back to the building where the Eye and his servant Rise were. The boy asked if the monster would find out that black magic was used on him, and if he would get rid of it. But Jamie was surprised because he didn't understand why Rice was so worried about all this, and then he explained to him that the monsters wouldn't know anything at all because it was secret. He said that his magic was very different from other magic, and it was almost impossible to trace it. Because of this, he managed to defeat this monster because he was stronger. He said that his magic was created to kill the gods, and his hand at that moment lit up with blue magic, thereby scaring Philip. His magic was one of the strongest, and you could just kill gods with it. So the monsters didn't know anything about this magic at all. Events are transferred back to the building where there was a shepherd who was very angry because he simply could not understand who could destroy his strongest servant. He said you had magic from the beginning of creation to kill gods, so he shouldn't worry about anything because he beats all these monsters with ease. Then suddenly Jamie asked where his second partner named Azard had gone, but Rice did not know because he understood that he himself did not fully know. Then at that moment the man came back and was very shocked because he didn't know how his brother was feeling and what happened in general while he was gone. When he saw the owner, he was very surprised because he did not expect that he would be right here, because he had just been running around the streets looking for him to help them. He also said that he didn't expect Rice to survive because he thought the night would just destroy him completely. Then Jamie explained to him that he helped Rice and everything was fine. Then the man explained that in the meantime he simply lost consciousness and fell out of the window. And when he regained consciousness, he immediately ran here to see what the situation was. It's really very strong because he couldn't believe that zombies could pass out because only normal people could do that. But Azard was really very excited because he didn't know what to answer, because he understood that he fully understood what was happening to him. Suddenly, Jamie sat on Hazard's back and said, "Are you canceling the order to follow these evil people because they very easily realized that they were not following and attacked them?" A bloodied Rise said that he understood that they themselves were to blame for this and apologized to the boss. Then the DJ did not notice that Rice had health problems until now, so he realized that he needed help, otherwise he would die. He waved his hand. And strangely enough, a lot of some strange blue magic appeared around Philip that entered the body. Rice was very surprised because he did not expect that the owner would start treating him, but Jamie explained that it was not a problem for him at all, but asked the boy to be more careful with his body. Then he got up from Arazd and ordered him not to leave his partner because he still may have some problems and health, and you need to be very careful. At this, Jamie closed the window and said that he had to go back for a while and asked the men to go back to their hiding place and be careful. Then he jumped straight down and used his pet's wings to blow the air off them again. Meanwhile, in the church where the pastor was, because in reality there are big problems, because the pastor did not understand how this monster could suffer so much. It seemed to the priest that it was simply not impossible because the monsters were one of the most valuable. And besides, this monster was an expert level and he killed everyone until today. He simply put the remains of this monster in a jar because he understood that they were not necessary for him at all, because they could not say anything, and it is impossible to tell who did this to him. Then at that moment the man guessed that it could be the same young man who came in yesterday because he also had strong energy. But he still couldn't fully believe that the king's son could just do such things, especially at night when all the people and cute children were fast asleep. Just didn't know how it was even possible because it was a very big loss for him because now his whole business was at risk and he had no protection. But still, he decided that it was definitely a prank, because he didn't know anyone else who had such a strong power and great skills in magic. Before that, he understood that the connection between him and the paladin was broken in one moment, and this cannot be done without the breaking magic that is used by very strong people who were in this kingdom. Understood that this little mistress had access to all the magic until his father was also a very powerful and influential man. But still, it seemed to us that it was simply impossible because this monster was of the 5th rank, and this 9-year-old boy could not be a genius who already had at least the 6th rank of magic. He understood that it was necessary to increase the speed of experiments and create a larger army while he still had the opportunity. Then suddenly a large man with a sword and a dark cloak appeared behind him and asked if the priest's plan had failed. The frightened man did not understand what was happening, but he said that everything was fine with his plan, and that he had not failed because he was in control. He asked what it all meant then because his paladin no longer existed and he didn't know what to do. The man began to freeze him even more, and this scared the priest very much. He said that he was never the cause of problems and he just needed more time for experiments. The unknown person was very angry and said that the priest was talking too much, and then I asked him if he wanted to be a part of the experiment. After that, this unknown man evaporated very quickly and said that he would definitely follow all the actions of this priest in order to control everything. The frightened man simply could not believe that the great danger was behind him, and therefore he simply exhaled. He didn't get angry now because he realized that the 7 knights were following him. He had no idea about it at all. Pasty also understood that they had to have the level of a master because they followed and like ninjas and were simply invisible to his eyes. He simply did not understand who would add such a right without the law to follow him, but it seemed to him that it was simply too much. The priest understood that he needed to get the highest position, namely the position of archbishop. I realized that only he had finished his experiments. He would definitely become stronger and he would be promoted to this position. Meanwhile, it was already a very dark night in Dora, and the events are transferred to the large palace of the Velton family. The boy brought with him the body of the same paladin, and after looking at it he realized that he had beaten him too much because now Jamie could not understand anything. But still Jamie was very surprised because he understood that these strange people had created a really new monster that he had never seen before. After that, he wanted to remove the armor from this terrible paladin to look inside and understand what he was made of. Jamie understood that the creator of this motor tried very hard because the body was really very strongly attached to the armor. When the day completely removed the armor from this monster, several terrible legs that looked like the legs of insects came out of it. Looking inside the body, the sorcerer realized that all the internal organs of this paladin were very strong, and they had fire resistance, which made them stronger than ordinary monsters. Also looking even better understood that this monster had an eye that belonged to one of the strongest insects on the planet. And the last rod that the young man noticed was from a human body. This meant that in the middle of this whole organism was a person who was simply united with other monsters. Also, after some time, the boy managed to find a layer that was filled with divine power. But he understood why the creators of this needed a layer of power. It seemed to Jamie that this was all really very strange because it had just gone to some new level and it all looked like the Genus Church was planning to make a very big war. But considering all these goals, the guy was very angry because he understood that the church simply did not care about people, and they used them as building material for their army. After that, the boy's eyes glowed with a purple light and he heard a voice telling the devil to stay alive. Some strange voice addressed him and said that they will be waiting for him in hell. It seemed that the boy was simply transferred to some other world. The boy said that once upon a time people had already wasted their lives because there were a lot of fruits in the world and he was reborn in this world to stop it all. The boy was very angry with the gods and now he was not going to endure and was just going to the end until he won. Meanwhile, in the church, the pastor was really angry. You don't understand why there could be so many strange events in one day. He was surprised when he learned that the main body of this monster remained alive. But despite this, the body we worked so hard on simply disappeared. Then the boy turned to the same magic ball and said that he simply could not do anything because some very strong force controlled the whole situation and his monster was too weak. The man who was on the other side of the magic blue ball was very divorced, but did not understand what they both needed to do now, because now everything was very bad. But the shepherd said that everything is fine and he is just thinking about choosing another man for their new experiment. Then the main creator realized that it was about the same child who had divine power. He said that he would have a very good result from this child. But the priest loudly said that the man simply forgot about it because he would not waste that girl on the fact that she simply became some kind of monster. He said that in any case, he has already chosen the material for the next monster, so no one needs to worry. After that, he took all the information about the little guy in his hand and said that he was really a very good servant in the Genus Church. Also said that this child had no relatives except the Holy Sister, who may have also given him the quality of ability. On the next day of the river, as usual, he swept the temple yard so that it remained clean because this was his main job. Someone called him and the boy ran as fast as possible towards the same priest. The little guy was really very surprised because he didn't know what the priest needed. It seemed to him that he just needed some help from him. The man told the boy to just go to the hall because everyone was asked to gather there. Hearing this, the boy was worried and said that he would be there right now. Meanwhile, there were already a lot of people in the main hall of the church, and in the middle stood the chief priest who was preparing for something. It seemed that it would be a really big event. The boy was looking for his friends, but one moment they found him and showed him a free place where he could sit down. Saw that his friend was sitting with his sister. The guy got very angry because he thought that he only had the right to sit with his sister. His friend just moved to the side because he understood that it was better not to annoy Rick because he was really very strong and could not take jokes. Everyone was really surprised because they didn't understand why they all gathered in this hall. It seemed to them that probably today the priests were announcing to them a new person who was kind to God. After hearing this, Anna and his brother were very happy because they understood that they had every chance to be chosen today, and this was their biggest dream. After some time, when the whole hall was full, the head priest asked if everyone was ready to start, and the children confirmed that everything was in order and everyone was ready. Then he said that today he has very good news because today he received another very important message from God for them. All the children were very surprised because they did not know what it could be. It seemed to them that they had found a new person chosen by God. After hearing this, the priest was very happy because he said that they had guessed about this news themselves. And he also said that today will be a big holiday for them. He said that the genius wants to choose one of the children again today. He really shocked all the teenagers because no one knew who it could be. But deep in his thoughts, the priest just laughed at these children because he understood that they were ordinary idiots who wanted them to become the chosen ones. Until all the children had experienced a lot, the priest just laughed at them because he understood that sooner or later they would all become his own servants. He realized that he would have a lot of paladins because he had a lot of children who just dreamed of it, and so it seemed that his plan was unbeatable. It was really funny to him, so he closed his hands so that the children could not see his true emotions. It seemed that it was completely absurd because they themselves do not understand what will happen to them. Then, after a few minutes of pause, he asked all the children to sit down and be quiet, because now he will call the name of the one whom God has chosen today. After that, the priest unexpectedly pointed his finger at Riki and said that today God chose him and he is becoming the chosen one. But deep in his thoughts he understood that Riki would become his next monstros. All the events of the event are transferred back to the great palace of the Welton family where it was raining heavily. The boy was sitting with his mother who was reading a book to him. He really didn't like it because he understood that because of the bad weather, he couldn't do anything at all. But then his mother offered her son to pour some more tea, because it seemed that drinking tea on rainy days was a really wonderful activity. But it seemed to Jamie that they were all gullible, because it seemed to him that drinking tea together with his mother was simply ridiculous. But despite this, he confirmed his mother's words. After that, Sears rushed to hug her son, and did she think that he was really very sweet and smart, and she loved him the most in her life. But suddenly, a man knocked on the door and thereby interrupted Jamie's mother. It was a very tall man who served in the Welton family, and he apologized for interrupting the conversation between Sears and his son, said that a friend visited the young family member, that is, Jamie. You really surprised the boy very much because he did not expect such a thing. But the man said that it was some very simple boy from the shelter who came here to see Jamie because he had very important news for the boy. At first, Jamie could not understand who the simple boy his servant was talking about was, but it seemed to him that it could be Earl Simon's son. But did he understand that the conversation was about Raki, whom he saved from trouble yesterday, and that was very surprising because he knew what he needed. Jamie said that he knew him and asked the man to bring him here to this room so that he could talk with him about this important news. When Riki came to the room, he was very scared because he did not know how to properly speak to the royal family, so he spoke very formally. But Jamie's mother was very friendly and very happy because they had a new friend who can now play with Jamie. Sears started talking to the little guy because she thought he was really interesting and she wanted to know more about him. After a few minutes of talking, she asked why the little boy had decided to visit Jamie today. And then he said that I would like to thank the boy very much for the fact that Jamie saved him. After hearing this, Jamie was very scared because he realized that in this story he used his magic, and his mother was very scared when she also learned about her son's abilities. After that, he quickly jumped out of his chair and covered his new friend's mouth so that he wouldn't tell anything. He said that he will go and play with his friend and asked his mother to go and rest a little because she was very tired. His mother understood that because his friend was here, he was really very unusual, and he was ashamed of his mother, so she decided that it was better to listen to him. Then she said that she would definitely do everything he said. But before that, she asked the boy to kiss his mother goodbye. But this is really a very spoiled guy because he never liked to kiss someone and appear very nice, but he understood that he had no choice. After that, he made a very cute and beautiful face and kissed his mom very tenderly on the cheek and said he loved her. This really shocked Reiki because he couldn't believe that such a serious boy could do such strange things with his mother and be so small. After that, she said goodbye to the boys and wished them to have fun on Rika, and at that moment I bowed to her. After the whole situation, Ricky laughed and said that his mother loves him very much because he has never seen anything like this in his life. But when Mom left the room, Jamie took it seriously and asked the boy to forget about everything he just saw, and he asked why Ricky was here. Then Ricky remembered and said that today he was chosen, and because of this, he will very soon leave this city and also go to the mountain. Then why would I be very surprised because I couldn't believe that the little guy came here to say goodbye to him, and also didn't believe that he was being taken away. After a while, the sun began to set, and evening began to fall in the kingdom. The knight who was in the building was very upset. I already understood that he had not seen the paladin he met in the church for a long time and did not know what had happened to him, and understood that he had never learned anything about that church, and it seemed to him that this suspicious paladin had fallen underground, because even the invisible servants could not find him. He was just in the garden and thinking, but suddenly he saw the same child who was from the shelter, and it surprised him very much. Just couldn't understand what the kid was doing here. And it also seemed to him that this guy could also be very useful for him because he knows a lot about this church. When Ricky saw this knight, he was pleasantly surprised and greeted him, because he did not expect to see him here and thought that the knight had already gone home. But tomorrow he came up to him and said that the boy shouldn't be so formal and said that he can just call him Hen, and took the boy by the shoulder. He asked why the little guy was coming to Jamie and told him that he was very happy about this. He also met because he also wanted to inform him about this joyful news that happened. He said that he was chosen by the Ganes god, and because of this he will also go to the church very soon, thereby greatly surprising Knight Hang. The guys repeated the words once again and said that he is leaving for the mountain tomorrow morning and came here to say goodbye to all his friends. Once on the case, he was very scared because he understood that the boy was in danger of the plant. And besides, he was very surprised that the man would believe that the church had come up with such a plan and treated the children in such a way. After that, he unexpectedly put his hand on the boy's head and surprised him. He laughed again and said that it was really very good news because he will become a priest very soon, and he is very happy that his main dream has finally come true. Your boyfriend also laughed and said that he is very happy because soon he will become very powerful and will help poor children like him to become better and give housing. After that, the boy said goodbye to the knight and said that he was very glad to see him on the last day in this place and thanked him for saving him. Then he became very serious and asked if all these knights had also heard all the news that the young man had shared. He said that tomorrow morning they will definitely follow this trip and learn all the details and facts about the church. The next morning he was completely ready and thanked all those people who came to him today to see him on his last journey. He also promised everyone that he would definitely become a priest. Anna and his friend stood and listened attentively to the boy's speech. The brother's sister was really very sad because she understood that now the boy was leaving her. Rika's friend said that he was not worried about his sister because he would take care of her, and because of that Rika thanked his friend. After that, the sister's mood rose and she said that the boy should definitely return to them with the priest. Riki was really glad that he had such a very good sister, so he understood that he didn't need to worry about her. After that, he exchanged his sister very much and asked her to eat very well because it is very important for her health. The boy cried and said that he would definitely succeed and return to her quickly so that she would be proud of him. The little old woman also cried a lot and said that she would definitely wait for the boy and do everything he said. The boy got into the carriage and they quickly drove away from this church. Meanwhile, your knight has been following this wherever the carriage goes to make sure that the boys will be all right. After that, he returned to his invisible but kings and asked them to keep a close watch on them as well and to attract more troops. Meanwhile, little Jai was not in his room doing some kind of magic because there was a lot of purple magic light around and he would be very concentrated. As it turned out, he was following all the events that were happening near the church from the air. Then he realized that they all went their separate ways. Now I realized that I needed to act alone because their plans had started, and this meant that sooner or later, Rika, I could be safe. Then I realized that it was necessary to check how it came to life there. The same bug secretly installed it on the monster. The location. He realized that the monsters were in the custody of a priest who belonged to the genus church. Therefore, this once again confirmed all his plans. The events are brought to the priest, who understood that only 3 things are needed to create a monster. First, what was needed was a sacrifice. Second, a creator of monsters who can control taste experiments. And third, a highly classified priest who had holy power. He really thought a lot because he realized that in this area there was only one narrowly classified priest who had high skills. Understood that it must be Bishop Gaines, because only he could do something like this. Besides, he had high skills. Jamie understood that once and for all his knights were indeed very capable of solving this problem. The creator of the monsters could not pose a very big threat to them. Besides, there were more of them, and they were stronger. Then the boy understood that he needed to take care of the bishop in this church because no one cares about him, and he can run away. It seemed that as soon as he caught the bishop, he would immediately win because he was the head of this evil gang. A dark night came, and the boy understood that he can now implement all his plans because everyone is asleep and he has the opportunity. He put on his dark cloak and began to act without anyone noticing him. Believed that all small children were really very stupid because they did not believe that they received divine power. But nevertheless, it was in his hand because I could easily create my army. When the river came to him, the man told him to try to pass one test because he had to prove that he was really worthy to be chosen by God. Then suddenly a mirror appeared behind little Rika, from which a mysterious hand climbed out. The boy did not feel anything at all, because it seemed to him that now the test would soon begin, and meanwhile the hand was getting closer. But suddenly, the bishop was very surprised because he could not put his hand forward, and some strange voice told him that he was going to play with him. After that, Jamie got out of the mirror and his dark magic appeared all around, thereby greatly surprising the bishop, who thought that his plan was ready. The little guy pushed him very hard and the bishop just fell to the ground from an unexpected blow. The man was really very upset because he did not understand how he dared to enter the house of such a high-status man, to the point that he did not even understand who his opponent was. But the boy just laughed and said that the priest has no right to be such a Rubian and he should be kinder. But the bishop was very surprised. After a while, he realized that it must have been the same guy who defeated his monster because he had dark magic and he was very strong. After that, he got very angry and crossed his arms using magic because it seemed to him that the boy simply had no right to interfere with him. Suddenly the man simply disappeared and said that the little boy will learn about the true wrath of God right now. After that, the man appeared again, and under him also appeared a large blue magical battle shield created by the priest. The boy understood that this sanctuary created by the bishop was really very dangerous because it gave a lot of strength to the man, and he would become invincible. The man considered even more and said that right now he will deal with the boy very quickly using his magic. Summoning another spell, the man rushed to attack the boy because he thought that he would finally win this battle. His hand was just shining from that magic, and he said that he would just destroy the boy, and there would be nothing left of him after his blow. Every second it was getting closer and closer to the boy, and it seemed that right now there would be a very big explosion after his impact. Jamie understood that it would be really very dangerous for him, and he needed to be very careful in this situation. But the angry man laughed loudly and said that the little boy simply had no chance against him. Unexpectedly for everyone, the boy did not react and asked the man if this was all he was capable of, so it seemed that this blow was too weak for Jamie. After that, the boy's eyes were protected with purple paint, and the same dark magic that the boy possessed appeared around. This really frightened the man very much because he understood that the boy was not only not afraid of him, but was also very confident and seemed to be able to defeat him. Suddenly the same dark magic appeared on the man's hands and began to twist his hands. It really struck him very hard because he didn't understand what it was and why the guy was doing it at all because he had never seen it in his life. To this, the guy replied that he just really likes black magic. Besides, doing it all in the sanctuary brings him even more joy. Then, at that moment, these ropes began to press very hard on the man's hand. A lot of blood appeared. Feeling this, the man began to scream very loudly because it seemed to him that the ropes would tear off his hand. He simply could not believe that his sanctuary, which he himself created, began to be filled with the boy's dark energy. It was simply impossible because this sanctuary was supposed to increase his strength, and it turns out that it helps the boy. But the boy calmly reacted to the man's words, smiled, and said that everything was possible in this life. In fact, it is very scary because now his chance to win gradually decreased and he weakened. After that, the boy pushed the man very hard and fast, and he flew very far straight into the stone wall. He was really in a lot of pain because the blow was so strong that it simply broke the whole wall in the man's back. But Jamie didn't want to get up, so he headed towards the man with his dark magic, and now he understood that he had a very good chance. He came closer to the man and said that he had several important questions that the bishop would be forced to answer because he had no choice. But the old man just laughed and said that he would not answer the boy's stupid questions. But Jamie smiled sweetly and said that he had very good intentions, so the man would be forced to work with him. He extended his hand to the man and said that he did not need his permission to do anything with him. Jamie also added that he, Millet, will break the man's brain and put his hand to his head. The man was really in a lot of pain because Jamie used dark magic to read the man's mind. The creator of monsters was very angry because he understood that everything was not going according to plan. After that, he threw the vase against the wall and said that Lincoln was simply useless because he could not help him in any way. He understood that the experiment was simply delayed and he could not do anything at all because of that man. The man in the dark cloak was frightened and said that he would go outside to see what was happening there. But at this moment, unexpectedly for the man, some large, sharp object hit him directly in the head. It was the same monster creator. He was angry because he understood that they were all too slow. Suddenly he looked up and was surprised because he realized that they had unexpected guests. After that, many men ran into the room and scared the man because he realized that Lincoln had brought his tail with him. All of the invisible knights entered the library and were ready to begin action. One of the knights ran his finger over the books because he felt something strange. He said that he felt some strange wind coming from the books, so Russ realized that there was something behind these books. But suddenly he noticed that one book stood out and there was no powder on it at all and it was very clean. Therefore, he decided that it was some kind of sign and he took out a book from this cabinet. After that, they were all surprised to realize that something had definitely opened up after Raz had taken the book. Raz then told all the men to be careful because he could smell some very strange smell in the air. Suddenly, the air began to move in different directions. It seemed that some kind of portal was opening. Raz drew his sword and began to fight against this very strange invisible force. He was surprised because for the first time in his life, he saw something like this and did not know what he should do with it. After that, this invisible object struck Raz and he flew far to the side. This blow was simply not expected because the boy could not see anything. When the other knights saw this, they were very afraid for their partner because he could be badly injured. But Raz replied that everything was fine with him, and it meant that they had really come to the right place, so it was necessary to fight. As it turned out, it was a large purple monster, 2 meters tall with a heavy weapon in his hands who wanted to destroy all the knights. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to Jamie, who, being in the head of the bishop, understood that he wanted to create a large army at any cost. He looked at the lying man and asked if it was really true, and he confirmed it all. After that, he ordered the bishop to convey to his father all the information he had told Jamie. But it seemed to Jamie that this was still not enough, and one important thing had to be done. Then, just in case, he touched the bishop's head once more and used his dark magic to make sure that the man would exactly follow his orders. He ordered the man to go and do his bidding, and he went. Jamie understood that everything would be fine because he had improved the magic of influence on the brain, and the bishop would definitely not remember him. After that, the boy drew his hand to the side and began to create his strange magic. But when he turned around, he really understood one very important detail that he had not studied before. Suddenly he realized that he could transform himself into the same bishop whose brain he entered, so he did so, and his face began to look like the same man's face. Meanwhile, the creator of monsters was really very upset because he understood that everything was not going according to plan at all, and he might die very soon. He did not understand where Bishop Lincoln was, what was happening in general, because now he could not follow the events that were happening around him at all. Turned around and realized that he had an idea that he needed to implement. After that, he looked at the moving water and realized that it was the same thing that he could use because he had no other choice to survive. The man hit the glass object very hard and broke it so that all this magical, strange water would flow out, because he understood that this was his last chance. Then he approached the body year and said that the most important thing was to have a holy power and a holy body, and then the experiment would be really very good. But they still fell on Riki. He realized that he needed to work with this guy one way or another because the next person wouldn't come soon. Suddenly he heard how someone entered his secret room and saw him because he was too late. The monster creator realized who it was and turned around and started shouting, "Where was the holy bishop all this time?" because he failed the whole plan. But when he looked at him, he was very surprised because he could not understand what had happened to him. Then the bishop explained to him that he had been attacked by some strange man. Also added that this is the only man who probably killed their holy paladin knight. This really impressed the creator of the masters very much because he could not understand how that man possessed his power. Understood that the situation was really bad, but despite this, and they needed to continue their experiments because it was all they had for now. The monster creator, while shouting loudly because he did not understand that it was the body that the bishop promised to bring with you. But the man was just surprised because he did not expect that the monster creator would continue. The man with red hair said that he had already sent an example and therefore he urgently needed a body to continue and finish this whole experiment. This information really hit Jamie very hard, and he did not understand what he needed to do and what the pity was about. The monster creator took the jar that contained the remains of the paladin's body and was happy because he said that now he will have good results. Then he took and placed the remains of the monster on the face of the boy lying in front of him. It seemed to him that thanks to this combination, the monster would be several times larger and stronger than normal. He asked Lincoln how big the monster would be this time. Jamie said he didn't know how big it would be because he had no idea at all. This really surprised the monster creator because there was something really very strange about the man, because you have never been anything like that before. After that, he took the syringe in his hand and asked if it was time to put the finishing touches to create a new monster. He took and injected the whole thing into the remains of the paladin monster's body to improve it all. After that, he began to stuff these remnants of the monster into the body of the boy himself, and the two of them began to unite, and they had a new strong monster. The man laughed very hard and asked if Lincoln was very happy too. The boy was surprised by the question, but still answered that he was definitely very happy. But deep in thought, he thought that the creator of monsters was already free. Suddenly, the man did not expect to turn around and asked who he really was because he was not in Lincoln's room. However, Jamie, to the last appearance that he had an ID, said that he was Lincoln and asked what kind of stupid questions he had. But then the monster creator got very angry and asked who the man wanted to deceive because it was all a lie. He looked at yesterday's man and said that he did not rush to attack him because he understood that it was some agent who was very dangerous. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to the invisible knights and to the monsters they fought. The last head of the master fell to the ground, and the men were very happy because they understood that now they could go down. They understood that they have a lot to do, so they need to hurry because small children can be really in danger, and they do not know all the plans of their enemies. But when they entered the building, they heard some very strange sounds. It seemed as if something very fast was running near them. It was clear that they were not alone. And then the Raz Knight saw a big, strong purple hand near him and the veins that were near it. This hand was indeed very large and with the lightness of a boy and began to pull him up. The other knights were very sadly not scared, realized that the situation was really very bad and began to shout that this terrible monster should let him go. After that, they started running after this monster. It is clear that it was their only way out to save the knight. The knight on the case is very surprised, or did he understand that this monster was different from all the other previous ones with which they fought because it was many times larger? Raz realized that this place was too small for him because he could not give gifts, and because of this, he needed to find another place. After that, as he lowered the monster, the man began to run quickly to examine this entire surface and understand what possibilities he had in general. Then he started running outside because he realized that outside he would have more space in order to deal strong blows to the monster. Knight Raz ran and realized that this was his real chance before the monsters chased him. His hands and began to use his magic to defeat this terrible monster. The magic was called the Sword of Justice. He sped up and started running at the terrible monster, striking him hard with his magic sword. The blows were really in the village, so the monster began to scream loudly and smoke appeared all around from the strong fire of the blows. But because of this, the monster became even more angry with the man, and it seemed that now we would definitely have an end because his main goal was to completely destroy all these knights. Raz saw this, and I was even more scared because it seemed to him that his blows would completely kill this terrible monster. Then the eyes of this terrible monster spread with purple paint, and it seemed that he was simply crazy because he could not control himself. Raz was really very scared because he understood that now it was too late to dodge the blow that the terrible monster would inflict on him. It just seemed to him that he was going to die right now. But suddenly, something unexpected happened to the hand of the purple monster because something flew there strongly. The enemy screamed very loudly from this pain because it seemed that this strange sword completely cut off his hand. As it turned out, the very dark knights who came to help the commander also said that they needed to retreat because now there was no good opportunity to fight. After that, he said that she needs you to take the same man who was in the walls. But his invisible knights denied it and said that it was not necessary to do all this. They said that they had an order to help Ras Armatic with his task and nothing else. Raz was really scared. I already understood that now they won't be able to do anything and need to run away, so tears started to fall from his eyes. One of the knights rushed forward to the same terrible monster to help them escape. He said that he will open a portal for them and delay this monster so that they have more time to escape. The main knight was very scared because he understood that the invisible man had to fight alone, but the other invisible knight replied that they needed to run away right now. He said that he understood that he was very sorry, but despite this, they were still knights and their purpose was to serve the king and carry out all his orders. He said that they exist in order to serve the king and that they would still live on at night. Then Raz thought that this is just some kind of fool. There is no need to complete the task at the cost of one's own life, because the price of one's own life is too expensive. He said that he never accepts such an approach. But despite this, the situation was really very difficult and it seemed that a terrible monster would kill one of the knights right now. After this monster, not really a very powerful blow, and the whole building began to shake from this gift. The impact was so strong that a real earthquake began, and the whole building began to collapse little by little to the ground. It seemed that now everything would completely collapse. Once in the case, he was very frightened and did not understand that a terrible monster had just killed one knight, and now he lost a new friend. Indeed, the entire building collapsed and destroyed everything around. There was such an impression that no living creature remained inside this building. And suddenly a terrible big hand of the monster started to climb out quickly from this building. This greatly frightened the other knights because it seemed that it was simply impossible to survive after such a strong earthquake. After a few minutes, the terrible master completely stood up from all the rubble and held in his hand the same invisible knight who remained to fight. The man could not just leave him like that. It seemed to him that he was forced to continue fighting, but one of the knights said that they needed to escape urgently. The great fashion very strongly pined his hand, and thereby caused a great pain to the knight, and he began to scream loudly. Then Raz shouted loudly at the monster to immediately release his friend to the ground, or he would be in very big trouble. After that, he stuck his hand into his because he wanted to start a fight against this terrible monster and take revenge on his friend. The man was really unreal disconnected. It seemed that he was just crazy because he could not survive the fact that his new friend died just like that. The other knights dissuaded him from this idea because it seemed to them that they should just run away. But Raz said that he would stay here and fight to the last. He said that he serves the goddess of justice and mercy, Pyro, so it is his duty to stay here and fight until the end. Then the man took out his strong sword and a lot of magic appeared. It seemed that the boy was endowed with simply unreal strong energy from the goddess. He was very angry. It seemed that he was just ready to bend over in order to command this terrible monster. He made a strong blow with his light magic sword, but no one understood what was happening. This blow just hit the monster, and he started screaming very loudly because it was unreal painful for him because all this power was given by the goddess of mercy. The blow was so strong that a big smoke rose all around. It seemed that the giant monster would just fall down and be dead forever. He just screamed very loudly in pain because he was burning from all the divine fire that was on his body. Then the man realized that he knew how to use the power of the Holy Marshal, but he did it for good purposes. The power of the Holy Marshal. This was one of the very powers that the Holy Goddess gave her knights so that they could fight for mercy and justice. After that, the monster threw out the same knight, and the men picked him up and were very happy that everything was fine with him, and he survived. The other men were really very shocked. I didn't even expect that an ordinary Raz knight could have such strong magic from the goddess of mercy herself. Also added that as soon as the marshal's power is gone, all the suffering will fall on him, so they need to flee as soon as possible. But considering this, he said that they did not need to worry about it, because the main thing was that the other knights remained in order and no one died in this terrible fight. After that, they started to move very quickly towards the exit, because they understood that they didn't have much time to talk about the fight. The events are transferred to Jamie, where the monster creator continued to attack him with its large tentacles, and the creator of monsters was really very strong because 8 spider-like tentacles appeared around him that were really very long and powerful that he could control. Then Jamie realized that the fight was really not easy and started to use monks to create his wings because it would give him advantages. The air creator was really unreal angry because he could not understand what right an ordinary black mage had to interfere in his affairs but the boy just laughed and said that these words were really very visible from a man who mocked his own body and made a monster out of himself. But the man answered him that it was a real art, and thanks to it he got up many times stronger and not all people could understand him. Then suddenly he created large dark wings like a bird and said that he will show Jamie all of his creativity in this final battle. But Jamie just laughed again and said that the monster's wings were really bad and didn't suit him at all, so he was a very bad artist. This really made the old man very angry because he couldn't believe that some little 9-year-old boy could insult him. But at that moment, Jamie tied the main material of the Paladin Knight with his ropes. Seeing this, the monster creator was very scared. But Jamie said the thing was really very interesting and he had a good time playing with it and exploring it as well as he could. After that, he squeezed that Paladin core heart very hard and there was a lot of blood on the phrase. Seeing this, created monsters became even more angry and said that the boy was just crazy, and because of this, he will take revenge on him and destroy him. Jamie revealed his magic and said that the man had too much emotion for one toy, and suggested that he simply change the location of the battlefield. A large dark portal appeared in the ground created by Jamie. It seemed that it was a teleport to another place. The creator of the monsters understood that it was the magic of movement. And because of this, it was really very dangerous because it could easily destroy him if he did not deal with it. Then the man was considered even more because it seemed to him that it was completely absurd that the little guy was telling him all day and all his plans, and he swore to himself to destroy this portal. Suddenly, the creator was very scared because he realized that he could not do anything at all and could not destroy all this terrible magic. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible because the boy had completely taken away all his movements, and now he had very little chance of winning. The angry man began to worry very much and called the boy a disgusting creature that had no right to exist. Then the magic began to work, and after a while both opponents found themselves in some forest to continue their fight. The man was simply shocked because he could not understand why he could not break through his magic and why he could not destroy this portal in any way. But Jamie just smiled and said that the creator was too weak for that because his magic was very strong. After that, the boy asked the man how he looked at the fact that they both had a lot of fun in this dark forest and no one would find them. Then he got angry and also added that when the games are over, he will definitely destroy him and make him his own personal slave. But the creator, why attacked the little guy and said that he thinks a lot about himself and that's why he must meet him. He started throwing his strong red tentacles at the boy, scaring the little boy. Jamie just flew high in the air because he understood that here his creator would not get any and he would have more chances. Said that the guy has no chance at all because he sent two monsters to fight, and because of this, they will all manage to win. Suddenly, Jamie began to worry because he could not understand which elite monsters the conversation was about. That man began to make one big, strong hand and said that the little guy didn't need to know anything else because this was his last night. Then he began to attack the boy even more with his strong hand, which was composed of these tentacles. But Jamie decided that he just needed to fly even higher, because the higher he is in the air, the less chance the creator will have that he will get him. The man said that there was no way the knights would stay alive because against two monsters they had no chance at all, and these monsters were also elite. But Jamie, even more consideration of all, said that the man simply crossed all the limits of reason and he simply became crazy and then suddenly, unexpectedly, a man flew up to Jamie very quickly and high. It seemed that right now she was delivering a very strong blow to the boy. But Jamie just thought that in this man's body there were more than 7 different scary monsters that were connected to each other, and it was just complete madness. But he also noticed that all these super monsters show really good results because this monster creator was much stronger than other opponents Jamie had seen. But the little guy didn't want to give up, so he decided he needed to continue using his dark magic against this evil force because it was all he had. Meanwhile, the events are transferred back to the knights who successfully left the building and remained alive and well. Then suddenly you see the knights very much surprised why they entered this strange place. The main knight replied that they must find the child because they have about 20 minutes left before the marshal's power stops acting on the monster. After that, they didn't decide that it would be better to split up because that way they would have more chances to find a little boy. Raz decided to go to one of the doors because it gave off, and it was known that there could be a boy there. Unexpectedly, he heard some very strange sounds that were behind him and it scared him very much. Looking to the side, he was very scared that he saw some very strong fire flying in their direction. It seemed that it was also a monster. The boy simply could not understand what it was because he had never seen anything like it in his life. But in the meantime, one of the knights began to shout for them all to be very careful because a very great danger is falling on them. Looking ahead, Russ was very scared because he had never seen anything so powerful in his life. It seemed to him that it was just some unrealistically strong monster because it had more than 9 or even different monsters combined. Then one of the knights asked Raz to look the other way because there was something more terrible than this. There was another giant man who was made up of different monsters, and it seemed that these 2 monsters were many times stronger than their previous opponent because they possessed some devilish power. Raz began to worry a lot because I understand that against such strong monsters, even experts will not cope, since they possessed unreal strength. He began to remember Riki, who was very nice to the man, although he understood that he would not succeed at all because the monsters were too strong. But he will still draw his sword in order to continue the fight, because I understand that this was his main duty and he could not violate it. And he understood that he also loved rivers very much. So he said that they should definitely prepare for a big battle because they are not going to leave this building. Meanwhile, Riki continued to lie on the operating table, opened his mouth, and it seemed that the boy just started to wake up and regained consciousness. His fingers also began to move because it was clear that the boy would wake up soon. After a while, the little guy stood up completely and his eyes glowed with some kind of yellow light. It seemed like it was some kind of magic. He was really very shocked because he didn't know what was happening and where he was, to the point that he didn't understand where the priest had disappeared and where the bishop was. After inspecting the building, he realized that there was no one there at all. Because of this, it seemed to him that he was simply thrown. But suddenly, he saw something really strange. Looking ahead, he saw a large, strange capsule in which was the body of his faithful friend who became a priest. He was very scared to do what happened to his friend because the bishop told him that Shino became a priest and was very successful. Why was the boy here even in such a strange form? Because they all trusted the bishop very much and now he did not know what to do at all. He remembered that the bishop had told them that they were chosen by God and because of that, they really had a lot of power. But now, he didn't know if that was true. For to be chosen seemed to become blessed and to receive very great power from God. But now it looked really bad then. He started to cry a lot. He didn't understand what was happening and he didn't know who he should trust now that his dreams were shattered. Then he realized that he needed to escape from this place as soon as possible because he might be in great danger, just like his friend. He went to the big door and wanted to open it, but suddenly he felt something really very strange. It seemed to him that he acted simply as a fugitive and he was forced to help his friend right now because he trusted him very much. But he also understood that now he did not have a good opportunity. So he burst into tears and apologized to the boy, promising him that he would definitely return and turn him. Then he cried a lot and ran away realizing that the Genus Church had been constantly deceiving him, and now he wanted revenge. He ran very fast because he understood that he had very little time and that he was in great danger. But suddenly, he felt a very strange noise. I happened to know that his enemies had come for him and now he would come to an end. After that, he decided to look behind the alley and realized that his enemies were really very close, so he had to run even faster. He looked down and saw some blood. Because of this, he was not afraid, and it seemed to him that he needed to go back because that way he would be found even faster. And suddenly someone he knew shouted to him to dodge because the monsters were on his right. Riki was very happy because he did not expect that he saw his strange laboratory, and because of this, he burst into tears. He saw the same Meister Russ that he had said goodbye to last morning before leaving Janus Church, but now the knight was struggling. Saw the guy. Raz smiled and said that he can just call him Hen, and he doesn't like the word Mister. Then one monster who had a horse or hooves turned around and was very surprised because he saw the same little guy. Then I didn't understand that this was really his opportunity to attack because the knight was distracted by the little guy, and now he has a lot of chances to win. Raz shouted for the other invisible knights to try to block him because he was in really great danger. Other knights began to follow the command of their boss and jumped high into the air to try to stop the terrible monster. But then suddenly the same girl appeared in front of them with body parts of a large bee, and they tried to run away from the men, realized that the situation was really very bad. Raz shouted to the little guy to run away as quickly as possible because now the situation was, one of the knights was very scared. You realize that he was stuck and now he has no way out of death. But the river also couldn't move because his body was very scared, and because of that, he couldn't do anything but stay standing still. That the same giant monster that was several times bigger than him and looked like a big horse was flying at him. Raz was very scared because he understood that he could see the river right now and he could not do anything about it. Then I dropped all my affairs and rushed to save the little guy. I realized that he is in a gigantic threat right now, so I need to distract the terrible monster. He rushed towards this monster despite the fact that it was 10 times smaller than him. He wanted to draw his sword but realized that it was just too late. The other knights are also very scared. It is clear that the situation was getting even worse, and now they simply have no chance of winning against those terrible monsters. Raz burst into tears, realizing that he still failed to save the little boy from death, and it seemed to him that it was all his fault. After the impact of this terrible monster, a great dust was thrown into the air and no one could see anything at all. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, a small boy's hand appeared from under this dust, which climbed out of the rubble of stones. The guy was very frightened, but after a while he still completely got out of the stones, and around him there was some strange smoke coming from the middle of his body. It seemed that the boy was just a saint because there was some unknown yellow magic around him, and he survived the monster's urine blow. But suddenly, out of the smoke, one could see the power of the same terrible monster heading towards the same little Rika. Raz was very scared because he did not understand at all what was happening and when would he even be able to express after this powerful blow of a strong monster. Then at that very second he recovered and shouted that Riki was running towards him very fast because behind him was the same older monster, and the danger was still great. The boy decided to obey his savior and therefore jumped up very quickly and caught him. Then he began to worry very much about his other companions and decided to look back to see what their situation was. He saw that everything was really very bad. They were very strong and ordinary. Invisible knights could not cope and therefore only defended themselves. He also understood that he had less than 20 minutes before the marshal's magic stopped working on the monster, and the situation would get even worse for all of them. He also knew that he could not fight against the terrible monsters as long as he was protecting the little boy, because then he would be in great danger. He looked the boy in the face and said that he would have to go to the top first to stay safe because he couldn't take any chances. The little boy understood that if he stayed, he would only have to deal with it, and because of this, he decided to obey the order of the night hen to help them. After that, he got down on the ground and started running very fast towards the exit as fast as he could to stay alive. He returned and with tears on his face asked the knight to return home alive and well because he would be waiting for him. The knight understood that it would be very difficult indeed, but still decided to get the boy and raised his fist up as a sign of agreement between them. He realized that he had nothing left but to fight with all his strength. So he got a sword, realized that the first thing he needs to do is destroy the same terrible monster that almost destroyed little Rika in front of his eyes. A giant monster horse ran towards the same knight, so he wanted to destroy him, but the knight remained calm and confident. On the contrary, he became very angry. His eyes became red and he promised to erase the terrible powder monster at any cost. Meanwhile, for a year, I found some stairs and began to climb up very quickly to bring another to help the Lazarians. Suddenly he remembered how he heard a very strong explosion that happened in front of him, and he was very scared. He did not even understand what had just happened. The boy understood that as soon as a terrible monster wanted to attack him, a strange yellow dome appeared in front of him, and then he felt some strange fear of the monster. Ran for a couple more minutes and saw a wooden door that could lead him to the street. and because of that, he was very happy. He began to run even faster because he understood that his salvation would soon come, and he would finally be able to help his friends. Running outside, the boy looked and began to breathe very loudly because he was very tired after being together for a long time. Then the little guy realized that he was in the middle of some very dark forest and had no idea where he was or where the city was. It seemed to him that his salvation and the salvation of his friends simply disappeared because it was very dark and he did not know how to find help for the nights. He was also very worried about his sister because he understood that right now she was alone in the shelter and no one could take care of her. It seemed to him that his sister would come now. She might be in very great danger and he simply could not do anything at all to help her. Then realized that it was really a very terrible feeling because it seemed that all his hopes and dreams were crushed right in front of him. Despite all this, he had a very strong feeling as if he was simply forced to go in a certain direction in order to find at least something and achieve. But he didn't know where he needed to go until there were only dark trees around him and there were no clues to help him. However, Rika Boris not to stay in that place and just move forward until he finds something. He just went forward hoping that he would definitely find something and that this whole story would have a good ending and the knights would win. Then the events are transferred to Jamie's battle. The monster creator believed that Jamie was actually very good at running away and was afraid of him. After that, he shouted that he would take revenge on the boy for all those bad words he said in his direction and for the fact that he destroyed his whole plan for him. He started attacking the boys, and even more tentacles flew towards little Jamie to stop him and destroy him. The monster creator stood up even crazier than shouting that he would easily destroy Jamie because he had no chance against him at all. Then the frightened Jamie began to run away very quickly because everything was really very bad, and in one place he would have been caught easily. Suddenly the monster creator started using his bombs to try to blow up the little guy. But luckily he managed to escape from his blows. Jane understood that if he got hit by this blow, there would be no space left for him at all, because the creator was really stronger than the expert. He decided on his magic because otherwise he would have no chance at all to defeat his husband, although he wasn't sure if his magic would be enough. But the monster creator didn't want to stop for a second and wanted to destroy the little guy even more, so he continued to attack. He said that now the joke is over for the boy and he will use all his power to the maximum for his goal. He was so angry that even more tentacles began to appear from one of his arms, and it seemed that he simply mutated into some kind of stronger monster than he was before. From one hand of the monster creator, more than 10 red tentacles flew out, which were supposed to catch and stop the little guy. He just used all his energy to the maximum because he didn't want to fight against this little scoundrel for too long. But after he used a lot of energy, he was very surprised because he could not believe what he saw with his own eyes. Realized that it hurts Jamie just disappeared somewhere and now he couldn't find him at all. And it was really impressive because a second ago they could have the boy who was in front of him. As it turns out, the little guy just used his dark magic to become invisible and run as fast as he could from this crazy man. Then he decided to create a dark dimension to create a trap for the monster creator because he would have a chance to win. Suddenly, the creator of monsters realized that some kind of trap appeared around him. He simply could not believe that the little wizard would try to stop him somehow. Was already laughing because it seemed to him that this idea was simply absurd and that the boy would not succeed at all because he was many times stronger than him. He said that he would not be able to stop him at all because he would fight to the very end and would definitely destroy the dark sorcerer today. The little boy got scared, realized the man had found out about his plans, and now he is in great danger as he moves towards him with his tentacles. After that, the creator decided to use another magic called a hurricane of tentacles to somehow prevent the boy from escaping. The magic was really very strong and began to act on the boy. It seemed that it was simply impossible because now he knew how to use magic. This is really a pity for Jamie because it seemed to him that it was simply impossible because if a person chooses only the body of a monster, then he has no magical abilities. understood that this was all that the man was capable of and that he did not have any greater secret power with which he could destroy the boy. What? The man said that he was surprised because he did not expect that the little guy could live so long, but now he will really end. Unexpectedly for the man, the guy appeared behind him, thereby scaring him very much, because it seemed to him that the guy was in front of him. Then he suddenly realized that he needed to do something else, and he began to increase his tentacles, but the finger, on the contrary, decreased several times in size. It really scared him a lot because he couldn't understand how it was possible because it seemed like the boy just took his magic to himself. He really couldn't believe everything that was happening because he was certain that he had just seen the boy in front of him, and now it was time for him, and he had lost his tentacles. But Jamie just laughed at the man and said that he was blind because his clone was in front of him all the time, leading him by the nose. He also said that he used doppelganger magic for this purpose, which was available from the 4th rank. It was one of his favorite has. Thanks to this, he created with ease the same doppelganger who could control the same as himself, and because of this, they had no disagreements at all. Then he laughed and said that the man was really stupid because he could not even estimate the strength of his opponent, and now a great punishment awaits him. Jamie promised that now he will control the man's body, but the creator could not just believe it because it was simply impossible because only he could control his body. But the little guy explained that it was only magic, and sooner or later his body would be completely destroyed, and nothing would be left of him at all because he was really very much a witch movie. But the creator was really very scared and said that he will still kill the enemy until his body completely decomposes. But the guy said that he has a trump card up his sleeve. He said that he has the same legendary black layer that everyone knows about, and his eyes glowed even more, and even more dark magic appeared around him. Then large black layers began to appear behind the monster creator, but the man said that he did not understand anything at all, and it seemed to him that the boy was carrying some stupid. But one of the black balls began to use dark magic on the monster creator's wings, and they began to break. The same black magic began to enter the evil man's face and began to destroy his skin and other parts of his body. After that, the other black balls that were behind the man also started to use their black magic and started to completely destroy the man from inside and outside. The black layer was the same magic that caused 3 times more pain than ordinary magic, and the suffering it caused was worse than death. Then little Jamie flew into the air and asked the man how it is that suffering is worse than ordinary death, but he simply called him. It really struck the boy as all the man could say after so much pain the black bullets were causing him. In order to improve the conditions for his opponent at this moment, Jamie decided to use gravity magic, which caused more pain. After some time, there was a truly gigantic explosion, the likes of which the world had not yet seen because all the monsters that were connected to each other exploded in the middle of the man. After that, he just fell to the ground with no monster forms as they were all destroyed by Jamie's dark magic and the man was just pure. Having finished the case, Jamie turned to Chernish with a request to rest because he was really very tired and helped him a lot in this whole struggle. But then suddenly, consciousness came to the man and he began to stand up on his weak hands, was shocked. Maybe he understood that an ordinary person would have died from so much pain a long time ago. But this man united himself with a very large number of monsters. Because of this, he managed to survive death. Approached the man and wanted to make him his servant, but he was not sure that it would succeed because he was really very broken and inside. But suddenly, James got scared because he didn't hear any very strange and suspicious sounds coming from behind him. When he looked back, he was very scared and realized that he had new opponents who he hadn't noticed before. He saw that there were 2 more evil monsters, mutants, and the creator of the monsters was alive and well. So Jamie realized that he had made a big mistake. He also understood that he spent a lot of magic, so now he will be many times weaker than at the beginning of his battle, and that was very bad. But unexpectedly for everyone, He struck a very strong blow right in the man's heart with his sharp magic to finish him off once and for all. The man was really very bad because he did not expect this blow, and now there was a lot of blood from his heart and he understood that it was really his death. But Jamie just laughed and said that if the creator had died the first time, then he would have had many times less problems and asked him to die now. But deep in his thoughts he was really scared because he did not expect that the man would really manage to survive this. And now he did not know how to destroy him because he is many times stronger. Meanwhile, little Riki continued to walk further and further, and he was really sick, and he had already walked very far. But still he did not find anything. Besides, he was sick. But the little boy kept going towards the explosions because he thought he would find help for the knights there. Arriving at the scene, he was very scared because he realized that it was really not worth it because there was an even greater danger for him. Heard an even more gigantic sound that she was towards him, and it seemed that he heard some very familiar voice there because of that. He decided to go back. Meanwhile, Jamie was in really big trouble because he didn't have much magic, so he was very weak and couldn't fight well against monsters. It really hurt him to realize that he didn't even have enough energy to create any kind of shield, but he also understood that there was no way he could escape from this battle. When he came to Rika, he was surprised because he saw Jamie. He did not understand at all what this boy was doing in this forest so late at night, but meanwhile, the monster creator didn't give up at all and continued to use more and more of his magic to destroy the weak boy. Then suddenly, one of the mutants pulled his head up and created some very strange, scary magic red ball that was supposed to destroy the boy. Seeing this, Riki rushed to save his friend because he understood that right now you cannot die because of magic. Jamie was really surprised. He didn't expect Riki to be here. It seemed that the boy was in great danger because he was being experimented on. But at this moment, the big scary monster released this same red magic layer towards the little wizard and thereby created a very strong blow. Riki was really very scared and was crying, but despite that he ran to his friend to protect him from this terrible blow. Jamie shouted to the other one not to come near him because he might get hit by that terrible blow right now. But Riki didn't listen to him and just stood in front of Jamie and covered him with his body and became a human shield for him. After that, there was a really massive explosion. A red explosion that, according to the creator of the monsters, was supposed to destroy Jamie. As it turned out, Jamie survived the explosion, but was very badly injured and greatly weakened. He crawled forward and saw in front of him the body of his dead friend Rika, who had saved him and was very scared. He was really chocolate because it's just that the little guy gave his life so that he could continue to live. Just looked at him and understood that he would never come back to life again and never again call him his friend. He was really in shock because he understood that this was really the end for this little guy. Even though he was doing everything he could to save him, he understood that history was repeating itself and he was to blame for everything that was happening. And he cried bitterly when he realized this. Realized that in the same way in his past life, all his loss of friends was only because of him, because they tried to sleep him with their own lives. Did not remember how he was in the former world and he had a lot of dead people and a lot of blood that fell for him. Realized that everyone just died for him and cried very bitterly. But also at that moment he heard a very strange voice that asked him that he should live on. The boy was simply in a state of shock, because he understood that he did not become better, but on the contrary became worse because he led to many victims. He hoped that his friend would simply be resurrected now and history would not repeat itself as it did last time in a past life. Meanwhile, the monster creator just laughed really loud because he said that it was all bullshit and that he knew he would win this battle. Then the monster said that he will finish with Jamie as well as with his stupid friend, who decided to save him from a death that he could not avoid. Remembered how in his past life all the people asked him not to give up and not to forget them, but in the end he lost them. Very bad thoughts came to his head because he never liked to remember these terrible moments from his life. He cried very bitterly and shouted because he understood that only he was to blame for this. Suddenly, Some very strange purple magic started around Jamie, saying that it was a resurrection against the divine. Then suddenly, one of the monsters got very scared and realized what was happening, and it was really very strange, something he had never seen before in his life. The monster creator was also very surprised when he realized that the aura of this dead guy had changed very strangely, and he did not know what was happening. He understood what was happening was really very bad, and so they needed to finish as soon as possible with these two guys who were preventing him from conducting experiments. Meanwhile, Jamie just stood over his friend's dead body and seemed to transmit some strange energy to him. All the eyes were very small and lit up with pink paint. He told his friend in a very strange voice to wait a little because he will be back soon. Then he stood up and asked himself how he could get out of his head that he could use the very first magic that he learned, and that very actively showed everything. Suddenly, skeletons endowed with some kind of dark magic began to emerge from the ground. There were really a lot of them, and they were all in dark suits. It seemed that they were just some zombies who did not have their own mind and soul. Then the creator of the masters began to shout very loudly because I don't understand at all was Jamie to use this strange magic. It seemed to him that it was just some kind of madness. It was an army that was supposed to oppose the 12 gods themselves, and that was summoned by a boy. It seemed that it was simply impossible. The boy again used dark magic called necromancy, in which helped resurrect dead people to fight for Jamie. But the monster creator just laughed because he felt that this army was just stupid. The guy would not have achieved anything at all because the skeletons were weak. But then suddenly Jamie just smiled and said that all these people just suffered at the hands of the monster creator now. They want revenge, so they will happily fight like crazy. After that, he ordered all these evil skeletons to attack the enemies and asked for revenge for all the pain the monster creator had caused them. There was really a whole army of these skeletons, and no one knew how many they were. It seemed that there were 10 times more than the creator of monsters and his 2 monsters. But the evil monsters also did not want to stay, so they continued to attack those skeletons who wanted to destroy them completely. So they followed the order of their master. But the skeletons did their best to take revenge. So they bit the monster's arms and other body parts with their sharp teeth. Evil, Terrible was really very painful because he understood that there were a lot of them and they attacked him from all sides and bit him wherever they could. But despite this, he still threw the skeletons in different directions to somehow get rid of them. But suddenly, as it turned out, these skeletons were stronger than death, because even if they broke or died, they still resurrected themselves and traveled to attack. This really scared the monster creator a lot, because he understood that he would just be strong against those who couldn't die. So he just asked them to stand still. He asked them to just walk away from him, but the skeletons just covered the evil man's mouth and just did their thing. Jamie said that they were all controlled by his magic, and because of this there was no threat of death. It seemed that the boy had just reached the peak of his magic. Immortal skeletons that were connected to dark magic continued to attack the monster creator with everything they could. The man was really in a lot of pain, and he screamed in pain, but he still had nothing to do because of how many skeletons surrounded him from all sides. After a while, all the skeletons were sure that the man and all these other monsters were dead, so now they could stop and not fight. Jamie was very surprised because he could not believe that the man had finally died after all these attempts to kill him. Then he approached the man and was very surprised because he could not understand exactly what was wrong with him and why he continued to live on his own. But suddenly, the evil monster creator spat out from his body some very strange green little ball that started to glow. Jamie was surprised because he didn't know what kind of strange orb it was and what it was even doing in the body of this evil man. After some time, he realized that it was a ball of life and it charged with life force. All those who used it and kept it close to their hearts. Then the boy realized that after the man destroyed his body, he simply did not survive, because ordinary people do not use after such difficult operations. He understood that this meant that he was hiding something inside that helped him prolong his life with this damaged body and the monsters inside. understood that it was this whole ball that gave the man strength. And now Jamie understood that he, thanks to this ball, could become even stronger and easily defeat all the gods, because now he would be invincible. Sometimes the skeletons continued to stand and look at each other because they simply did not know what to do because the task was completely completed. Then one of the skeletons laughed and asked Jamie what they should do now that everything was completely ready. Jamie said that they can respect back to Earth, but they will definitely come in handy at some point, so they should be ready. After that, the entire army of skeletons began to suddenly enter back into the Earth to their underground hell. The boy began to cough up blood and did not understand that he had spent too much strength and energy. Because of this, he refused to die. But he also understood that under no circumstances should he lose consciousness because he still had a lot to do. And besides, there were still many dangers. He understood that he also could not just let his friend die because he saved him with his own life. Then he decided that instead of the river simply dying, he would rather make him his faithful servant because it would be better for everyone. He made a large dark portal and turned to the soul of his friend so that it would be resurrected so that he would now be his servant. He touched the river's body with his fingers and infused it with his own dark magic to add life. But suddenly, little James was very surprised because he felt some very strange energy coming from the middle of the boy's body. Then suddenly, some very yellow, shiny magic started to appear around, and it started to enter right inside the boy. The magic was only strong and brilliant that it completely illuminated the boy, and he covered himself with his hand to see something. Jamie was really very surprised. He couldn't understand what was happening right now with Rika's body because it was some unknown magic. Suddenly saw in front of him a very strange woman who was surrounded by a lot of strange magic, who was holding Rika's body in her arms and was very sad. Then Sears asked Jamie in a calm voice who was he that would try to steal from her what belonged to her. Was really very shocked because he realized that it was the same pyro goddess that Jamie belonged to. She seemed to him simply unsurpassed and unreal strong because she was a goddess. So he could not say anything and just looked into her eyes, but suddenly she asked him what he knew about her. Meanwhile, the bishop was Jamie's servant, and he was going towards the Welton kingdom to inform the king of all his actions as it was Jamie's order in. It seemed that he was just some kind of zombie, because he could not say anything else except that he had to carry out the order. And at that moment, some strange man in this cloak destroyed this bishop and said that he was just a useless person and everything should be done by himself. It was the same strange woman with black lips and short hair. She said that now they are starting justice on the heretics. Meanwhile, Knight Raz was very tired because he fought very hard against the same monster, but luckily he managed to win, and besides, he still had a few minutes left. He was really in a lot of pain because he could have died, but fortunately neither he nor his knights died, so everything was fine. Then suddenly one of the knights with red hair came up to Russ and asked if he was all right because he looked really, really bad. But then suddenly some very strange, suspicious light began to appear behind him. No one understood what it was. After that, when they started to run away because they understood that this strange fire was increasing and going straight to the knight Ross, it was like this because it was simply attracting him. The knight was right, very surprised, because he didn't understand what it was, because these monsters were dead and they couldn't believe that someone else could come to them. The man was really very shocked because it was easy for them to believe that the goddess Pila herself, to whom he also belonged, would come to him. Sears was really very surprised, or she couldn't believe that an ordinary knight could know who she was, so she was very suspicious. Jamie was very scared because he didn't understand how the woman got down in the first place, because he realized that she was now going after him, and he was several tens of times weaker than her. Suddenly the woman asked him again, but more strongly, whether he could hear her voice at all, and because of this guy, his head started to hurt. He grabbed her with his hands. She got very angry and shouted for the guy to answer her questions urgently. Otherwise, he will have big problems with her. Then the boy was very scared and said that he only knew that Rika's sanctity belonged to her because she was a goddess. The woman got very angry and asked Jamie if he was going to turn the little river into just an ordinary zombie, knowing that what she wanted belonged to the goddess. But the little boy was really very worried. He said that he just wanted the river not to die, so he wanted to do everything possible. And the woman got even more angry and asked the guy if being an ordinary old man without a soul and without a brain meant being a living friend for him. After all, it was a manifestation of insensitivity to dead people. She continued to create boyfriends, said that he was just pathetic because he didn't care about other people and their values, because the guy only thought about his own benefits. But suddenly the guy unexpectedly stopped tolerating and loudly shouted that she was one of those who humiliated life, and therefore it was her fault in everything. She also gathered other people to her so that they would work for her. These words really offended the woman very much, but she did not expect that a small 9-year-old boy could say such words to the goddess. In fact, she was very scared and already began to understand that there was indeed some truth in the guy's words. It seemed to her that people really served her all their lives so that later they would look and go to serve her. But she also said that, in any case, this young guy will become an apostle for her. She said that it is better for her to do it than for this Jamie. But Jamie was really very shocked and could not believe that Ricky would become a real apostle. Understood that the apostle was the one who was closest to God. And this was really a very big dream for Rika because he wanted to achieve something really high all his life. The apostles also held a very high status, and their rank was one of the strongest holy knights on the planet. She also said that your little boy would be a really perfect priest because he had a secret power inside him. Jay is really shocked because he can't believe that his friend will be able to climb all the way to the apostle himself because he only had a little energy inside him. Then he realized that the woman came down here to take his body because she knew everything in advance. And then he realized that all his plans would be justified. And that's why everything was many times more fun. Suddenly the guy who was waiting for the woman started apologizing to her and asked how he could atone for his guilt in front of her. After that, he smiled and said that the dark energy was already taking its power over the little guy, and also said that half of him already belonged to Jamie. These words really infuriated the woman because she thought that the guy was just crazy because they really caused a lot of trouble. She began to scream even louder, and because of this guy, his head started to hurt again, and he thought that the woman was just very stupid. Then she looked at him with her stern look and asked if the boy was waiting for his death. After all, now she had many reasons. But the little boy smiled and said that there was no point in her killing him, because if she killed him, she would also kill a very large part of Rika because that was where his energy was. Sears was really angry because I thought this little guy was being too rude to her and he had no right to threaten her at all. But the little sorcerer did not stop and said that there can only be one apostle. And if the direction is wasting this child now, it will spend a lot of time searching for the next candidate. He also said that if she broke up with him right now, she would just remove her time. But for the time being, it didn't matter because the main thing was to find the apostle because it was very rare. Then he realized that he was now completely in control of this situation and said that he had no desire to kill this child because Ricky was his friend. But this woman answered him that he was really very pitiful and that he invented a really very beautiful story in order to save his bad life. And then the boy asked why she wanted to make him her favor, because the world existed really very well as planned by the gods, and they had no problems. He asked if this was the system they were all working on. The goddess was really very surprised because she could not understand how little Jamie knew about all these divine things since he was an ordinary person. Then he said that the holiest of the gods, whose love reached absolutely everyone, was so filled with them with feelings that it received the power to eradicate all evil. His eyes lit up and the guy confidently asked if she was expelled from the council of all holy blogs. The goddess became very angry and began to worry because she realized that everything the boy was talking about was really true and he was really expelled. And the boy just smiled and realized that he was right, because seers couldn't lie to him because it was against her sanctity. And because of that, she just kept silent and didn't answer. Then he called Diablo Wolfer's name and said that he knows a lot about him and about everything that happens among the gods. The young goddess was very frightened because she could not understand how the boy knew this name and who he was in general, who knew everything. Little Jane decided to reveal all the cards and said that he was the same Diablo, and he was simply reincarnated in a new image and became a small child. But it seemed to the woman that it was simply impossible. But already Wolfer's story was, in her opinion, completely over. The situation was very fatal in all. She began to worry a lot because she understood that the boy's words were really true, but she did not understand why he was reborn right now. The young man came closer to her and offered to shake her hand and get to know her even better. But after that, the goddess sharply replied to him that he should come to her in the afterlife, and there they would have a brief discussion. Saying this, she returned the weakened boy back to the ground, and around him appeared a lot of her light magic. The little sorcerer was very happy with this idea, because he understood that if everything goes according to plan, then he will have a very useful tool for him. The dark magic completely overpowered Rika's body, and now he regained consciousness and managed to open his eyes. Seeing that Jamie was in front of him, he was very surprised because he did not understand what the young man was doing. He rushed to ask him if he was okay because there was a lot of blood on his face and he looked really, really bad. He also asked what was going on all this time. But Jamie reacted calmly and said that even in this strange time, his new friend cares about others but not about himself. He said that the situation was really very difficult. The guy almost died, and because of that, he used his power. He added that the boy stayed alive because he was writing his dark magic on him, although deep down Jimmy knew that Ricky would start for what he did to him. But surprisingly, the little guy just stood up and said that now everything was clear to him, and on the contrary just smiled. This really shocked Jamie because he didn't understand why the boy didn't ask him anything. Then Ricky asked if Jamie was always so mean and used his magic. He answered him saying that because of all this magic, he sent the little boy to this dangerous place. Even though he knew about it, he also added that he was going to kill his sister. But despite all this, Ricky praised the boy and said that he saved him, and he did not move his sister, and she was safe. Because of this, he cannot worry. The dark sorcerer was really very angry at the boy's words because he understood why he could not be angry with him at all. Then suddenly, the future apostle took the sorcerer by his hand, and Jamie was very surprised because he realized that all the wounds on his body began to heal. Ricky explained that he wasn't sure it was working because he just felt something deep in his heart, and so he took the boy's hand and it worked. Suddenly he said that his friend will come here very soon and asked Jamie to run away from the scene very quickly. The little boy also wanted to apologize for the bad words he said towards the holy boy, but he very quickly answered him that everything was in perfect order. After that, you let go of his hand and said goodbye to him, because you said that they would definitely meet again. Then, on the next sunny morning, all events are transferred to the branch in the church of Genis U Haichi. In the middle of this building, there was a king who was talking to a man who did not want to introduce himself because he said that he was a judge and he could not give him his name. But Argeno was very much surprised at what the strange chief judges were doing in this room. A man in a dark suit said that they were there on the orders of one of the highest to find heretics. Also said that when they did everything possible, then I managed to find this jar with the core of the monster, and as it turned out, Lincoln was a heretic. He also said that after he confessed to his dark activities, they led the second he was ordered to let all the people see that it was really very bad. He also said that this bishop was responsible for all the dark affairs that were in the city, and because of that they did well what he said. But the knight Ross was very dissatisfied with all this and said that all this information was completely falsified. However, the chief king did not want to listen to his faithful knight and told him to just shut up and listen carefully. While surprisingly, the man said that he was very happy that the Genisha church was doing so well, and because of that, he praised them for their justice and courage that they showed in dealing with the bishop. And then at that moment the man got angry and said that they had done a very dark thing indeed because they ordered one of their people publicly on the streets of his kingdom. The king was incredibly angry. It seemed to him that it was just brought and no one had the right to do something like this in his kingdom. So he asked if he was tired of living according to the judge. Realizing his great mistake, the great judge simply fell on the ground and began to beg the man not to do anything to him, and also said that they just punished the sinners in this church. Then the king said that he was the most important among these lands, and no one had the right to do any harm to people without his permission. Otherwise, his punishment would be very great. But the man did not want to listen to the king and began to beg him for pardon. In short, that he was doing all this for the sake of the Gainus church. But Argono was unrealistically angry. It seemed to him that this church simply crossed the borders and it was simply an exaggeration. The judge was really very scared because he understood that at this rate the king would simply kill him, and he would simply have no chance of survival. Then he decided to change his tactics and began to tell the king that it was very foolish for him to turn his back on the Church of Gainus and support it more, since he himself had started this whole idea. But Argono simply wasn't even going to listen to him. He was unreal for the man, so he started hurting him with his big hands. He was simply merciless towards the man because he understood that he crossed all possible limits of human rights and punished people only on his own initiative. After that, he briefly left the man's hands and said that if he wants to stay alive, he needs to leave his kingdom immediately as quickly as possible. But deep in his soul, the man thought that it was all a big lie and that it was not as the girl had promised him. Meanwhile, Raz was really surprised or understood that the king did not say a single word about the monsters, and very skillfully put the insolent man in his place and showed him who was the main one in these lands. Realize that if everything continues at this pace, they will definitely win this entire war against the terrible people who created monsters. But your husband doesn't have a suit. You don't want to give up on him. It seemed that he was right, but he understood that he needed to show his wrongness so that Argono would forgive him. Yesterday they slept on the ground and began to beg the king to forgive him. He also said that the church will definitely pay compensation and will pay them everything they need. He also said that the city of Hais is very important for them because in this place they had a lot of opportunities and they showed their church very well to all people. But the king said that he will not change his decision because the man has lost his trust, and now he just needs to run away from this city as soon as possible. He also said that from today he is breaking all contracts with the Janus Church in order to forget about its existence once and for all. Meanwhile, the knight stood behind and was really shocked because he couldn't believe that the king was solving his affairs in such a radical way, but it seemed to him that it was really right. After that, the man without one arm said that he would be from this city because he had no choice but to fulfill the king's order. Raz just laughed and said that even for a second he felt a little sorry for all these animals who did such terrible things. The Janus Church paid a very large compensation and disappeared once and for all from all lands of the kingdom. And then some strange guest appeared for Ricky and his blind but talented sister Anna because he needed them. As it turned out, it was the same Holy Knight Roz who served in the Church of Pyro who unexpectedly came to the children. He said that both children will become symbols of the Church of Pyro in the role of an apostle of the goddess. He looked at the sister and said that she too will one day become Saint Lady Anna and she will be available again. Then she will begin to follow the whole world with her holy eyes. The knight also said that Afton had done his best to welcome them and give them the best conditions so that they could improve their talents. The guy was really shocked because he couldn't believe it. It was just the best news he could hear. The knight confirmed her words once again and said that the girl will really soon be able to open her eyes and feel all her power that is in them. Then the boy rushed to hug his sister and said that it was really cool because finally her dream would come true. The knight is also very happy because he understood that really very good times are waiting for them and his goddess will also be satisfied with his work. How hard he worked. Then he turned to his goddess and asked her to allow him to protect these two cute children from all the dangers that were in the world. They were very happy because they understood that a very good future awaits them in the form of an apostle and a holy girl. After that, these two people stood up as the full defense of the Pyro Church, and because of this, Jamie got in really big trouble as he was forced to fight them. The guy understood that today, the gods are divided into factions, and this probably prompted the genius to create evil monsters combined with holy knights. It seemed to the boy that the Pyro Church was partially isolated in this, but in order to check all his guesses, he needed to go to Aftona and find out everything there. So after some time, the boy did as he was supposed to, and he was already standing in front of the big door where his mother and sister always drank tea. The boy was very scared because they were worried that he would have a lot of problems. He also had to fail at something. But despite this, he gathered his strength and did it. Then he came in and did a very nice thing and turned to his mom and said he loved her very much. Sears was sitting with her daughter and drinking tea. They were very surprised and could not understand what Jamie needed because he had never looked for them. But the guy didn't give it. He came even closer to them and started to hug them to show how good he can be, thereby scaring women. The woman was very surprised. Never goes with them to a tea party, but now he very happily wants to do it and says that he likes it. Then the guy was very scared and realized that his plans were revealed. But still, he continued to pretend that everything was fine and he always liked to drink tea. Then Sears smiled and asked if he needed anything while he was acting so strange. He is actually scared because he understood that his plan has come to an end. Despite this, he said that he was just in a very good mood. When Sears said that the guy doesn't need to do all this theater and he can tell her what he needs from her. Then he said that he really wanted to visit her mother's family in Afton and really surprised her because she didn't understand why the boys had dragged her there, and said that when you listen, there was supposedly a really gigantic mountain with a big water bubble and he really wanted to climb it because it was considered the steepest in... She said that now she wanted to look at the cute behavior of the boy, thereby surprising Jamie since he did not understand what she was leaning towards. But the woman just laughed at the boy and said that he can go to her next time with such a face when he needs something. But it really cut the guy a lot, and he understood that he never left his goal and that he always to the end to achieve his... Then he realized that he had to do the one thing he hated the most in his life. He once again made a childish face and said in a sweet voice that he loves his mother very much. This concession really took the woman very hard, and she said that it was me. Then there was no choice to go there with him because he was... The woman also did not add that she wanted to go there with this family next week, so the guy was not forced to ask for it right now. That really pissed the guy off. He thought Sears was just using him and just wanted to see how good he could be. Suddenly, the Knight Ras appeared. He was surprised because he did not expect to see Jamie in this place and asked what he was doing here. The boy explained that he was with his younger sister and his mother, but the knight asked him why the boy was so upset. The boy was really mad that the knight was questioning him, so he said that something just happened to him. The knight said that he had no idea what it was, but said that the little guy would be fine and he shouldn't worry so much. Suddenly, Jamie asked Knight Ras what he was doing here, and the man explained to the boy that he had to discuss something else with his father, but everything was fine. Jamie was surprised because he didn't understand what his father could be talking about with the knight because everything was already fine. Then the man said that he had a feeling that little Jamie should hear the information that he would say directly from his mouth. Meanwhile, the boy did not understand what Raz was thinking about. But the man said that Ricky and Anna were going with him to his church because they had really good abilities and they would be very useful. Then he also said that goodbyes are not eternal, but the little guy had no idea what the Holy Knight was talking about. The man explained that Ricky and Anna will visit him, but it will be rare, but the main thing will be that they will never build it and will be fine together, and the Holy Knight. Jamie was really very surprised because he understood that the knight wanted to say something to the boy, but Jamie did not understand it. After that, the man rushed to hug Jamie, which really impressed him because he did not expect this at all. It seemed to Jamie that not everything was so simple and the knight was really up to something but just didn't want to tell him about it. But the man simply said that he did not want their friendship to end and asked the boy not to miss him and not to forget him because they would definitely meet again. He turned and wished the boy luck and said he was very happy to meet such a powerful mage. The boy simply waved at him and was sure that there was definitely something wrong here because Pyro was not as simple as it seemed. The events are transferred to the king's room. He was just talking to his wife. He said that he had no idea what their father-in-law was up to, and it scared him very much. The woman said that her dead mother probably did not manage to implement these plans, but the man did not understand why Jamie wanted to see his grandfather so much. The husband understood that they were leaving tomorrow, but he was worried whether everything was in order with them. But his daughter assured that they had no problems. Sears also added that they would be escorted by Welton's best security, so the man didn't have to worry about it all because they would be under really good protection. She also said that no one would threaten them because her husband was the king and no one wanted to have any problems with him. These words comforted the man, and he began to feel better because his family was really under great protection. Argano understood that in addition he would have the Holy Knight Ras, who was also a holy marshal and had really very strong strength and fighting skills. But the king said that the problem was not in their protection, but in Jamie, because he was very worried about his little son. After all, at the age of 9 he possessed very strong magic and his power only increased and he was truly unique. Argano was afraid that Jamie would control his emotions, and because of this, even the best guards of Welton and Ras would probably not be able to stop his powerful magic. But Sears just smiled and said that you don't need to worry about it, because something really wonderful happened today, so she surprised her husband. Then she told him that this morning Jamie said that he loved her very much and showed his heart with his fingers. The man was very happy and said that he would very much like to see it all with his own eyes because it was all really beautiful. Jamie's mother reassured the king and said that she believed in their child and therefore there was no need to worry. Then they held hands and said that it is really wonderful that they are such good parents and that they have such good and talented children because they have a good future. Meanwhile, Jamie was not wasting his own time, so he decided to act. He continued to use and learn new magic, but now he was very happy because there was good news. Jamie was very happy that he managed to defeat that monster creator because now he had the same magic ball because it was many times stronger than Jamie thought. He said that now he will definitely be able to reach the 6th level because now he has become many times stronger thanks to this magic ball. And the new level is only a matter of time. But still, there was still a very long way to his success. But now he can easily deal with monsters and gods as strong as that monster creator. Then he used Chernish and quickly flew away so that no one would see him. He flew to his servants who were very happy that the master had returned because they simply could not believe that the little boy was alive. But the boy stopped their joy and said that he would go to Afton. This place was very far, so he would not be there for a very long time. The men were very surprised because they understood that Afton was on the other side of the world and only the one-way trip would take about a whole month. Because of this, the stout man got angry because he didn't want to do anything again for a whole month. Seeing all this, Jamie was surprised because he did not count on the fact that his servants could be angry with him. He said that the men need not worry because now they are going with him. His hand lit up with magic, and the boy said that he began to remember something that he had already forgotten a lot. A very large magical atmosphere began to appear over the men, which scared them very much because they did not understand what it was. Frightened, Rise asked his master what this strange thing was that was hanging over them. The guy simply pointed with his hand and said that it was his repository of the undead, thereby greatly surprising the men. Understanding this, Jamie decided to explain in simple words and said that this is now a new home for these servants so that they can be next to him. The men were surprised because they could not believe that now they will live in such a terrible house that was created from magic. But Jamie only got angry because he said that they had no choice. Otherwise, they would stay here for months. Then he shouted to his servants and told them to climb very quickly into the middle of the house, and they did. It looked very creepy indeed, as it seemed that the men were simply entering some other dimension filled with magic. Jamie was surprised because he realized that these two men were very strange because they did not have clearly expressed emotions. But being inside, a stout man said that it was really not so bad because they had a lot of free space and it was quite cozy. Then they got out and said that being inside there was a strange feeling, as if something was filling them from the inside, and the guy explained that it was the first power. Jamie explained that it was all for restoration against divinity, and it was filled with power. He also said that this place was created with his powerful magic, and the undead that were inside just captured that power and enhanced it. Reese understood that Jamie was using his power, so he asked if he didn't care, but Jamie was just surprised and asked Reese if he was worried. Reese realized he had made a big mistake and began apologizing. Meanwhile, his partner asked if Jamie could make them stronger while they were in the middle of that atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the man with pink hair started very quickly to cover his friend's mouth, as it could lead to big problems. But angry Jamie just laughed ironically and asked his servant to die. The next morning, the big coach was already standing at the bridge and everyone was ready to go. But suddenly the man started throwing his son in the air, which Jamie didn't like very much. He understood that he was not some kind of toy that a man could play with. Besides, it was really very dangerous. But the king just looked at his son and said that he just had to protect his mother, sister, and his knight friend so that everything would be all right. Then Jamie hesitantly replied that the man could rely on him because he was very strong. Hearing this, the father hugged his son tightly and asked him to come back alive and well, and said that he would miss him very much. Jamie was surprised by his father's words, but still replied that he would do anything. Suddenly, another strange flag belonging to the defenders appeared near the carriage. A big gray man named Jack Bryan said they need to leave soon, so he wants to tell them the plan. Ricky sat in the carriage and said that he really wanted Russ to go with them, because he would only accompany them and then return. Jamie understood that they all wanted a safe route, even though it would take a really long time and they would arrive later. Suddenly, Jamie's mother said that as soon as Sarah gets into the carriage, she immediately falls asleep, so the trip will be very calm. It was time to leave, and the carriage quickly moved to the side, leaving behind the king and other people who had come to see all this. Then Ras, who was riding a horse, told the guard that he would guard the rear and he could insure him. Jamie, meanwhile, was serious and looked at all these events that were happening around him. He was interested in what the goddess Pyro had planned, because after he told her his previous name, nothing happened, which meant that she did not say anything to all the gods. Or the goddess simply could not say anything because she was expelled from the participation of the gods. But despite all these reasons, all this will stop when the boy finally returns and becomes very strong. Meanwhile, Jamie's sister, who was lying in the carriage, had already fallen fast asleep, as her mother had said. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, she woke up and saw in front of her a guy who introduced himself as Rika. Then the boy opened his eyes and scared the little girl very much with his appearance because his eyes were just white. After that, a panic started in the carriage. Sarah was very scared of the guy, but they still started to walk together. The trip continued, and after 2 days the carriage was near some mountains and it was raining heavily outside. Everyone was really very tired, and so they just closed their eyes and fell asleep, even Jamie. But Rika was awake. He understood that he must control the whole situation and blacken the royal family as it protected him. The boy was happy because he saw his friend in the window, who saw that everyone was really very tired and fell asleep. But suddenly Jamie started to wake up. He was surprised because he didn't know how long he had slept and where they were. Ricky heard these questions and said that Jamie slept for about 2 hours and slept very soundly. The knight outside the window realized that the little children were really bored sitting all the way, so he offered to tell one very interesting story. He said that where they were, there were mountains named Maya Tre, and for a long time there was a very interesting legend. Ricky was very happy and said that he would be happy to listen to this story from the knight. Meanwhile, Jamie was completely indifferent to this stupid story. Then Raz began his story. He said that a long time ago, about 1,000 years ago, when there were elves and lizards in the world, these great mountains were just one mountain. But one fine day, two large flying lizards arrived at this place. This really interested Jamie because he couldn't believe what Russ was talking about dragons. Ross said that there were two dragons. One was a very angry big one with black paint on it, and the other dragon was a generous blue gentle dragon named Maya Trey. Ross said that there was a dragon girl, a sorceress whom Maya Trey loved very much. But unfortunately, they simply could not be together, and all the dragons who watched all this sent a black dragon to simply destroy the sorceress that Maya Trey loved. The two dragons began to fight hard, and in the course of the struggle, the great mountain split and water began to flow between the mountains, which began to fill the city. After it was all over, the black dragon was driven out, but the girl, Maya Trey, unfortunately, died from the strong fire of the dragon, and after that, Maya Trey went to the middle of the mountains, where, according to legends, it remains to this day. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, Anna asked if it was true that heavy rains had just started in this place. Raz was very happy that Anna had already heard this whole story, and said that it was true, and because of this one famous musician in these mountains was called the Dragon's Rain. However, Jamie thought deeply because he understood that all this could be true because dragons were mythical creatures and there were legends that they existed a long time ago. Jamie decided to ask a question to clarify because it seemed to him that this story could be very useful for him. But suddenly the rain became even stronger and lightning struck very loudly and strongly all around. Everyone was very scared because no one expected it to be so loud. Mother took little Sarah in her arms and said that everything was fine because the little child was very scared of lightning. Jamie was very surprised because he also couldn't understand why it all started happening, but he said that everything was really good and it was just a little rain. Despite all this, the carriage continued to drive on, but Jamie was not at ease. He had a bad feeling. Suddenly one lightning struck the trunk of one tree very hard. This tree was right next to the carriage and began to fall on it very quickly. Complete chaos began to happen. The horses were very frightened, so they began to jump high. Inside the carriage, everyone was really very scared, especially little Sarah, who did not understand what was happening at all. Then suddenly the carriage began to overturn. Sears grabbed her little daughter and held on to her very tightly to save her. Everything was so bad that the woman with the child in her arms just flew out of the carriage very quickly. Seeing all this, Jamie was very scared for his relatives and not for what he had to do. But his mother growled that the boy should first take care of his little sister and her. Jamie realized that he needed to act immediately and therefore began to use the magic of tied ropes. A large blue shield appeared in the air and began to pull the woman and the small child towards him, holding them from below. Jamie was really shocked, but fortunately he still managed to save his relatives. Everyone else was really shocked because they saw the queen and her child in the air, held by a strange magic. Jamie was amazed because he managed to save his relatives, but now probably many people will have many questions. But at that very moment, something very strange began to happen to the little boy's hand. He was scared because he understood that he simply did not control her, but this hand held his mother and sister in the air. The woman was very frightened because she understood that they were again in great danger because they were starting to fall. But Jamie shouted that everything was fine and he still had the magic of flight. Suddenly, the boy was very surprised because he realized that he simply could not use this magic. Therefore, he decided to use mana burning. It was a high-quality magic that made the mana completely disappear. Unexpectedly, Jamie saw a strange person in front of him and asked her who she was. It was some very strange woman with a large amulet on her chest. The boy really did not understand who she was. He thought that it could be some kind of dragon. Then a great strong blue magic rushed to the ground. Then everyone began to worry because they understood that Jamie was falling to the bottom and was in great danger. The woman just looked down and couldn't believe that her son would die right now. But suddenly, someone asked her to turn around. When she turned around, she was very surprised because she could not understand what was happening. She saw Ricky, who just wanted to help the woman, and asked her to calm down. Sarah, in Anna's arms, also cried a lot and worried about her older brother. She was so worried that it seemed like she was going to pass out right now. Then Knight Raz came and said that everything should be fine with her son. He also added that it might just be his guess, but Jamie was really strong and could survive. Russ has already seen how good Jamie is with magic more than once, so they have to wait for him here. But unexpectedly, he said that he would still go down to help the royal family. However, one of the guards said that there are very dangerous waters below that can be very dangerous for Raz. Despite all this, Raz said that he only needed 3 hours and he would definitely return alive and well. Sears began to think about all this because she understood that Russ was really in great danger if he went down. But she asked Raz to be very careful and find her son. Then the man knelt down, kissed the queen's hand, and said that he would carry out her order. Meanwhile, Jamie was in some very large and dark cave. The boy was very surprised because he did not understand where he was and how he got here. He also realized that he could not do anything because he was bound by some magical ropes. He was very scared because he had never been in a similar situation in his life. Suddenly, a terrible voice said that the boy finally woke up. As it turned out, it was a woman. She approached the boy and asked him if he was a dragon. But Jamie got angry and said that he was not like him at all, and Sears confirmed it. However, she said that she was not going to just let the young man go because she still had a lot of questions for him. Therefore, the boy began to worry because he understood that this girl must have been very strong. The woman said that the magic used by the boy was very similar to the same magic used by dragons. Jamie was surprised because he couldn't believe that the breath of his body was like a dragon. But the girl said that human magic was simply terrible, so they couldn't do anything with dragons at all. Jamie was very angry and said that it was her fault that he was stuck here and he wasn't going to talk to her at all. However, the weird witch continued to ask the boy where he was from because his son was stronger than the elves. Realizing that Jamie would not answer anything, the girl was surprised because she could not believe that he could be so impudent. But Jamie said that she herself was very high-minded because she kidnapped an innocent person, tied her up, and is still questioning. He also said that she specifically struck him with lightning, then took his mana and tied him up. But the woman said that the boy was right and said that she wanted to protect him so that he would definitely come to her. Jamie continued to scream and said that because of the girl's concessions, his mother and sister were in danger. However, he suddenly stopped unexpectedly and asked himself why he was so angry. He said that he still had no idea who she was and what she wanted from him. Then the young man asked her to remove the shackles, promising that he would not ask her stupid questions. However, the stranger refused him and said that he looks very cheerful in such a situation. This made the young man very angry, and she told the girl that now she does not want to fire him at all. Then Jamie realized that only one person can have such a character, namely the same dragon Maitre. He understood that only she was very kind to people, and if he met a dark or red dragon, it would be the end of him. After that, the boy asked why she kidnapped him if she thought he was a dragon. Suddenly, her appearance and voice changed a lot, and she said she just wanted to knock him out. But Jamie just laughed and asked her to free him, but she refused him. This made the boy very angry because he did not understand why she did not let him go. However, the girl just laughed and said that she really likes when she can control people. She also added that if she were to use it as an ingredient, she would receive a master class in Sparta. The guy began to worry because he understood that everything was going very badly and she could really use him. Then he realized that he just needed to pull himself together and that the situation was very bad for him. After that, he asked the dragon why she wanted to kill other dragons, but Sears replied that it was none of his business. He asked her if it was all because she loved the previous person very much. She unexpectedly used her magic and freed the boy from his shackles. Then she approached him and said that if he said something like that again, he would just be dead. The boy realized that he was right, but still continued to question her and asked if it was true that the other dragons did not accept her love. He also said that the woman left her race to save her life. These words made the dragon girl very worried. She got very angry, created a lot of magic, and drank that he could understand it all. But the boy said that the girl was very stupid because she could have just used the magic of brainwashing and everything would have been many times better. Jamie was very hurt, but despite this, he said that the girl was so kind that he couldn't even believe that she was a dragon. Then Maitre remembered that her ex-boyfriend, who was killed by dragons, had said the same words to her. She got very angry and said that it was just a lost chance for the boy to survive. A lot of magic appeared around her and she said that she would respond very cruelly. Jamie fell to the ground and realized that Maitre's magic was very strong, so he better just stay silent until something really bad happened. But suddenly, the girl calmed down and said that Jamie was very strange, just like her former lover. But Jamie was surprised and did not know how he should react to all this. He understood that she associated him as the same guy from the legends who was abandoned by people. Meanwhile, the Knight Raz continued his search, although the rain interfered with him very much. He was worried because he just didn't understand where Jamie could be because he had been looking for him for a long time. Maitre began to tell that her former lover's name was Ganon and he was a wizard of dark magic. These words struck Jamie. Maitre said that she still does not understand how she fell in love with a dark sorcerer who was also a dragon. Ganon wanted to use dark magic to learn the truth of this world. He was so talented that he managed to reach the 9th level. The boy said that even millennia had passed, but still no one could have the 9th level. But the girl interrupted him and said that she would tell him everything. She revealed that Ganon began searching for answers long before she met him. Maitre joined him and they went through many hardships together, and in the end they fell in love with each other. They were really very good because they understood each other very well and generally lived happily. Everything was fine until the Dragon Lord issued the same terrible order. This order said that Ganon was evil and had to be destroyed. After that, all the dragons that were in the world were forced to obey the order of their king, so they tried to destroy Ganon. Then they began to run away, but they had a very small son, so Maitre told the boy to go to the cave, and there he would be in perfect order and they would try to do everything possible. It was a very dark ruin where only one creature could be, so it seemed that Ganon was completely safe. Then Maitreya was exiled for 1,000 years, but Ganon unexpectedly came to her 4 months later. He was very strong and angry with all those dragons who ruled the world, so he wanted revenge. But the main people just laughed because it seemed to them that Ganon was completely insane because he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Ganon saved his beloved and they hid together in the same big mountain, but then Ganon died. Jamie was very surprised because he did not know all the details of this story and he felt very sorry for the girl. But Maitre believed that it would be better for Ganon because that mountain was very deep and safe. She realized that she had made the biggest mistake in her life. She also said that everyone else began to erase all memories of Ganon. They even began to kill those people who simply once met him because they could tell others. The boy began to guess that this could be the same truth that the dragons wanted to hide. Therefore, she said that she is not going to leave this cave to always remember her beloved. She said that it was a sacred place for her and her whole life was laid here. Then Jamie realized that the dragons really did it, and now it was clear why he didn't remember anything. When he was reborn, the first thing he started to do was look for some memories of gods and dragons, but he couldn't find anything. It seemed to him that someone had specially deleted all data about his existence in a past life. He realized that it was not the terrible gods, but the main dragon. He and his team erased all information about him, just like they did with Ganon. Jamie was surprised because he could not understand what Ganon had achieved if he had 9th level magic. Then suddenly Jamie asked Maitreya if there was any tomb here dedicated to Ganon, but the girl did not understand why Jamie needed it. The boy explained that he would like to worship this tomb because he was also connected with magic. The girl fell silent and began to think, but decided to show it to the boy and told him to follow her. After some time, they came to some strange clearing and the woman explained that Ganon was sleeping in this city. But suddenly something hit Jamie very hard. He looked at the cross on the mountain and recognized his bracelet from his previous life there. It was one of 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo Wolfer to fight against the evil gods. This artifact was very strong and protected against all diseases and curses that were imposed by the enemy. Jamie was surprised because he could not believe that he would find it here. Then Jamie realized that Ganon put on his bracelet. Then he learned about the existence of Diablo Wolfer, and because of this, he was looking for the true world. Jamie understood that if he asked Maitreya to return his bracelet, he would be in very big trouble. Meanwhile, the girl approached her husband's grave and said that it was her. Jamie asked her what kind of bracelet it was, and Maitreya replied that the bracelet had great power and had saved Ganon many times. Jamie was happy because he understood that this treasure can protect a person from various problems. After that, the boy laughed ironically and asked if that was all that was left of Ganon. But the girl did not like this question. She became very angry and asked why he was asking this. Jamie got scared and said he was just curious because Ganon found out the truth, and because of that, he could find a lot of interesting things. Hearing this, Maitreya calmed down and calmly said that Ganon still had his own notebook. The boy was very happy and asked the girl if he could look at him, but the girl did not want to do it. But Jamie didn't want to give up, so he asked the girl to tell something about that notebook. He also asked if she knew the truth about the world that her ex-husband found out. But she got very angry and said that the little sorcerer still couldn't understand anything, and he was already going beyond all limits. Jamie replied that Ganon had spent his entire life trying to find out the truth, and Maitreya was defending his consequences. After that, his voice rose and he said Ganon would like to share his findings with some talented sorcerer. These words made the girl think. She said that Jamie was really very smart, but she didn't want to show anything. She said that she remembers every detail about her husband, so she does not want to lose anything. Suddenly, the boy heard a strange voice that asked Diablo not to forget anything. The guy was very surprised and could not understand anything, to which the girl replied that he was still too young. Then she went to the room where there was the same notebook wrapped in her blue magic. Maitreya decided to show the boy that notebook, but she was not sure that he would be able to understand anything. Sears said that this notebook was closed and the average person would not be able to see it. Maitreya asked the boy to follow her so that she could send the little boy back. But suddenly Jamie began to use his dark magic and told the woman not to be afraid that she would not see now. These words really surprised the woman because she did not understand what the little guy was leaning towards. Turning back, she realized that Jamie was also a dark mage, just like her ex-boyfriend. Seeing this, Maitreya was very scared because she realized that the power of this little guy was many times stronger than she thought. A lot of magic appeared around, and Jamie said that he managed to remove the seal. He was holding an open notebook, and everything around him began to glow very strangely. In this notebook, it was said that one day Ganon met a great blue dragon who called him dirty because of his dark magic. Ganon wrote that he did not know how it happened, but somehow they became friends and began to travel around this world despite the fact that she was a dragon. Thanks to Maitreya, Ganon got to the 6th place that was indicated on the map. The place was so dangerous that no one could get there except very strong people. 2 years later, the man remembers that the main dragon gave the order to destroy him, but he was more afraid for Maitreya because she left her family for him. In the 41st year, according to the lunar calendar, Ganon remembers that he was standing near some very old grave. It was stamped with the date of years ago and was written in some strange language. On the 41st year, the man remembered that he and his beloved settled in some mountain where it was quite safe. Then they wanted to go, and Gurman was the city that was written at the very bottom of the tomb, although that land no longer existed. Jamie realized that there must have been something very important on that land if Ganon wanted to go there. At that time, the girl was nearby and cried loudly because she remembered all these beautiful moments from their lives. Jamie thought that now he knew about his tomb, wrote Ganon. The guy remembered that in his past life he wanted to anger the sadness and hope of his future right now. Jamie also understood that he wrote this many years before the time of the rain came, and 6 years later, he himself was born. After that, he finished reading the notebook and asked where the same Harmon was from the girl. It was very strange to him that he did not know anything about this strange place and did not understand what could be there. However, suddenly, Jamie smiled and said that everything was just beautiful. Jamie understood that with only one cell the man managed to learn the truth about the 12 gods. Despite the fact that all of Jamie's guesses were completely true, he understood that he needed to gather himself and be ready. After all, he came to Earth in this form in order to reach the heights again and defeat the evil gods. Maitre began to cry because she realized that Ganon really loved her very much and did everything possible to save her life. Jamie smiled and said that Ganon will always live in the girl's heart. He said that this love will be boundless as long as Maitre remembers his beloved. Then the girl burst into tears and said that the boy knew how to say good things despite the fact that he was very small. But Jamie just smiled and said he wasn't a small guy. Maitre began to cry. She said that she would really like to go back to those times. But Jamie Millet patted the girl on the head and said that everyone had such thoughts. However, the girl suddenly took his hand and stopped him. She asked him what kind of dark magic was that, what kind of little boy. She just couldn't believe that a boy could be a dark mage. Jamie tried to justify himself and said that it was ordinary magic, but the girl was smart and said that she understood everything. All this really impressed Jamie because he could not believe that everything was really like that. She said that she had already kidnapped some people who understood this magic because she also wanted to read Ganon's notebook. Maitre explained that it was one dark sorcerer who, after a long conversation and threats, still decided to help her. However, despite all the efforts, none of those dark magicians could open the notebook, and only Jamie managed to do it. But Jamie explained and said that Ganon had a slightly different, stronger magic, because of which no one was able to succeed. He decided to tell everything as it really was and said that he was a magician who fulfilled Ganon's last wishes before his death. However, the girl was surprised because she understood that all of Ganon's belongings were here and the young man had never met her former lover. But despite this, she had to admit that they were pursuing the same goal. Then the boy said that he was not exaggerating and fulfilled Ganon's last wish. But Maitre did not fully trust him and asked if he also fought against the 12 gods. Jamie was very scared because he couldn't believe that Ganon was telling her about it. But the girl explained that she learned it with the help of a notebook. She said that Ganon hated the 12 gods for working with dragons. She also added that if Jamie wanted to fight against them, he would die. Jamie decided to tell her the truth and said that he really wanted to fight against the gods. Maitre confirmed that she also hates these gods, but there was one big nuance. It seemed to her that it was simply impossible to do. Because they were there, she asked the boy to remain an ordinary person and live for his own good. She simply begged him to surrender, but the boy decided to tell her his story. He said that once upon a time he defied the gods with a lot of support from his friends, but they all died because they disowned him. Because of this, he lost to the evil gods and was sent to the realm of eternity so that he could not get out. But despite this man decided to do everything possible to return and take revenge on the gods. She took off the same bracelet and said that Ganon wouldn't mind if Jamie's story was really true. The boy was very happy because he got his bracelet back. He thanked the girl and said that he would be very careful with this strong bracelet. Suddenly she opened the portal and shouted for the guy to go away very quickly and pushed him. When the boy left, Maitre closed her eyes and began to use her magic. Then she approached Ganon's grave and told him that his dream continued to exist. Meanwhile, some very strange magic began to appear high in the sky, and the Night Raz thought that it would start raining again. However, as it turned out to be Jamie, he greeted Russ and asked what he had been doing all this time. The man was really shocked because he couldn't believe that it was really Jamie. The boy gave him his and offered him to return with him to the queen. Raz sat on an invisible shield and together they flew very quickly to the very top of the mountain. Seeing her son, the queen was very happy because she was sure that he had died. Rika and Anna were also very pleasantly surprised by the boy's return because they were very worried. The other defenders began to bow to Night Raz for his gift, despite Raz's denials and claims that he had done nothing. He was really very surprised because no one just believed him, even though he didn't even use his martial superpower. Then the events are transferred to the empire of Count Pierre Nesman. The children were just enjoying life and talking to each other. But suddenly everyone started screaming very loudly because they saw a white mouse with red eyes from below. One girl cried and asked why the girl does not follow her dangerous mouse. But someone shouted that this mouse ate a very dangerous medicine for zombies, and now it needs to be caught urgently. Meanwhile, one girl with pink hair was cleaning and was very angry because she didn't understand how much more she had to do. Suddenly she heard that someone was very interested in when that stupid girl would finally disappear and what she was doing here. The classmates behind her laughed at her and said that they were just geniuses and she was very stupid and not beautiful. The student was very offended because they understood that the girl heard all this. One rude girl came up to her and ordered to bring everything on the list because through her they had to conduct the experiment first. But the girl could not answer, so the student continued to mock her and said that she was to blame. Therefore, there was nothing left for her to do, and she simply lowered her head and said that she would follow the order. When she left, the girls continued to laugh at her and said that she would be worse than a laboratory mouse. Meanwhile, she began to cry because she could not understand why all these problems were happening to her. Then the events are transferred to the large, luxurious courtyard of Count Pierre. The Count and his guests were sitting at the table, and he thanked the guests for coming so far to see him. The man laughed and said that the chef tried very hard. That's why all the dishes definitely turned out very tasty. Everyone was really just enchanted because they felt just a beautiful aroma and could not believe that everything could be so delicious. The queen began to thank Count Pierre for trying so hard, but the Count said that he was always very happy to receive such good guests. Then after a while, the dark night came on the street and Jamie, as usual, began to act. He understood that there was nothing to look at in this place, so he needed to go on the road. He was just afraid that Rika might just suspect something. After all, he understood that Ricky often followed him and could attack unexpectedly. However, Chernish suddenly began to squeal and Jamie realized that he just wanted to walk around the beautiful city. But suddenly someone looked at the amazing bracelet that was on his hand. Two evil men stood behind the wall and looked at Jamie. They wanted to get the same bracelet that was on his hand because it was an artifact. It seemed to them that the boy was too stupid and small to keep such a bracelet on his arm, and they were sure that his parents were very poor, so the boy would easily give away his bracelet. One man also added that their director would be very happy with such a find and would reward the young men. But Jamie didn't suspect anything until Chernish started squealing again. He realized that two insolent, stupid men began to pursue him. But Jamie said that he is not afraid at all and he doesn't care what they want from him. Suddenly he smiled and said that with the help of these men he would finally lift his spirits. Some time passed and the men simply lost Jamie. They simply did not understand where the young man could go from them. Then Jamie appeared on another street and just wanted to laugh at the two stupid men because they didn't expect him to be able to teleport at all. The man was very surprised because he suddenly saw a very strange light behind him. But Jamie was counting on the fact that the men would find out about it and wanted to play them hard. But suddenly, a very strange red portal appeared behind Jamie, and strange hands came out of it. Seeing this, the boy was surprised because he did not understand what kind of hands these were, and because he did not expect it at all. When the men heard strange sounds, they were even more surprised because they did not understand what was happening. But when they came to the same street, they were angry because they didn't manage to catch that stupid guy. Then another portal appeared in the same laboratory where the girl with pink hair was. Jamie didn't know who kidnapped him, but he was sure that he would kill him now for such an act. But the girl began to forgive so that the young man stopped and did not make hasty concessions. However, Jamie was very angry and said that he would do everything right now to destroy his enemies. He used his very magic and the girl started to scream because of it because it was really very unpleasant and started to defend herself with her magic. Seeing this, Jamie was very surprised because he could not believe that it was dark magic. However, his magic was so strong that he did not destroy the girl with pink hair. After that, he came closer to the girl and said that he knew about her dark magic and ordered to tell everything about that unexpected attack on him. However, the girl just cried and quietly said that the boy was just too cruel. She began to cry even harder and said that she only wanted to save the boy because he was in great danger. Then the boy was surprised because he realized that those two were also magicians, and besides, they were very strong. The girl confirmed everything and said that she saved him in vain, because after the rescue she still received a lot of damage from the boy and it hurt her a lot because of this. She started crying even harder. The girl just didn't stop and said that everyone just hates her in this life and it really pissed Jamie off. But she continued to say it and said that the world was just unfair to her. Jamie shouted loudly for the girl to stop this whole circus. After a while, the girl calmed down and told him that she saved him from two very strong students from her school, and she used some forbidden items from the school to create this portal. She said that the two men wanted to conduct experiments on the young man, and now the girl was worried because she did not understand how old the boy was. But Jamie just laughed and said that he agreed that the girl was a dark mage. This really impressed the girl because it seemed to her that the boy was forced to take part in cruel experiments. Jamie replied that he had never been involved in anything like that since birth, but the girl replied that he was just very lucky and said that she was also a dark magician, but she never wanted to become one. Jamie came closer and said that the girl was just like the same evil people in her class who wanted to kill him. The frightened girl said that she had never been like that, and she never wanted anyone to suffer from the evil experiments of evil people. She explained to him that she had always been very afraid of blood and also said that she was different from those evil men. Then Jamie understood and asked her to listen carefully. He came even closer and said that he did not care at all about all these words and left. Seeing this, the girl became very angry and said goodbye to the ungrateful young man whom she saved. But suddenly, something stopped her. It seemed that it was some kind of strange wall. It was an invisible barrier that Jamie created, and now he approached the girl closer. The shocked girl could not believe what kind of invisible wall it was and why the boy was behaving so strangely. Jamie smiled and said that he still had a lot of questions for the girl. Then the girl's anger suddenly disappeared and she began to ask that he let her go, and she would do everything necessary. Meanwhile, in another branch of the school, a man was looking for Venna, but no one saw her, which surprised him a lot. It was the director. His name was Garb. He didn't understand where the girl could go because there wasn't much left to finish. The girl sitting in the invisible cage started talking to Jamie and answering his questions. Jamie asked the girl if she had been with these evil men, but the girl said that the boy simply could not understand it because she had spent more than 10 years with them. He realized that he needed to act with proven methods, and because of this, he activated his dark magic. When the girl saw this, she was very scared because she could not believe that the boy possessed dark mana. It seemed to her that it was simply not possible because this young man was very small in appearance and could not be so talented. Venna did not understand how black mana could awaken such strong feelings. Jamie then told the girl to warn him if she changed her mind because his information would not be true. Then her brain would turn to mush. But Venna just asked about how the boy managed to use dark mana. Unexpectedly, she stopped the boy's hand and said that she really wanted to know that. Jamie got angry and said that if the girl behaves like this, he will not let her go and she will stay for a long time. But the girl suddenly fell to her knees, began to cry, and begged the boy to take her as a student. This turn of events really impressed the boy because he did not know how to react to it. Jamie still refused the girl, but Venna did not stop and continued to beg him to teach her. When Jamie came closer, the girl decided to use the opportunity and took him by his cloak. The boy simply did not understand what this girl was doing and became even more angry with her. Venna hugged the boy and said that her parents died several years ago due to a disaster, and because of this, she was forced to become a black magician. She said that there were sacrifice experiments at this school and she was laughed at because she was forced to become a dark mage. She fell on his knees and asked him to teach her because she wanted to end it all because she didn't like it. But Jamie did not understand how his help could be related to learning from him. The girl said that the guy's black mana was not created thanks to the sacrifice, and because of that she also needs such power. But the boy just laughed because he understood that sometimes pure darkness can grow into the creature on which he uses it. But Vena denied him and said that everything was different. Despite all the girl's requests, Jamie said that he simply has no desire to help her. Then, after some time, the boy stood outside the window of the building and carefully watched all the events taking place inside. He dreamed that in his past life many students also asked him to teach them, but in the end everything ended badly. Jamie found out that Vena's school had more than 20 students, and Garb was the headmaster. The boy used curse magic to become invisible. Now he wondered how much had happened while the boy was gone. The girl who was dressed in a black dress begged for help because she was under some kind of water. One man said that it was just beautiful when their disciples asked for death themselves. Another man asked if the lifting of the curse also affected the speech of their victims. Then the men realized that they had very few parts left because they had been conducting too many experiments lately. But the man assured his son that everything will be fine because soon they will have many more students, and because of this the number of experiments will increase many times. Meanwhile, Jamie listened carefully to their conversations. One man also added that he really likes that you can put experiments on people because it was the best way to achieve results and brought a lot of joy. Jamie understood how low dark magic had fallen and why they used it. However, in his past, he himself sacrificed a great number of people to fight against the gods, so he has no right to judge others. However, there was a question why it was created at all, and you don't need to be an expert to understand that it was created to destroy the evil gods. Jamie understood that he left his humanity and bore many sins, so he was not perfect. He understood that if he wants to sacrifice his life, he must prepare for it. However, he suddenly stopped and said that one more important thing needed to be done. He was worried that the seeds he planted had sprouted and turned into monsters, and if that was the case, he needed to deal with it. Then the events are transferred back to the School of Dark Magic. Vena was very worried because she didn't know where Jamie had gone. She just wanted to get him out. But suddenly someone unexpectedly pulled the girl by her pink hair. It was a girl with dark hair. She rudely asked the girl where she was and what she was doing for so long. However, the girl did not stop and asked if Vena had done everything she asked, but Vena replied that she had forgotten to do it. Hearing this answer, the rude woman became even more angry and pulled her by the pink braid. She came even closer and said that Vena has recently relaxed too much and is not completing her tasks. She pulled her victim even harder and she started screaming loudly in pain. After that, she threw Vena to the ground and she asked why she was doing this in the first place. And the rude woman answered that it was necessary to do this from time to time so that Vena would remember who she was and not forget to obey her and the kingdom. Vena burst into tears and asked the rude woman to stop all this because she was in a lot of pain. But suddenly the evil girl started to use dark magic called Trial of Pain and said that now is the time to throw out the trash. Vena fell to the ground and began to beg for forgiveness and promised that she would never forget the words in her life. She just lay on the ground and was sure that these were her last seconds of life. However, suddenly a familiar voice asked Vena what was happening in the sky. Vena was very surprised when she raised her head because she realized that Jamie was standing in front of her. Then Jamie turned to Vena again and asked what was going on with her. He laughed because he simply couldn't believe that someone like such a brash girl could inspire fear in Vena. After that, his eyes lit up with magic. He turned to Vena and ordered her to stand up. Vena was very shocked, but she got up from the ground very quickly without expecting it. The boy turned to her and asked how long she was going to endure all this. But the girl simply did not know what she could answer. So she said that she did not know how long it would last. Meanwhile, the evil girl was happy. She said that she had no idea who the boy was, but she would easily defeat him because he was very stupid to come here. But surprisingly, Jamie remained calm and said that Jamie had to choose right now. However, Grubianza was really indifferent to all these conversations and decided to start attacking them. She sent some very strange but very fast blue magic thing at Jamie. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Venna became very angry and shouted loudly that she no longer wanted to belong to a society where there could be rude women like her. And after that, a lot of blue magic and various fire appeared around her. Jamie was really very shocked because he did not expect something like this from a girl. He realized that it was really very strong. The evil girl was also very surprised and couldn't believe that Venna could do something like that. Realizing that she had impressed everyone, Venna stopped and lowered her voice. But the impudent girl didn't care what happened. She decided to continue the battle because she wanted to destroy Jamie and his friend. However, Jamie simply praised Venna and said that she had taken her first and very important step. Jamie then decided to take part in this battle as well and started using his own magic. The brute was really shocked because at one moment all her magic began to simply suddenly disappear, although nothing like this had happened in her life before. Jamie turned to Venna and said that the first step was over. Now you need to take the second step, and it will not be as difficult as the previous one. The rude woman was very angry. She simply could not understand who Jamie was and what kind of very strange magic he had. But Jamie Millet stood very quietly and said that now he will use erasure magic. After that, the black energy again went towards the frightened Venna. Chief Director Garb was in his office and was very happy because now he finally managed to do it. He realized that finally, Venna Valkyrie got excited and his plans finally came true. He was very afraid because such bad conditions were very dangerous and at the same time very necessary in order to keep control over the girl. And because of this, the director was afraid that Venna would never wake up. He realized that thanks to Venny, he would no longer need to be in this stupid and boring place because Venny's power now belonged to him. Jamie left his rival and headed towards Venna. Venna was very scared. She closed her eyes and began to ask Naked for something to be forgiven, because she was guilty. Jamie was really shocked because he couldn't believe that such a soft person could be a Valkyrie in the middle. Valkyrie was an angel of a very high rank. He had very great power, and thanks to it you could fight with the gods. But a lot of them died out, and because of this, they all had to hide from the 12 gods. Jamie understood that all this could be the usual work of Garb, the school principal, because he was destroying the girl's self-esteem in order to easily manipulate her. Because in general the Valkyries were very wild and it was very difficult to stop them, but in this case it was the opposite. A very morally weak girl had a powerful son. Then Jamie said that in general he did not like anything at all. The girl did not understand what was wrong, but she still apologized to Jamie for her concessions. Suddenly they heard a strange sound. Venna explained that it was a red alert and they must have found out that Jamie was here. But Jamie said that all was not lost because they hadn't caught him yet. After hearing the message from the principal, Venna was even more frightened because in this message, the principal asked his students to bring Venna to him and allowed him to inflict moral damage on her. The girl was shocked because she could not believe that the director could really say that. Meanwhile, Jamie said that he guessed about it. After this message, many children rushed to search for their stupid classmate Vina. One of the students came forward and said that he heard some very suspicious noises. The guy looked at the worried Venna and asked her now what she was going to do in this situation. But the girl shouted loudly and confidently that she was different. Now it was obvious that the tearful Venna disappeared forever. Hearing this, Jamie just turned around and said that the girl had made a really good choice. A strange blue noise and blue magic began to appear all around. Venna was surprised because it was the first time she had seen something like this in her life. But Jamie continued to create it and said nothing. Then Jamie turned and said that he had already told the girl that the second step would be many times easier than the first. He came forward and more strange magic appeared around him. However, suddenly many students appeared in front of them, just eager to destroy Venna and Jamie. They decided to start using dark magic because they understood that their opponents were really very strong. Then the guy said that the girl was just brainwashed, and the girl was very surprised because she didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Their opponents were getting closer and closer, and it seemed that they would soon strike. However, Jamie just looked at that girl and said that she just had no willpower, And one of the possible reasons was that maybe once upon a time she obeyed the headmaster a lot. These words made Venna think, because she heard some bits of truth. Jamie also added that the way the other girls treated her was only an order from the principal because he was breaking the girl's self-esteem and wanted to control her. After that, one of the students began to use the curse of migraine, stiffness, and other bad things. The other students began to echo her and began to use every possible curse against Jamie as well. However, Jamie only used one curse of return, and all the curses the students used attacked them themselves. He appealed to Venna to pull herself together because she was beginning to worry again. However, the girl simply fell to her knees and said that she felt some very strange emotions. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she said that she would be very angry with everyone because she had suffered so much all this time without understanding why. Jamie liked these words because he understood that the real Venna is coming back, and this is a very good result. Then he unexpectedly pushed her forward and ordered her to fight against her enemies. The girl was very shocked because she was not ready for such a step because she had never fought before. Venna turned to Jamie and said she just didn't know how to fight properly. But it was only in the hands of her classmates, and they were already preparing to deliver a strong blow. He was a bald guy. He was very happy because he understood that Venna would not be able to do anything at all. Meanwhile, Venna was very angry, but she couldn't do anything because she was very scared, and it seemed to her that these were the last seconds of her life. However, suddenly, unexpectedly for herself, Venna used the itch curse and managed to dodge the blow. Realizing this, the girl was shocked because she did not know how she managed to do it. Despite this, the enemies did not give up. One student behind her used toothache magic to attack from behind. Seeing this, Venna got scared because it seemed to her that she would definitely not dodge this blow and she would end up. Suddenly, some strange hand grabbed that boy's arm he failed to strike. As it turned out, it was Venna again. She somehow accidentally saved her life. In addition, she managed not only to stop, but also to deliver a counterblow to the boy, and he flew away to a great distance. Seeing this, Venna was very surprised because she simply did not understand how she managed to do it. Jamie then shouted that this was Venna's true strength, and she just needed to believe in herself and keep fighting. However, the other guys didn't stop. They said that Venna's strength was just pathetic and they would soon overcome her. After that, the same young man began to move quickly towards the girl using the curse of blindness. But Jamie began to believe in herself, and because of this, she stopped being afraid of her abusers. She began to approach the boys and attack them. Seeing this, the boys were shocked because they simply could not understand how the girl managed to do this, and now they needed to defend themselves. Venna had the feeling that her body did not belong to her and was controlled by some heavenly force. Then Jamie realized that now they would easily win and asked the magicians what they were going to do now. After all, the weak mages now finally understood the difference in power between Jamie and Venna. Jamie just laughed and said that he had wanted to harvest for a long time and called Chernish. The boys were very frightened when they saw some very strange, unknown animal above them. Jamie asked if Chernish was done spotting all the black magic newbies and laughed. Suddenly, a very strange light appeared near Chernish, which he could control. He directed this strange magical sign at the students, thereby showing that they were just novices in dark magic. After that, Jamie smiled, his eyes lit up, and now he started the violet rampage. All the dark magic was directed at the very newcomers, whom Chernish had marked, and they began to scream. After a few seconds, they were all just lying on the ground and no longer posed any threat to them. Venna was very surprised because she could not believe that Jamie managed to defeat so many magicians at the same time. Suddenly a man entered the room with a stick and said that all his students had been destroyed. It was the same CEO and introduced himself to Jamie and said he was very pleased to meet you. He then said that Jamie's age definitely didn't match with this impressive power, so he asked if it was some kind of illness. But he himself laughed and said that he understood that the guy just had such a strange role. However, Jamie was very surprised because he did not understand what role the old man was talking about. Unexpectedly, the old director offered Jamie to work on it. This offer interested the boy, and he asked what he offered him. To this, The man replied that he has a plan, and if he executes it successfully, the boy will become even stronger, and his power will be so powerful that it will be very easy to destroy an entire nation. But the young man did not believe his words. The guy asked if men had special methods of quality, but the man replied that there was no need to hurry because they did not even have time to shake hands. Jamie understood that the man wanted to use him to achieve his goals, so he turned him down, saying that he was simply not interested. However, the director expected this answer and said that it was very unfortunate to hear this from the young man. Suddenly, Venna intervened in the conversation and asked her husband why he ordered her to be brought to him. Unexpectedly, the director's tone changed and he said that Venna was simply fantastic because she had a lot of vitality. But the girl did not understand why he was saying this. But the man behaved very strangely and said that she simply did not want to know the whole truth. Then he looked at her and said that he wanted to collect his fruits, which he had grown for so long helping Venya. He asked that he had a lot of problems after that he had Venna because no one expected her. The director talked about the fact that he made a lot of efforts to suppress the real true evil girl because she was very dangerous, and he also did everything possible to reveal her potential. The man came closer and said that he created the school for her to contain her evil nature. Venna thought that every time the children bullied her, Principal Garb would come to her to comfort her and cheer her up. But now Venna was different because she understood that the principal himself had been sending children to bully her all this time. However, the husband continued and said that as soon as the girl finally revealed her potential, he was not really happy about this event. The girl was in a lot of pain because she was overwhelmed with emotions and could not control them. Garb explained to her that she had the same anger that he had cultivated in her for the past few years. But suddenly, a dark magic appeared above the naked girl. The angry girl simply knelt down and did nothing. The director was simply shocked because he could not understand what was happening. Ven's anger simply began to disappear somewhere and she stopped listening to the director. It seemed that she was just falling asleep and was enveloped by a magical, soft blanket. Then Jamie moved closer to the girl to help. Now he understood how the principal manipulated her and how the school worked. After that, he smiled and asked the man what he was going to do now because he had just erased all the girl's memories. But the director did not want to believe it and said that it is not so easy to get rid of the memories that he had been building up for years. However, Jamie objected and said that the man could not even imagine how easily all this could be done. Jamie also said that it would be impossible for the man because his magic was of a completely different level, because of which he could not understand him. The guy said that the director was just a miserable person who did not manage to reach the 7th rank, and this made the man very angry. After all, if someone raised this topic, the director immediately solved the problem with people having the status of Master of Curses. Due to the fact that the director managed to rise to the level of studying magic, but he still did not manage to reach the 7th rank and he had already been at the 6th rank for a very long time. The man was not really angry because it was a painful topic for him. After that, he took his stick in his hands and said that the boy's suffering will last forever. Suddenly, his wand caught fire in the middle as a result of magic and the headmaster charged at Jamie. He used a magic called Hot Snake Hydra and the boy's body was covered by some kind of red snake. Suddenly, the headmaster of the guard school was surprised because he saw something. He was sitting at a large table at night and some very scary black creature approached him. The terrible monster said that this time he needed more experimental students for medicine. The director was very interested because he understood that now they would be able to come up with new medicines. After that, the events are transferred to reality where the man was holding on to his stick and thinking. Jamie told the director that he was extremely cruel and must have been in a lot of pain from such suffering. However, the man looked at the boy and said that despite his appearance, he was a master of curses. Jamie began to create a magic hole and said that he did not need to lose focus. But the director just stood there and did nothing. On the contrary, he said that it was all very interesting. Jamie's magic appeared around the man, but he just laughed and said that he would never fall against mental magic and asked Jamie to show him more. A big, dark eye of Jamie appeared in front of him, and he said loudly that this is all just the beginning. The guy's dark magic began to bind the man, but he didn't care. On the contrary, he laughed because of it. Then he bent his staff to his head and just closed his eyes and started to think about something again. Jamie was amazed by the man's skills because it seemed to him that he wanted to show him that he could influence the mind. Raising his finger in the air, the boy cursed the spear, and all the dark magic quickly moved towards the man with his eyes closed again. However, as always, he was not afraid, but only quietly said that this would simply not be enough. Suddenly, the curse of the spear turned around and the soul quickly moved towards Jamie. It was really very fast and Jamie just couldn't do anything, and because of that he missed a big blow. The boy was scared because he understood that the man used the return curse and it was really very difficult magic. Director Guard didn't want to miss the opportunity and quickly moved towards the little boy. He said that the boy is really not bad, but he still easily managed to get out of all the curses that the boy created. Then he smiled and said that now he will completely destroy the boy's mind. His wand began to glow more brightly, and red magic began to flow from it. Then he used the aesthetics of slowness. Jamie, meanwhile, was feeling really bad because there was a lot of blood coming out of his body and he couldn't do anything. Guard was happy and said that Jamie will live eternity in 1 second. The man continued to say that it was time for the boy to go completely different because of his magic, but Jamie simply did not listen to anything and fell somewhere down. The director was angry and said that it was his best invention, and now the boy will say goodbye to his life when he touches him with his stick. But surprisingly, the guy was not afraid of anything and said that nothing would happen to him at all. The director was shocked because he could not understand how the young man regained consciousness and began to attack. The guy started to attack even harder and said that it was all very beautiful indeed. After that, he looked at the man with his magical eyes and used explosion magic. There was a big explosion in front of the man and he flew very far back. He was very hurt because he did not expect this from Jamie at all and did not understand how Jamie could still be so strong. It seemed that Jamie was only being filled with energy because his hand was glowing with magic and he was approaching the man. The director began to scream because he understood that now Jamie would completely destroy him, just as he wanted to do to Jamie. Jamie began using every possible curse to end this matter once and for all. All the curses were so strong that they made a giant dark explosion that was supposed to destroy the director. After this explosion, a large crater was formed in the ground and the director lay unconscious on it. Suddenly he woke up and very quietly asked Jamie how he managed to break out of his super powerful curse. And the guy said that he has an artifact of absolute immunity and no curse can infect him. He pointed to the same bracelet that he himself had made in his past life against the gods. The director simply could not understand how something like this could exist at all because, thanks to this bracelet, the boy became partially invincible. But Jamie said that the headmaster would never understand because he was too weak. The man was lying on the ground and realized that a few hours ago he was one of the strongest in the world, but now he is nobody. But Jamie stepped on the man's body and said that he just talks too much. Jamie's eyes lit up with magic and he said that the man would not just die today. He said that the man had committed too many sins in his life to just die, so he would do to the man the same way he did to his children. The guy said that the director will exist as a sinner who has no way to live and die normally. Then the magic chains began to come to the man's body and wrap around him. Jamie promised him to create the worst living conditions that he will hate every day, but he will not be able to die. After that, he completely wrapped the man around and said that now he will become his servant and will obey his every command. Some strange creature just started to leave the man's body. The old director was very scared because he realized that the boy was simply taking his soul away from him. He tried to do everything possible to return the soul, but the soul did not listen to him and now belonged to the boy. The man began to scream and said that he could not just die like that because it would be simply terrible. But Jamie didn't listen to him at all and started thinking of a new name for his new old servant. He invented and said that from now on and forever his name will be Nebro, and he will belong to him and perform all tasks. The soul began to disappear, and because of this, the director began to scream because he understood that he now had no way out. Then the headmaster stood up and began to serve the boy, while Venna was still near them. She finally woke up again and did not understand what was happening at all. When the girl got up, she was very scared because she could not believe that the same terrible monster could be in front of her. But Jamie calmly asked his new servant to introduce himself to the girl so that she would not be disturbed. The skeleton said his name was Nebro and he was the boy's new servant. Jamie turned to the girl and asked how she felt, because now the one who gave her 10 years of hell belonged to him. However, the girl was not very happy and did not know what she needed to answer the boy. He asked Venna what she would do now, but she didn't know at all, because a lot of new events happened to her that night. She recovered in a second and began to beg the boy to be her teacher, but Jamie simply refused her. But the girl was very surprised and asked the boy why he does this, because she wants to become stronger. And Jamie said that the whole problem was that she was a Valkyrie and it was a very ancient race of angels. He understood that the girl was much different than she imagined. Jamie explained that the Valkyries were very powerful and always fought to the last to prove that they were right, and unfortunately because of this, almost the entire race disappeared. It seemed to Jamie that Venna was the last of her kind, and probably she was the last of her kind. But despite all this beautiful story, the girl still did not understand how the fact that she was a Valkyrie did not give her the right to learn from him. Then the guy explained to her that Valkyries can't use magic, which really impressed the girl. Therefore, there was no point in teaching her because they would not succeed at all. After that, some time passed and the boy and his family continued to go to Afton, to the Queen's motherland. The girls who were in the middle were very happy because they saw a moving pink creature. As it turned out, it was a very cute pink squirrel that just didn't know what to do because the girls were looking at it. Jamie just laughed and said that the squirrel should be thankful that she can use dark magic. Otherwise, there would be no chance. However, the servant begged his master for help, but he just laughed. The guy just looked into the wine and pretended not to notice his servant at all. They continued on their way, and after about 2 weeks, they managed to reach Afton. After that, they all got out of the carriage and headed towards Afton's kingdom. Queen Welton was very happy that she was finally able to see her father. She had not seen him for 9 years. Sears said that she was very sorry for the fact that she had not visited her parents for a very long time and asked for their forgiveness for this. But the father said that everything was in order because now the ravens were together and that was the most important thing now. The children were pleasantly surprised by everything because they understood that the family was reunited and now everything was in order. Even Jamie was very moved, although he himself did not understand what was happening to him because it was a quality of very warm feelings. But despite this, even after rebirth, all these emotions that he felt seemed to him simply meaningless. However, despite this, he still felt some kind of strange warmth in the middle of his body, and because of that, he felt very strange. Jamie was not happy with this because he understood that he was getting weaker, and now he had less chance of winning. After all, he understood that he was waiting for an eternity, and because of this, it seemed to him that all emotions were simply unnecessary. It seemed to him that all emotions simply lead to big problems. But suddenly Sarah noticed that her mother was crying, and because of this, she started to worry about the idols. He was very happy because he did not know that his daughter had children. However, Sarah was very angry with her husband and said that Grandpa was very bad because he brought her mother to tears. Then the woman began to comfort her daughter and said that everything was fine and her father did not bring her to tears. The man was very surprised because he never expected to hear from his granddaughter that he was very bad. Meanwhile, Jamie just stood back and just marveled at everything that was happening because he could never understand human emotions. Grandfather approached Jamie and said that Sarah would probably hate him for a long time for this concession, but Jamie replied that his sister was very kind and it would all pass soon. Then the man said that he was very glad to meet Jamie because he had been waiting for it for a long time. The boy also said that he was very glad to meet his grandfather. Grandfather was happy because he understood that Jamie did not hate him, but Jamie just laughed and said that he simply could not do such a thing because the man was a grandfather to him. After these words, the man rushed to hug the little boy and said that he had been waiting for a long time to meet the little boy. However, Jamie was very angry as usual because he never liked all these emotions, but he still had to say that he was also happy. Then evening came and they all sat and drank tea together and talked. The old man said that Jamie was truly impressive because despite the fact that the man possessed a fourth class, he managed to see the impressive strength in the boy. He said that most likely the boy was in the center of the world and he did not mean the kingdom, but the woman did not understand what it all meant. She replied that she and her husband are doing well about their son, but the grandfather replied that this boy's strength can attract bad attention from people who will be around him. Sears explained that for now, she and her husband can stop her son's power, but it will still increase and he may have many problems. Hearing this, the man said that the little guy's power can be really very useful if used correctly. But the daughter replied that it was simply easier for her because she could protect her own son and control his concessions. The man suddenly said that he was very worried about the count because there were rumors that he had a conflict with the Church of Gainus. He said that the people who were in this church were just monsters and they never forgot and forgave. The woman was very scared because she did not know that everything could be so serious, and the man added that the situation was really bad because they were threatening the Pyro Church. It seemed to him that the Genus Church tried to destroy all their ancestors and their values. Meanwhile, something really strange was happening in one of the rooms. Jamie was standing there and was really angry and understood that the situation was bad. He saw Venna, who was just sleeping very hard right on the bed. The boy decided to calm down and started using strange, strong magic against the girl to wake her up. When the girl woke up, the guy angrily asked how many times he asked her not to accept her true form in public. But the tired and beaten girl began to cry and said that it was very uncomfortable for her to be in the transformation, and Jamie could not even imagine it. However, Jamie didn't care and asked Venna what she was going to do when she was caught. The boy tied the girl because he understood that it was better now because her second form was a squirrel with red eyes. But Venna was scared and did not understand what the boy was going to do with her. It seemed to her that Jamie had tied her up and then simply thrown her off some mountain. Or he could also do much worse things, and because of that she was even more scared and asked him to help her. But Jamie simply ordered her to quickly transform into her second form. Venna did not like this, but understood that now she simply had no choice. After the transformation, Jamie saw a very strange thing on the table and asked what it was. He understood that it was some kind of amulet, but it was definitely not ordinary and had some kind of mystery. Then the boy got angry and asked the girl why she did not answer his question. After that, he hit her lightly on the head, but the girl did not like it at all. But the guy said that the girl simply has no idea and she needs to answer questions much faster. He was really interested because he thought it was an artifact, but he didn't know what it could do and how strong it was. Suddenly Jamie was very surprised because he felt a lot of energy. Then he quickly went to the room where his mother was sitting because all the energy was coming from that place, and he felt that someone wanted to kill someone. He started running faster because he simply could not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that it was some kind of secret attack. The energy just went wild. It seemed that something really terrible was going to happen very soon. The boy ran as fast as he could because he understood that innocent people could die. When he ran closer, he finally understood what it was. He saw a very strong man with a big sword, but there was a big problem, which was that this man was too strong for the boy. In this case, he understood that he needed to take his mother and run away very quickly. Meanwhile, the man with black hair was getting closer to the boy. The old grandfather who was sitting in the room was very surprised when he heard these sounds because he simply did not understand what was happening around him. Meanwhile, Jamie was accelerating faster and faster. There was a very bright magic around him that increased his speed. When he was already near the man, he began to use a fading discharge that was supposed to remove the man from the road. He wanted to push his husband aside so quickly he could run to his mother to save her. But suddenly the man's hand came out as if from under the ground, because as it turned out, Jamie's trick just didn't work. The man said that it was really not a bad trick, but very weak for him, and after that he started to counterpunch Jamie with the same ones, which surprised him a lot. He took little Jamie by his clothes and lifted him into the air. Jamie, in turn, just didn't know what to do. The boy looked at the man with his magic eye and asked him to put him on the ground and leave him alone. Jamie understood that the man was simply not listening, so he would need to use dark magic to survive. However, suddenly, Jamie's mother and grandfather came closer and were simply shocked by what they saw in front of them. They couldn't believe that something like this could happen here in the middle of the night, so they just stood there and couldn't say anything. The grandfather laughed and said that his grandson's abilities impressed him even more. The woman started shouting at the boy and said that in the future she will control his every step and breath. She just couldn't understand how Jamie could attack someone he didn't even know, because Sears definitely didn't teach him that. She continued to shout at the boy for a long time, and he, in turn, tried to justify himself. But he understood that nothing was going to work, so he simply apologized to his mother. But suddenly, the same man intervened in the conversation between Sears and her son and said that he was to blame for this problem. The woman was very surprised because she could not understand how Beryl could be blamed for the fact that her son attacked her for no reason. Jamie was finally glad that the man had decided to admit that he was indeed to blame for this problem. Beryl said that he had heard that Jamie had very strong magic, and because of that, he decided to do a test for him. However, the woman did not understand at all what the man was talking about, because it seemed to her that it was all a complete delusion. The man replied that he showed the boy a little his presence in this room when he turned on a note of hostility. Hearing this, the woman was very angry. She simply could not believe that such a well-bred man as Sir Beryl could do such terrible things. But then Sears' father asked her to calm down because everything was fine and there was really no threat. The woman was outraged by this man's offense and said that if he ever does this again, she will definitely give him an answer. The man was very sorry for his concession and asked for forgiveness from the woman. Then Sears apologized to her son, who was angry with the man because he understood that he had specifically directed evil energy at him. Jamie also understood that Beryl was very strong because not all experts could use such strong magic to target someone non-verbally. After that, Jamie walked closer to Beryl and asked him if he was a swordsman, and the man confirmed it. They all calmed down and sat down at the table to drink tea and talk about how strong the little boy was. During the conversation, Jamie found out that the man was a swordsman who was nicknamed the Swordsman of the Storm. The Seldom Empire was famous for its 5 sword masters, and because they did not fight against each other, no one could find out who was the strongest, but there were rumors that it was the sword master Terex. Immediately after Terex comes King Velton, who was a little weaker, and in third place was the same Beryl Onyx. All of them were very powerful and many times stronger than ordinary magicians. Suddenly the boy bowed low and said that he was really very glad to meet the man. But the man just smiled and looked at the little boy without saying anything. Jamie's mother thought that the man wanted to use dark magic again, so she asked him what his plans were. But the man confidently answered that he now wants to teach Jamie how to wield a sword. Hearing this, Jamie was very surprised because he did not expect that the man would want to do something different. However, Sears said that the boy cannot learn swordsmanship because he is learning magic. The man said that he knows about it, but in his opinion, Jamie will be very successful in this field because he may also have talent. It could be due to the fact that Jamie's blood contained the blood of his father, who was and will be talented. Grandpa confirmed the man's words, but he also said that Jamie had a really great talent for magic. Beryl said that he had already heard more than once that Jamie could be the one to become a 9th-rank mage. He said that Jamie's abilities will increase even if the boy just breathes about the old grandfather told him. But Beryl said that with the sword it was a completely different story. He continued and said that it could be very difficult for Jamie if he started learning swordsmanship too late. Jamie also thought that it really wouldn't be a bad idea to learn how to wield a sword, but restoring his previous magic came first. Then the boy intervened in the conversation and said that he would now like to concentrate on learning magic because it was very important to him. This surprised the man as he did not expect such a response from the little boy. However, he still said that he understood him, and besides, Jamie should decide for himself what he will do. Then a dark night came in the great palace. The guy went outside and was really surprised because, in his opinion, the Bell family had just a beautiful garden. But suddenly, he heard Venna's voice behind him, who had already asked him more than 10 questions about the master. Jamie just wanted to rest and be quiet, so he just pretended he didn't hear the girl. He also mentioned that when he was running towards Beryl, it was as if he felt a very large wall in front of him because of his level. However, he still understood that he needed to develop further because his level was simply not sufficient. At the 7th rank, a person was called an archmage because he had already made great progress. After all, this level cannot be reached only by training. It was simply not enough. When the magical object mastered by the magician himself reaches its maximum, the road leading to the archmage opens, and this was also called admission to magic. Jamie understood that this was quite easy for him to achieve given his knowledge from his past life, but there was one thing. He won't be able to defeat the same terrible gods if he continues to use the same strategy as last time. He fully understood all his mistakes, so now he needs to become many times stronger to defeat the gods. However, the boy did not understand what Beryl and his mother had in common, because he remembered that he looked at him strangely. Suddenly, some very strange blue balls moved towards the boy, thereby scaring him. Then, at the same second, a giant monster appeared and began to attack the frightened Jamie very quickly. The boy was shocked because he did not expect such an attack, but managed to activate his shield. Then the young man was very angry and asked how the evil monster tried to interfere with Jamie's rest. After that, he clenched his fist and began to use magic as usual. The monster was getting closer and closer, but Jamie wasn't scared. He started using lightning magic. Jamie concentrated and understood that he needed to deliver a really powerful blow because this monster was really powerful. After that, he pointed his finger at the monster and lightning flew right there to his enemy. But suddenly, unexpectedly for Jamie, some very strange man flew up there, just very quickly struck several blows and crushed the monster. Jamie was shocked because he did not understand what was happening and what kind of strange man it was. The man finished his work and flew down to the boy. He was very nice and asked Jamie if everything was okay with him. The man himself looked very strange with white hair and a white sword. The man said that he knew that the family from Welton would come to them, but unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to properly meet them. However, the boy thought that the man was really strong because he destroyed such a giant monster in a few seconds, but Beryl had to be stronger than him. The man hid his sword and introduced himself to the boy, saying that his name was Sable and that he was Marquis Bell's assistant. But Jamie didn't say anything, and he couldn't believe that Earl Bell could have such a powerful assistant. The man smiled and said that there was no need to be afraid of him because he was a faithful servant of Grandpa Jamie. The guy was very surprised because he didn't know that the man could know his name. Then he said that he was an assistant to the Marquis and was forced to know it. Then Jamie asked Sable to explain to him why such a big monster appeared in this kingdom. The man somehow laughed strangely and said that it was just Hobie Marquis. Jamie was just shocked because he didn't understand what the man was talking about. Then the events are transferred to the Count's room where the old grandfather asks if they have made any progress. Sable said that he luckily managed to find a group of demons, but unfortunately the man missed them. The Count was very surprised because he did not expect that the demons started their fight again. But then Sable told even worse news, saying that there were rumors that they were also in their territories. After all, small children told each other that they saw very big monsters in this kingdom not far from the monsters. Sable said that the only place where there were a lot of murders was Afton. Count Bell said that he did not think that this would happen. Because of this, it seemed to him that they came back here for revenge. Grandfather said that about 200 years ago, his father killed the Demon King for his terrible concessions. Sable listened attentively to everything the old man told him. The man turned to his assistant because then he had a plan. Sable was as always very happy and was ready to listen to the man's order. After that, the man hit the card and said that the demons will be destroyed again thanks to the Bell family. Sable was very happy about this and said that he liked the idea very much and was waiting for further orders. However, the Count said that it was enough for today, and therefore Sable said that he better go now. Suddenly the man said that he had completely forgotten to tell the man that he had seen little Jamie from the Welton family today on the way to the Count. However, Grandfather was very surprised because he could not believe that the man met Jamie at such a late hour and therefore asked where he met him. Sable said that tonight he met Jamie at the lake. He was attacked there by a very large monster, but luckily everyone remained alive. The old man understood that he could not hide this information from Jamie's mother, so he told her everything. Hearing this, Sears was very frightened and at the same moment ran to little Jamie in the room to make sure that everything was okay with her son. Jamie was shocked by this behavior of his mother because he did not expect something like this at all and did not know at all how the woman learned about this incident. But the boy said that everything was fine with him and that Sable had saved him from a great threat. The woman was very angry with her son because he did not tell her anything. And because of this, she said that if the boy does this next time, he will have big problems. The boy really didn't care, so he just answered very lazily. He understood, but his mother got angry because she heard the boy's words were not true. Then an old man intervened in the conversation. He said that it was just some kind of mistake because he asked his assistants not to let anyone into the territory of the castle. After hearing this, Sears got angry with her father because she understood that he continued to collect monsters, although they had already discussed this with her mother a long time ago. To improve the situation for her husband, Sable entered the room and greeted the queen by bowing to her. Seeing this man, Sears immediately calmed down because there were rumors that it was he who saved Jamie from the monster. However, Sable said that Jamie could probably handle it himself because he saw very strong magic in his eyes. Jamie looked at his savior and thought that he was indeed a very good and intelligent-looking man. He understood that a very strange aura was coming from him. But suddenly, Jamie's thoughts were interrupted by a very strange voice. It was the voice of his mother who continued her conversation with her son because she wanted the little boy to learn his lesson. The next morning, the boy was already walking alone in the big city of Afton. Jamie was really very glad that he managed to do it, but he was surprised because there was simply no one on the streets. After a long search, the boy approached a woman and asked her how he could get to Pyro's church, but she did not understand what the boy wanted. She was all very worried and had her eyes closed, but after a second she answered the boy in her frightened voice. However, Jamie was confused because he understood that something was really wrong with the woman. Then the woman very quickly walked away from the boy. Jamie wanted to ask her something important, but suddenly heard that people were saying something about demons. Jamie was very surprised because he did not understand what these strange sounds were and turned in the direction where the sounds were coming from. He saw a crowd of people in which that strange woman was also. He decided to act immediately, so he began to crawl past people to get to the middle and understand what was the matter. When he climbed into the very center of events, he was very surprised because there was a big dead man lying there. All the people thought that it was the work of demons. Suddenly the knights quickly ran to the scene of the event and began to send people away. The knights understood that the situation was bad because they found the corpse again, and it was not known how many such cases there were in this place. Jamie began to analyze the man's wounds and realized that the heart was usually used as a ritual to summon demons. Because of this, it became clear why the adults in the house were not comfortable. They thought that Jamie had not noticed anything. Sable always followed the boy on the old man's orders because he could really suspect something. However, Jamie understood that most likely they would take revenge on the monsters for their concessions. After all, the demons wanted to draw attention to themselves in order to punish the Bell family for what they did in their past. Then Jamie was happy because he had a new good idea. The boy understood that the Church of Pyro was also in a state of war, and therefore it was clear why there were so few people who spoke about it. However, he understood that Anna Rivers and Roz served Pyro's church, so they could also be in danger. Despite the fact that they had already said goodbye, Jamie understood that he most likely needed to interfere in their affairs again, and because of this, he activated invisibility. Then he also activated his flight magic, jumped high, and flew away. The boy flew up to the big palace and was surprised because he realized that someone was there. What he saw really scared him. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw the Raz Knight, who was with some very strange men, and they were dressed in white clothes. He looked at the man and was just shocked because he felt an amazing holy energy from the man. Jamie simply could not believe that this was even possible. As it turned out, it was the Archbishop. Russ came up to the man and they started talking about something Jamie couldn't hear because they were too far for him. Jamie was very interested because he understood that the conversation was somehow very secret. However, suddenly the Archbishop turned his head towards Jamie and seemed to notice him. The man raised his head even higher if he thought he noticed something strange on the tree. Raz did not understand where the man was looking, but the Archbishop said that everything was normal and that it was probably some kind of squirrel. After that, Raz informed him that the Marquis was waiting for him and he needed to hurry. The Archbishop was glad to see the Marquis and his daughter, whom he had not seen for a long time. Jamie was angry today because he couldn't understand how the man had such good abilities to sense strange things that were nearby. The boy understood that they were going to see the Marquis, and it was really very good for him because now the palace will be empty and he will have less problems. After that, he looked even better at this palace and realized that he needed to penetrate right inside this holy building. In the middle of this church, there were many benches and 2 children were sitting on one of them and praying. As it turned out, it was Anna and her brother. But suddenly the boy felt something really strange, but he couldn't understand what it was. The girl felt that something was wrong with her brother because he suddenly started laughing for no reason and said that he just guessed. She was really very scared because she didn't understand anything at all after that. She asked the guy if something bad happened, but her brother replied that everything was fine and there was one very pleasant surprise. But she shouldn't worry about it because he is in control. He got up and asked his sister to rest and promised her that he would be back very soon because he had some plans. After that, he ran up to the hive door and said that this was his territory and no one would hide from him because he felt everything. Realized that it was Jamie and therefore began to run very quickly towards him, but wanted to do so walked very quietly so as not to scare him. The guy was just looking around and looking for what he needed because he thought that this temple might have something that was really important to him. Then he looked at some big door and felt that some very strange energy was coming from it. It seemed to him that in this place they were just hallowing a god and he needed to go inside to become stronger. In that case, he understood why he needed to use magic because it was some very strange portal, and he wouldn't go inside just like that. Because of that, he already started to activate his dark magic. Again, suddenly some very strange hand touched the boy behind his back unexpectedly for him. The boy was very scared and did not understand who it could be. It seemed to him that he was simply found and now he will not be able to implement his plans. He really didn't understand who it was because he was wearing a hood and couldn't see anything behind him. But it was Ricky. He was also very busy because he understood that his surprise turned out really bad. Jamie was very surprised because he did not expect that the little boy could be here and could scare him. The little boy smiled and said that he just wanted to scare him. But as it turned out, it was really very difficult because the boy was really a magician. Jamie was really angry with his friend because he did not understand what was happening and what he was doing here. But suddenly, his friend covered his mouth so that he wouldn't say anything and said that there was no need to say much because they would be found. Then they would be big problems. The young man simply asked his friend to follow him because he knows one thing very well. Jamie realized that he had been taken to the Archbishop's office. It was very strange indeed. But his friend objected and said that everything was fine because the Archbishop was indeed a very good man. Then he asked him what he was even doing here and how he managed to sneak in behind him so that he didn't hear him. How it was really very difficult because he was a magician. But Ricky thought that Jamie came here to see him and wanted him to ask him such questions and not questions about the church. Then the young man began to tell that all this territory belonged to the goddess, and they all prayed to her. And despite the fact that he did not manage to reach the strength of the apostle, He is becoming stronger every day. The boy also said that he thinks that in this church his abilities become even stronger. This information really impressed Jamie very much because they believed that the church was supposed to make someone stronger. Jamie also understood that he did not feel any dead power from the boy at all, and this meant that he was truly becoming an apostle every day. The boy also said that he had a really important message from the goddess for Jamie, and got down on one knee. Jane was really scared what was happening when the little boy sat down. There started to be some very strange magical mist and a lot of magical fire. Everything around began to shine, and it seemed that magic simply covered the boy. It seemed that the boy simply began to transform into someone else, because his eyes began to glow with red paint and he changed his usual form. Jane was very impressed because he understood that this was really different from what happened with them last time. After a while, little Ricky turned into a really very strange boy with shiny things. It was like some very magical magic that he had never seen before. The guy explained that every day he awakens angelic energy in himself, and now he has become many times stronger and better. This information really hit Jamie hard because he didn't understand how it was possible because his friend had changed a lot. After that, the boy started talking in his strange voice and said that in the dark forest everything will start and you need to stop it all before the disaster started. He said that it was necessary urgently, but this territory, otherwise his soul would simply fall. But Jamie was really very shocked and did not understand what the guy was talking about at all. The angel said that Jamie had to go to that dark forest or something really bad would happen, and also said that the boy shouldn't waste much time. After that, the angel began to leave the boy's body, and a lot of energy began to come out of the little friend. It seemed that somehow he was becoming normal. After a while, he was just sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, and Jima was really very sick after the holy energy left his body. Jamie was really surprised because he couldn't understand at all how the goddess had the courage to ask him something like this urgently and leave immediately. But Ricky said that Jamie simply forgave her because the situation was not as clear as he thought. He said that she was not in the best shape. He also added that when the goddess entered the earth for the last time, she was very badly injured and caused a lot of losses. Because of this, her form deteriorated. Against, the guy still didn't understand why the goddess was asking for his help, because there were really a lot of believers in this church, and it was really strange that the gods would ask for help from an ordinary person. Then Ricky pointed his finger at his friend and said that he was simply the only one who could do it, and the goddess could not trust anyone else with this important matter. Jamie then asked his friend if the goddess had told him anything else that could be really important, but the boy replied that there was no more information and that was all he could tell him. After that, the boy turned and went in the other direction and said that it was really very selfish of her, but Ricky didn't understand where his friend was going. Explained that you need to go very quickly until the owner comes, because if he finds him, it will be really bad. He turned once more to his friend and said that they would definitely see each other later. Ricky watched as his friend used his dark magic again and quickly flew through the air. Then he got scared because he didn't understand what was waiting for the boys. He asked the goddess if his friend would be okay because he could be in danger. Then events are transferred to one large dome on a sunny day. Jimmy finally managed to get back to his room and was very glad that he did so quickly. It seemed to him that no one could see anything. But suddenly, a very strange voice asked the boy where he was going. This really scared Jamie very much because he did not understand at all who it could be and who had been following him all this time. When he turned his head and saw in front of him the same assistant of Count Sejoa who was smiling as always. The man came closer to the boy and Jamie answered that he was just going outside for a walk and since the weather was very good, but he was really very scared. He realized that the man was really very strong, and maybe he was following him all this way because he would know the lie. He felt really bad because he couldn't really lie very well. Then he asked the man if something very important had happened. But the man said that everything was in order and today a very important guest would come. He was the archbishop of the parish church and had a lot of power. The guy said that she is really very nice, but she is, because he always dreamed of meeting him. But the man added that his mother was also looking for him. This was really very bad news for the boy, because he understood that he was in very big trouble because his mother was going to start a very big scandal again. He said it was really bad, but the man didn't understand why. But Jamie said everything was fine. Then we also asked where Onyx was, but Sable said he didn't know that. After that, the boy wanted to go to the side to look for his mother. But suddenly the man stopped Jamie and said that he had better not be interested in that person. This really surprised the little guy. He didn't understand why it was forbidden, and the assistant explained that he was doing it for him so that he wouldn't have any problems. After that, he wished the boy a good rest and said that he would come for him when Sefer comes. But the boy was very scared. Then he also turned and told the boy that if he was going to go for a walk, he asked him not to go in the direction of the Myrene forest. Turned to the boy and said with a smile that this is a very dangerous place for him. The events were transferred to the same forest where there was a dark night inn. It seemed that it was really very quiet, but the situation was not like that because this forest had its own mysteries. There was a very strange pink flower that was rolled up and looked like a big ball. The man in the dark suit said that the child was inside there for a little while because very soon they will manage to escape and everything will be really good. He said that this child's birthday will be really very impressive, and then after that the situation will really change a lot for them. He put his hand on this strange egg and said that in a moment they will become truly one of the strongest, and they will finally be able to realize their ideas. As they discovered, it was some very strange cocoon in the middle of which sat some strange purple man who did not look like a human. Meanwhile, the boy was sitting in the room with his mother and younger sister and asked the woman if he could ask her something really important, and she confirmed it. Both girls laughed, and Jamie's mother replied that the boy could ask her anything he wanted. After that, he asked her what connected her to the same Onyx who was the master of the sword as far as the first time he heard of him. However, the woman simply could not answer anything and sat quietly. The guy was really very surprised because he did not understand why it was such a big secret. However, Sears smiled and said that everything was fine because she just didn't know where to start this whole strange story. She said that this whole story started when she was only 7 years old and she was with her parents. She said that then she met this man with black hair for the first time and got to know him, even though he didn't speak much in. After that, they all went into the big room and started talking. Sears' parents were really very impressed, but they hadn't seen Beryl for a very long time and said that the boy had really grown a lot. However, the boy did not respond at all to these good compliments, and his father was really surprised by this. It seemed to him that all this was due to the fact that the boy each trained together with his sword, and the boy confirmed. The father told grandfather Jamie that he had a really big problem because he couldn't find a single good teacher for his son, and Belle offered to look for him. Meanwhile, the children were playing in the corridor, and Sears wanted to get to know the boy better, so she grabbed him by his shirt. This really surprised the guy very much because he did not understand at all what a small child wanted from him, since he had very little and with whom he talked. The youth just wanted to have fun and said that there were really a lot of butterflies on the street and it was very beautiful, but the boy did not understand anything at all. Sears' father saw this and was very happy. Beryl's father told the boy to spend more time with the girl, and they went outside together to catch butterflies. It was really very strange for the boy to do this because he rarely interacted with people in his free time because he was always practicing with his sword. Then they started playing in the street. Sears climbed a big tree and wanted to get a big apple. She was really very active and wanted the guy to pay more attention to her and therefore called him to look at her. But the little boy was not very happy and on the contrary began to shout at her because he said that she was doing everything very wrong. However, the girl did not understand at all why the guy went there just a little and said that everything was fine because she could climb very well. As it turned out, the situation was not the best and the girl accidentally started walking on a tree. She began to fall to the very bottom when she accidentally caught on one of the branches, while the boy, meanwhile, was standing below and was simply very scared. The girl fell right on top of the little boy, and he was really hurt because she flew from a very high height and fell on his stomach. However, the little girl was not scared and, on the contrary, was very happy and said that it was all really fun, although you could see tears in her eyes. Then she ran to the tree and asked the boy to do it all once more because it was really a lot of fun, but Beryl refused her to do it all. She begged the boy to play with her and climb the same big tree with her, but the young man said that it was impossible and forbade her. The boy took and very quickly with his strong hands divided the apple into 2 parts. This ability of the little boy really impressed the girl very much. She said that the boy was really very strong. After that, the girl asked the guy to do this again and she got him a lot of apples from her pockets. The guy was really very impressed because I don't understand at all where the girl could get so many apples. There were really a lot of apples and they were all kind of very strange because they shone and were really very juicy. And they sat like that until the very evening and spent time together. But the boy still could not communicate very well with people. The next morning, the girl said that she decided to study swordsmanship and wanted to be just as strong, thereby impressing the boy. The genie did not understand what she wanted from him at all. Then she turned to Beryl and said that the role would now be her mentor and would not teach her every day. After that, Sears started swinging her sword really hard and pretending that she was really very strong, just like a Japanese samurai. And watch it, I really liked it. Then she asked her friend what she thought she did all this, but the guy was really very pessimistic and said that the girl has no talent and asked her not to start it at all. These words really impressed the girl because she did not expect such an answer from the boy at all. But the young man only laughed at this. Are transferred 3 years ahead to the Count's room where he was very angry with his son. He was angry because he had already asked his son many times not to go into the gold mine because it was too dangerous for him, but he did it anyway. However, the boy said that he had no choice because he did not want to question the reputation of his family and prove their honor and respect. But the man was really very convenient and shouted that the guy could very well lose his whole family in this way, and then there would be nothing to prove. Suddenly, Gray entered the room, who was really very scared because she understood that the boy had very strong problems. He couldn't do anything about it, so she told the boy not to worry. Everything will be fine. Then came some more time, and the situation was very bad. The boy ran to his father, who was lying in his big bed, although everyone stopped him. He asked his father to get up and tell him something about the man just lying there with a lot of blood on him because it was clear that he had died. After the head of the family committed suicide, the Onyx family simply collapsed, and the boy was left alone. After that moment, Count Bell came up to the boy and said that from now on he will be related to him as his own son and can now belong to their family. Sears, meanwhile, was really very scared because she understood that the boy had a really terrible childhood because of which she cried a lot. The little guy Beryl just stood and looked away and didn't say anything at all because he didn't know how his life would go on because of all his problems. The guy took his girlfriend's hand and said that everything was fine and you don't need to worry about it because it's only his problems. About a year later, they were together in some strange place where there was a severe winter and they were very cold. Little Sears always tried to spend more time with boys because she understood that he always needed support, and she wanted to have a very good friend in her, so she treated him like her brother. 2 years later, the grown-up girl came to the same place again, but summer had already come, and Beryl was by her side as always. About the fact that the boy was simply obsessed with his sword training and did not understand that he simply had no other choice and wanted to prove to everyone that success can be achieved. The boy trained every day until the very night to make himself a perfect fighter and protect all his relatives. In each of his training, the boy sneaked to the maximum to improve all his results. Because of this, he spent less time with Sears. He understood that the girl did not want to be with him now because she was really very bored, and she understood that the boy was simply not interested because he was only focused on his training. She sulked that about 4 years of their lives had come like this, and then the events were transferred to the Great Hall late in the evening. It was a very big feast where there were people from different kingdoms and various counts. They all danced and had fun. A man approached Sears and offered her a walk with him, but the woman refused him and said that she was already very well and did not need any company. The other men continued to look at what a beautiful woman she was. And meanwhile, Beryl was standing behind the wall and you were listening intently. It seemed to him that men were a great threat to a woman because they continued to talk to her even though she refused. So he decided to get involved in all the events. He started a very strong fight and very easily broke all these men and cut one man in the middle with his foot. Beryl said that he would cut off all the parts of his body, after which he would not be able to talk to Sears about anything at all. The man who was lying because he was skilled because he understood that he could not do anything at all because Beryl was really very powerful and spoke seriously. After seeing this, Sears was very scared and realized that her brother was now completely different and attacked a person. Seeing this, the man turned to the woman and stopped threatening the man because his sister was the most important person in the world for him. The woman was very scared and realized that she had never known such a man in Beryl. Because you are completely different than a few years ago, it was very dangerous. After which a very long period of time and a large carriage arrived at the kingdom with a very important person inside. As it turned out, it was young Argano Welton. He introduced himself as the head of the family and said that he wanted to receive some very wise advice from the Marquis. Then everyone also introduced themselves and said that she was very pleasantly surprised that the head of the Welton family himself came for them, and said that they should meet him very directly and asked him to make him feel at home. Seeing the young woman, the man immediately fell in love because he understood that she was simply beautiful. He could not say a single word, but realized that he began to worry very much because of the fact that he fell in love with her at first sight. Father Sears said that this man was indeed very influential because he could very soon become the next swordsman because of his talent and work. However, Argano was really very embarrassed and said that the man was just exaggerating and that he was only good with a gun, but Father Sears continued to praise him. The man was completely in love with his daughter and therefore simply did not know what to answer and said that he agreed with the words of the Count. All this time he just looked at young Sears and it seemed to him that she was becoming more beautiful to him with every second. Argano realized that he was head over heels in love with her, and therefore he needed to act immediately, but he was really very afraid to say anything to her. After that, some time came and the woman began to run away from her older brother Beryl because they had a conflict. Older brother asked her to sit down and talk about it together. Sears said that they just had nothing to talk about together because they were different. Beryl couldn't believe that the Sears were going to meet that stupid, disgusting Argano. But the girl found him really very attractive and couldn't believe that her older brother was saying such things about him. Beryl was really surprised when he realized that the woman no longer loved him, although she used to look at him and was also in love. Sears said that she always treated him like an older brother and always loved and respected him. But now he has changed in a completely different way, and because of this, she does not know what he was really like. These words were really very painful for the man because he simply could not believe that his younger sister could say such things to him. After that, he got very angry and grabbed the girl by her hands because he said that he has been very difficult all his life. He said that the younger sister had no right to treat him so terribly because he had a completely different story and he was smarter than her. Then suddenly, the head of the Welton family came to the rescue and asked Beryl what he even allowed himself to do with a woman. But Beryl was not really different, I shouted to the man to leave this place. However, the man stayed put and said that he could not afford it and said that he would stop it all because Beryl had no right to treat her sister like that. He gripped the man's arm tightly and began to pull his arm away from Sears' body so she could escape. Beryl got even angrier and yelled that he was just terrible and would soon be out of his hands. Argano grabbed the man's hand, squeezed it tightly, and asked him to apologize to Sears for his stupid words and concessions. However, Beryl said that he would not do this at all and challenged him to a duel. This really didn't impress the man, or he didn't expect it at all, but he understood that he simply had no other choice but to accept it. Meanwhile, Sears stood on the sidelines and simply could not believe what was happening right now because she was very worried about the two men. Then family head Welton let go of Beryl's hand and looked deep into his eyes. He said he accepted his challenge because he had no choice and thought it was a good chance to show off his fighting skills in front of Sears and impress her. The frightened woman ran very quickly to her father and began to tell him the whole story that she had seen. She started begging her father to stop these two men because it is really deadly for them and one of them will die. However, the old man looked Sears in the eyes and said that he should have told her a long time ago that he was thinking of marrying her to Beryl. But Sears replied that she did not do this in any case, because she treated Beryl as her older brother, and she had become one a long time ago. She said that she thought Beryl was simply because he was like a demon who wielded a sword, and it also seemed that he had been following her and her every move for a very long time, and then he found out that she wanted to meet Arjano. But the old man tried to calm the woman down and said that Beryl just loved her very much, and because of that he was doing all this. However, the woman shouted that everything was completely wrong because it was all just a lie that her father believed in. She cried very bitterly and her tears flowed all over the table because her father simply did not believe her. Sears said that all this kindness of Beryl's past simply disappeared somewhere in the past because now the man has simply changed a lot because of the bad side. Then suddenly, unexpectedly, Sears's father interrupted the conversation and asked her if she knew the head of the Welton family. But the woman did not understand anything at all what the man was talking about. He said that he understood her and said that he wanted to tell her something, but now he did not have time for it and asked her to leave. Then the girl realized that there is no point in complaining to her father about this, because he will not do anything at all. So she left the room. Meanwhile, the man was really very confused because he understood that the situation was really very bad than that of Welton and Bell. Then the old man came to the window and asked Onyx to forgive him, because once upon a time he promised him that his son would marry his daughter. Meanwhile, the men were dueling as planned and it was raining very hard outside. Beryl was lying on the ground. He was very happy about the search and there was blood flowing. It was clear that he would lose. The head of the Welton family came up with his sword in hand and said that he had defeated him, and the duel was officially over. Suddenly Sears ran out, who was in a panic. She asked her husband if he was all right. Beryl thought that the woman was worried about him and quietly said that he was fine despite his severe wounds. But as it turned out, Sears ran to Welton and said that she was very worried about him. But the man said that he was more worried about her health. Meanwhile, her brother felt really bad because he understood that his sister just left him and went to another man and didn't even ask how he was feeling. Then the next day the events take place again in the big palace of the Bell family. A man came to the Marquis and said that Sir Bale had taken his belongings and left their palace about 1 o'clock in the morning. The clerk listened to all this, but he thought it was better for everyone. 3 years later, the woman and her husband got married and Sears was calmly lying in a chair with a big belly. Then suddenly the door suddenly opened and the man turned to his beloved and said that there was some news. Didn't say that it must be very important for her to know because it was related to one family. He said that Beryl Tsav was not a sword master. Then he said there was another piece of news, but it was even worse because it had to do with Beryl's revenge. He said that the man wanted to take revenge on those 3 families because of which the Onyx family lived very poor and badly. Arjano said that Sears should know about all this news. Hearing this, Sears was upset and realized that her parade had gone down a very bad path, although everything could have been many times better if he had wanted to. After that, she put her hands on her stomach and said that she also had one very important news that she would like to share with him. However, the man did not guess, and the woman asked him to think a little and look at her hands and her appearance. He was talking about it, and Sears said that she wanted to name her baby Jamie, and the man said that it would be a very beautiful name indeed, said that if they had a girl they would call her Sarah, and Arjano liked that name too. After that, the woman finished her story and said that this is how they finally met again after many years of separation. She asked Jamie if he was interested in hearing about her whole story from her childhood. However, the boy was really very impressed because he understood that this story was really very long and became boring, but he still said that he would be interested. He also couldn't believe that his father had defeated such a strong man because Beryl's magic seemed to him like a father, and because of that, he became very proud to have such a father. After that, an attendant unexpectedly entered the room and apologized for interrupting the conversation. He said that Archbishop Sophia had arrived. The woman went down to the very bottom, and the man was very happy because he could not believe that they managed to meet. The man asked if she was the same, and then Sears began to worry a lot because she realized that this was really a very unpleasant story for her. The husband asked her if she would like the nickname Tomboy, but her father said that she now has 2 children and Tomboy. This is a rather bad nickname. Jamie also came down and said hello and said that he was indeed very pleased to meet such a distinguished guest and was very pleased to meet the Archbishop. Then Sears asked the husband how his children were doing. She asked him to come more often because they very rarely see him and his children. The man said that the apostle told him a lot about Jamie and he understood that Ricky and Jamie were the best people. Then the knight interrupted the conversation and said that he had a message from the river because he asked for Jamie to come sooner so that they could play together again. Jamie said that he was also very much looking forward to meeting his friend, but deep in his thoughts, he understood that he had seen Rika an hour ago in the temple. Unexpectedly, Sable intervened in the conversation and said that he would lead the guests, but the count said that they would go there later, and now he just wanted to talk with the archbishop. The man said that he prayed every day for the grace of the goddess to descend on them and their children, and the woman thanked him very much. She began to hug her little daughter. It seemed to her that the archbishop was praying for her and the goddess would protect her from misfortune. Suddenly Sears turned to Jamie and said that Jamie wanted to go exactly to the place where the same big drop of water was. But suddenly the boy said that now he was interested in a more interesting place. He asked the woman what was the strange place, Mirinek Forest. I say the assistant told him not to go there. After that, the woman's face became very serious. She asked the boy how he found out about this place in general and wondered if the boy accidentally went outside when she did not allow him to. But the guy started to worry a lot but told her that everything was fine. Then he also asked where from and why Sable asked him not to go there. Explained that the helper cats only help him. That is, Sears got angry and told the boy not to leave the house with her permission because the street can be very dangerous, despite the fact that he was a really good guy. Then Sears pointed a finger high up the mountain and said that there is the same forest and what the boy is looking for. The boy said that he understood where it was. But then he asked another question. He was interested in why this forest looked like an ordinary forest, although it had a lot of dangers. Sears explained to him that this was one of the wounded places in the whole world because it was a large forest that was not far from Aryajad, and this place was also very dangerous. The boy understood that this was probably the same forest that the goddess Pyro spoke about and to which she asked him to come quickly. She said that the little boy should never in his life go there because it was really very dangerous and the whole place was really forbidden. After this, the boy made a cute face and said that he would definitely carry out his mother's order, but in his head, he understood that he would definitely come there. A long period of time passed, and finally the same one that the boy had been waiting for so long came. It was night. The boy was inside the forest together with Venna. They were walking through it and looking for any clues that could help them in their search. The guy smiled ironically and said that there was really a very terrible aura that he had seen in his life. I realized that there were a lot of red eyes in the circles. There was a very cold wind. There were some very strange, scary sounds. Everything was like in some horror movie. After that, he made a very big explosion in the middle of the forest to destroy all these creatures that were around him and watching them all the way. Understood that he would really have a lot of problems because there were a lot of terrible creatures around and he was waiting for what else could be in this forest. He was also very divided or understood that in this forest you couldn't use dark mana. It was really bad, but suddenly the girl called him. Events began to happen very quickly. something very large began to move towards the boy. Then the woman jumped and killed the monster with her big sword that wanted to attack the boy from behind and destroy him. After that, the woman fell to the ground and said that the boy was more attentive and stopped being idle because there was a real danger for them. Then the boy got very angry and started shouting at the girl what she had just told him. The girl turned back and saw behind her a terrible monster who was very badly injured due to her blows. She was focused on him and not on what Jamie was saying. She asked the little guy if he was talking to her, but the magician replied that everything was fine and nothing was needed. Then I asked my friend if she manages to use magic in this very strange forest. Venna answered that she feels really beautiful in this forest because her body moves faster and this brings great joy and inspiration. Then the boy replied that everything was fine. He thought about it and realized that the girl was a Valkyrie of tame origin. So for her, the forest was the best battle plan. However, the girl interrupted his thoughts and asked the boy how he ended up here and what they were doing here together late at night. The guy explained to her that they were here at the request of the goddess, but the girl did not understand what he needed to do here and what time he needed to be there. Jamie was thinking about possible answers, but suddenly he noticed some very strange dark magic under his feet. Each time you hold several times more hair, and after a few seconds it completely covered the young people. The boy really didn't understand what it was because he had never seen anything like it in his life. The black color turned into a real hole, and people unexpectedly began to fall and scream loudly from the unexpectedness. Jamie tried to use his flying magic, but he couldn't fly at all. It was really very strange because his flying magic always worked. Jamie did not understand what to do at all because he had no choice, so he fell into them in fear. But their flight continued and their speed became faster every second, and the boy understood that if he fell to the ground and at such a speed, he would immediately die. But suddenly, very unexpectedly, the boy felt some grass under him and could not believe that they had confessed. Venna was also shocked because it seemed to her that they shouldn't have died, but they somehow magically survived and the ground was under them. Then she asked the owner where they were in general, but the guy didn't know either, so he offered to look at this place together. In front of them were some very strange magical stones that looked very old, so the boy understood that they were in ruins. After that, he started to read the strange letters on the walls, and it became clear that it was some kind of language, and he managed to understand the field from another century. Jamie himself was surprised, but he managed to understand some words and began to speak them out loud. It seemed that he was just saying some very strange code from this door because when he said these words, all the magic went into his body. The door began to open in front of the little guy because, as it turned out, he gave the correct password. The girl who was behind was really very interested in all this stuff because she didn't fully believe that someone could open this heavy door. Jamie also said that everything around looked very interesting. The boy said that he did not expect to meet here the same people he used in his past life. Suddenly, the events are transferred back to the great stone castle of Count Bell. As usual, the guard walked around the castle and inspected all the places. But suddenly, he smelled a very strange smell of blood, which was coming not far from the castle. He ran up with a torch in his hands and called his boss and said that they found a man who was unconscious and lying in front of the castle. After examining the man, the guard said that he did not have a heart, and it must have been the usual work of demons, as long as they collected hearts from people for their rituals. The boss looked at this man and realized that it was probably really so. After that, he ordered his assistant to report all this to Marquis's godfather. The guard was walking and thinking because he understood that judging by his appearance, the man had been beaten about 5 hours ago, and it was not much. The man was thinking in his head about the patrol scheme, thanks to which the soldiers patrolled the big castle. He realized that all these women were very close to the soldiers. That's why you were really very surprised, because for some reason none of the soldiers reported this strange incident before, although everyone could probably feel it. The security guard realized that he probably needed to change the patrol schedule because there was really something really suspicious. And she, there, Something very fast hit the man right in the chest, and he felt really bad and a lot of blood poured out. As it turned out, it was a very strange man in a dark cloak and with light hair who struck from behind. After that, he took the heart from the man and laughed because he said that they were complete idiots, and they will never find them either because they are looking for demons. The man wanted to run away, but suddenly he heard some very strange sounds behind him that scared him very much. Suddenly the man began to take out his long sword and said that finally they managed to meet because they had been waiting for this for a long time. It was Sable. He said that he was in a very bad position because of the boy in the cloak, because he had been bothering him and his earl for a very long time. That man laughed flatly. I asked if he was the same chief advisor about whom they had heard so much. Meanwhile, the man began to run quickly near the offender, and suddenly the man in the raincoat interrupted his conversation because of the very strong pain he began to feel after the blows which the Count's chief advisor quickly inflicted on him. The angry man began to fall to the ground and said that the assistant was simply evil and was very stupid for this concession and that he will be avenged for this. However, the assistant only smiled and said that the bodies of those people who kill other people for the sake of their ideas must suffer greatly. But the man in the cloak began to scream loudly and begged the man to just stop because he was giving him the most painful blows he could. Then events flash back to Jamie and Venna being in the same underground temple. Venna asked the boy if everything was okay with him, and the boy replied that everything seemed to be fine, although he thought he might die, so he started using recovery magic. There is a girl who said that she had thoughts in her head that their fight was over and the end had already come, because they went through things like giant armored soldiers that had dark magic inside them and were very heavy. After that, their adventures did not end because they went through a lot of strands that almost killed them due to their unexpectedness and speed. Then there was an army of battle scorpions waiting for them, which seemed like they were never ending and were really very heavy. Jamie said that it was really very unpleasant because they hurt a lot, and finally managed to reach the big heavy door. The boys seemed that it was really the end, and that was why they had come such a long way. Venna asked him what kind of strange inscription was there. The young man understood that this was really one very strong place that was probably very useful for them. And because of this, I did not know that I began to read everything that was written about opening the door. Having done all this luckily, and it managed to achieve success, and the door opened and behind it was the same again. I see the light as always behind all doors. The girl was really very worried because she did not understand at all what could be there, and it seemed that it could be something really very cool. But when the door began to open, a very large hand with very sharp claws reached out from somewhere. They were really very scared. When the door opened completely, they saw a very gigantic bear in front of them, which was 10 times bigger than them. Jamie the bear was very angry when he saw it, because it seemed to him that these doors would finally be their prize for coming such a long way. It seemed to Venny that this bear was very cute. She thought that it was just a soft toy bear that could be hugged. Because of this, Venna lost her focus and did not notice the large hand of the bear moving towards her to attack her. Jamie was very scared for the girl. He understood that she was now in great danger and that death could await her right now. The boy was going to jump there quickly, but the big hand of the bear hit the floor very hard and crushed everything around. Luckily, the boy was really very fast. He managed to quickly jump with the girl and dodge this terrible blow that could have been fatal for them. Then a big bear was born, and an even bigger one asked if they had come here and woke him up. Jamie was very surprised that the bear could speak and therefore asked him if he knew who he was and why he came. However, the bear told the boy not to pretend and clutched a large stone in his hands and prepared to throw it at his opponents. After that, the bear quickly threw a heavy stone and said that the boy himself did not know who he really was, and that is why he came here and disturbed him. The young man was very scared and realized that this big stone could really destroy him, and because of that, he started using his magic and wanted to create a big barrier to stop the disaster. The stone flew straight towards him, But luckily, the boy managed to create a large magical shield to extinguish you from this blow. However, the giant bear did not want to give up and threw stronger stones at this boy's magical shield to destroy him. And unfortunately, suddenly, the boy's shield was completely destroyed, and one of the stones hit the boy very quickly, painfully in his chest, and Jamie bled from the heavy blow. When the girl saw this, she was very scared. Already understood that her master was now in danger of dying. The situation was really terrible for him. She saw how a badly wounded boy was lying on the ground almost unconscious and could not do anything. And it seemed that now it was the end of us. Jamie was really in a lot of pain. He realized that almost all of his ribs were completely broken due to the heavy stones thrown by the giant bear. The girl ran to the guy. I asked him if everything was okay with him. Then the young man replied that the situation could have been many times worse, and the life bead saved him. Then suddenly, a big bear intervened in the conversation and said that once he had destroyed this boy's power, now he had no other option to resist the bear. After that, the seriously wounded boy got up and asked the bear how he thought to lock him in black mana, since it was almost impossible. Angry Bear said that the boy was too stupid to understand and rushed to attack the lying, wounded Jamie. The girl understood that this was now her only chance to somehow help her master, because she had no choice, so she said that she would be fine. Venna unexpectedly placed her small fist against the bear's giant fist and still managed to stop the monster's heavy blow. Then the events are brought back to the great palace of Count Bell, where Sable and the man in the cloak were. The man in the raincoat was angry and asked the Marquis's assistant why he was doing all this, because it didn't make any sense. Sable's face became serious, and he said that the man had already gone beyond all possible limits because he was telling him to leave the soldier alone and asked him to finish his terrible deeds. However, he told the cloaked man that the swordsman had already left again, and so she had nothing to fear, as they could now be in this place in peace again. But after that, the Marquis's assistant smiled and said that most likely the bad man had not received enough of his terrible punishment and he needed to add more pains. At the same second, the man very quickly hit the face of this man in a dark cloak with strong and quick blows. The wounded man fell to the ground and began to scream in pain. Meanwhile, the assistant came even closer to him and said that he did not care at all about the master of the sword. He said that his main goal was to destroy all such terrible demons and parasites like him, because then life would be many times better. After that, he once again turned to the laundryman and said that everything should go well for him, as he had planned for everything to come true. Then the events are again transferred to the underground castle, where there was a fight between a big bear and young children. After the girl was able to stop it all, she flew very far due to the large sound wave that affected her. She was not in pain at all. She was most interested in what happened to her master, because if he died, then 3 times more. Meanwhile, Jamie got up and created a lot of magic around him again and used a 6-colored torrential rain because he was supposed to help him. 6 raindrops of different colors very quickly began to fly towards the bear. However, the bear was so gigantic that these big, sharp drops did nothing to him at all, and the little one was only a small toy for him. Seeing this, young people were very scared because they did not understand how this could happen, because this magic was really very strong. Then the bear said that they had all these problems because they were swinging their magic left and right. He asked them why they just didn't want to give up. Jamie was surprised and said that they would never just give up. Then Venna added that he attacked them first himself, and because of that he was to blame. But the bear said that they had left a really very terrible thing in their forest, and because of their concession they should be punished. But Jamie and Venna did not understand anything at all. He said that they were deceiving him because there was a large demonic egg and it was protected by a dark force, and this object definitely had to belong to Jamie. When the little boy found out about this, he was very surprised that there could be a demon egg in this forest. But then the bear got angry and clenched his fists even more, and said that he would kill any and all demons in order to completely cleanse this forest. After that, he wanted to deliver a very strong blow to end the dark magic problem. Jamie said that he came here to get rid of that horrible egg that was in the forest, and he said that he was doing it because the goddess Pyro asked him to. The big strong paw of the bear that was flying towards the boy suddenly started to reduce its speed and stopped right in front of his face. The bear was very surprised, but it still seemed to him that it was not true, since almost all dark magicians were liars. But Jamie said it was true, and he swears with everything he has that it was true, and there was no point in lying to him. The guy also added that if he doesn't believe it, he can just follow him and check it all and just kill him at any second. The big bear realized that if the boy really lied, he would immediately be punished in heaven, and the punishment would be worse. He also said that he did not feel any holy power when he fought with the boy he met, that he did not smell any holiness at all. Jamie explained that he never wanted to be a saint at all, and he only had one very important business with Pyro. Then he said about the same message that made him go to the same dark forest and be very careful because there were many problems. Jamie also added that the goddess did not give the exact reason and said that when the boy comes here, he will find out everything himself. The bear said that it was really very embarrassing. Everything was hard to believe. He couldn't say for sure if the guy was lying to him. Her girl asked the bear to tell a little more about that strange egg of demons and about its great protection. Explained that about a place ago, this terrible egg appeared in the forest, and when he found out about it, he immediately went there to destroy it. But when he got there was nothing I could do, because some very strange, dark, magical power protected him. He also said that never in my life have I seen such deep and powerful power of the king, and only very powerful people could have such power. He did not want to give up because he understood that this egg must be definitely destroyed. He stood up to his full height and directed his great heavy hand at that monstrous egg to destroy it. He beat this with all his might, but he still couldn't break through the same strange magical effect that protected him, so he needed to block the energy that was around the egg first. But Jamie said that he felt no divine power from the bear and asked how he managed to block this strange power. The bear explained what he was able to do thanks to the artifact that looked like all these broken stones, and Jamie guessed that his artifact was all the ruins they were walking through. This really impressed the girl very much, and she thought that it was really very expensive. But then the boy covered her with his hand and asked the bear who created this place and asked the bear how he knew the ancient language. The bear said that he doesn't know how this place was built. It was made about 5,000 years ago. After that, the boy said to ask the bear one more question, asked him why he still restricts that dark energy. But the bear was only very surprised and did not understand the young man's question. Jamie said that the bear had blocked the dark energy, and that should have meant that he should have already broken the same demonic egg as long as it was no longer under guard. Jamie asked why the bear kept this deception in a bad place that was not suitable for storage at all. But the bear said that, unfortunately, it still remained whole for me. Nothing to do. It was very impressive. Did he understand what other reasons there could be? Then the bear smiled and said that in order for him to eliminate the dark energy, the egg should have been in the ruins, but it wasn't there. He also said that he hadn't met anyone who could help him destroy this egg, and that made Jamie and Venna very upset. Venna turned to the bear, but the animal got angry and said that their name was Tiburon. But the girl said that she really did not care because the bear was only talking and did not implement anything at all, and because of that, she made Tiburon very angry. Turned to the animal and asked if he could feel the power of the water-eating girl. After trying it, the bear was very surprised because it seemed to him that she was a Valkyrie. He didn't say anything that it was really so, but he was interested in whether the same strange energy that the girl and he had was the same as that egg that was standing in the middle of the forest. Said that the power that the boy had was really very similar to what was in the egg, but the power of the girl was completely different. This really struck the boy very hard, and he began to think about who should also have dark magic and realized that it could be the Orogans. Asked the great bear to remove the blockage, and then he himself can go and look at your egg that was on the mountain with his own eyes. But the bear understands very well that if a guy can use mine, he will have a lot of problems. Then the girl smiled and asked to do everything. Then they will manage to do everything. Elis will be fine again. However, regardless of the girl, the bear's face was still very serious because he understood that this could really have consequences for him. The girl said that they were sent by the goddess and asked him once again, and then he agreed to do all this. After that, Jamie's eyes lit up again with magic, and it seemed that he came back to life. The boy was really very happy to see that he had his strength finally returned to him, and now he will be able to feel better again. After that, the guy moves his legs forward again to increase his area. Then a dark energy appeared around, which began to circle around all the people who were in this room, and they were all surprised. The big giant bear did not understand what was happening at all because it seemed to him that the boy was very kind and would not kill him. The girl was also very scared that she was surprised that it was some very strong energy and the boy simply did not control her. But the boy was only happy because he understood that finally all his past powers had returned and now he had power over them again. It seemed to him that it was simply beautiful because now no one could take away his energy and his eyes lit up with dark magic. The bear was really very scared because he did not understand at all what the little guy was doing. It seemed to him that the guy would soon start attacking him. The guy said that he was fine and now he stood up many times stronger than before because he had many times more opportunities. After that, he also decided to take this whole situation under his control as he now had enough power to do so. But suddenly, the boy began to sway very strongly in different directions and did not understand what was happening to him at all. As it turned out, it was the same giant bear that took the boy by the head and began to push him, because he did not understand at all what was happening with the previous boy. But the boy said that the bear just stopped, and if he wants to fight further, then there will be nothing left of the big horns because he uses all his magic. The bear really understood very well what he had in mind and why he was deceiving him all this time. There is a girl herself who thought that there was blood on the boy's face. But the boy replied that everything was in order, and deep in his thoughts, he was thinking about how to defeat this terrible bear. There was a mental barrier. Then the bear said that his connection with the ruins was lost and asked the boy if it was his handiwork. If so, how did he manage to do it so quickly? Jamie replied that he appointed the bear as his master's assistant, and he himself became its master, and did it with his very strong magic because he was very talented. Jamie also said that he could just leave the device that Bear used to control his powers into submission, but he wasn't interested in doing that at all. Then the boy asked the bear how he managed to block such a strong power of the type of holy energy and how long it was practically without limits. The guy has a lot of examples of his theory that he knows how to use in order to exclude all this energy, but the bear just stood and listened to it all. For the guy unexpectedly took the girl by her tender hand. After that, she imitated him more, and now the boy can use energy and he was completely independent from her. Said that the girl cannot use her magic and because of this, she may not be able to leave the ruins. The boy left the building and laughed at the bear because in reality he was a big fool, and the bear just stood in shock and did not understand how this was possible. Events brings back to the great castle of the Count of Bell, but the whole was found of dead people. These numbers were simply impressive, only no one knew how it was possible. The Count was very angry because he did not understand at all what could be happening in his kingdom. The man just didn't understand if it could be their fate because it could be really anyone. And I also don't understand why there was such a large number tonight. Then suddenly he remembered his assistant and asked the men standing in the hall where Sable was and what happened to him. I also don't understand you being an expert. All the other people who were responsible for all of this, but the young men just stood there silently. The player was very excited because it seemed to him that all these experts and helpers died tonight together with the civilians. After which, after a few hours, a bright morning dawned in the city. All the people woke up. The man wanted to see what was happening in the city, but he did not understand that someone was supposed to arrive very soon. Then the events are unfortunately transferred to the great castle of Count Bell, but there were problems. The man spoke to the archbishop and asked him if he had received any summons from the superintendent. replied that everything was fine with him and that he had recruited his troops to hot spots where there could be demons and that he would try to control the situation as much as he could. Also said that he had made a very difficult decision, but a person unique to them would come to them and possibly help him in this situation. Marquise's aide said that they would watch very well from their place because it was also a second world Earth for them. The man also said that when there are important guests, the situation can change very sharply in a positive direction. After that, the man said that by this time everything could end with their victory, and they would not need any help. The events are transferred to the dungeon, where the girl was really shocked by what she saw with her own eyes. Venna did not understand at all that it was such a strange aura, but the boy quickly answered that it was only his energy. The boy will be very surprised what his mother, who belonged to him, was doing here. And meanwhile, the girl asked the boy what all these strange symbols meant. Then the guy explained what death means. Some hands up and some only seawater, and he didn't look very strange there, but his personal meaning. The guy said the truth, that sunlight and one starlight shine in the dark sea, and this is the only light that can be in the dark sky. Was very surprised because it seemed that he saw something very strange. His eyes glowed with something between magic. I understood that this verse he said really had a very big meaning because it was the sea after all. He also understood that it is not necessary external exchange when he saw in his life, and it was very important arguments. The guy said that he raises his hand but at the same time fades into the darkness, and because of all this there were big problems. He was talking about some guy who just ate the darkness like very strange wild animals that only wanted meat. After that, unexpectedly, the boy threw the book with a black cover straight down to the ground. He said that he promises a very good and promising future for all people living on this planet because he is fighting for his rights. Then Jamie remembered that this grimoire was a part of his vision and he just wanted to understand how he managed to forget it. Also understood that his memories worked really very strangely because he accidentally remembered a moment from his past life. Then suddenly the girl asked the boy if he managed to understand because everything about him was really very strange. But the boy kept smiling and looked at her and told her to take the thing he would give her now and held out his hand to her. The girl was really very surprised because it was a random ring that Jamie put on her hand. He said that it was an artifact that he found in the ruins, and he also said that she should fill it with magic to use it later. The girl decided to do everything as the boy said, and after that, a large magical weapon appeared in her hands, thus greatly surprising her. She said that I really like this magical artifact and thanked the guy very much, but Jamie was serious and I said that she was just using it and now they can continue. After that, the boy moved his hands again to the same strange magic and said that it would take him some time. The boy suddenly began to shout very loudly for him to return to his former master, and everything would fall into place. He continued to use his dark magic to make their situation better for them. But suddenly they heard a very strange voice of a man standing behind them and calling them names. The man is very angry because I do not understand at all what happened in this city. After that, he gave them some very strange magical blow. The guy was very scared of his girlfriend because he understood that all this strong blow flew straight at her and she had little chance. Meanwhile, the girl was also very scared and did not know what she needed to do and how much to eat in the last seconds of her life. About this, she understood that she had to act if she did not want to die and began to use the same ring that Jamie had given her. She deflected all this blow that was moving to the side with her big magical axe that was created by magic. This blow was really very strong in the middle of the forest. There were a lot of sounds and lures from the magical struggle. After that, the girl felt really bad. Her mouth was bleeding and it seemed that she would soon die. When Jamie saw this, he was very scared because he couldn't believe that a girl who had holy strength could feel so bad, and it seemed that she was just starting to lose it. After today looked at the girl who hit him and she had dark hair. He said she belonged to the Church of Genies. The opponent smiled and said it was really true and said that Jamie had a very good feeling. The boy was very surprised because he did not understand what the Church of Gainus was doing in such a place at such a dark time. He did not believe that they had come here to destroy this terrible egg. But the girl just sat down and said that everything the guy said was really very interesting. But suddenly she stopped listening to Jamie and looked at the girl in front and was very interested in her hair color. A stranger from Gina's church did not understand why that girl was strange and held a big hammer in her hands and had such a strange hair color. After that, she said that the girl managed to assemble a computer because she hates such paint and such weapons the most in her life. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, she very quickly ran towards Venna and said that she would finish her off. Frightened Venna did not expect this at all, but she understood that she needed to somehow defend herself, so she took a fighting position to defend herself. Venna deflected the girl's blows with her eyes closed because she was really very afraid that she might die from her powerful actions. The girl with dark hair said that Venna fought really very well and had a very good talent. But despite this, she did not want to give up and continued to attack her with all her strength in order to stop her once and for all. Jane told Venna to be very careful as she was being hit by a really silent blow from the girl from the Church of Genus. After a strong blow, the girl began to shed tears because she did not understand why she was being beaten so hard and what she had done wrong. But the stranger only laughed at this and asked if that was all the girl was capable of against her. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Venna jumped up high to strike and told the stranger to shut her mouth. But the girl did not give up and presented her big sword to protect herself from the blow and said that the blow was really very weak and laughed. Venna also did not stop and her anger only grew, so she wanted to attack more and more and said that this was only the beginning of her actions. Both girls fought really hard, but suddenly the stranger smiled and said that a very nice surprise would be waiting for the girl. After that, the strange stranger smiled and told the girl to try against this new trick, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Suddenly, unexpectedly, she disappeared and appeared behind Venna, thereby greatly surprising her because the girl did not expect this. From behind, she began to apply very strong and fast. Almost no one could see. It seemed that it was almost impossible. Then there were many cuts on Venna's back and a lot of blood began to flow. When Jamie saw it, he was very scared because he couldn't believe that it was real. The guy was very worried about the girl and understood that she needed help. Although if she does not carry one very accurate blow, then she will have no more problems. Suddenly the woman put her big hammer on the ground and asked her master not to move because she has a plan. She was really very tired, but she said that she still had some strength left to fight, and now she had been bad-mouthed by her opponent several times. Meanwhile, the stranger started laughing at the Valkyrie and asked if they would hurt her and said that she could make her another situation if she wanted to. But the Valkyrie turned her head towards her opponent. Her eyes glowed with orange magic and she said loudly that she would do her master's bidding. Strange. The stranger from the Janissa church did not take the evil girl seriously, but only laughed and said that Venna was a very obedient girl. However, Venna did not pay attention. She was really very angry and looked only at the girl with the only thought that she should take revenge on her for what she did to her. After that, the unknown girl started to worry a lot because she felt that something was really wrong because she was getting a very strange aura. As it turned out, the Valkyrie girl began to use magic called the Curse of Sensation. The member of Janissa's church was really very scared, but she didn't understand what was happening to her right now because she didn't understand anything. Meanwhile, it was time for Ven to act, so she charged at her opponent. The stranger was really shocked because she couldn't believe that a girl could use dark magic because it was almost unreal. The girl understood that her chance of victory was falling, but she needed to fight to the end because now she could die from Venna's magic. The Valkyrie, in turn, dealt very strong blows with her heavy hammer because she understood that this was her chance to win. However, after some time, she realized that the curse stops working, and because of this, she needs to act immediately while the remaining effects are still on her opponent. Her opponent was really very strong that it was really a very unfair fight and you couldn't use magic, especially dark magic after that. Us took out her big dark sword again and decided to start attacking because she didn't want to defend herself from Vena anymore. She raised her swords in the air very strongly and quickly and told her sword to start reviving. Vena was really surprised as she had never seen anything like this in her life. She realized that she needed to immediately start acting with her super hammer, because if she didn't do it, the enemy would be the first to attack. But suddenly some very strange blue magic appeared on her hammer, and it started making some very suspicious sounds that she had never heard before. After that, there was a really big explosion in the center of the event, and the fire spread over a large part of the forest, and nothing was clear. The fire was very large and burned all around, leaving all the trees empty and charred. Then the girl felt really weak, as if all her strength had left her. She just couldn't understand what it was, because now they didn't even have a chance to get up, because it felt like her opponent had taken all her strength away. But unfortunately, she understood that she needed to get up very quickly and protect her master, as it was her duty. And in the meantime approached her and said that the girl was really very stupid because she used dark magic against her, and because of that she paid a lot. She also said that these people guarded by the Valkyrie were very terrible and she would destroy them right before her eyes in a matter of seconds. Jamie came closer and smiled and asked the stranger if everything she was saying was really true. The guy said that he hasn't done anything bad for her yet, so she has no right to condemn him, but if necessary, he will easily do it. The sorcerer crossed his arms and asked Lefivan to capture the girl. The stranger was really very scared because she didn't understand what was happening, because something very strange started grabbing her hands and other parts of her body. Then the boy used the magic of gluttony that turned everything into food and then devoured it himself like a monster. Jamie looked at her with magical eyes. I could tell that he really didn't like her holy power, but regardless, he needed to destroy her, and said that he would completely take over her body so that she would be called stronger to do. Meanwhile, the girl was very angry because she understood that she simply had no chance. After that, the guy flew to the very injured Vena and said that she fought very bravely, and thanks to her, he managed to destroy this very terrible egg that was already talked about. Jamie added that she didn't need to worry about it because everything was over. Then the girl very quietly replied that she was glad. The tentacles of the same monster sent by Jamie flew away due to the fact that the girl tore it apart. Then she came closer and said that she didn't want to destroy Jamie because he had a very cute face. But regardless, she was going to do it now. However, Jamie smiled and said that his thoughts were confirmed and the girl was indeed no ordinary priest. Meanwhile, the girl did not give up and continued to attack the boy. She began to use some very strange magic, and a very strange blue ball appeared in her hand. After that, she suddenly began to change her appearance very much, and the armor of a knight appeared on her, and it seemed that she became several times stronger. Jamie understood that the situation began to change, because as it turned out, the girl had many times more power than the bishop, and because of this, he would have a lot of problems. Sears replied that the magic used by the boy, although it was very simple, but despite this, it made her very angry. Then she said that this magic was really very familiar to her. I asked the boy if he was a dark magician, but Jamie did not want to answer. Then she said that she understood everything, and because of this, the boy will have many times bigger problems than he thought. She said that then she would be forced to just kill him right now because of his kind, as he is doing too much in this world. Jamie stood still and concentrated on his dark magic and said that he had no way out, raised his head in the air and began to use the dark magic of the rogue gate to counter the girl's blow. Then the young man smiled and said that the girl will need to meet one very nice monster. Jamie raised his berry and asked Nebro to appear, and from the same dark portal that was in the air, some very big, scary eyes appeared. The big monster asked if the master had summoned him, and then suddenly the same terrible skeleton monster with the 6th level began to appear on the ground. But this angered the girl even more because she understood how the boy had the right to summon dead people who had no souls at all. Suddenly, a strange monster in a dark costume stepped on the ground and was ready to fight for Dejmi. Then the events are transferred to some other place where the man set foot on the ground. The man in the dark suit was rightly very impressed because he could not understand at all how this could happen. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. He looked at that egg and just couldn't understand how it could grow so fast and become so gigantic in such a short period of time. He said that in order for the egg to increase so quickly, it was necessary to bring more sacrifices of hearts to it. Unexpectedly, a guy appeared and asked him if he liked it all there. On hearing these words, the man got scared and ran to the side because he didn't understand who the little guy behind him was at all. Then the big fat man with Venna in his arms came up too, and Jamie asked if the cloaked man was the same demon summoner named Damon. He gave his signal, and suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Rise appeared, who began to inflict already quick and accurate blows on his supplicants. The men were really very shocked, as if it was completely clear what was happening right now and who were the very strong people who were defeating them. He simply fell to the ground because he no longer had the strength to live. It seemed to him that he would die very soon. After that, he put his hand on the same egg and said that what was left for them really loves him very much because he treats him like a child. The man just lay there and was really very badly beaten. It seemed to him that now he had finally lost. But suddenly, from the middle of the egg, some strange sounds began. It seemed that someone was beginning to be born. Rise heard this and did not understand what was happening at all, because he knew that Jamie controlled with the help of dark magic. Everything should have been in order. Jamie then motioned for Rise to back off because it could explode very badly. Then the man decided to follow the boy's order and needed high air to get as far away as possible from this very strange demon egg. After that, he flew to Jamie and asked what was going on, because everything had to go exactly according to plan. But suddenly, this big egg began to bind with its tentacles the same strange man in a dark cloak who was lying next to him. Then James said that this egg should have enough life force now. But Rise didn't understand what anyone was talking about. But the guy said that you need to be very careful because now, what the residents were afraid of the most will happen. The strange object started to make even louder sounds, and Jamie said that the demons will be born very soon and you need to run away. Then the events are transferred back to the battle between the acquaintance and the dead skeleton. The girl attacked as hard as she could and ordered the skeleton to die. Said that it makes no sense to wish death to someone who died a long time ago and has no soul. These words really weakened the girl very much because she understood that the skeleton was really very strong. She needed to make even more efforts to defeat him. She was most worried about the egg because she said that her master would not be happy if he found out that everything did not go according to their plan. Meanwhile, a very strange red portal appeared that went straight to the sky and into which some very strange red energy descended. This red light surprised both opponents very much, and because of this they stopped their fight for a few seconds and watched the invasion of the egg. Nebro felt this very strange energy and got scared, realizing that the situation was really bad as the egg exploded. About how surprisingly the girl rejoiced and said that finally the one who worked the land for so long finally appeared. The skeleton was really very scared. Maybe he understood that this monster that would come out could defeat even death itself and destroy it. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking in her head that she was destined to give her soul and spirit here for a demon. She said that if it was really so, she would take the soul to say the big one with her to add more strength to the demon that would be born. Nebro understood that he really had very little chance of victory, and his energy began to drag him down, so he only begged his master to escape from the scene of events as soon as possible. Suddenly Rika, who was sitting in the temple, was very surprised for no reason. His sister was very scared and everything was fine with the boy, but the boy said that very soon they would all really end. He was very scared and also said that he needs to act really immediately because if they don't do something then all humans will be endangered. His sister was really very surprised, or did not understand what the guy was talking about at all. But suddenly, a man ran into the room and said that the holy apostle and the holy girl must run away very quickly. I understood that they simply do not obey their husbands and how to escape from the scene as quickly as possible. The guy said that if they stay in this place and do nothing, then they will become dead for sure. Because of this, they need to think. Then they are brought to the large closed office of Count Bell, in the middle of which was a man. The man was really very divorced, understood that the situation was really very bad. Some guy knocked on the door and said that there was a terrible explosion of energy in the forest, but the Count said that he already knew about it. Then he loudly demanded that they all prepare troops because they had no other choice, and said that they did it very quickly. After that, unexpectedly for everyone, the man's daughter ran in and surprised him very much. The father wanted to tell the woman not to live and she only needed to take her children and run away, but Sears interrupted him and said that Jamie had disappeared. It is really very hard for the man's school because he did not expect such a turn of events, and I understand that with every second the situation becomes even worse. Then the woman cried and said that it seems to her that her son went to the same forest and the same terrible events happened because he asked about him today. The events are brought back to the same forest where the devil's dead egg was born. That he said that it all looked very bad in general and because they had a terrible appearance. Jamie also said that demons were really very harmful to all beings which washed away because they had their own goals. The men approached their master and said that she needed to happen as they simply had no chance and even dead people were very afraid of what would happen now. But the boy said that if this egg is fully born, it will be very difficult for him even without perfect magic. However, suddenly Rise said that they could die very easily and not to do that. After that, the boy very quickly teleported him away. Then he turned to a big, strong man and asked him to carry Vena as far as he could, so that the Ukrainian energy did not fall on them, and he quickly ran away. But suddenly, someone asked in a very scary voice if the boy would manage on his own, and this scared him. A big older voice that weather right in the middle of the egg said that it would be very boring indeed if the boy gave up right now. And big, strong hands began to appear, and the boy understood that this was something that was not enough. The guy understood that the situation was really very bad and everything was going according to Demon's plan and he was in control of the situation. After this terrible thing, we go very fast in the forest of our egg, and said that he is really very annoyed by all this that was around and everything needs to be destroyed. But surprisingly, the boy who looked the terrible creature in the eyes and said that he was really very noble to you. Then the big demon looked at the boy and said that he would promise to eat him later, because the boy was smarter than the others and understood at least something about him. After looking at the boy and told him to glorify his roar and that he was the baron of a great demon. Jamie really thought because he realized that Baron meant that he had at least the rank of master, and it was even worse than he had thought before. But no wonder the terrible wonderful said that the boy should not be afraid and simply understand one true truth that he will tell him. Then he stepped with his big paw on the ground and said that he appeared in this world and that meant that there was no way back. But Jamie didn't want to give up. He activated his super bracelet and said that the demon's words were just water and had no meaning. The monster saw this thing that the boy activated and said that it was really very good. And if he took it away, the person would die very quickly and in severe suffering. But Jamie said he wasn't crazy and wouldn't give away his super weapon because it was the most important thing to him. But the monster smiled and said loudly that then he had no choice and he would use his power. Said that he really wondered how long the boy would last against his demonic power. But Vremya understood that they needed to attack first in order to have a better chance of defeating the monster. He jumped up and flew high in the air above the demon and used Leviathan magic and a dark light appeared all around. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the assistant of the Marquis appeared and said that everything around looked very pitiful. The man looked at the same demon and said that he was one of the 5 weakest noble barons. Surprisingly, the man also said that there could be a really big problem for people because of this terrible demon plus. The boy understood that at this time hundreds of knights who were in the kingdom were going to this forest to fight and fight until the end of their count's life. But on the other hand, The man smiled and said that it was still necessary to leave someone to protect the people's house. Meanwhile, a big strong man with a girl in his arms ran away very quickly from the scene, worried about all that was happening right now. He was very worried about his boss. He realized that he may have very big problems and he may dry up, and if he dies, the whole world may come to an end. But he understood that if he could vomit, it meant that his master was also alive and all hopes of victory still existed. Suddenly, the girl who was in her husband's arms regained consciousness. She did not understand what was happening at all. Then the man told that the boss ordered to take her very far to a safe place and also said that the demon had awakened. And because of this, they all had very serious problems. But the girl was only shocked by this information. After that, she asked the man to lower him to the ground as she could be very useful to them all due to her super strength. She was really very surprised. She couldn't believe that Jamie would go inside and fight against this terrible monster, but the fat man said that the battle had already begun. The girl said that she wanted to go inside and help Jamie, but the man said that if he did not go inside, he would only disturb his master. But the girl wanted to try. She said that even if she dies when she is there, she will still win a little time for the whole world. But the man said that in this condition the girl had very little chance. But suddenly some very strange things began to happen that surprised him very much. The girl was really very surprised. She didn't even understand where the big man who was just behind her had disappeared. She understood that the situation was really very bad and it was necessary to make the right decision very quickly. She suddenly began to recall all those terrible moments that were in her former life, about how her former classmates humiliated her and how Jamie saved her from death. Vanna understood that now her master was in great danger, although he himself saved his life, so she was obliged to do something to help him. But suddenly the hammer lying on the ground started talking and said that all this was really very interesting. It really surprised the girl very much. She could not believe that her strong hammer could speak. But the weapon continued to speak and said that the girl was a young Valkyrie with the power of pure blood, and she was very unique among her kind. Suddenly a lot of strange energy began to flow from the hammer, and he said that he would allow it to be used today despite the fact that the girl was not old enough for it. Then amazingly, this strange hammer flew into the air and even more solar energy appeared around him. He said his name was Filion, and he was forged by a legendary man to serve the walkers. Then he turned to the young girl again and said that she tried her best to use him. But suddenly, Jamie began to fall into them. He said that he had run out of strength to just fly. Jamie realized that he had lost too much blood in the fight against the terrible bear, and now he did not even have a bead of life. And because of this, his strength was falling. The boy also wanted to summon his pet, because then he would gain more time to use higher rank magic. He understood that with every second his chances of victory were falling, and he was simply dying right in front of his eyes. But suddenly, the boy landed on some very strange object, although he understood that it should just fall to the ground and crash. It was the same big bear. James asked him how he ended up in this place, and the giant replied that he had already been in this area for more than 5,000 years. The bear also said that the boy really had a very good heart, because he decided to fight against such a terrible bear himself. It meant that the goddess chose him, and she was not wrong in her choice. But it seemed to Jamie that the bear was just talking a lot, and it was all a lie because he was doing it for his own benefit. From the other side, the same terrible demon appeared and turned to the big terrible bear. He said that the bear wasn't a problem for him at all, and he would handle him very easily, just like he would handle a little guy. He took and cut with his sharp claws the big hand of the giant bear, in which a lot of blood appeared. After that, the down reached the ground and said that you just tried to completely destroy the bear's arm, but unfortunately he succeeded, and that meant that the bear was really very strong. He took a serious look at his hand and said that this was all really very bad and he was angry about it all. After that, he is very fast hit. Monster said he was also very fast and one of the strongest in this forest. The monster was really very badly wounded because he did not expect such a strong and quick blow from a cute bear. Then the giant monster looked at the air and said that he was not alone. Now, in the air began to glow somehow very brightly, some unknown star. As it turned out, it was Vena just starting to deliver her swift and powerful strike with her golden hammer, which had indeed quite a lot of solar magic around it. This blow on the case is very powerful, and even the giant bear moved aside to avoid the consequences of the big explosion caused by the girl. The girl whimpered on the ground and said that she had finally arrived to protect her master. But this impressed the boy very much because he understood what was happening with the girl's hair. To the guy and asked if he really likes her new beautiful hair that she got. However, Jamie said that he was talking about something completely different. But then a big bear intervened in their conversation and rushed to the attack and said that the young people will talk later. Now they don't need to waste any time. He said that first of all they needed to finish because this demon was really very strong and they all needed to unite. But suddenly, a terrible demon right at the big bear, his hand with a red magic ball, and said that it was not the end, but only the beginning for him. On the nose, a very powerful blow of the bear right in its stomach, and because of this, the bear really collapsed from all the pain. Meanwhile, those who arrived at the forest told Marcus that they couldn't come to the forest because there was too much demonic energy inside. The man on the horse said that they need to wait for the blessing from the church because otherwise they will all just die because of this terrible magic. These words really moved Count Marcus Bell very much, and you understood that the man was really right and all the people who fell under the terrible energy died, and understood that only the order of fear can hold out and continue the fight against this terrible debacle. The Count understood that they would be in this exact forest even longer. Then they would finally die, and his youngest daughter never forgave him for that. But suddenly, the men felt some very strange magical energy. The Count was surprised because he did not understand what this strange burst of wind was. Surprisingly, this magical wind brought with it some very strange note that the man managed to grab in his hand. This strange wind continued at a very high speed inside because it wanted to show someone or punish someone. He was heading straight for the girl, and with her long hair running away from him, it seemed that he was just chasing her. After that, the girl raised her head in the air and said that all this was really very terrible and she needed to act in a different way in order to win. She understood that the demonic energy could really catch up with her, and then if it really happened, then she would die immediately because she has no immunity against this magic. But otherwise, she was very glad as she understood that she had summoned that horned demon. Her work was finally done. She ran and hoped that her boss would not punish her for running away from the scene of all these events. But suddenly, a very strange green beam appeared near her neck. This ray did everything necessary and a lot of blood appeared and some parts of the girl's body simply flew into the air. After that, the events are transferred back to the battle where a big scary monster started to land on the ground. The great bear was lying on the ground because of his severe wounds, and understood that now their chances of victory were very small indeed. The Valkyrie girl with her new hair was also badly injured and lay with her eyes closed, hoping that they would somehow manage to win. But the scary blue monster just laughed and said that they only surprised him because he had never had it so easy to fight against someone before. And now he felt even better. A big scary demon walked towards Jamie and said he really liked this spell he was using, and the boy said it was called Road to Death. Road to Death was one of the strongest mage that belonged to the dark energy, because it released all the power, and thanks to it, you could make very large-scale and very serious attacks, I demonstrated. And Jamie used this one and directed it directly at the demon. Jamie was really very scared. Then he understood that Bear and Wenna were really very important to him because they sacrificed their lives to give him some hope. But suddenly the terrible demon stood up again and headed towards the boy and said that this blow was really very good and he could have really died from it, but everything was fine. He is unexpected for all up in the air. I said that the time has come to use that power of nothing against stupid people who wanted to fight against them. But boy, I bowed my head and begged the demon to finish him off and not say those stupid last words because they didn't make any sense anyway because Jamie lost. But at the same time, the boy was already very surprised and already felt, for no reason, some very strong, powerful wind began to act in his direction. This wind was really very strong and powerful and had some very strange green color. As it turned out, it was some man who burned the demon into two large parts with his sword. As it turned out, this was the same Beryl that Jamie's mother had told him about yesterday. Then the events are brought back to the Count, who began to read the same letter that brought a strange wind right into his hands. In a letter, Beryl Onyx asked the Count not to let anyone in the forest as long as they would all bother him, and also said that he would take care of this terrible demon. Then the events are brought back to a large building where there were almost no people as everyone was scared and hiding. The Archbishop opened the door and saw a man in front of him and said that he was very surprised by his visit because he did not believe that any guests would come to him at such a time. As it turned out, it was Sable. He said that he really wanted to visit him and asked if the apostle had already hidden, about how surprisingly the Archbishop did not want to answer anything and said that if a man does not serve the goddess, then he should leave this room right now. But the man said that he does not serve her, and despite this, he will still remain in this archbishop's palace in principle. Then the man got angry and said that in such a case he would need to take all measures to protect the safety of the entire temple. But then Sable asked the archbishop if she would be able to stand against him, or if he would be able to stand against the first Genus sword. When the archbishop heard this, he was really very surprised. It seemed that he felt some very terrible magic around him. On this evening understood that he was really not simple because he was the first sword of the Genus Church and had a hidden power. But Sable was happy as always. He raised his sword in the air and said that today the goddess will have a really good surprise because he will do good deeds. Then the events are brought to the forest where the Count's army was, which was really spontaneous because it didn't understand what it needed to do. Suddenly, Riki in his suit was very surprised and realized that not everything was as simple as he wanted. It seemed to him that he felt some very terrible power that was in the temple. Then he realized that the archbishop was in great danger. Then the events are brought to the same forest where Sir Beryl was, who took revenge on the terrible demon for his concessions. A strong man dealt a very mighty blow and split the whole earth in two with his great sword. Meanwhile, Jamie was already really very impressed because he didn't have time to follow all this because the blows were very fast, and besides the man had a very big sword, Jamie couldn't believe that it was all a wind. The expected big man turned to the little boy and asked what he was doing here. Jamie tried to find some reason and said that everyone forbade going to this forest, and because of that, he became really very interested, and that's why he decided to visit this forest. But then the man was harsh on the boy and said that he saw everything from the very beginning. This really shocked the boy very much because he understood that now his whole story was a fiction, and the man learned the whole truth that happened to him. But then the man came back and said that everyone has their secrets that they don't want to tell anyone, so everything was in perfect order. But the guys were very scary in the case because he understood how much the man was able to see. Because if he saw from the very beginning, then everything was really very bad. Then Jamie decided to take the initiative into his own hands and ask the man what he was doing here. And Beryl replied that he was waiting for me for this task because he was perfect for him. Suddenly the big bear woke up and asked the man who he was because he looked really strong and he could feel his strong energy. The man looked into Hygnat's eyes and said that his name was Beryl and he was one of the truth seekers of this whole world. He also added that he came here to pick up an object that was installed in these parts, and he did all this because Isis asked him to. The bear on the case was very surprised by the whole story and asked the man if he was talking about the border right now. The man confirmed this and said that he would very much like to ask the bear to open the gates of Graham. Meanwhile, Jamie was standing on the sidelines and was really shocked because he didn't understand what these two were talking about, and he was very curious. But the great bear apologized and told Beryl that he could not open the gates for him because he was not responsible for them. Went back to the little guy and asked if all this was true, and Jamie realized that the big bear was talking to him through the same runes that he had taken control of. He then used the ruins to teleport directly to Beryl himself. The strong man took the girl in his arms and told the boy that he really did not expect that he would come into contact with demons and ghosts. But then suddenly the same big bear appeared behind them and clenched his fists and said that now they can start their business. He looked Jamie straight down and ordered him to sell him power over the ruins, but Jamie was only shocked by this information. Jamie did not want to convey anything but to you. The same Beryl looked at him with his stern gaze. The guy that he simply had no choice, so he decided to give the rights to the big bear. Although inside he was really very angry about it. He pulled his small fist to the big wader of the bear, and some very strange electricity appeared above them, which gave the bear all the rights. After that, the big animal said that it would now open all those gates that Beryl and Jamie needed, and strange magic began to appear. The little guy was really shocked because he understood that there was a lot of blue energy running around him. After that, he wondered because he did not understand at all in what place they were, because there was nothing under him except some strange water. Suddenly, a man appeared and congratulated the owner of the Black Mother. The boy was shocked because he understood that it was the same thought that stopped the capture of the system. He understood that this system did not have such a simple protection. Then he asked the man if he was the creator of Grammy. The strange man confirmed this and said his name was Armion, and he was the creator of various artifacts around the world, and he was also a 9th-rank mage. But it seemed to Jamie that the man only wanted to brag to him, and then he asked if he was the same border that needed to be crossed. However, the tall man smiled and said that he was indeed very close to Isis, but he was not the same cord. He said that he was only guarding the sword under the orders of the electric dragon Graham, and showed the boy the same strange sword. The man also added that Gramia was not just a place where you could observe Graham. He said that it was created for the benefit of the one he expects. After that tea, we were very surprised and realized that his guesses could be really true, and therefore he decided to ask the man something. The strange stranger said that he was waiting for a mana owner who would have really a lot of power to destroy the same 12 gods, and that was his main goal. Jamie was very surprised when he realized that it was about him, and then he asked the man how he did not know the old language and other details that had long been forgotten. Jamie understood that the situation was really bad because even Ganon did not know about the power with which you could kill the gods. Then he told the man that if his was bad, then he would destroy him. But the man remained and said that in this world some strange creature left its traces, and thanks to these traces, he managed to learn an ancient language. Jamie realized that all of his guesses were right, and he asked if the man was talking about Diablo Wolfer. However, the man said that he did not manage to find out about this person, even though he spent his whole life studying it. Then he also realized that the person who received Diablo's dark mana was Jamie. After that, some strange red electric magic started working in the berry, and he said that in that case he could pass it on to Jamie. A strange electric field began to appear around the boy, and the boy began to feel a lot of energy that he had never felt in his life. It seemed to him that his life was completely changing and filled with energy. In the man's hand appeared some strange magical blue old man also added that Gremia was an artifact that could change its form, and it had unlimited possibilities. The man said that he put everything he had into this magical artifact, that you, someone after all, managed to finally defeat the evil gods who ruled the people. In anticipation of this day, the man decided to transfer the boy's power into Jamie's hands, so as not to finally share the boy's energy. Shaking his hands, Jamie was very surprised because he understood that he had never felt anything like this in his life. And he also could not believe that this artifact was really so powerful. Didn't understand that it was a level with 3 divine weapons that he once created in his life, and now he felt unrealistically confident and strong. After that, the event is transferred back to the same large palace where the Pyro Church was located. Night Raz was very scared and therefore ran to the church as fast as he could despite the bad weather. He was very worried about the archbishop because he felt that something really bad must have happened to him. When he entered the room, he was very scared to see an old man who had many wounds and lost consciousness. However, when he got closer to you, the archbishop regained consciousness. And Ras said that the man needed to go to the hospital very quickly because he had serious problems. But the man said that there is no need to do this, because some force is already concerned about his healing, and everything should be fine with him soon. That's why he said that the knight should not take care of him, because I will be fine with him. He said that the knight should better protect the apostle and Saint Anna. The man looked at the basement, which was completely destroyed, where Anna and Rika were hidden. How can you believe that the church could be so destroyed? He also did not want to go down to the very bottom because he did not want to leave the wounded man alone. Because of this, he began to cry. But the archbishop quietly answered him that he understood all his feelings. But now there were many times more problems, and that is why he pointed his finger at the man. He put his hand on his head and said that he really wanted him to go because now the children were really the most important. The knight was really very angry. He said that he would definitely fit whoever did this to the archbishop. However, the man with closed eyes replied that there is no need to give free rein to his emotions, and there is no need to take any revenge yet. He had really very difficult feelings inside. He did not understand at all what should be done. What was happening to him at that moment? The archbishop once again told the boy that he had to go because he had very little time and asked him to leave him there, promising that everything would be fine. Then the events are again transferred to the same forest where it was raining very heavily. Jamie said he was in really bad discomfort, but overall he was fine. Then he asked Beryl if he got what he came here for. Big sons. The man said that his mission was completely accomplished. But then suddenly, Bear the seller entered their conversation. I asked Jamie what happened to Gremyai. The giant explained that Jamie came back later than them, and they can't know what happened to him all this time, and they are very curious. The bear also said that now his connection with Gremius was completely uninterested that such an important thing had happened there. Then the boy decided to tell the truth and said that he met with a man, and he transferred his energy to him and showed them the same strange magical blue cube. Suddenly Beryl got into my head and said that this object was really many times more valuable than Grammy, and the guy should not underestimate it. Because you really couldn't believe that Grammy just gave the boy all his energy and power, and Jamie explained that the man came up with this idea when Graham took Beryl away. The bear could not understand that the man gave the boy all his power and energy, because it seemed to him that it was simply impossible. But the boy said that the bear only came closer to him and he would show him everything. The bear was very surprised, but still decided to do everything as the boy said. The boy put his hand on the bear's face, and some very strange green magic began to appear on the bear's cloud. It seemed to him that it was something like restoration. Then they realized that it was time to go back home because Jamie's mom would be very worried about him. Then the boy remembered his mother and realized that he was a very bad concession due to the fact that she always worried very much about him and he treated her so badly. But then suddenly he worried even more, realizing that he completely forgot about his friend and Apostle Rika, who could be in danger. The big man was very surprised. He didn't even understand why the boy froze in place and made such a strange expression on his face. Frightened Jamie quietly said that the apostle of the goddess was definitely in danger, and it was necessary to hurry very quickly. However, Beryl did not understand which apostle of the goddess he was talking about at all, and then the boy explained that he meant the same Rika. Then the little boy started shouting very loudly and said that they urgently needed to go there because they didn't have time to talk about how he felt. Then suddenly a large hand of a strong man grabbed him by his dark cloak. The man was very serious and asked the guy where exactly they were needed, and the guy shouted that this could all be happening in the south of Afton, and they needed to hurry. After that, Beryl used his super flight power and jumped very high and fast and flew straight to the south of Afton with Jamie. The big bear in the case was very upset and did not understand that his guest did not even say goodbye to him, although he had done a lot for them. Then suddenly the girl woke up and said that she now needs to go back to her home, but the bear was really shocked because he did not expect this. Then the events are transferred to the place where the great army of Count Bell was, where there was good news. One of the riders informed his count that the demonic energy had disappeared very much, and the count was pleasantly surprised but understood that now their goal was to end. After that, people suddenly started coming back from the same forest and had very important news for Count Marcus. The men said that a group of demons appeared on the territory of their palace, and they are attacking all the people they meet. This information made the count feel very sick. The knight also said that the other men who remained in the palace began to protect the civilians, but despite this, their number was not enough, so it was necessary to hurry very much to help them withstand the wave against these zombies. The man was very upset and said that it was his very big mistake because there was no need to underestimate the demons. Then the man also said that there was another terrible news, namely that the same strong archbishop was found dead. This news was really very impressive because no one could simply believe that a major member of the church could be dead. The man also added that Marquis's assistant was there at that moment, and therefore he would not be either a witness or an attacker, but nothing is known yet. Then suddenly Sable smiled at his opponent and said that he won't be able to defeat him alone. I need to understand what... Ras understood that the situation was really bad, but he still could not become as much as he promised to avenge the archbishop. Ricky and Anna asked the knight if everything was okay with him, but he said that they did not need to worry because he was in control of the situation. Raz asked the man how long he had been planning this whole idea of kidnapping the saints. However, Sable smiled and said that it didn't take him very long to come up with and implement his plan into reality. The man also added that he did not expect the opportunity to destroy the apostles so easily, and therefore decided not to lose his chance and use this opportunity. Marquise's assistant drew his strong sword and rushed to attack Ras and his friends. These blows were very fast, and in general no one could understand what was happening, and Russ was generally scared because it seemed to him that he would now lose this fight. After that, the person looked at his other. I realized that he had really big problems because blood was coming from his shoulder. Rika and Anna, who were behind the knight, were very scared, as they understood that their defender could now lose the battle, and he was in a lot of pain. But the man yelled for the children to stay put and not do anything because they would then be in great danger. Deep in his thoughts, Proj was really very scared because I understand that these blows were too fast for him and he simply could not control them. The man's blood fell on the ground and the situation became even worse because it seemed to him that the end would soon come. After that, Raz fielded the man right in the face and asked him if he was a swordsman. Sable smiled and said that he was really glad the men just now got to know who he was. Also added that his magic, it was a change of visualization, and because of that, he can deliver many strong blows that other people will not be able to see. He also said that thanks to his magic, he got a very high speed and no one at all could understand who the man was and how he managed to strike. He also added that he could slow down the effects of his blows from this principle, that he could take a lot of blows right now, but the man would feel the effects later. For years it seemed that it was a complete delusion because none of the sword masters possessed such capabilities. Ras was also very scared because he could not understand how there could be such a power that could go against logic. But Marquis's assistant said that there were too many monsters in this world, unfortunately, and it was a big problem for Ras. After that, suddenly he somehow magically found himself behind the back of the Raz Knight, and he did not understand anything about what it seemed that the man had just been in front of him. Sable then smiled and said that he was one of the strongest monsters in this whole world. After that, the Holy Knight again felt a very strong pain in his back, not understanding what was happening at all. Riki was very scared. I didn't understand that right now his friend could die, so he started running in his direction. But Raz was only times worse. Well, he just started to get new blows from his shoulders. A lot of blood started to open. And meanwhile, the boy with white hair was smiling because he understood that he really liked this whole game with Roz because the knight had no chance. Meanwhile, Ricky cried even harder and started running to Roz to help him. He couldn't believe that Raz would die in front of his eyes. Suddenly, in the middle of all these events, there was a really very strange explosion of some yellow magical energy. After a while, Sable came out of the fog and said that he didn't expect that Genus's first sword would be able to push him aside. He turned back and asked the little guy if it was really a feast of forces, because she had very strong magic and holy energy. Suddenly, a man appeared in the air with a strange magical energy. Sable raised his head and couldn't believe who it was. It was Roz, who was filled with golden power and shouted to the man to ask his god what power he had. After that, the same strange magical yellow blows began to hit the ground, trying to destroy Marquis Sable's assistant. But the man survived and said that his father is very angry when he is asked a lot of stupid things. Resigned to attack the man at all and said that he would rather just destroy him with his sword than they would just waste time on stupid talk. But the knight tried to fight to the end and therefore supported the monster with his strong sword, realizing that he had no other choice. But then the assistant said that no one would stop him because he was too strong for them all. Because of that, he would win. Then he decided to use the magic of changing visibility to harm the man in the fight and give false information against him. But suddenly Raz once said that he realizes that he really has very little chance in a fight against him, but he has one very strong card. After that, the child opened his eyes with the help of his hands, and looked at this struggle that was happening between two men. Then, unexpectedly for Sable, a lot of blood started coming out of his mouth and he started to feel really, really terrible. As it turned out, Rika managed to open his eyes and now he became many times stronger, and from his eyes came some very strange yellow blinding magic. After that, the man simply fell to the ground due to the fact that he could no longer fight back because he was hit too hard. He also added that Sable was only a terrible human being and he could not stand up to the divine power of the Pyro Church. It seemed that good had already won and everything was over because it seemed that Sable would never get up again because he could only cough up blood. The man woke up and asked the boy if this was too bad a moment and to awaken his divine energy against him. He continued to rise to his feet and said that this power really hit him hard, but it was too weak to completely destroy him, as he was many times stronger. Russ realized that he needed to act immediately to stop the man, and then he took his weapon in his hands and began to beat him, saying that he would finally lose. However, the opponent remained calm and simply placed his hand under the divine match knight, his hand glowing with some strange blue magic. It was simply impressive because the man could only stop the divine power of the knight with one hand, and it seemed that he, on the contrary, was stronger. He also said that if the true goddess Pyro did not come down to earth, then all people would die because of his magic. After that, the magic began to work even harder on the Holy Knight's sword, and at one point it completely shattered it. Knight Reyes was scared because his holy weapon was completely destroyed. Now it seemed to him that he had no more chances. Meanwhile, Ricky also tried to help his friend, and he crossed his arms and looked at all these events that were happening to direct his magic there. He looked at their opponent, and suddenly some very strange magical blue beam appeared, which hit him very hard. It seemed like it was some kind of lighting. Ricky was really very scared or did not understand what was happening at all. It seemed that his opponent, on the contrary, became even stronger after all these blows. A man with white hair flew high into the air and said that this time they would not be able to build a protective block because he blocked it all. Ricky began to scream very loudly, realizing that right now the final end of the night could come because everything was attacking at the maximum. Unexpectedly for everyone, some unknown boy appeared and started using dark magic and very strong pain mana against Sable. Ricky was really surprised because he saw that there was a very large, massive explosion of dark energy in front of him, although he did not expect it at all. It seemed that it was just some kind of sign of fate. Then suddenly Jamie appeared and shouted loudly. Ricky continued to attack their opponent because now they had a chance to win. Ricky was very surprised because he didn't understand at all what Jamie was doing here, because it seemed to him that the boy had already died when the demon woke up. Suddenly Ricky used his divine magic to defend himself against the strong blows of Marquis' assistant, and his body and appearance completely changed. The boy was very impressed because his hand really had a lot of strange divine energy, thanks to which he managed to protect himself from Sable's fatal blow. He stood silent for a long time with a frightened face because he still did not fully understand what he should do, because it seemed to him that he was already dead. Then his friends started running towards him because they were also very worried about the little guy and his divine power. Jamie was also very impressed and asked the boys if he was okay because he used a lot of his energy now and delivered a really powerful blow to his opponent. Ricky was really very impressed because he did not understand at all what was happening and that Jamie was the same fat man. Jamie said that it seemed to him that they were really very bad, so he decided to fly here very quickly to save his life. Then Roz explained that Sable was to blame for all this, because all this time he worked for the same terrible church of Genus. Beryl was amazed. He couldn't believe that it was the same Marquis assistant with whom he worked for a long time. Jamie was also very surprised because it seemed to him that it was impossible because the man did his job very well and served the Count. He just couldn't believe that it could be really true. But suddenly, he saw a very strange line near him. Beryl also saw this line and was very frightened because he understood that it was a very bad sign for them all. Then the man very quickly jumped to the side, but a very strangely large blue line cut off part of his body and a lot of blood appeared. Sable came out of this line and asked Beryl if he noticed that he was a master of the sword and they don't get credit for it just like that. He said that he was aiming at a boy and hit Beryl. The little guy was shocked. It seemed to him that they had already finally defeated this terrible man after all these divine blows. Ras even more said that the Marquis's assistant was simply very crazy and he needed to be treated for this disease. Sable laughed and said that thanks to his superpowers he is very easy, I can deal with them since they can't become at all. Or was it really him due to supervisalification? But this time he said that he had to pay a very high price because Ricky used really very strong divine magic against him and pointed to his hand. At that moment, Beryl placed his greatsword on the ground and said that you have now moved away from Sable. Despite the fact that he did not have one hand, he said that he would deal with this demon because it was his personal matter. However, Sable only laughed loudly and said that the man already had less strength due to the fact that he only had one arm. A lot of some strange blue magic appeared in his hand, and it seemed that he was getting stronger by the minute. He turned to Beryl and asked if he could even go with him in his terrible state without an arm, but the stout man only clenched his sword and said he didn't care at all, and said his wind would cut him to pieces. After that, an even stronger downpour began, and many more strong lightnings appeared in the sky. Jamie and Russ went high into the mountains on Beryl's orders, and what did they realize? They were really only going to hinder him in the fight. Jamie understood that if it wasn't for Beryl Onyx, they would have died a long time ago, so they should be very grateful to him for that. Russ was scared because he didn't know if the man would be able to defeat such a strong opponent, so he asked Jamie about it, but the boy said to just watch them fight. He also said that no one would succeed in a swordsmanship battle because it was too dangerous. Everyone was really very strong, and it seemed that it would be a mortal battle, and there would be only one winner who would decide the fate of the planet. Because they were so strong, there were a lot of amazing explosions of energy that flew everywhere. But the Holy Knight only thought about how such a strange thing as the reality-altering and visualization used by Sable could be. Jamie said that the Marquis's assistant must have found some secret formula that they don't know about, but he's still going to have trouble with Beryl. You also notice that a man can use these strange superpowers both in defense and in attack, and this meant that all abilities had unlimited potential. The guy was really very uncomfortable because he didn't understand that he just wouldn't be able to sit quietly and contemplate all this because the battle was very tough. Beryl wanted to strike Sable, but the man surprisingly remained very calm and asked him if he believed in his victory since he was only a swordsman. But the big crooked man did not give up. He flew straight at Sable and wanted to destroy him with his weapon. However, suddenly, unexpectedly for him, some blood appeared on his shoulder and the man did not understand how it should have happened at all. As it turned out, Sable said that they had a very large difference in combat experience, so the man had no chance against him. Sable also said that despite his appearance, he was not as young as ordinary people because he had a hidden history. When the Holy Knight saw that the man was wounded, he began to scream very loudly, and it seemed that he was forced to go to this battle right now. He turned to Beryl and asked if everything was in order and if he needed his help against Sable's fight. After that, their opponent raised his head at them and said that now it was their turn, and now he would take revenge on all of them for their words and concessions. We unexpectedly headed high up in the direction of those two people who were sitting there. Jamie was very scared, already understood that the man was really coming in their direction, and now she needed to do something to stop him. The knight decided to take the initiative into his own hands and said that he stopped him and began to use his divine magic against him. The man created a large barrier with his divine magic, but that didn't stop Sable, and he continued to strike to destroy him. The man laughed and said that it was a barrier of the goddess and that it was a rather funny weapon against him. After that, he came closer and said that the knight had forgotten that he had no access to God. His eyes lit up and he said that this barrier was just useless against his powerful one. The little guy realized that the situation was getting worse, so he prepared the same strange magic cube that he got from Grammy. Sable decided to activate the magic of the sanctuary to completely destroy the holy barrier that the divine knight had created. It seemed that with this magic the man said even stronger because some strange blue magic moved towards his sword and the man changed his form. Then he looked the man straight in the eyes, smiled, and loudly said that everything should go strictly according to his plan. He directed his match in the direction of the same barrier, and there was a really very powerful explosion around which appeared a lot of lightning that struck straight from the sky. Sable then channeled even more of his magic towards the barrier, and knew now he would destroy it. The man was very scared but understood that his barrier was beginning to break down and he wouldn't be able to get it for a very long time. After Sable struck more blows on this barrier, really big cracks began to appear, and it seemed to the knight that they would last for a few seconds at most. Sable came closer and said that there was no point in resisting because they would lose anyway. Ras and Rika were very scared because even with their powers they couldn't improve their barrier, and at that moment their barrier completely broke. After that, Sable began to inflict bloody blows with his strong sword on these holy men. The events in the forest became even worse because the rain only worsened, and it seemed that the good was beginning to lose. Big Beryl was lying on the ground and there was nothing for them to do. He understood that it was really pitiful because he did not manage to win. There was a lot of blood around him. He understood that no one but him could defeat Sable, but it was already too late for that. Beryl realized that he was going to die now, so he began to apologize to Sears in his thoughts for not being able to protect her and her powerful son. Suddenly a message appeared where someone asked him what kind of woman he remembered. A lot of strange green magic began to appear around the man. He felt better. As it turned out, Jamie put his hand on the same strange magic cube and turned it on. He said it was something like restoration magic. At that very moment, the great barrier of divine power began to act again, and it seemed that all the heroes had a chance. Jamie turned to Beryl and asked him not to die and not to let others die. He also said that Beryl needed to hurry, because he wouldn't be able to withstand Sable's impressive power for long. The boy kept his hand on the same logical cube and used all his energy to somehow escape from Marquise's assistant. Some very strange, sharp sword appeared and a lot of blood appeared around. No one understood what was happening. As it turned out, it was Beryl, a powerful and accurate blow to the man directly in the chest. Sable was shocked because he did not understand how it was possible. The big man said about you that he also had no idea how he managed to do it, but he liked it very much. He then threw Sable's body on the ground and told him to ask Jamie how he managed to do all this because it was all thanks to him. Sable looked at the little boy and was very scared that this was even possible. He saw that the boy began to use unreal, powerful dark magic, and he realized that it was Hamia's magic. Jamie was simply incredibly strong thanks to this powerful magic, and it seemed that now Sable would suffer a definite defeat. Jamie's strength grew with each passing second, and after a few minutes, a giant eye filled with Gremius's powerful magic appeared. Jamie knew he had to take his chance and channeled all of his energy straight into Sable's body to destroy him. Scared, Sable didn't understand at all what this powerful force was, but he still tried to defend himself to stay alive. The man did everything he could, but he still understood that he had very little chance because he had never met such a powerful force in his life. In addition, Jamie said that he should not be underestimated and that the life force was created specifically to destroy Sable and others like him. The frightened man was even more frightened when he realized that his divine power simply dissipated and ceased to exist at such a bad moment. Jamie's power grew even more and she flew right at Sable's head. This was to be the last blow for him because no one could survive a blow of such force. After that, some time came and a strange sun began to appear in the sky, and strange sun rays shining on the earth. Beryl Onyx was lying on the ground and was really very tired. No one understood what had happened because it seemed that they should have won. Riki woke up and was very surprised because he did not understand what happened at all because he did not see anything. Russ hugged Riki and asked where Jamie was because he was just here before the giant explosion, but now he's gone somewhere. Suddenly Sable started coughing. His condition was bad, but he said he was very happy about it because it happened right now. Then he approached the little wizard who was lying on the ground and said that he was very glad that now he could finish this duel with him. Raz saw this and began to scream very loudly because he understood that right now the complete end could not come. Riki was also very worried, so he started running to Jamie's side to try and help him. Meanwhile, a tired Jamie was lying on the ground and was scared because he understood that he couldn't even move, so he had no chance. Sable looked Jamie in the eyes, took his 6th sword in his hand, and said goodbye to the son of Earl Welton. This was the final end. But suddenly, unexpectedly, the boy opened his eyes and woke up in a soft bed from that terrible nightmare. After that, his mother and sister ran to him and were very scared because they did not understand what was happening to the boy. Then Sears rushed to hug the boy and said that if he ran that far again without her permission, she would simply kill him. Then the guy started apologizing because he had no other choice, but he wasn't stung by one thing. He didn't understand at all what happened. He began to wonder that when Sable wanted to strike him with his sword, he created some kind of blue shield. Jamie mentioned some strange thing that his old grandfather had given him, and said that this artifact would be very useful to him someday. The boy could not believe that this strange artifact somehow saved him from death. Meanwhile, Sears and Sarah continued to scold the boy and said that he was straight up with their father and also always put his life in danger. When the women stopped, Jamie asked his mother if she had seen the strange object he had on his chest. The woman picked up that strange object and drank it, and the guy was talking about it. Then the guy noticed that this artifact stopped glowing with its blue color. Sears also told her son not to forget this item because it was a gift from her grandmother. She also explained to him that his grandmother died before the boy was born. Sears said that her mother was really beautiful and very strong because she could tell the future. Then the events are transferred to the northern shore of Bryan, which was more than 100,000 kilometers from Afton. The man was very frightened because he could not believe that he had been thrown so far from Afton after that explosion. Sable couldn't understand what kind of strange woman it was that unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield and protected Jamie with her shield. She ordered him to stop fighting the weak boy, but Sable couldn't believe that was even possible. After that, Sears held out her hand to the man and asked him to disappear as far as possible. Sable didn't understand what was happening and who that woman was, because she possessed unrealistically strong magic and pushed him away. At the very end, The woman added that he could not escape from punishment despite the fact that he possessed very strong magic. The man was running in the desert and was worried because he understood that this area was very dangerous for him, and he needed to run away even faster. Then suddenly a man appeared and said that he was very happy to see Creon. Sable was very surprised because he suddenly saw in front of him men with a flag in the rivers who were familiar to him. He recognized the man by the middle and was very scared because he realized that it was Blazer. Blazer was the high priest captain of the Knights of the sun god Ra. He asked Sable what he forgot here because he is always very busy. After that, his weapon in his hands lit up with the magic of the sun, and the man said that Sable should tell them the truth. And if he begins to deceive them, then his punishment will come very quickly, and it will be deadly painful for him. Sable understood that the magic of the sun could very easily kill him. Besides, the man was not alone, but together with his friends. After that, the events are transferred to another place, namely to Afton, where the funeral of the archbishop took place. All the people were very sad because they missed the archbishop very much and said that he was a very good man. The man's body was lying in the flowers, and the priest said that it was really a great loss for all of them. Jamie was also troubled by the archbishop's death, wondering if he could turn a dead man into his servant. After that, he smiled and said that his life had changed a lot. He said that he was no longer the ordinary young man he used to be, and that was to his advantage. After that, he approached Rika and he said that Pyro really wanted to see and talk to him. Then they went into some secret room and the boy said that they had a law that no divine light could pass. And they moved on to where no one would find them, but suddenly Jamie asked what happened to Sable at the end of the battle. Ricky explained that Sable disappeared somewhere after a strange shield appeared above Jamie. Jamie explained that it was an artifact that he did not fully know about. He only knew that this artifact was given to him by his grandmother. After a few minutes, Ricky said that they finally came to the same place. It was called the Sanctuary of Birth. Jamie hoped that the goddess appeared for a long time and it would not be the same as last time, but Ricky said that the boy should be patient. The boy said that the goddess came and now he can talk to her normally, and Pyro started her conversation by saying that she wanted to thank him. This really impressed the boy because he had never been thanked by any god just like that in his life. She thanked for the fact that she managed to hit Zenith. After that, she asked the boy to give her some of his power. But the boy denied it and said that if he did it, he would be torn to pieces right now and he would die right here. The goddess apologized for being so inattentive because she had completely forgotten that people were many times weaker and die easily. But she also said that Jamie should be very proud of himself because he was a man who was appointed by God. However, suddenly Jamie felt very sick and he said that her conversation just made him want to throw up. Then the events are transferred to the great church of Gainus, which was the main building. The man was very angry because he could not believe that Creon had disappeared. Besides, he gave him a sword from the treasury of the church. The other man said that they had searched every corner of Afton but had failed to find any trace of Creon. He also said that they only managed to find Kana's dead body but nothing else, so they stopped searching. The main man understood that they had very big problems because if they start a war without Sir Creon, they will lose a lot of time in vain. He said that this will happen even if they use the battlefield spiral, which will help them lose their war losses during the war. He also added that the political pressure after signing the contract with the demons will only increase, and another man confirmed this. The main man was furious. He said they should have started the war right away and taken control, but now he just has to wait for Creon to come back. Then he became even more angry and ordered to find Sir Creon and bring him to him at any cost. He said that it was task number 1 and it had to be done no matter what it cost them because Creon was the last hope. Then the next morning the events are transferred to the great palace of the Count of Bell. The Count was sitting with his daughter Sears, who was crying a lot because she just couldn't believe what had happened. Then Goddess Pyro said that she was very shocked by what happened to Jamie. She asked him if he accidentally got Diablo Wolfer in the mountains, and the guy said that he had nothing to add because it really happened by accident. Sears was very angry because it seemed to her that the young man just wanted to deceive her, but the boy said that it was really true, and she only needed to believe his words. However, she said that it was not important and there were more important things that she would like to discuss with him today. But this time, Jamie said it was his turn to ask the pyro goddess a question for the first time in a long time. He said that he knew that Diablo was her worst enemy, but he wondered if the other gods knew that Diablo's spiritual master had reincarnated in his body. However, the goddess replied that she did not have this information, and all she knew was that the gods put Diablo in a coma of sadness to stop him. She also said that even the gods couldn't know anything in this dimension. Then the boy asked if by any chance Diablo managed to escape from that terrible dimension. However, the goddess said that it was simply not possible, and that no one would ever be able to escape from that terrible dimension. Then Jamie thought and realized that he was very lucky indeed. He also laughed and realized that the gods don't know anything. They think Diablo just died, but now Jamie can attack them. The goddess looked at the boy's bracelet and said that she did not believe that this bracelet could appear again in this world because there were so many problems because of it. But Jamie interrupted the goddess and said that he was also looking for 2 last artifacts that would help him a lot. He was looking for an artifact of all power with the help of which he would become several times stronger, and an artifact of the killer of gods, because only thanks to him, Jamie could destroy those 12 gods. The goddess Pyro said that the boy could do whatever he wanted and she would pretend she didn't know anything about his plans. Suddenly the boy asked the goddess if she was expelled as a god from the kingdom. The woman thought and said that now she can tell him the whole situation because now she trusts him. She explained that Genus formed an alliance with Lilia and Brahman. Dryan formed a contract with Hulun. Tantiras and Arbolado also formed an alliance, and Jillian and Oblivion also joined, and the Fire Emperor Ara and her goddess Pyro were left alone. This really surprised Jamie. He couldn't believe that the sun god was alone. The goddess explained that Emperor Ara was always lonely and never wanted to create any alliances. Jamie suddenly said that the goddess needn't worry about being left alone without any union. The goddess explained that Genus was to blame for everything because it seemed to him that the sun god had abandoned him, and because of this he decided that Pyro was to blame for this whole situation. She also added that Genus planned to steal her power and attack the sun god. She got very angry and said that that terrible god had crossed all possible boundaries and someone had to punish him. The guy was scared because her hair turned black. Then he asked if she needed his power to defeat Genus, despite the fact that he has dark magic. The goddess explained that the boy's black mana was very rare and contained pure energy that could be fought really well. However, the boy said that in his past, the goddess was against such a power. Besides, he was a part of Diablo Wolfer. However, the woman denied all this and said that the boy could still cooperate with the gods. Besides, they had very similar goals. Sears said that the boy came to her and told her his former name and now she trusted him, but Jamie denied and said that he did not fully believe her. Then the woman understood the problem and said that they should then earn each other's respect and trust. But angry Jamie did not understand at all how this would be possible, and he did not like the fact that the goddess wanted to take away part of his strength from him. After that, she told the young man to just look at his hand, and suddenly something really began to appear on it. When the young man looked at his hand, he saw a very strange black symbol. The woman explained to him that he had received a sign of trust. Meanwhile, the knight of the races put his hand on his heart and said that he was the one who follows the justice of the goddess. Then the other dates started to do the same, as it turned out to be some kind of their church song. As always, Ricky was with the knight Ras and also sang and prayed with them. He liked it very much because he was a holy apostle. The woman explained to Jamie that this seal said that they trusted and wanted to cooperate with the newly chosen saint. The goddess also explained that everyone who receives this symbol becomes almost a saint and should be treated like a bishop. And although in the human world such people had no power, they had great inviolability. Unexpectedly, a man came and apologized for his lateness, explaining that he had Genus's men on the road. But with the help of the goddess, he was able to protect the holy territory at a dangerous moment. The goddess got very angry. She could not understand what a dangerous moment it was all about. Then the man realized that it was a very bad moment, so he decided to come next time. Then Jamie laughed because he said that now he was doing really well because now as a bishop he could choose where he could live and he didn't have to sit in one place. Jamie's mother was really very surprised that the boy became a saint because he had only recently joined the Pyro Church. Then Sarah intervened in their conversation. She did not know what saint meant, so she asked her mother what this word meant. Suddenly her grandfather appeared behind Sarah and said that he could very easily explain to her what this word means. But suddenly someone interrupted him. A man approached him from behind and informed him that Sir Beryl had regained consciousness. When Sears found out about this, she said that she must go to him, but her father was worried that something might happen to the girl. Then the woman said that everything was fine because her son had saved Beryl with his magic and they should all be grateful to him. After that, the woman went to a large room where the same strong Beryl was supposed to be. Beryl woke up and was very surprised because he did not expect that the Count's daughter would come to him. The woman was also pleasantly surprised because she did not believe that everything would be fine with her husband. She was afraid that he could suffocate at any second. After that, she sat down on a chair that was far away from the bed. And after that, she looked into her husband's eyes. They were silent because no one knew how to start a conversation. Meanwhile, little Jamie was standing behind the wall and listening intently to everything they were talking about. He was very interested in what Beryl would say to his mother. Then the woman began to tell him about her childhood, and they began to remember all the pleasant moments that happened to them. But Beryl still did not feel any emotions. This struck Jamie. It seemed to him that the big, strong man was simply emotionless and did not know what emotions were at all, and because of this, he respected him very much. After that, the boy himself came into the ward and said that he was very glad that everything was fine with the man's hand. But Beryl did not understand what exactly it was about and why the boy was saying this. Jamie said that he was, after all, very young, so he had no idea, and because of that he just wanted to play. But suddenly he was very surprised because the man thanked him for his salvation, although he himself never thanked anyone. But the guy said that he didn't need to thank for anything because everything was fine. Then he also said that the man wanted to talk to him about some important topic. Beryl asked what the boy knew about the frontier. The boy explained that it was a suspicious organization that sought the truth of the world and said that it was all he knew. After that, the man invited the boy to this organization and said that he has a familiar 9th-level mage who can teach him magic and improve his power. This really impressed the boy very much, so he did not ask if this mage was even human. But Beryl said that it was a real wizard and he was not human at all. He said that with the help of this man, the young man could easily improve his talent. Then he asked what he thought about it. The boy was really very shocked to believe that such a strong man was asking him to learn magic. He thought it was just some stupid joke. Then the guy replied that he would manage without this mage and achieve success. This answer really impressed the man. He said that this mage would be of the 9th level, and there were really very few such creatures in the world. He said that with the help of this magician, you can change your life for the better and become many times stronger, and such a chance is very rare. Jamie then explained that he thought this mage was really cool, but he didn't think he could really be that strong. The man was surprised but did not understand what the boy meant, and Jamie said that the magician could not be many times stronger than him. Then the boy thanked the man for this invitation and said that if he had another opportunity, he would definitely talk to him. He also said that he was very interested to learn about his leader, Isis. Hearing this, the man took a few seconds to think of a good answer for Jamie. He said that he would also be very happy to spend more time with the boy and said that his leader Isis was really cool and he would be happy to introduce him to him. After several hours, a dark night came in the castle and a light shone in the middle of the palace. The squirrel was very angry with her master and said that it was a very big mistake that he left without her because it would be better for everyone. The guy tried to explain that he didn't leave the girl, but the squirrel was very angry, and she said that he still left her on the battlefield. After that, she calmed down and asked the boy to answer him if he really forgot her there. Jamie said that was not true. He also understood that the girl had fully recovered because she was very angry. Also looked at her neck and saw a strange scarf there. It seemed to him that it was an artifact that she received from him. She was very nice to the boy and said that she had been walking here to the palace for a long time as it is very far from here, but the boy did not listen and asked if she was fully awake. After that, she realized that the guy was talking about her strange scarf. She looked at him and he suddenly started to shine. After that, the big hammer suddenly appeared and the boy said that it would have been much better if he had explained to the girl how she should use it before she pressed it. The hammer explained that this time the girl woke up even better because she had a very strong desire to save the owner and also believed in herself very much. He also turned to the boy and asked him to thank the girl for saving her, because if it weren't for them, the demons would have killed him long ago. The boy was really shocked because, now believe me, the hammer can talk. So he took it in his hand. It seemed to him that there was a strong spirit in this hammer, and because of this he could talk. But the weapon became very angry and told the boy to let him go. Otherwise, he will have big problems. But Jamie continued to look at him and was very impressed with him. Then Venna explained that this hammer was called Filion. Jamie was very surprised and asked the boy if only he could hear his voice. He replied that not everyone can hear it. For this, the events are transferred back to the great palace of Count Bell. After that, the girl held some kind of wedding ring in her hands, and the guy said that this sound was not coming from a weapon, but he did not hear it at all. Jamie explained that the girl's previous awakening was only temporary, and that if she wants to fully awaken, she needs to train a lot. But the girl did not like it at all. This really struck the girl very hard because she could not believe that in this world there could be a place where there were Valkyries. The big bear explained that it was in a deep part of that dark forest, but on the other hand, it was also very dangerous there. The hammer also said that it was a spring in which it was very strange and it was very special. Jamie said that going into this forest now would be really very dangerous because even a sword master could die there from unexpected blows and creatures. After that came some time to the place there were not many people, and there was Jamie too. A lot of things were done to protect Rika and Anna, and these people also moved to another pyro church and had more opportunities to learn. There were still some very unexpected results that did not please anyone. Jamie's family also had to go back to their kingdom, and because of this, the boy's mother began to cry bitterly again and hugged her father. After that, the grandfather came up to Jamie and wanted to hug him too, because he thought that the boy was very nice and good. The guy was really mad because he never liked hugs, but what woman behind them said it was really a very good moment in life and it looked very cute. Also, Sir Iraq, who was responsible for working with the Welton family, joined them as they set off on a long journey. The trip was indeed very long, and only after about a month and a half they managed to return to their native city of Heiss. King Welton was very happy that they finally met again, and because of this, they all started hugging each other because they had not seen each other for a very long time. But then the father asked Sears where their son Jamie was, and he didn't hug him. Then the boy got out of the carriage and told his father that he was home at last and was very glad to see them again. When the man saw his son, he was really very shocked because he could not understand what had happened to him during this long time. He came closer and said that his son had definitely grown up a lot because he hadn't seen him in a very long time, and he said that he missed Jamie very much. After a few hours, the dark night came again and everyone went to bed because they were very tired from the journey. Everyone except Jamie slept in the same bed and slept very soundly because the night was very dark and cold and they were all very happy to be together again. The youth asked Beryl if this sword was for him, and the strong Beryl Onyx confirmed it. The boy was also interested in what a sword meant for a swordsman. But then, Beryl is the son of a little boy. Is he honest about the fact that he was called a demon before? Then the man told the boy that to him his sword meant to him his self-reflection. He also said that after several years of fighting with his sword, it dawned on him that he wasn't just swinging the sword, he was putting all his hatred into it. And when he understood all this, he was finally able to become a master of the sword. Then all his affairs went up. Suddenly the goddess asked the boy if he wanted to know about the forgotten story. Jamie said that, of course, he wanted to hear about it from the goddess, but she suddenly said that unfortunately she would not be able to tell about it because she does not have enough strength and time now. This was very disappointing for Jamie, but he said that means they will meet sometime in the future and she will tell him about it. The woman said that there is a secret word. If someone says it, all the gods will know about the situation. No one will be able to prevent what must happen. The woman said that if you find out about this, they will be very angry and immediately send people to kill the person who says this word. Jamie asked if they would send the dragon god Brahman. The goddess confirmed this and said that then his children would come into motion. She said that the gods did this to Ganon, but Jamie was the current Ganon, so he had to be very careful. Then she asked him if he couldn't resist at least one god because he wasn't the strongest in the world after all. The boy realized that in his past life he also did his best to defeat the gods, but he had no chance of victory. That's why he lay down and thought that he needed to change his tactics and do something else in order not to make the same mistakes he made in his past life. The next day, Argano Veltona was with other young men at a place where there were many wooden buildings. Then suddenly his son called him and the man was very surprised and said that he rarely saw him at the training ground. But the boy said that he had to tell him something important. That's why he came here. The man said that he would gladly listen to his son and said that he could tell him anything he needed, but Jamie did not know how to explain to him. Then he collected his emotions and said that he wanted his father to teach him how to wield a sword. He was already a master in this matter. After that, the events are moved to a larger place in some large hall. It was Jamie's grandfather. He was standing next to a large portrait of a woman looking at her face. It was his ex-wife, Tina. The man said that he hates power because of all this power, many family members died, and he asked Tina to join him. The husband said that he had to do everything as possible because he would protect all the other holidays of the family and fulfill her vision for the future. But he was divorced from his wife because he said that the assistant who constantly helped him saved him and in situations turned out to be his enemy. So he asked the woman if she could tell him about it. He was very upset and said that the woman should not have risked her life for her own ideas. He mentioned that Tina gave him her amulet and said that the man understood who would need to give it to him. But the man was surprised and asked her why she should be responsible for what will happen in the future. The girl asked her husband not to cry because she said that she was very proud of her strength, the first in her life, and this would not have happened if he had not helped her. The man thought about the woman's words for a long time and did not understand that she was really very intelligent and did not say stupid things. After that, he began to ask her to look after that little boy because he continued their entire family and had an unusual power in him. He asked that this boy would not become a disaster for this world. Meanwhile, in the Seldom Empire, Velton Kingdom had a dark night, but no one slept. A strange man with glasses visited them and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the master. Argano replied that he was also very glad to meet him and thanked him for making such a natural journey. He also said that he was very sorry that their archbishop had died. Argano was very angry. He said that no one could believe that the Church of Genista could be so terrible and destroy people in collaboration with demons. It was Iraq, a priest from the Pyro Church. He thanked the man for worrying about them and said that they would never leave us in his help. Argano became very angry and said that if his hands were not tied, he would attack Genus Church right now and take revenge on them for everything. But then his wife Sears asked the man to calm down and keep his emotions in his hands because it would be better for everyone. The man said that he must take revenge on everyone because they got involved in all this stuff. The most valuable thing he has is his family. The priest said that his church will definitely increase their support so that everything will be fine for them, and they will be able to implement all their plans. The husband and his wife thanked the priest for such good relations and good support, but the priest said that everything was in order because this was their service. After that, their conversation was finished, and the man went to the door and asked Arjuna and the queen to take care of themselves. Sears looked at her husband and was very surprised, because your husband was just sitting and thinking about something very deeply. Then she still decided to ask him what he was thinking about, and thus she embarrassed him very much because he did not expect that someone would kill him. The man said that he was thinking about their son because he did not expect that he would become a saint, and they allowed him to work without being connected to the church in any way. The woman said that she was to blame for all this, but Argano saw it and was very scared and said that everything was fine and she was not to blame. He said that he was also very worried because their son was only 9 years old, had 6th-level magic, and because of that, not everyone could stop him. He said that currently the relationship with the Pyro Church and the Genus Church was really very bad, and so appointing a new saint was probably a bad idea. She laughed and asked her husband if he would open up to the fact that the war that might break out between the two churches could take their son away from them. She also said that her father explained that the church chose Jamie for the war, and Jamie agreed to it for his friend Rika. But the woman said that she lives more with her husband, the king, although it was really very strange for her. She also said that she was really very scared because at any moment something serious could happen to Jamie, and if it really happened, she simply would not survive it. The husband began to comfort his wife, but Sears said she was very worried about her son, but despite this, they still needed to believe in him. Sears said that she would do everything possible to rest in peace, but still she was worried about their son because they understood that he was really in great danger. Arjuna said that she can rely on him as long as he does everything possible to make sure that nothing serious happens to Jamie. He said that not even Poe can do anything with the boy. Jamie shouted loudly that he wanted to learn how to wield a sword because it was really a very important part of being a warrior. This information really impressed his father because he understood why the boy suddenly wanted to learn how to use a sword because he was very small. And besides, this thing was very dangerous for him. But Jamie insisted and asked his father to teach him the family sword techniques because he was really very good and had the status of a sword master. Arjuna asked the boy what he would do with magic then, but the boy said that he would do both swordsmanship and magic at the same time. Then his father asked him if he would keep the sword only for self-defense, but the boy said that it was really not so. He said he wants to go all the way and wants to learn all the family techniques to become one of the strongest sword wielders and defeat evil enemies. Arjuna looked at his son and thought for a few minutes because he understood that he had to make a decision. After that, he unexpectedly turned around and walked away. He said that the boy was not serious and did not want to take possession of the sword seriously, although it was very important. The little guy was very surprised because he didn't understand why the man didn't want to teach him, and then his father explained that it wouldn't be possible to teach their sword techniques together with magic. The boy wouldn't have enough time. He said that you need to approach this matter very seriously and show all your free time only the possession of a sword. Then you will be able to achieve some kind of result. Then he said that the guy just didn't want to do anything, but Jamie said that he really wanted to get the best results in this case. Argano then approached one of the wooden fences and said that then he had a plan. He took out a wooden sword and told Jamie to show everything he was capable of, and in this fight to show all his desires and prospects. The boy understood that this was really very serious, and in this case, he couldn't use his aura or dark magic to end this fight very easily, see. The man said that this fight will be really decisive, and if the boy bends what he wants to achieve, he will need to take the blows of his wooden sword. The boy was scared but still decided to sleep his father. Can he use his magic in this fight to show the man all his capabilities? Chernish was really surprised because he didn't want to fight against one of the strongest men on this planet. Besides, they were too weak for it. The king replied that the boy could use anything he wanted, but he only needed to block one of his strikes. Then he would get serious about training the boy. The guys who were around were really very surprised because they did not expect that Jamie would want to start fighting against his father, and it seemed that this fight would end very easily, and Arjuna would defeat his son. Jamie understood that his father was stronger than Sable. He was also afraid because he did not feel his energy level and did not know how strong the man really was. Jamie must first break the man's wooden sword, and then their fight will be easier. Suddenly, Arjuna asked his son if he was ready, and Jamie replied that he was ready. "Let's start." After that, the man immediately rushed to attack the boy. All the other people were really very shocked because they couldn't believe that Arjuna actually wants to seriously fight against his little 9-year-old son. When the boy saw this, his pet immediately began to use his dark magic. He understood that he needed to act immediately so as not to waste any time. Chernish understood the whole situation and suddenly created some strange pink arrow from magic, which he directed directly at the man. But Arjuna was very serious about the matter, so he looked at this blow and understood that he needed to avoid it. He continued to run towards the boy, avoiding this blow. It seemed that he was going to deliver a big and strong blow to the boy right now. He was 2 meters away from his son and was preparing to deliver a strong blow with his wooden sword, thereby scaring little Jamie. He looked at his son with his stern look and said that this blow would be really very painful for him. However, Jamie said that he was also very serious about preparing for this match, and so he started using his dark magic. His small hand started to turn black, and he wanted to use the broken magic to destroy his father's wooden sword. Now the duel was changing its course. The guy managed to touch the wooden sword and he completely destroyed it. When the man saw it, he was very scared because he understood that now he has big problems. Then the boy used the same dark magic on his other hand and said that he cannot stop there and must prove to his father that he is capable of something. I understood that this blow could be really very dangerous for a man because it could completely destroy him. The guy realized that he simply had no choice. He had to do it. Suddenly the man grabbed Jamie's small hand with his strong hand and stopped his powerful blow. After that, he asked the boy where he managed to learn this strange magic because the place had never met it in his life. He was really worried because he understood at all what magic was. But Jamie boldly answered him that he created this magic himself, and he didn't learn it because he was already smart enough to create his own magic and curses. Then the king thought and began to remember the words of the same priest, who told him that this child does not need a teacher because she can learn everything by herself. The man said that the little boy had a really incredible talent for magic, and he asked why the boy would even learn to wield a sword because he would just waste his time on it. The boy said that when did you realize that he had really good magic? But he needed to learn how to use a sword because it was also one of the most important aspects in life. He also said that it will be really very useful for his future as this thing makes his images stronger and he can protect his relatives from enemy attacks. But the king was worried because he did not understand at all what kind of future Jamie was talking about. He thought that he was too young to talk about such things. Then the boy explained to him that in the fight against difficult enemies, he understood that magic alone was not enough for him, and he needed to become stronger because of this possession of the sword would help him in his problems. After that, Jamie looked into the man's eyes and said that he perfectly understands the whole situation and the importance of this case. Then the man realized that his little son was not so little anymore, and very quickly decided during this time until they were together, and therefore he needed to change his attitude towards him. Jamie knew that wasn't enough, so he shouted that he was full of desire to learn and would be willing to do whatever it took to become stronger. After that, the man decided to let go of the boy's small hand and said that he had made an important decision for him. Turned and said that the class starts tomorrow at 7 in the morning. This answer really impressed the boy because he did not expect that his father would make such a decision. But after that, he was very happy because he understood that now he had many opportunities to become stronger, and now he will change his tactics to defeat the evil gods. Then the events were transferred to some other place where there was a big, beautiful place with respectable people inside. The woman put her hand on the window and said that she wanted to turn around because she really wanted to see a guy. As it turned out, it was Rebecca. She was looking forward to seeing Jamie and his whole extended family. Meanwhile, Jamie was sitting in his room with the big windows. He understood that he should not waste time because he does not have much time and therefore he needs to use all his opportunities. He put on his gloves because he was very angry because he heard the loud snoring of the same Valkyrie squirrel who served him. He said that the squirrel he didn't understand what I should do with her because he would be very careful because someone could see her, but he also understood that she couldn't continue to sleep because it was loud. He also started to mention that if he wakes up the girl, the situation will become even worse. The girl will talk a lot and ask him a lot of stupid questions that will piss him off. But he understood that in any case he needed to do something with her because it can't just be left like that. And he also wanted to pray for what she did yesterday. After that, when he touched the squirrel with his finger, the girl's body appeared on the bed and she continued to sleep as she had done before. When it was 6 o'clock in the morning, the boy was already there and went out to the palace courtyard to start learning how to wield a sword. This was to be his first lesson. He was very interested in how the training would go because he had never done such things in his life, and he was interested in how his father would treat him. Jamie also understood that it would be difficult for him to learn from all these things, even though he was the son of a royal family and was a saint, so he was ready to put in the maximum effort. He also understood that he needed to be confident in himself because otherwise nothing would work. Then he decided to enter the same room where the classes were supposed to take place. After that, he went inside and said that he was very sure that everything would work out for him because it would be very useful for his future and to fight against the terrible gods. The boy also said that he would have some advantages because in his veins flowed the blood of his father who was a master of the sword, and also he had a bead of life that would help him always stay healthy. But suddenly the vice captain of the Knight Order of Leonardo came up to him and said that today he will teach the boy how to use a sword. The boy was very surprised because he understood what this person was doing here. Asked him where his father was and why he does not teach him, because it would be many times better and more effective for him and everyone. But then the man got very angry and said that a small child who had just picked up a match in his hand had no right to think about learning and spoke very confidently and convincingly with the swordmaster. Leonardo said that for now he will deal with him until the boy is transferred to the new level, and Jamie did not consider him good because it seemed that he was too strict with him. Suddenly the boy noticed that the man did not have a wooden sword for training, but Leonardo replied that he would not need it today because he had other plans. Then he pointed back to the big field and said that the boys will have to run a lot there today. That will be his training today. The little boy did not understand at all why he had to do this, and therefore asked Leonardo if it would not be better to start studying right now, but the man shouted for the boy not to say anything. He put his cap on the man and told him that from today he would be his instructor and Jamie must obey all his orders and requests. This really surprised the boy very much because he did not understand what was happening at all. It seemed to him that all this was complete nonsense. He could never in his life think that he would need to serve someone. But the man looked at his student with a stern look and said that from today he will always have to answer him so accurately to all his requests and duties. The boy was disappointed in this training and therefore quietly said yes. But the instructor Leonardo did not like it at all. He asked the boy if this was all he was capable of. It really gave the boy a lot of pleasure, but he didn't understand that he had no choice, so he loudly shouted, "Yes, exactly." After that, suddenly the man put on his sunglasses and said that it was all really very good, and now they can start their first training. Then the man ordered the boy to start running, and he started to follow his order and quickly ran to the big stadium. Jamie was really very calculated because he was running until 9 in the morning, and that meant he had been running for about 3 hours already. Meanwhile, his father watched all this from the window and said that Instructor Leonardo was the best in teaching others because he used the principles of discipline. But at the same time, his wife came up to him and said that it was all too strict and that the husband demanded too much from their little son. But then the king explained that their son must do all this if they want me to continue to have a strong and respectable family. Welton Angela, even strict training makes people stronger. He also explained that this was all just the beginning, and when they started fighting him, he would treat him like all his students regardless of the fact that he was his son. Sears asked the man if he wanted to be more gentle than his son, but he explained that his father was also very strict with him, and only when men are strict can a good result come out. After that, he said that he forgot something important to tell his wife that he should have said yesterday. He said that the Valle family will be added tomorrow morning. When the woman found out about it, she got very angry. She didn't understand why she was finding out about it only now. She thought that it was too late. But the man said that they have time all day and they still have a lot of time to prepare all the things they need. But when he said this, he was very worried because he understood that there was not much truth in his words. Then the woman headed for the exit and said that they should cook really very well because the Valle family was a very respectable family and they should receive them as respectable guests. Sears said that she had a lot of things to do, and because of that she had to go, but her husband asked her to stay. But the woman was very angry with her husband because he did not inform her earlier and therefore very quickly left him saying that, "I have too much work." When the man was left alone, he realized that he needed to be a little easier than his son, but this is probably not to his advantage. Meanwhile, the boy continued his training, despite the fact that they were already very long and it was 12 in the morning on the clock. But despite all this, the boy continued to run because I understand that he needs to make the maximum effort to impress everyone and prove to everyone that he really wants to do all this. Inspector Leonardo was really very impressed that the boy could run for so long because he understood that he was only 9 years old and he had never met such strong young men in his life. The boy said that he was ready to use his magic or energy, but so far he hadn't used anything because he had enough physical strength to do it all. Meanwhile, the man said that he was a little disappointed because he understood that his son was really very strange. And because of this, he could have severe problems, but he said that he did everything possible to help him with his development. After some time, Leonardo came to the king and was very confused. He said that his son had talent not only in magic but also in physical terms. After that, the man went down to the lowest one and shouted loudly that Jamie could stop doing all this right now and rest. But the boy did not hear the words of his inspector and continued to run very hard and fast around the entire stadium. After that, the man came up to the little guy and grabbed him by the shoulder with his hand and asked him to finally stop. This really scared the boy very much, and he started to use his dark magic until he didn't expect someone to grab him very hard by his shoulder. When the man saw the boy's face, he was very scared. He didn't understand what was happening right now. It seemed to him that the boy was striking him with his dark magic. But then Jamie realized that it was only his inspector, and he again made a tired face and finally stopped. Then he made an even more tired face and asked the inspector if they would finally finish because he was very tired after such hard training. The man was really shocked because he didn't understand what was happening with the boy. But still, it was said that they were fortunately over for today. Hearing this, Jamie was very happy because he understood that now he can finally rest from that stupid training, and now he will be free. After that, suddenly he fell on the asphalt because he had no strength at all after 5 hours of fast running around the big stadium. Inspector Leonardo was very surprised because he didn't know if he needed to write about this situation with the purple eyes of a 9-year-old boy. He thought it was better because he didn't write it in the report. Some events are transferred back to Jamie's great room, but outside it was already evening and the sun was setting. The guy was lying in his bed and was very surprised because he didn't understand how he ended up here at all. Then he remembered that he just switched off after training and didn't remember anything. Again, suddenly his younger sister came to Jamie and started crying. The boy was very surprised because he did not understand why she was crying and why she came. When she calmed down, she said that she was very scared because It seemed to her that the boy had died because he was just lying unconscious on the asphalt for a very long time. But then the guy took the girl's hand and said that everything was fine with him, and she shouldn't have cried because everything was over. Spra also had a Valkyrie in her hand. She said that she was very tired and said that now she really wanted to rest after everything that happened today. But the boy said that it was much more difficult for him today and asked his younger sister to play with the pink squirrel. Hearing this, Venna started to scream loudly. After that, his father came into the boy's room and asked if everything was okay with him after such hard training. Jamie was very surprised because he did not expect that his father would come from him. Meanwhile, Sarah was following the boy's order and playing with the pink squirrel. The man picked up his younger daughter and said that he was very proud of her because she looked like her older brother. He also said that there were cookies baked for her in the kitchen, and Spra was happy about that. Then the girl took the hand of the maid and they went with her to the kitchen to taste delicious cookies and drink tea. The man said that he was very surprised. Andrew did not think that the boy would not even be able to walk after such hard training, but Jamie explained that everything was fine with him, although he understood that all this was thanks to the life of a bead. He thought it was one of the best artifacts he had ever found in his life. Now, he remembered his physical and mental plant skills, and he was many times stronger than before. Arjuna asked the boy if he was surprised when he saw Leonard on the playground. The boy said that he was really very impressed because he thought that he would be doing things with his father. Then the man patted his son on the head and said that he still had a lot to learn, and then he could finally start studying with him because he only trained with very strong students of his academy. He also said that the little guy was really outstanding because he was very strong and he was very proud of him. The boy also asked the man what happened after he was just running. At one point, he simply stopped remembering what happened to him and fell to the ground. Inspector Leonardo told the king that his son ran for 5 hours and 45 minutes. He said that it was many times more than both of them. He said that the boy was really very strong because none of his students could run as far as he did. It seemed to him that the boy had a very strong willpower and a very strong spirit because he was too motivated and did it all simply without stopping. Then Argano raised his finger up and said that his son confidently came to training and achieved good results, so he was very proud. After hearing this, the little guy was very surprised that he reached the first stage and could finally go on to another level of training. He was also very proud of himself and the man was really very scared because he understood that when he was as small as his son, he had a record of 3 hours and 10 minutes, but now Jamie was doing twice as hard. Arjuna also smiled and said that tomorrow the boy can start training with his sword, and it will definitely be what Jamie wanted from his father for so long. Then the man also said that from this moment the boy no longer needed to run. And Jamie liked this information very much because he did not like just running because it did not give any advantages. But the man said that Dejti must run for 1 hour sooner or later to maintain his form, and this information upset the boy very much. But the man said that the boy should do everything he says as long as he wants to learn from him. He also explained that the first classes he will have with Inspector Leonardo, and he needs to take them very seriously because he will explain the whole basis to him. And if he recovers seriously, then he will have big problems. Then the boy said that when Inspector Leonardo starts training, then he becomes a really scary man and changes his image very much. But the man said that if the little boy can handle this training, then he will teach him how to wield a dagger, and that belongs to one of the family styles. The little guy really liked it because he always wanted to learn the family styles and techniques because they were all very strong. The husband said that it will be really hard, but he will always support his son because you love him very much and believe that he will succeed. The next day, the boy was in the big room with the instructor. Leonardo and the man asked if everything was okay, and if the boy was satisfied that he and Jamie confirmed everything. The man said that the mood, the appearance, it seemed that the boy was not at all happy with the training. This really made Jamie very angry. It seemed to him that the man was too strict with him. Last night, The sky in Welton territory was covered with great Gremia magic. The girl was surprised. She could not believe that the boy was going to create a training center. She asked Jamie if it was really true because it looked like it was impossible, and the boy confirmed all this, although as usual he was angry about her question. Then he turned to the girl and asked if she remembered what he was talking about earlier, and Venna quietly and uncertainly answered that she did. The guy said that the world will change and they were at the center of all these events, so you need to always be ready for everything. In addition, he also said that against 12 gods who had magical power, you need to become even stronger and not repeat such mistakes in your past life. Then the girl got excited and said that she is doing all she can to help the boy destroy those terrible gods who ruled people. This optimism really impressed Jamie very much because he did not expect this from the quiet Venna and did not understand why she did it. After that, the guy went in the other direction and said that the training for her will be really very painful and difficult, but they are very necessary for her. The girl was really very upset, but understood that I have a very difficult life ahead of me. After that, he headed for the big steel door, and Jamie said that they now needed to go inside. The next day, the boy stood in front of his instructor again, but this time he understood that the situation was bad, and yesterday he was very tired and put too much effort in training. Inspector Leonardo noticed all this, but I understand that you can't make concessions, guys, and you need to keep discipline because that's the only way to make a good warrior. After that, he handed the boy a wooden sword, because today was supposed to be the first lesson in possession of the ball. After that, the man stepped aside, did not say about the basics of wielding a sword. He explained that there are only two, namely stabbing blows and chopping blows. The inspector also explained that chopping blows are frontal and can also be upper and right and left. He showed all the techniques and said that they can also be diagonal and other types. The boy was really amazed by all this because it seemed to him that all this would be many times if for him. But the inspector, meanwhile, continued his theory. When he was done with chopping blows, he came to stabbing blows and directed the wooden sword in the boy's direction. Then the man finished and asked the boy if he liked the demonstration. The teacher, how he rated it. Jamie smiled. I said it was really beautiful, but the man said that the boy should answer clearly, different from the base run to the stadium. After that, he drew attention to the inspector's legs and said that this was one very important point. The man did not understand what the guy was talking about, and you asked me to explain. The boy said that with the help of his steps, he connects all his movements into one whole, and he also added that the teacher perfectly controlled all his muscles. He told the man that he does not put a lot of power into his legs, but the power of the sword blows increases. This information impressed the man. Jamie looked the man straight in the eyes and didn't understand why he was so surprised. It seemed to him that he had said something wrong. He also added that everything starts with steps. This quote he heard from a sword master who lived 2,000 years ago. But the man kept silent and could not give a normal answer to the boy. Then he said that it was a really good answer. He was very worried but said that today everything was not as difficult as the boy could imagine. Then he ordered the boy to repeat his movements 5,000 times. Jamie was shocked and couldn't believe it, but the inspector ordered the boy to answer only, "Yes, exactly." Then the boy understood that he had no choice at all because Inspector Leonardo was the main one in these trainings, and he only needed to obey him. He made all the movements of the man, which was really very done because it lasted a very long time. Meanwhile, the inspector stood not far from him and watched it all. He was really impressed because he wanted to explain the basics to the boy for a whole year, but now he didn't understand that even 3 months would be too much for Jamie. Was really highly motivated and continued to do all these moves despite the fact that he was still very tired after yesterday's training. Then the instructor came up to the little guy and said that he needed to go away for a while and asked Jamie to finish all these punches by the time he came back. The guy had no choice and just answered, "Yes, exactly." When the man moved aside, the boy stopped and was really glad that now he had a small break, but he was still disturbed by the man's harsh look in his direction. But he still understood that all these things were very useful for him, so he needs to make maximum efforts to achieve the best result in this case. And all in all, it was really fun doing all those punches as he imagined how he would fight in the future against his enemies. Also, the more he did these moves, the more new ideas came to him, how he can combine all this with his dark magic and create new combinations that will be good for him. Jamie was trying his best to learn everything his instructor was showing him, so he was trying to hit aggressively. Also, for a while, he tried to beat easily but very definitely. What will happen in the end, he was really interested in exploring all this. He made all these shots and was very focused. It seemed to him that every shot was extremely important to him, and he needed to put all his strength and energy into it. He was also very happy because it seemed to him that in the future this could lead him to a new direction and open up new opportunities for him that he had not previously imagined. Then he returned to his pet that was in the air and asked him if he was writing everything down. Chernish squeaked as usual and confirmed all this. Flying Pet showed all these boys' movements which were recorded on his camera when Jamie saw it. He said it was very good and now they can come. And then he heard some very strange footsteps moving towards the Welton Palace. At one point he became very worried because he felt some very strange energy that was going to the kingdom right now. It was not random energy, so the boy thought that it was some kind of bandit. After that, he used teleport magnesium and teleported to the place where there was the same unknown object that was moving towards the castle. He started running towards the man with his sword and said that he would destroy him because he had trespassed on the Welton family's territory. He said that it was indeed a very brave concession, but despite this, he still ordered them to stop and engage in a fight where they would fight to the end. As it turned out, it was Yesh. She was very scared because she thought that right now the boy would hit her hard. When the guy saw the girl, he was very surprised. He didn't understand what she was doing here. But Yesh started crying and said that the guy scared her very much. She said that she was scared to death, and there was a possibility that she would die right now and then. The boy asked her if she was a spirit of the wind because only thanks to such an ability can you penetrate like that. Jemmy thought that if a girl in today's world managed to maintain her spirit, it meant that she was a mid-level conscript. The boy said that the girl didn't really do well when she was at home, but Yesh interrupted the boy and asked if he remembered her. Yesh explained to the boy that she trained very hard at home and then a high-level spirit came to her. Jamie was very surprised because he had never heard such a spirit. The girl said that she was very proud of herself and explained that her high-level spirit was called Rapid. She explained that this spirit had a very high level of wind and was known for helping other spirit kings. This story surprised the boy. He asked her what her spirit said, but Yesh explained that the spirit only came to her and disappeared, and the next day she managed to summon a sylph. This really impressed the boy because it seemed to him that the little girl was just a child. But Yesh said that her older sister was many times cooler. She said that her coolness was that she could summon high-level spirits. When Jamie found out about it, he was very surprised. The girl saw that the boy was surprised and said that everyone was really surprised when they heard this news. She said that even their own father could not contain his emotions when he found out about it. Realized that the older sister of this girl was very gifted and had a very good talent, just like him. Despite the fact that their elections were very small, older sister Yesh was a reincarcer, an argano of spirits. Yelenix was very attentive to those with whom he concluded his contract. But suddenly someone appeared behind her and kept asking what the girl was saying. Yesh was very scared because she didn't expect that someone wouldn't scare them so much. After that, she started crying again and said that she forgot because it couldn't be told. Her father said that it was a big secret. Jamie was very annoyed by this little child's behavior because he knew he was going to have a lot of problems with her. Then the events are transferred to the hotel where the man asked if there had been any news from the Church of Genius that tried so hard to harm people. The man with yellow hair said that in principle there was no news, but come and listen, that they will soon make some very important decision. He explained to the king that this decision would be related to starting a war or bringing down his church completely and destroying all his accomplices. This decision really impressed the king. After that, both men sit around the table drinking tea and discussing other important topics. The king asked the man if the leader of the family knights had appeared, but the man with the yellow hair said he hadn't yet, and no one knew where he was. But he said that he had information from a secret organization and a business partner of the Western nobles that they had not yet returned to the head office of the genus church. The stranger also added that something really serious could have happened because they should have returned to the church a long time ago. Arjuna understood that the situation was really difficult and that something was really wrong with this monster, but he needed to know what it was. He realized that Beryl could not become his opponent. Arjuna said that if he were in the place of those monsters, he would have started a war long ago, so it is necessary to prepare for war when Sable returns. After that, late in the evening, the men sat at the table together with their families and were very happy to see each other. It was the same family that King Welton was expecting. Rebecca was also there and listening intently to her father's conversation. Vicken said that he found out that Jamie is studying the sword. He said that the boy should try very hard because the eyes put very high hopes on him, and he should become the pride of the Welton family. Jamie thanked the Earl for his kind and motivating words and said that they would definitely do everything possible to succeed in this matter. Suddenly the girls who were sitting opposite the guy started calling him to them because they said that they also had good news. The girl wanted to inform the boy that she had also started to learn how to wield a sword, but she could not say a single word. She only spoke very quietly in syllables, and it seemed that she was very worried. Jamie does not understand at all what is happening with the girl, because it seemed that she wanted to tell him about something, but she cannot speak normally. It seemed to him that something really strange was happening with Rebecca, because she was behaving like last time. He mentioned that the last time he saw the girl was at the ball, but now she pretended that she didn't want to see him. Then the events were transferred to training where the boy was standing on his hands and his inspector, as always, was very strict with him. He said that the boy should fill his head with other thoughts and think only about training and his success. Leonardo asked the boy if he finished with the repetitions yesterday. He explained to him that he had completed everything. But after that, the man gave him a wooden sword and said that now they will see together how he did it, when he would have understood that in this blow he needs to concentrate all his strength and energy, because otherwise he will face a great punishment from Leonardo. After that, he began to repeat the same movements that Inspector Leonardo showed him yesterday and prepared that he earned really very well. He did all these movements with his sword and his legs to be as much like Inspector Leonardo as possible. He also wanted to show that he could really achieve something. When the man saw it, he was very surprised because he realized that it was all perfect. He just couldn't even believe that the boy was able to achieve all this in one day of training. The boy thought that he had done a terrible thing, but he still asked the man if he liked it. The inspector received a little and said that he liked it, and now it meant that she could move on to other, more difficult exercises. He said that now they will study difficult movements invented by the former head of the Welton family, Cherbyl Welton. Thanks to these leg movements, the family is very famous and strong. Inspector Leonardo also said that these secret leg movements are called the 100 Cs. After that, he said that right now I will show him what the flow of 100 Cs looks like in action and tapped his foot on the ground. After that, some very strange big radioactive wave with big strong shocks went on the ground. Your husband said that the boys must have been very interested to know why these waves were so strange, and the boy said that he understood the man perfectly because he was the same before. But then the man said that the boys should be very careful when performing this exercise. When the man stepped in with the other foot, then it was a lot of blue energy, and strange energy circles went straight up all over his body. The guy was really very surprised because he thought he understood how the man started doing it, and he thought he understood where the blue circles were coming from. It seemed to him that it was similar to a resonance, and the man was simply taking the same steps that were drawn on the ground. It seemed that these were the footprints of some strong people. That even after 4 hours of practice, nothing worked for Jamie, and he was very angry about it all. He just didn't understand what he was doing wrong. The boy took the same steps as his husband, but nothing worked for him, and because of this he was annoyed, because he was sure that Inspector Leonardo did everything the same as him. He was just upset because he realized that his mana was not working in this case, and it was very bad. Then Inspector Leonardo came up to him and said that all members of this family can use 100 Cs who will not succeed, and he began to laugh at the boy. After that, the guy just fell to the ground. They attacked that everything he was doing was just very free, which didn't make any sense. Besides, this man annoyed him very much. The boy realized that the mana he used for his magic was different from that used by people for martial arts. But suddenly, he saw some very strange drops of water above him. After that, he got up and understood that he needed to find someone who used this strange magic against him. It seemed to him that it was the same Rebecca. Meanwhile, she was standing behind the wall and was simply going crazy from the boy's appearance. The girl thought that the boy did not see her, but Jamie loudly said that she could go out, because he had easily noticed her behind the wall for a long time. Then she realized that she had no other way out, and she came out of the wall and greeted the boy. Jamie decided to make the most of his opportunity. The boy took this water and started drinking it because he was very tired because he had been training for more than 4 hours. After that, they sat down on the bench and the boy thanked her for the fresh water because now nothing is better. But Rebecca didn't answer anything. The guy was really surprised because he didn't understand why the girl didn't answer him. It seemed to him that she was behaving very strangely. After that, he moved as close as possible to her to look into her face. He said that he could see over her shoulder that she wanted to say something, but for some reason she was not speaking. Then he asked what was wrong with her. Meanwhile, the girl was very worried that the boy was still very close to her. She wanted to give him some kind of answer, but she couldn't say anything. The girl said that she had thought about the boy for a very long time, and now, as soon as she sees him, her heart starts beating very fast and it can't say a single word. Hearing this, Jamie was very surprised. Then he began to remember all the last moments that were, and realized that the girl must have fallen in love with him after their last conversation. But the young man did not want to continue talking on this topic, so he told Rebecca that he had learned from his younger sister that she was able to summon very strong spirits. Rebecca was surprised that her little sister told so much. But still, she confirmed this information and said that she manages to summon spirits for a short time. The girl took control and said that she also started practicing martial arts, and with a sword. Jamie confirmed this and said that magic alone was not enough for him. But at the moment, it was very difficult to control weapons. The girl said that it was unpleasant for the boy to move like that. Jamie didn't understand what she was talking about, and then she explained that Indiron said that. She can talk to him without even calling him. Indiron, as it turned out, was a very strong spirit that helped the king of water spirits. She said that the spirits do not know much about human techniques, but she was told that the movement should be natural and the right hand should go talk as if he did not like it at all. He did it through the village. These words made the guys think because he was always trying to control all his processes. In fact, he just needed to relax and do everything in rhythm. Rebecca smiled and said that the boy just has to try to follow the flow of water and wind, and then everything will definitely work out for him. The boy understood that he needed to do everything more simply, and that he only needed to trust his feelings and not to control all possible processes. After these words, the boy unexpectedly stood up and took a nap, which surprised the girl. She didn't understand where the guy went because it seemed that everything was in order, so she called him, but he didn't answer. It seemed to him that he finally understood this whole system and went to check once again whether he would succeed. He understood that everything was different here, because in magic it is easy to control his mana, and here there was space to relax. After that, he trusted his inner path and turned off all thoughts. Immediately after that, he succeeded in creating 100 Cs, and he was very happy. He had never felt so strange in his life. He had such feelings as if he was just in some strange dance. Jamie was very relaxed and just enjoying himself with all his internal processes and creating even more energy. He was amazed by these results. Now he was wondering if he could do something similar in his dark magic. The boy decided to waste no time trying to focus on his dark mana right now to summon it. A spirit appeared next to it and said that the boy was really very talented because he managed to create magic and began to use 100 Cs. The big monster stood over the boy and watched all his actions because he was really very interested. After that, the spirit called Rebecca to him so that she would help. Jamie knew he had to act fast before all these effects left him, so he continued to dance. His power multiplied several times and his magic grew around him. It seemed that he was at his peak. He was attracting all the blue energy that was far away from him right into the center of this hurricane. Rebecca understood that she needed to act, so she created a layer of water around her and wanted to go inside the boy who was studying. It was really very difficult for her to get inside because the guy's strength was amazing and it seemed like it was just like a giant barrier. She used all her magic and her great spirit like a great wolf helped her in this. When she got closer to the middle of the hurricane, she started calling the boy to look at her. After that, after a while, all this strange blue magic started coming out with a lot of smoke and nothing could be seen. Jamie was really very tired and was glad that it was finally over. But I understand that he should have been very good for himself because he managed to get what he wanted. After that, he looked at the ground under his feet and realized that he had overdone it because all the stone that was still around was simply destroyed and it formed a giant crater. Arjano became very frightened and started running to his little son. The man was very worried and asked his son if everything was okay with him because he could be in great danger because the aura of their castle was white. The man told the boy that they had a very big problem because someone broke into their palace. After that, the guy showed Rebecca and her family that she had arrived here. Rebecca's father was very embarrassed for his daughter. He saw that his daughter was standing around a strange air-water dragon and it seemed that it was all like some kind of magic. However, Arjano refused to believe Jamie and asked where the people who broke into their secret castle with his permission had gone. But then the boy said that he was to blame for all this, said that he used 100 Cs and something bad happened by accident. This information shocked the man very much because he could not believe that his son had used the secret technique of their family, 100 Cs. But despite this, he still did not understand the situation. The man said that this field on which Jamie trained was made of special stones that could receive such strong blows. And because of this, he believed that this technique would cause such a large crater on the ground and many problems if... Then Jamie explained that he decided to use magic along with this technique, and what came out was really bad because it started to destroy all around. He began to worry a lot about the fable until he realized that the technique of the 100 Cs was finished, and even he did not manage to improve it in any way. He just can't believe that his court was so brilliant that they thought of using a secret technique, but I have something to improve the whole. Arjano once again fell in the fact that his son was really very talented, and now he will combine sword and magic in his life and will become many times stronger than before. After that, Inspector Leonardo came to them and told the man that now there was nothing more to teach because it was all his knowledge, and the boy was even better than him. He asked the man to teach the little boy a technique called Dimension Eating Sword. It was a secret family technique, and with the help of which you could split the dimension, and for this technique you had to be very powerful and talented. But the boy was very surprised because he said that he had just started to learn the basics. Then his father interrupted him and said that only a few selected knights are rejuvenated by the 100 Cs technique. Jamie was angry with the inspector because he told him that all knights know how to use this technique. Arjano explained that it is precisely because of this technique that many knights leave the order. They cannot achieve it. The boy was really very annoyed with Leonardo because he told him completely different things and lied to him throughout his studies. Then the boy understood that they were really all gifted because they had to use this technique, and this meant that Inspector Leonardo was also very strong. Argeno was really amazed because everyone told him that his son was talented. He was just lucky, but now he understood that his son was really very special. After that, he smiled and said that Jamie did a very good job, and from tomorrow he will start teaching him how to use a sword. When the boy heard this, he was very happy because he realized that now he can train with the strongest in this business. After that, Inspector Leonardo turned to the boy because he wanted to say a few important words to him. He said that he didn't know how to teach the Dimension Eater technique, but he was sure that it would be incredibly difficult for the boy, and he might not be able to do it. But the boy replied that he would not have any problems and he would do his best. Then the inspector said that the boy had a really strong motivation. Then he took off his red cap and placed it on the boy's head, saying that it was his gift in honor of the boy completing his training perfectly. Leonardo also said that he hoped that the little boy would become a very famous knight. Jamie was very proud of himself and said that he had learned a lot from Leonardo, smiled at the man and said that he also managed to learn something from the little guy. After that, some time passed and the boy went to the great palace of Velton and stood there thinking about something. The boy could not believe that his father was silent about such an important meeting until the last, and did not understand why the man acted like that. He understood that for everyone, it was the usual good banquet of Viscount Valet, but Jamie understood that it was all a fake, and his real goal was completely different. At one point, Argano came on stage and said that in recent days things have been going well for the forest because the Church of Genis attacked his wife's city, and because of this his family was in danger. Because of this, they all needed to unite together against the evil forces and fight to the last because this is a war that will be on the whole continent. Then little Jamie went out to think about his magic and what he should do next. But suddenly Yesh ran to him, and because of that he could not think normally about the whole situation. Then she asked the boy what he was doing here and why he was so lonely because he could always play with her. However, the boy said that he was not alone and everything was fine. And then he asked her where her older sister was because she had disappeared somewhere. When the little girl heard about this, she was very scared because she thought that he loved her sister more than her because of her age. But then she still replied that her sister Rebecca started to feel bad. Jamie thanked her for this information and realized that he needed to visit Rebecca because she was very strange and that interested him very much. After some time he came to the room where Rebecca was. The girl was very surprised because she was not expecting guests. Then she saw Jamie and began to worry even more, because it seemed to her that the boy had come here to say goodbye to her. However, Jamie was already shocked because he understood that everything was fine with the girl, and she was just thinking about him and suffering because of it. Then he walked up to her, took her by the hand, and asked why she suddenly started to feel bad. Despite the fact that all this was not true, the girl said that it would really help her. The girl quietly said that she missed Jamie and was thinking about him all this time, although she herself did not understand why it was so. Jamie also understood that he had the same situation because he thought about her more than anyone else. However, he unfortunately did not manage to recover his feelings from the past, and this meant that he could not feel love, and because of this he was very sad. He understood that he needed to say something very important to the girl. He turned to her very much. After that, Jamie let go of her hand and said that unfortunately they wouldn't be able to see each other for a while and he didn't know when they would meet again. And Jamie tried to be optimistic and said that he will never forget her no matter how many years pass. He understood that they could have the same situation as with Ganon. So he thought a little and asked Rebecca not to get stuck in the present because it could be dangerous. The girl was very worried because she did not want to lose her love, so she asked Jamie if she could write to him at least sometimes, and the boy replied that he would be very happy if she would do it. She cried and asked the boy to promise her that he would answer her letters and held out his little finger, and Jamie promised it. The next morning, Rebecca and her family had to leave. They stood in front of Jamie's family and thanked them for their warm welcome and support. Little Esh waved her hand at Jamie and said that they would definitely meet again. Rebecca could not look Jamie in the eyes, but said that they would definitely meet in the future and she would definitely write to him. After that, the whole family got into a big carriage and they left. The Welton family still stood for a while and waved their hands to say goodbye and didn't say anything because they were just enjoying the moment. When Karate was already far away, the father asked his son when he managed to charm those two girls. Sears was also amazed and said that their son was now very popular. In any case, the man said that now they had an opportunity to engage in sword training on a serious level. Since then, 4 months have passed. It was very dark on the street and a guy in a white cloak was sitting and eating something. The strange man in the cloak was not paying attention to the man behind him. He was just eating his croissant. The man behind with gray hair began to shout loudly and asked the stranger how he could do this to his friends. After that, he very quickly took out his sword and rushed to attack the cloaked man. He also said that now his end would come. However, the strange man wasn't scared at all. He just started using his fingers and suddenly a strange blue magic appeared. As it turned out, it was soul extraction magic. And at the same moment a strange blue portal began to appear under the man with the sword in his hands, which frightened him. After that, the man's soul began to leave him. He was really in a lot of pain and began to scream loudly. The strange man in the white suit managed to possess the soul of that brazen man, but he said that he still spent too much time in the void, so he needs to go back faster. Only he also took off his hood and said that he was very interested in what he would end up with. It was a man with white hair and said that very soon he would finally meet Jamie Welton, and then they would settle all matters. This man was from Seldom Kingdom, which was one of the oldest magic in the world, and because of that, they were very powerful. Then the events are transferred back to the Welton family arena, but there was nothing there. Then at one point the man took her sword in his hands with his dark gauntlets. Then suddenly, all this very strange dark blue energy started coming from the sword that Jamie was holding. It was really impressive. When the boy looked at his sword, he was very surprised because there was a lot of different magic around him, and he saw something like this for the first time in his life. He thought that he had discovered something new. Arjuna was also very impressed because he understood that the boy started to use a skill called Blade. It was one of the most difficult skills in general. The man also mentioned that it took him 2 years to learn it perfectly, and his son only needed 4 months. The man said that he can only recognize a very good job boy. He also said that he has nothing more to teach him because he has already shown everything he knows. The guy was very surprised. He didn't understand at all how this could be possible. He said that he just repeated everything that the man showed him. Arjuna explained that he had taught the boy all the basics he knew, and now he only had to practice to make new discoveries in all these areas. He said that when one knows all these basic things, then one can travel the space, and the higher the level, the bigger the form, and instead of initiation ceremony, they get 5 forms of Welton swords, and it was the Welton invisible sword technique. The boy understood that if he learns the technique of the invisible sword, then he will be able to solve intangible things. He understood that this was a new level for him, because in his past life he did not have such. Then the man wanted to continue explaining to his son how he should continue practicing, but suddenly a strange man came to them. He approached the king and said that a very important guest was waiting for him. This really impressed the man because he said that he was not waiting for anyone. He explained that the 7th elder of the magical world had come to him. Jamie was very surprised because he understood that such guests came to him only when he reached such heights. He also understood that this elder must have been a very strong genius. Then the guy made a cute face and said he could do it too and go with the man. But the boy's father got angry and said that it's probably better not to do it. His look was really stern, and it seemed that some problems were waiting for them. The same man in a white cloak sat on the sofa and admired the beauty of the whole house. It seemed to him that everything around must have been really very expensive. He looked around and realized that every artifact that was in this house was truly a masterpiece, which meant that the owners were very strong. Remembered how the old grandfather asked him not to die because the king is very serious about his son and was ready to. The man who laughed and said that the old grandfather only scared him in vain. It seemed to him that the family was always very obedient and followed all orders. But then suddenly the door of the same room opened and a man stepped inside. Arjano entered the room with a stern look and introduced himself to the man. When he tried to see him, he was afraid because he realized that this serious man could not be obedient. The man with white hair began to feel bad, so he pulled his hand to the man and posed as a representative of the magical world, the seventh elder named Siegfried. At the beginning of his story, Siegfried was just an ordinary boy facing the future, but one strong magician understood the boy's talent and took him in to study. When he was 12 years old, he reached the 6th rank, and when he turned 15, he moved to the 7th rank and was recognized as the youngest elder. That this man was the most talented man in the magical world, because no one could achieve such impressive results at such a young age. But now, Jamie had appeared, and he was his competition. The king was really very happy because he understood that this man had definitely planned something, and he asked him why he came to him. Siegfried explained that he had come to congratulate the young talent. He also apologized to the king for not reporting his visit and said that if he had reported it, the king would not have let him go. Argano was very angry and said that Siegfried perfectly understood all relationships and knew everything. Argano said that he had no influence on the magical world at all, but he said that he knew very well what kind of place it was because he had a lot of experience. He explained that the magical world is divided into 3 parts. The first is the Imperialists, whose head was the teacher of the knights, and the first elder named Open Ginger. The second were the nobles, and the head was the second elder Marquis Linmer, and the third category were the equals, whose head was Luke Pretzel V, an elder who managed to break out from the very bottom. He said that in the magical world there are always great wars because everyone wants to have the most power. But now Jamie appears, who possessed an incredible talent and had a noble origin. The king said that they would not be able to take his son to such a terrible place as the magical world, because they would only use him as their weapon. However, the man with fair hair said that he understood everything. He also knew that there were no normal people in the magical world and everything was really very dangerous. Siegfried said that in the magical world, no one would be able to control such a strong guy as Jamie, because everyone who wants to win is walking on very thin ice and does not want to risk so much. However, these words did not convince the king at all. Siegfried saw this. I understood that he needs to change his tactics, because he will not achieve anything with just words. He said that if he were the king, he wouldn't let his son go to such a dangerous place either, but he said that there was a lot of knowledge that the boy could gain. Then he smiled and said that the most a boy can learn about the crown of power, which was the most special object. As it turned out, the crown of power was the details of the eternal world that allowed to preserve the knowledge that the wearer received. Siegfried also added that not all great magicians are allowed to wear the crown of power, and because of this, it was very big opportunity. The man wanted to put pressure on the king's pity because he constantly thought only of his son. When the king learned about this crown of power, he said that he must talk to his son. When the little boy found out about it and said that he would definitely go there because it would be very useful for him and for his knowledge, it seemed to him that this would be a very good chance for him because there he could achieve many times better results, and maybe he would even learn about the lost pieces of history. Meanwhile, the young man was standing on the street and Siegfried went to him and asked the young man if he had come here on purpose. It seemed to the man that it was a display of culture on the part of the little guy. So he said that he was very glad that Jamie met him like that. However, the boy replied that he did it so that they would have the opportunity to talk to each other normally calmly. When he looked at the man, he thought that he was very handsome. Jamie felt that this man deserved to be called a genius. He was truly unusual and had a very strong level of magic. He felt all his energy that was in his heart and in his lungs. It was a really unusual swing. He understood that there were already 3 cores, but it seemed to him that this strange man wanted to make a 4th one. He did not understand why he wanted it. The boy was shocked because he understood that the whole body of this man was created to show magic. It was really impressive. It seemed to him that this ability could have come to him from a previous life. Man, why is the boy so strange? And looking at him for a long time, it seemed to him that the boy was making a hole in his body with his eyes. Then the boy quickly apologized and said that the man was more beautiful than he was. These words really struck the man. He said that he did not expect from a new genius that he was born and was supposed to become one of the strongest magicians on this planet. Then the little guy seriously looked at the man and asked him if he believed all those rumors that were going around him. The man said that all this was really very beautiful because it seemed to him that all these rumors, which they were only exaggerating the situation. But really, the guy was really so strong. Siegfried looked at Jamie and realized that his whole body was filled with energy, and it seemed to him that he had improved Marquis Linmer's breathing technique, so he thought that it was an incredible talent. Suddenly, Siegfried said that he was very sorry for the king, because these old people would never leave a 9th-level mage alone. At times, Jamie did not understand what the man was talking about. Realized that if Jamie joins those old 9th level right now, and then everyone around will have to worship the pensioners, because they will have Jamie. The man understood that it was really very interesting to look at then. He asked the little guy if he was not afraid of the magical world because he said that these uncles would not leave his room because he had a very good talent. Jamie replied that if these old people would come for him, he would do very well for them and show them their places. But Siegfried understood nothing of these words. The guy explained that if it was especially difficult, he would agree. He also had enough strong people in the world and they wouldn't be able to depend on just one child. But the man with the light hair of ours smiled and understood that it would be really very difficult for him since Jamie was not as simple as all the others. After that, the events are transferred back to Jamie's room where the boy said that tomorrow they are going to the magical world together. And because of that, she should pack all her things right now, or will you be ready tomorrow? The girl was very worried about the fact that the delusional world, it was the holy land of white magic, but she had dark magic as well as the boy, so they could have problems. Then the magical squirrel asked the boy when they will return from their magical light, but the boy said that he had no idea at all and said that in the magical world it can be even better than in the real world. Venna remembered how Sarah played with her, and because of that, she said that she wanted to stay in the magical world because there were too many problems in the real world. But the guy smiled and said that he will do everything possible so that she doesn't think about anything, because on the way there he will do a lot of training for the girl, whom she hates. When she found out about it, she was very scared and realized that the situation was really bad and she did not like training from the word at all. The next morning, Jamie get the man a big sword. He said this sword is called Scud. He was very important to all of them. This match could be very useful for the little guy. Argano asked his son to come back alive and well. He also asked him to train a lot and hard to come back stronger than he was before. Sarah also didn't want to leave Jamie just like that. She offered to give him her little toy on the way, and the young man thanked her for that. Sears began to cry and hugged the boy tightly, unable to believe that she would not see her son for such a long time. She asked the boy to come back alive and well and be sure to write to them when he arrives at this place, and the boy said that he would follow all the orders of his mother. She said that she can't believe that they are separated for half a month, Jamie, that it will take at least 2 years. He looked at his father but could not understand what it all meant. It remained that all this was only the great lord after. Argano was not worried because he had taken care of everything and he would be completely safe, although he did not say it confidently. After that, the guy turned around and went in the other direction and said that he had to go because they would already be waiting for him. Jamie asked the man if they were flying straight to the magical world, But Siegfried answered that first you need to go to another place and the boy will like it very much there. The boy was surprised because he did not understand where they were planning to fly. So he asked the man, and Siegfried explained that first they were flying to a city where there were a lot of magic stones, and soon the biggest market would open there. The boy understood that Saint Germain was the city with the largest mine where the best and strongest magic stones were mined. This could be very useful indeed. The man said that I would be glad that Jamie liked it, said that when they arrived, Jamie would be even more impressed. Jamie had never been to this place, so he was very curious about what could be there. He also seemed to use this place and could improve his requirements. After some time, they were at the Kelton Mountains, and the man asked the boy if the sword that Arjuna gave him was for self-defense. The boy explained that he is very good with a sword, and therefore he will not have any problems. This really impressed the man because he could not believe that the boy could have both magic and a sword. He asked him if the level of magic would not become many times weaker but the guy explained that he was keeping his balance and everything would be fine because he was very strong and had to train a lot. The guy said that he wanted to get here in any case because it was a place of accumulation of strength in the north. But when they arrived here, it seemed to him that there would be some kind of cabbage here. The man explained that in these mountains there are a lot of magical stones and that they supply 6 different families, and the mines of Saint Germain are also in these mountains. Siegfried made a very cute face and asked the boy if they wanted to hear an interesting story about the mountains because all small children like to listen to fairy tales. Of course, Jamie did not like that the man treated him like a small child. But I understood that he had no choice. He said that about 6,000 years ago, there was a very large volcano that was active, and because of this, there was a lot of lava around. The lava was very powerful, and because of this, it constantly destroyed the villages that were nearby. However, suddenly, an unknown mage appeared unexpectedly and went alone into the middle of this terrible volcano. And the next day, all the lava that was around disappeared and the volcano itself stopped being active, shocking everyone around. However, the magician who did all this also disappeared somehow, and no one understood what happened to him, but he left behind only a few words. He wrote that when the sleeping monster wakes up, the troubles will begin again, but this time they will be much worse. Pradayam thought that it was completely absurd. He could not believe that there could be some terrible monster in the middle of the volcano. Siegfried explained that the magical world partially agrees with this story because some traces were found. Suddenly, a man stood on the mountain with a bow and aimed at young people. After that, many sharp arrows flew in their direction and at a very high speed. When Siegfried saw this, he was very seriously surprised because he understood that they were now in great danger, and he did not understand what it was all about. The boy quickly jumped up, and because of this he managed to avoid all these terrible blows, but he could not understand what kind of trap it was. Suddenly there is some strange man and said that he came here for Siegfried. Then he came closer and said that he came to avenge his older brother. Today he was with his friends, so he should have had more chances than what? Jamie was surprised and asked the man if they knew each other, but Siegfried just smiled and pretended that he didn't remember anything, but a few days ago he still fought against this man. However, he suddenly smiled and realized that now he had a good opportunity to test the strength and skills of this little guy. Then he made his handsome face again and said that they had problems and asked the boy to help him. But Jamie did not understand why he should protect the elder himself because he was already very strong. But the man said this was a really good opportunity her boyfriend could use his sword here to show him what he learned and what he was capable of. He made a very cute face and gently asked Jamie for help, and then the boy realized that the man just wanted to test his strength. Jamie decided to quickly deal with all these men so that they would not have any problems in order to quickly go to the Magic Stone Fair. It was a pity for Jamie to use a sword that could cut the sky on these men, but the thugs just laughed because you wouldn't believe that only some small boy with blue hair would fight against them. One of the main thugs got very angry and started attacking the boy. He said the little boy decided to fight his way to them. However, Jamie was not scared. He just stood with his foot on the ground and a strange blue magic began to appear around him. He pulled out his weapon and a very strange explosion of magical energy and strong air went around. Siegfried was really amazed because he realized that the little guy got instant control over his weapon only when I pulled out. He also realized that this boy's mana was really very strong, and he had never seen such a thing in his life. Meanwhile, the man who wanted to attack the boy became very scared. Jamie raised his sword in the air because he wanted to use a combat technique called White Ocean Formation. It seemed that the boy was completely focused on his weapon because there was a lot of power around it. Then the young man delivered his powerful blow of the mouse, and suddenly the man fell to the ground because he was sold by a great blue magic to the ground, and he understood what was happening in general. He couldn't even take one step, he just fell to the ground and was already very crippled even though he was very strong. But he wanted to destroy the boy. When the boy stopped doing this with his sword, the man raised his head and said that sooner or later he would take revenge on the boy for this concession. Meanwhile, all his partners had already descended from the big mountain. He said that he wanted to help the boy, but now there will be no mercy for him, and they will fight with all their might. Against the boy was not scared. He only used the fighting technique of Welton's swordsmanship forms, crooked cut, and his match delivered a very strong blow to the man standing inside and threatened him. After that, he also decided to use lightning to finally end this situation with the men. After a great lightning struck from the sky, all the men lay on the ground and could not do anything. They did not even have the power to rise to their feet. Then the boy hid his weapon and asked the man if his men had any questions for him about his weapons and strength. But the man only smiled when he understood that this guy was a real warrior who could control magic and a sword. And besides, he was also ruthless. He told the boy that it was really impressive. He also understood that, let's say in 20 years, no one will be equal to him. I want to become stronger and stronger every day. But the boy did not like this answer at all. Or did he understand that the man was only testing him for his strength and talking too much? It seemed to him that something was wrong here. Then the boy said that in this place they have already finished everything and now they can go further. But Siegfried said that they need to wait and not rush so much. The man offered the boy to collect all the useful things they could take from these bandits, because there were a lot of gold mountains here and the bandits looted a lot of gold and other valuable items. Saint Germain was a city of magic crystals where there were many people. It seemed that this city was very strange but extremely beautiful and very valuable to him. However, Jamie said that they did not come here for the beauty of the city, but for the same store, and he asked the man where he was, and he said that it was already very close. The man pointed to some old, very creepy house and said that it was the same store they needed. Jamie was really shocked because he didn't understand if this store was open or not, how old he was. Then the man came inside and said that when he was very small and had no rights, he slept on the street with his family, so this little shop was still very good for him. Very annoyed because he simply couldn't breathe because there was too much dust and old materials. He didn't understand what kind of secret, creepy place it was. Suddenly the boy felt something very strange, which he had not felt for a very long time. It seemed that there were some strange people around him, although he did not see anything. Then the man turned to a grandfather in a hat who was under the counter, did not ask him if the thing he ordered had arrived, but the man said that it was still on the way. Siegfried was upset because he understood that he would have to come in next time, and meanwhile the little guy could not see who it was behind the counter. He thought it was some magician, but he was not complete in this. Then he used his magic to fly up and take a better look at what kind of strange man it was. He didn't care what the shopkeeper was talking about with Siegfried. Suddenly the little man looked at Jamie with a stern look and said that the magic of flight was forbidden here before this was his shop. Jamie was very impressed by her, because to believe that this store was run by a dwarf, he had never met such people in his life either. Suddenly the little guy started using the shield to protect himself against others. They didn't understand why he was doing all this. Then the dwarf took his long staff and smashed the boy's shield and hit him on the head for his foolish act. Jamie thought it was unfair. The little man explained that this drought was to take away all spells and magic, and he could take away 5th-rank spells. The boy was very surprised that it could be anti-magic. He was also surprised because he did not understand why this staff, which belonged to the National Museum, belonged to such a terrible owner. The little man behind the counter said that Siegfried's product will arrive in about 2 days, and then he can go to his store and pick it up. The man liked this information very much. He is very happy that his product will arrive soon. But the little dwarf said that he would not give it away just like that. Siegfried was very surprised because he did not understand what was happening, because when they met for the first time, they say they promised to give the goods as soon as he found them. Jamie also joined the conversation and asked what the conditions were with the little dwarf. The little man said that he wanted them to give him back the heart of the shadow sheep from the secret auction that starts tomorrow. He said that he would pay as much as it takes. Shadow sheep. It was very rare and appeared only when there was a full moon in the sky. It was a very rare material for alchemy. He also said that if they brought it to him, he would give the thing that Siegfried ordered very cheap. The man was very angry, but realized that he had no choice. After that, they both showed this shop, and the boy asked Siegfried what kind of thing he ordered from this little man, but Siegfried said it was a very big secret. Then Yetsmi asked about that merchant. The man explained that this little man's name was Kirill, and he was known in these lands as the alchemist. Also said that he had very strong connections all over the world, and in general, he was a very strong sorcerer who could create very powerful things. The man said that this small seller was of the 8th rank and did not cooperate with any countries. Because of this, he could go wherever he wanted because all countries and rulers perceived him as neutral. After some time, they came to a big building, and the man said that today they will stay here. Jamie is happy because this building already looked better than the last store. Jamie suddenly asked a serious question to the man. He asked if they would sleep in different rooms. I don't understand why he needs to do this so that he can work at night. But the man smiled and said that it would be better for them to live in the same room because then they would pay half as much, and he laughed. Then the events moved to the dark alleys of Saint Germain. The secret auction was to begin in 2 days in the basement of the Lydium Museum, and it was all to be top secret. One man in a suit asked the other if he was sure that the item I needed was there. His friend replied that he could not be sure of this, but from the search for goods that will be on auction, this item was. Then a person with long hair asked if everything went according to plan. The other answered that they were brought here by an old book, and that meant that it was a sign from God. In the middle, he said that they all need to relax a little, but always be careful to get this item because it was extremely valuable to them, and it didn't matter who would fall here today for them. So even if someone died, they would leave him here because they needed this item very much for their purpose. Suddenly a man jumped out of this window with his dark cloak, but this cloak was a little different because it had a lot of holes. The boy ran very far and fast so that no one noticed him, and when he ran past one of the streets, he finally stopped to rest. Then he opened her cloak and said that Venna could get out. The girl was very happy because now freedom was waiting for her again, and she should not be closed. But the boy took the girl by her scarf and said that she used the wind on it because she needed to hide in Gremia until tomorrow. But Venna was not happy with this information and did not believe that they would do it again. The boy said that it was very important because if he catches Siegfried, they will have very big problems. But the girl interrupted his conversation and asked the master to look at these magical stones that this big, strong man was carrying. But the boy explained that these people were so openly transporting magic stones because they were of very low rank and of very poor quality. Venna was very surprised and then asked the boy how to move stones of a very high rank and quality. But the boy said that he himself did not know this and that they probably did it very nicely so that no one would find out about it. He said that they were forced to hide them so that no one would find out about it, and they kept them somewhere exactly in a dark, faraway place so that no one would find them because they were too valuable. Jamie began to feel something very strange that he had not felt before. He looked at his bracelet and realized that it attracts strange stones, and he said that it was a very good job. The boy understood that his magic bracelet reacted to the fact that there was something nearby, but he did not know what it was, so he needed to find it. Then he looked ahead at the men who had found the box, and it gave him that it could really be what his bracelet was reacting to, so he went closer to the men. When the boy activated his magic, he saw that there were at least 3 seals on the bracelet, but it is possible that there were even more that he had not seen before. Jamie understood that his bracelet had never reacted so strangely in his life, so it seemed to him that inside the box you might have one of the 3 divine weapons that existed in the world. Man, what place the box falls on the fact that it was very heavy, and stupidly, there is another man in a suit what could be in the middle of such a heavy. Then the other man answered him that what was inside had to be put up for sale in a secret auction, and because of that you had to be very careful. When Jamie heard about it, he was very happy because they needed exactly the same secret auction. He understood that it did not concern him because he only wanted to know what was inside, but he understood that he urgently needed money to buy other items. Then the events are transferred back to that secret shop. The dwarf man was sitting in his chair and said that he was bored the most today and was looking at a picture. He looked at the little girl in the photo named Finn. As it turned out, she was his daughter. He remembered how his daughter was in bed and crying very bitterly. I tried to calm her down and said that he would always be with her and she just needed to play a separate instrument. The little daughter gave the tool to the man. The father tried not to cry but still could not control himself because he understood that he wanted to do everything possible to save his child, but he could not do anything. He looked into his magic lair and thought only about the heart of the dark sheep, because he understood that if he got it, then the situation would change. But suddenly, in this strange magical lair, he saw the same boy who came to him today with Siegfried and was very surprised. Then the young man entered the building of this old shop. The old dwarf met him and asked what brought him here so late at night. But the boy just smiled and said that everything was fine. He came here to borrow a little money from the dwarf. The dwarf was really very shocked because he could not believe that the young man had come here to count money from him. But considering this, he decided to lend him money. He asked how much Jamie needed and he made a cute face and asked to give him as much money as it was not a pity. But then the dwarf hit the little guy with his drought. Jamie understood the situation was very bad, and he said he had to pay something and he had no other people to turn to. The boy suddenly told the dwarf that he was going to be sent to the world of shadows. The little man was really very impressed because he did not understand how the boy found out about it. The guy smiled and said that ordinary people rarely know about this, but he knew about it because he was an unusual guy and was very talented. It turned out that the heart of the dark sheep was one of the items that could be used to open the door to the world of shadows. The world of shadows was indeed a very strange world, where space differed from ordinary light and many territories had not yet been explored. And the ruler of this world was the queen of spirits inside. And you could enter this world only if she allowed. The guy said that you can't get there if you only collect all the materials. But he said that he has a way that was top secret how to get there. However, the man was very serious and asked the boy why he should trust him since they were not even very well acquainted. Then the boy suggested that they make a spiritual contract, and this really impressed the little dwarf because he didn't expect that the boy knew anything about it. As it turned out, the spiritual contract was one of the most dangerous contracts in the world because with it, each other's souls are the exchange price that remains even after death. Jamie understood that this was definitely madness, but he had no other choice. This was his only chance. The little dwarf was also very scared, but understood that this was the only chance that he would trust the boy. And then he asked what conditions to set. Jamie smiled and said that it would be a contribution when the contract was fully fulfilled by the other members. 2 days after she made the contract, Jamie and the man were in the same underground museum where the exhibition was supposed to be held, and the same item they were looking for was supposed to be there. Siegfried asked the boy to be very careful and control his mask, because if it was recognized, it would be really bad for them, and then they would be killed, and that would be terrible. The boy smelled a very strange smell of the forest. It occurred to him that there must have been an elf far from them. Siegfried realized that something was wrong with the boy, so he asked what was happening. But Jamie just said he felt something strange, but it could just be a simple mistake. Then Siegfried said there was something very strange inside, so they shouldn't go there. They sat down on the chairs, and Siegfried said that the Kilielen became really very good seats for them because they were very comfortable. Jetsme understood that there was someone sitting in front of him who smelled very strongly of the forest. He wanted to know this secret. But suddenly he stopped this second smell, and because of that he felt very strange because he did not understand what was happening. Suddenly a woman appeared on the stage and greeted all the guests who had arrived. She thanked all of them for coming, then pointed to another man and said that somewhere today the first product they will show. After that they removed a big dark curtain from a big box, and everyone in the hall was waiting to see who was inside. As it turned out, it was a large cage in which the elves sat. The woman said that they would start this auction with a small one, and the first one, the starting price would be 50,000. Other participants also started to support it, but also raised the price, and at one point the price for elves rose to 100,000 and then to 1 million. Siegfried sat and did not listen to all this. The price was rising very quickly, and meanwhile Jamie realized that the man was very uncomfortable because he also used to sit in wild cages and was very poor. Jaime began to think that all these people sitting in front of him were also elves, because they were very worried when they saw other elves in a cage, and in the end they were sold for 55 million. Here the woman thanked them for waiting and said that now they can move on to the most important thing. They opened the box, and inside there was some kind of strange magic ball. The woman said that it was the heart of a dark sheep. When Siegfried saw this, he was very happy because he realized that it was finally their turn, and it was the same object that little Carl needed. A woman in a red suit with a mask on her face said that guests can offer their price for which they would be willing to buy this item. Someone in the hall shouted that he was ready to buy it for 10 million. Then another offered 40. Jamie said that the man should also join, but Siegfried told the guy to just stay calm after a while. The price rose to 400 million. After that, Siegfried raised his hand and said that he offers 9 billion for this heart. When Jamie found out about this amount, he was very surprised. He realized that it was a huge amount of money. With this money, you could almost buy the whole of Hais and other cities. He came for a while, but no one else put a different price. Then the woman in the red mask officially announced that the heart of the dark sheep was sold for 1 billion zlotys. Then the woman said that they had a storm, but the following material was also very valuable. Then the woman said that they represent the all-powerful stone. When Jamie found out about it, he was very surprised because he could not understand where they got it from. Everyone understood that this stone had so much energy that it could support an area the size of Saint Germain for 10 years. After that, they opened a big box and showed this mighty stone and asked who was ready to buy it and for how much. Then one girl in a mask held up a card and said that she was ready to buy this stone for 1 billion. Jamie understood that this was just the beginning, because the bidding had just begun, and the price could still rise several times, so it seemed to him that he had not bought this stone in any way. But no one else put a price at that time. The almighty stone was sold to the masked girl. As it turned out, it was Venna, who also participated in the secret auction. Siegfried was very surprised. It seemed to him that this woman was unrealistically rich if she could buy such things. But Jamie understood that the girl had just spent 10 years of Hais. Then the boy offered them to leave because they had already seen everything that could be very valuable. Siegfried confirmed this and offered to leave as well. Both men were already heading for the exit, But suddenly, a strange man in a blue mask carried the next item and said that this one was a relic that was found in the Kelton Mountains. The guy was very surprised and realized that these relics could have something written in an ancient language. It could be a message from that magician from the legend. After that, they had a really big trouble and the boy activated his big shield. Siegfried was also scared but asked the little boy to stay behind him. But suddenly they turned around. You saw some very strange blue magic that was in the air. They didn't understand what happened at all. Then both organizers began to come to the side and said that they had very big problems. Jamie listened to their conversation. He found out that someone stole their goods. Then all the other cloaked men came out. A girl with long green hair named Alex was really angry because asked them to believe that the elves were in a cage right at the auction in front of him. The other man asked him to calm down. The man said he understood all his feelings perfectly, but for now, their main task was to meet Han. They needed to do it quickly before the other people from the auction appeared outside. But suddenly Jamie appeared. He was really very angry and asked the elves how they even thought of stealing his things. The elves were very surprised because they could not believe that someone had seen her, and meanwhile Siegfried and Venna had also approached them. Then the boy held out his hand to them and told them to give him everything they had stolen before he completely destroyed them. But the elves didn't want to give up. They took their magic wands in their hands and decided to fight to the end, because they didn't want to just give things away. Siegfried understood that nothing would be solved with just one conversation, and then he activated his magic as well. Suddenly, he began to create a very strange orb in his hands that was filled with very strange magic. One of the elves with orange hair was very surprised and told the man to give him Yeja. Elf Alex was very angry with everyone because she understood that these people were also from the auction, and they could buy other elves in the cage. She was unrealistically disconnected, and suddenly some very strange green magic appeared that began to destroy everything that was near her. It seemed that the girl was simply crazy. Then all those green plants started moving very fast toward Siegfried to bind and destroy him once and for all. However, the man remained calm and only used his magic against these elderly plants that flew towards him. He created some very strange portals, and these portals arrived right at the place of those strange green plants. After that, these plants began to teleport and appeared near the elves and began to attack them themselves, thereby frightening them very much because they did not expect this. After that, the elf with orange hair got angry, jumped into the air and said that the man had no right to use such tricks against them at all. There were a lot of yellow lightnings around him, and it seemed that he would now deliver a very accurate blow to the man. The elf with orange hair was very surprised because he could not find the man. Then the other elf shouted to him to be very careful because the danger was above. Unexpectedly for everyone, Siegfried appeared in the air with some very strange magic circle that attracted various lightning bolts to himself. Siegfried directed this strange magic layer directly at the elf, and he began to circle in a strange magic, and he could not do anything. It seemed to him that he was just freezing the eddies in him. Then another elf with green hair charged and told the man to immediately stop doing whatever he was doing with his friend. But suddenly Jamie appeared in front of him with his sharp sword. The elf did not expect this because it seemed to him that the boy was really very weak and could not do anything to them. But the boy only waved his royal sword and unleashed a very large, powerful force that very strongly pushed the green-haired elf far away. The man understood that he needed to get back on his feet and fight on because his friends were in great danger and he couldn't just leave them like that. But Jamie was angry because he used the magic of deadly emotions and directed it at the elf. Jamie simply did not understand how a man could steal his item from the auction. The situation of all the elves was really very bad because they were very crippled. Because of this, they had no strength to continue the fight. It seemed to them that they had already finally lost. Siegfried is very serious and said that all the elves should die now. Suddenly, some very strange bells started to play around. Something very strange started to happen. Then strange magical crystals began to enter the middle of the body of the elf with long hair named Alex, but she did not feel anything because she was already lying unconscious. Then after a while a big man came up and asked why they were so long because he was worried that something might happen to them. The elves got up very quickly and rejoiced. They said that they were finally saved and begged for help from Khan. Jamie was very surprised to realize that you mysterious man destroyed his magic very easily, and that meant he must have been very strong, but he didn't know who he really was. Siegfried approached Jamie and said that only by appearance you could understand that this man was a master of his craft. He asked the little boy if he would have any big problems, but Jamie did not understand why the man was asking him this, because he was older. The boy suggested that they continue to fight because they needed to take back the things stolen by the elves, but Siegfried said that there was no point in making money. Then Siegfried turned to that strange man and offered to negotiate with him. The stranger, holding their staffs in his hand, said that he was very glad that they did not need to use force and asked what they wanted. The man said that they will leave only if the elves give them everything they stole, namely the heart of the dark sheep. And suddenly Jamie intervened in the conversation and asked the almighty stone as well. But Siegfried did not understand why the boy was asking for this almighty stone, because they did not buy it. But Jamie said that he would explain everything to him later. Khan said that the coffee condition would be suitable, although he did not like it very much. And then the elves decided to return everything that they stole from the auction. Then suddenly, some dark blue magic appeared over the elf, and he told the boy that they did not fight at full strength. However, Jamie only laughed because it seemed to him that the elf was just looking for the quality of the reason for the owl's defeat. At that moment, Khan turned to them and said that they should believe the elves because the elves were really very strong. After that, he started using his staff. Siegfried was very surprised because he saw that the boy's hair began to shine somehow. Jamie was very confused and did not understand what was happening. Jamie understood that the magic was released, but the mana flows were not moving at all. Suddenly he asked the man if he was an emerald. When Han heard this, he was very happy and asked the little boy if he was the same famous Jamie Welton. The man said that the boy was the same as Beryl spoke about it. Siegfried was very surprised and asked the boy if he knew this man, but Jamie answered that he had never seen him. Then the little guy asked Mr. if he knew the onyx, but Khan was suddenly very surprised when he heard Mr. Jamie was very surprised that the man did not give him an answer and was just silent, so he asked him again if he knew onyx. Then the strange stranger smiled and said that both were frontiers. Siegfried became very worried when he heard the man's answer because he understood that Khan was very strong. Then he stood in front of the boy and asked him to step aside. Jamie did not understand what was happening, and the man said that Khan is very dangerous. Siegfried also said that all the rebels who wanted to conquer the Kingdom of Harmony on the Western continent called their leaders frontiers. This information really surprised the boy because it seemed to him that the Kingdom of Harmony had problems only because of corruption. He also did not know that their leaders were the frontiers. But Khan only smiled and offered the men to go to another place. Then he will be able to explain the whole situation, which was really. But Siegfried did not take his eyes off the man and confidently told him to try to explain everything very well because he did not trust him. Then the auction organizer turned to one of the strong men and asked why he could not catch the violators who stole valuable items. The organizer was really very angry because he remembered that the man told them that he was a master of battle. Besides, they paid him a lot of money. A big man in glasses looked very strange indeed. He turned and said that the time had come. He said that now he had to fulfill his contract. He was very serious and confident. Then the events are transferred to another place near the mountain, where all the participants of the same match were teleported. Han was very surprised because he could not believe that such a teleporter could work without a magic circle. But Siegfried got angry and told the man to stop talking. Then he asked what brought the rebels to Seldom. He couldn't believe that they came here to do exactly what they always do. However, Khan said that they were not rebels, but only the force of freedom, and they came to this city for some very important item for them. Then Jamie asked what was such an important item that they came to this city in such large numbers. The elf with orange hair said that he was responsible for it, and besides, Asus was following them so he could tell about everything. After that, you put your hand into the bag with all the items and pulled out the same oldest artifact with an inscription that was pulled from the mountains where there used to be a large active volcano. The man explained that once upon a time there was a volcano and the big frontier monster was locked up there, and this item was the key to freeing a Montar named Vericom. Jamie was very impressed because he did not believe that this was possible at all. Jamie understood that there were several monsters. The first one was the black one, because the one who maintained the technology was a friend. Jormungand was the one who controlled the ocean, and Verhimos was a big, very strong beast. These were all demons created by the devil in order to fight the gods. The boy was amazed because he could believe that Verhimos could be alive. It seemed to him that he had died on the battlefield a long time ago. He also noticed that a lot of things from their past started to be found in Seldom. He couldn't believe that it was just a coincidence. All this made him think because it seemed to him that he could find even more things that could help him in the fight. After that, Han asked if this information was enough for them, and if they could go now. Siegfried realized that it was true. I said that they were now free. Han smiled and said that he would be very happy to meet Jamie again and said goodbye to them. But suddenly, the same big man with dark glasses appeared. He was really very strong and said that now the thieves will pay for what they did. Siegfried was very surprised because I did not understand at all what kind of man he was and what he wanted from them. After that, some very strange numbers began to appear in the air. Khan was confused and did not understand at all what kind of man it was and why these numbers were there. He understood very well what the power of the mighty man was. Suddenly, he rushed to the attack very quickly. It seemed that Khan would not be able to defend himself from the blow. The man in the suit was really very fast and hit the man really hard after that hit. There was a sound wave and the man fell back very far. After this heavy blow, he smiled at the man in glasses and said that his name was Darius and he had, as it turned out, he was the supreme ruler of darkness. The other elves were very angry. It was already clear that the man had hit their main boss. Alex started to use her green speed magic and rushed to attack the man, but surprisingly, Darius stood calmly and just watched it all. After that, he made only one blow and stopped the girl, and also said that her power was 1.44, and therefore asked that it better not happen against him. The other elves were very scared for Alex. They realized that they needed to work together to destroy this giant, so they rushed to attack the man. But in response to this, he very easily stopped both men and said that one had a level of 1.2 and the other 1.3. So he did not say that there were no weak points for him. He easily picked them up and threw them far away so that they would no longer interfere with him in the fight against others. Khan understood that the situation was very bad because they were caught, and now they had very little chance of victory. But despite this, man said that now it was his turn to attack, so he took his obedience and strange bells and started to do something. Khan felt really confident that after this blow the great bodyguard would fall to the ground and he would be unable to do anything. But despite the fact that Khan received a very strong blow on the nose, the big man remained standing and created a crater in the ground with his foot. After that, he easily took the magic staff in his hands and threw Han very far and hard. Suddenly the Khan used the magic of empathy, which was supposed to return the hold to change positions and change forces. This meant that the blow that the man now had to feel himself, and so the big burly man fell to the ground after Khan used that good magic against him. He decided that there was no need to turn on the possibility, so he took his staff and released strange magical bells and said that everything would end right now, and released. However, the man also got up and started dodging all of Khan's punches. They weren't that scary to him. He just kept moving towards him. After that, Hunt created a very strange energy magic field, just started to attract a lot of energy and created a large output. Jamie was really quite shocked. He couldn't believe that all the frontiers could be as strong as Khan. After this strange energy field, nothing was clear. Han was interested to see if he managed to defeat the giant strong man. The man suddenly felt that Khan's power had changed. He realized that it was an authority that changed reality, but he said that it was still a useless thing, and he would easily defeat the man. When Khan saw that everything was fine with his husband, he began to worry because he realized that there was no effect. A big man with dark glasses got up again and asked them to give up all the items and die quietly, and if they don't want to do this, he will do something terrible. However, Siegfried suddenly intervened in the conversation. He said that they were only buyers and asked if they could leave, but the big server man said that this could not be done. Then Siegfried said that they would all unite and defeat him. Gemyi understood that this would be a good chance to pay off the debts to the frontiersmen. Siegfried turned to Jamie and asked him to be very careful because this person was very dangerous for them. He said it was Darius the Invisible Iron Fist, and he was the surviving underground fighting champion from decades ago, and rumor has it that he defeated 2 sword masters. When the boy found out about it, he really liked it, or realized that finally he has the mood of someone really very powerful in his life. Han also that the little guy better move back, but Jamie denied, saying that he will fight them too. He also said that he doesn't need no help. After that, he took out the same strange magic club again and started using Grimia's lightning. Moreover, he said that he would fight against this giant himself and asked that others not interfere with him in this. The guy explained that it was his, with the help of which it was possible to build the measurements of Grammy. Darius was very surprised, but understood that the little guy created a space to control all the objects that were in it. With the help of this, you could see everything that was in this dimension, and also see all the different invisible things, so it was very useful. After that, the big man jumped up and said that the first thing to do is to attack that bad magician who created this dimension. But Siegfried only looked seriously at the man flying in their direction. Then he used magic. After that, they teleported to another place, and the man just hit the empty stone very angry. Jamie and his friend just watched as the big man with glasses got annoyed because he couldn't understand how this happened. He was told that it was impossible. Then, suddenly, a bad man appeared, Khan, and began to inflict hundreds of divine blows on him with the help of arrows, but the big man did not see anything. But suddenly, he didn't expect it, didn't turn around and scared Khan very much. It seemed to him that now the end would come. But this time, Siegfried started using time control magic and stopped the big man before his powerful blow. As it turned out, Siegfried could control space and time with his magic, and it was a very useful thing. A big, strong man got angry and approached Siegfried. He wanted to give him a powerful blow, but the man in a white cloak asked him to leave him. After that, he delivered one very powerful blow and created a large dimension from magic. This blow was so strong that the big man flew very far to the side. Then Jamie realized it was his turn and started using Grimia's lightning and the 5-layer wall. Darius flew very fast because of some price, and it seemed that he did not understand where he was at all because everything around turned gray. Then he finally stopped and realized that the space above him had changed again, and because of this, he had big problems. Due to his strong mass, the man created a very large crater in the ground, but Jamie did not stop and wanted to continue attacking him with his magic. So he used Omega Magic. It was a great destruction spell that destroyed space and dimension in a separate area. This spell flew straight to the man, but he did not get angry as expected. His head began to glow with some kind of red fire. Orange lightning began to appear around him. Siegfried realized that the man was using his aura as a shield to protect himself from Jamie's blow. Jamie realized that he couldn't just stand there and watch it all, so he started to create next. I have yet to continue attacking the big man, so he started using transformation magic and deep void, and was preparing that it was best to collect the shield from the man. After that, a very strange and strong emanation of magic and strange air combined with blue lightning began to appear in the city where the man in the suit was lying. Darius was very divorced. He realized that some small boy controls the whole space. It seemed that the boy was prepared for this. He also said that usually he loves children very much, but today the situation was completely different. He got up and went to Jamie. He flew very fast with his metal fist to deliver the final blow to the boy. But for some reason, Jamie was very calm and just held the magic in his hands. After that, there was a really very massive explosion, after which a very strong sound wave went everywhere and no one knew what happened. But who survived? Han and Siegfried were very scared because they didn't know what happened to the little guy. But they didn't know if he even survived after such a blow from his husband. The man was very worried and did not understand at all how this was possible. Then Jamie approached him and said that he definitely did not expect such a thing. The boy said that if the man was a master, then there was no need to weaken his defense. The hand of the great Darius was right above the boy's head. The guy used an artifact called Almighty. This artifact reduced all physical damage to 0 and valued one of the 3 great Diablo artifacts. And with his other hand, the boy began to pull out his sword, which his father had given him on his last journey. After that, he refused to use the style of the Welton family and used a sword that could cut through space, but it was combined with the Almighty artifact. After this blow, the man had a lot of blood. He was stinging, and what else to do because the guy weakened him with his artifact. The big man with the dark glasses really didn't understand how the boy could learn about such a technique and how he could be so talented in the first place. Talented Jamie realized that one blow was not enough for him, so he needs to give another blow so that the man finally stops talking. After that, he used the style of the Welton family, namely the inverted white sea return, which was taught to him by King Welton. The boy made this blow with a lot of blue energy, which was controlled by Jamie. Jamie felt like he had to put all his strength into these blows to finally destroy the man, so he did it in combination with magic. But suddenly, at that moment, the man took the boy's sword in his big, strong hand and said that this would be the end of it. He redirected all that impact straight down into all this space that was around them, and now everything began to be destroyed bit by bit. After a while, the entire dimension that Jamie created was completely destroyed, and they both remained on the street just as it was at the beginning of the battle. Jamie was very scared. I already understood that this man was able to deactivate the Gremia with his own power, some kind of monster. Siegfried and Han began to run towards the boy to help him in this terrible struggle against the man. They were scared because they understood that now the end of the boy could come. The big man said that he never thought that they would meet them like this in such a place. Suddenly he said that he was very pleased to meet Jamie Welton. He explained that he was a friend of his grandfather Cherbil. The other men were simply shocked by all these events because they did not understand how this could be possible. Shocked, Jamie also did not understand what was happening because it seemed to him that he was going to die right now. After that, he let Jamie go and started to tell his story. He said that 30 years ago, he met Cherbil at Bar Leong. He said that only the strongest fighters and magicians of the world who lived at that time gathered in this bar. The whole bar was full of people. But for some reason, Grandpa Jamie just looked in the direction of the big man in the suit and didn't say anything. Then Darius started looking at the man as well, and you thought he felt something very strange about him. Both men looked at each other for a long time. He explained that they seemed to intuitively feel each other's fighting skills, and because of this, they met every day and sparred almost to the death. But he said that there was one technique that Grandpa Jamie never used because men were sitting, and Darius asked Cherbil to show him the same technique. The man said that this means that the day has come and asked the man in dark glasses what he could trust her with. This question is really very sensitive to him because they sparred almost to the death every day. Then the man with blue hair explained that he will have a grandson very soon, and this technique will be intended for him. After that, he stood in the center of the arena and asked Darius to carefully follow all this and memorize all his movements so that he could later pass it on to his grandson. He said that it was the ultimate creation technique that was very powerful in the world. After that, a lot of strange fire and strange magic began to appear in this arena. All the juices were in one direction only, namely in the center of this arena where a man was standing. Something very unusual happened. The big man was focused and very serious because he was performing the most secret technique. All the people around were really very surprised because they didn't dare what was happening at all. They saw for the first time in their lives that we were two strange energies, namely red and blue, merging. They wondered if it seemed to them that the man had destroyed the space. Darius explained that even if it was only an imitation, the technique was extremely powerful. The man also said that the world does not know about this secret technique, and Cherbil received a master's grant thanks to this technique. When Jamie heard this, he was very surprised and could not believe his own ears, because he understood that playing a master was the last stage in martial arts and no one could be higher than that. After that, the big man asked Jamie if he was beginning to understand all that he was talking about. But the boy said that he didn't understand yet, but he only understood one thing, that if he continued his movement, then he would definitely be able to reach the same level as his grandfather, because his grandfather also wielded a sword. Darius confirmed all this and said that he is looking forward to seeing how quickly the boy will grow and what great results he will achieve when they next meet. Siegfried was very surprised because they believed that this was the end of their story and that they could then go their separate ways. It seemed to him that a big, strong man came after them to destroy them because they had stolen objects. But the big man in dark glasses said that he would forgive this time because he managed to meet Cherbil's grandson was a very big gift for him. Siegfried looked at his friend and said that because of him, his opinion about the frontiers only worsened. The boy was sure that both men were talking about wanting to destroy Vehimos's seal. But they had an argument. But it was to the little boy's hand. And did he understand that while they are distracted, he can use the capabilities of his sword? He began to use his dark magic and begged the elves to allow him to enter their bodies. When Khan saw this, he was very surprised. He realized that the little guy was healing his elf, and because of that, he was very grateful to him. But Jamie said that words alone were too few, and if he was really very grateful to him, then let him show him Vehimos. Elf, whose boyfriend said they weren't going to show him this monster because he didn't deserve it and wasn't ready enough. Jamie understood that he was angry with himself because he didn't need to say it because now the people were very angry with him. But the elf said that they were grateful to him, so he only offered to go with them. Jamie understood that this was a really good opportunity for him because he would soon see the monster he himself created, so he agreed to the elf's offer. But suddenly the girl went to her master and said that they had not received a message from the other elves for a very long time, and the boss said that he would contact him right now. The elf raised his magic layer in the air and asked what they managed to find. Another man on the other side said that they managed to find the sold elves. The man hung up and said he would call back later. They were already having some problems. Jamie was very surprised because it seemed to him that he had already heard this familiar voice somewhere, and it seemed to him that it was Venna. The guy started remembering a few hours ago, and we all managed to escape from the evil people, so they were safe. But they forgot the girl. Venna was very happy because she understood that she was left alone again, and she did not know what to do in this unknown place. But suddenly, she heard a very strange cry, and it was clear that it was an elf, because she felt his very strange power and his smell. It began to seem to her that these could be the same elves who were at the auction in a large, heavy cage. She was sure that these innocent elves were treated very badly indeed, and because of that they became very sad. After that she turned to Filion and offered him to save the same elves. Filion gladly supported the girl's idea, and she rushed to look for the elves. After that, the events are brought to another house where there was a girl who asked to let the elves go. She was opposed by a strange man in a dark cloak. The girl in the dark cloak was also very shocked and asked where all those elves went because she had no idea about it, and it seemed that they just disappeared. But then she began to feel some water that began to drip on her and from the sky. She was very surprised, but did she not understand what it was at all? After that, an unrealistically large dog appeared that was 10 times bigger than them. Venna was very surprised because she did not understand what kind of dog it was and why it did not have an owner. Then she was also very scared. Already understood that this prince could easily attack people with this and destroy them. Understood that it was necessary to attack him and show him the real manners that he should follow because he was somehow very strange. The big dog was very angry and wanted to start attacking people, but suddenly Venna jumped on him with her big hammer and hit him very hard on the head. After that, the dog completely lost consciousness and it seemed that he would not be able to wake up again. Then Venna asked if there was anyone else here, but the girl says she was really very shocked when she realized that this stranger stopped such a big dog with just one blow, and it seemed that it was simply impossible. After that, Venna went further down to look for the same hidden elves who were sitting in a cage. After a while, she managed to reach some big basement. She managed to find those knitted elves who were sitting in a big prison. But she understood that the prison was closed and she could not break it in any way. After that, the same girl with a dark cloak approached her and asked her to leave. And it could be very dangerous for her. She said that there was one seal, but Venna was very impressed that they were on the same side. I know. The girls were about to open the cage with this elf, but suddenly they heard a strange voice that asked them who they were. It was some very strange man with a mustache. After that, he called Vine and asked that the boy completely deal with these offenders. After that, a guy with a sword in his hand started running quickly towards the girls to stop them completely. The girls were very scared because they understood that they were not strong enough to defeat him because he was too powerful for them. So all they could do was dodge his blows. But the man said that they were too weak, and sooner or later he would defeat them. After that, he directed his sword in the direction of the girl. When the girl saw it, she was very scared. Then she placed her great hammer, and suddenly there was a very strong explosion that no one expected. It seemed that it was something extremely powerful. Even the man with the sword in his hands was very scared. As it turned out, it was Jamie. He asked the girl why she still couldn't handle such weak people as this man. The guy was very happy that he managed to find Venna. I will be glad that she exists. Everything was in order. He held the main man by his head and ordered what to do. Jamie said that he would take care of it and only asked Venna to take away those elves that were in the cage. And that girl was very confused. She could not understand how she could leave her master. At that time, Jamie said that everything was fine. After that, the girl was preparing to run away with her new friend. But suddenly, one of the knights saw the boy's emerald hair and understood that it was then some guy from the Welton family. Jamie was very surprised because he could not understand who recognized him. As it turned out, it was the same man whose hair he was holding after that he dropped him to the ground. He said he could pay him money to let him go. However, the boy only smiled and his eyes lit up with his dark magic. It was clear that Jamie was not going to let the man go. He said to remind the man with nutrients of Leviathan, and after that magic, and the man started to scream very loudly in pain. Then an elf girl with long green hair ran to them. She was very surprised because she understood that the other elves were free. When Venna saw her, she was happy because she understood that it was also one of the elves. Therefore, everything was in order. She approached the girl and said that she was infinitely grateful to her for saving the other elves and said that she even knew how to thank her for it. Venna began to worry very much and said that nothing was necessary. But suddenly the elf girl asked where the Valkyries came from in this place. It struck Venna. She asked the girl how she knew about the Valkyries at all. But suddenly, she looked at the girl's hair and became even more frightened because it was clear that her hair was red. The elf girl very strongly. She said that she did not believe that the princess was alive. She took the shocked Venna by her hands and began to rejoice even more. The elf girl said that she thought that the princess had died a long time ago and disappeared for tens of years. But here she fortunately appeared again. She began to read it so that she would go with them to their city, but their conversation was interrupted by Jamie. James said that this girl belongs to him and the elf has no right to steal her. However, the elf girl said that fate depends on it all the time and ordinary people have no right to interfere. But suddenly someone told them all to stop because it was just stupid conversations that didn't need to be conducted, and the matter was more important. As it turned out, it was Han. He said they couldn't compromise their mission anymore. Then he turned to Brock and Alex and said they should lead the elves to cover. Jamie also understood that they didn't have much time, so they needed to leave this room as well, and he told Vanya that they were going home now. The elf girl understood that this was probably their last meeting, so she suddenly gave the girl some kind of magic ball and said that she was protecting her. She said that if the Valkyrie wanted to see her family, she would have to contact her through this magic sphere. After that, she put on her hood and left with the other elves. The girl sat down and began to think, because she could not believe that she had a family. She did not remember anything. After that, they all went out to a large square that had previously been a battlefield. After that, the man took that oldest artifact in his hand and said that he missed this eternity very much. The man put his hand on the magical artifact, and a lot of magical light began to settle around, which began to be seen around. After that, a big, massive light and a big monster loudly asked who woke him up. He also said that his arrangement was already over, but if she was created, she was really very small and looked very cute, and then she quietly asked who woke her up because she was very sweet. Everyone was really shocked because they couldn't believe that the animal could be so small. They couldn't believe that this monster was fully awake. Han explained that they came here to ask the monster for help because they had a contract with their ancestors, but the monster still laughed and said that they were very stupid. He said that they did not know anything from the past at all. The monster explained that he had to be awake in 23 years and 23 days after this birth. He really couldn't believe that Shiora didn't tell them anything. Then Jamie came up to the little monster and said that they didn't see each other very well, and finally he came back. Behemoth broke down in tears and felt the same energy that he felt from his former teacher, so he realized that this was the same boy he had fought with in the past. The hippopotamus was very happy and said that he was very much waiting for us at the teacher's, but Jamie said that the animal was just very cute. Han asked the boy to let the little monster go because he needed to talk to him for a bit. Jamie signaled that he couldn't tell him that he was his former teacher and said the monster played with Han a little. Siegfried took the boy and said that if he has already seen everything, then they can go, and Jamie agreed. But he gave signals to his monster and said that he will return tonight. The little monster was really very happy that his teacher came back. Because of this, he started to cry. He couldn't help but that it was one of the most pleasant feelings in his life. After that, a dark night came in the forest and someone said that the hippopotamus finally woke up. It was a girl and her long hair was sticking out as if from some swamp. She was really very strange. She said that everything happened as he said. Because of that, she was very happy. There was a guy with dark hair next to her and said that now everything was going according to plan, so it was safe to go on. After that, the events are transferred to the room where Venna was. She could not sleep and only thought about her family. She didn't understand what was happening at all because it seemed to her that she had a family. But at the same moment, she understood that her family was her teacher because he saved her from a terrible school and terrible students. But she held that magic sphere in her hands. After that, Jamie suddenly entered the room. The girl did not expect that the teacher would come, so she began to hide the magic sphere. She pretended everything was fine and asked the boy if they were leaving Saint Germain tomorrow, and Jamie confirmed it. But suddenly the boy said that from this moment on the girl can be free. It really struck her very hard, and she did not expect that the boy would say such words to her that would strike the boy. Why was it so sudden? Because it seemed to her that she was still very weak and could not fight her. Normally, it seemed that she had not yet learned enough. Then she became very scared because it began to seem to her that she had disappointed her teacher, and because of this, he wanted to get rid of her. But the guy said that the girl should go to the east because he should let her go where she can finally go and restore her Valkyrie powers. The girl was just very impressed. She started crying and wanted to tell her teacher, but the boy interrupted her and asked the girl if she knew how to contact Frontier. The girl confirmed it, then Jamie said she should sleep now because she was very tired. Venna was very confused, so she didn't know what to say to her teacher. Kalegimi left the room. Then she bowed to him and thanked him for all that he had experienced and done with her, but for all that he had taught her. The guy stood outside the door and listened to everything the girl said. He was really very pleased because no one had said such pleasant words to him in his life. Venna burst into tears and loudly said that she will definitely return one day and become a stronger storm than it is now. After that, the events are transferred to your big volcano, in the middle of which was that little monster. Jamie went inside and met Behemoth. He asked how long he had been waiting for him. Then James said that the little monster can only raise its head and speak informally, and the animal did it. The little master said that he was really his teacher and he could feel it from his energy. But suddenly, the boy, what happened to the little monster? Because he understood that his actions were the same as before. But the little master smiled and said that he remembers everything that Devil Wolver said in his finale. The devil said that he would definitely return and there was no need to follow him, and after a few days the demons felt that his essence had completely disappeared. Jormungand, the wise serpent, told all about this, and they also asked him to hide so that the evil gods could not find him. The hippopotamus climbed to the bottom of the volcano and waited there for his teacher, but as it turned out, he waited too long, and at one point a magical elf came to him and said that he would put him to sleep and carry him from great pain. How did you feel? But the hippopotamus had to promise to help Frontier in the future. He then explained that he had fallen asleep for a very long time and his body had shrunk to a very small size. Then Jamie asked him if he knew what happened to Jormungandl. However, Behemoth replied that he did not know the exact whereabouts but could confidently say that he was alive. Suddenly, he also began to remember Chernish. Then the boy called his pet and asked if they were close friends. When the hippopotamus saw the black man, he was very happy. The hippopotamus began to hug the flying friend and asked how he lived all this time. But the flying animal could not answer anything because it always gave only its signals. Then the boy did not tell the hippopotamus to follow the frontier and find out a lot of information about the person named Isis. The hippopotamus said, "What will be done?" And then he also said that he has one more very important request for them. Behemoth and Chernish were surprised but did not understand what I wanted a boy. James said that the Valkyrie would go with the hippo. He asked the monster to look after her because she was his very good friend. Jamie understood that the hippopotamus had to become stronger someday so that he could rely on him as a companion wagon, because he understood that this was a war. Then the events are transferred to the art of Magna. The man asked the little dwarf if he managed to get the object, but the dwarf said that the man must first show him the dark heart of the sheep, and Siegfried, somewhere there is a big box with it. After that, he said that everything was in order and asked the man to pay more money because his goods had already arrived to him, but it was not free. The man said that he would use the check that the dwarf gave him last time. The dwarf said that the main thing is that the man does not have any problems with this item. After that, the man got his item and opened the box and asked the guy if he knew what it was. Jamie John Fragment. Several hundred years ago, an asteroid named Eon fell on the continent, and it stored forever mana that was from the past natural world, and because of this gave power several times greater. Then the boy asked the man why he needed this strange object, but Siegfried just smiled and said that it was a big secret. The dwarf said that he had a conversation with a small child, and he ordered Siegfried to leave the room was very secret. Siegfried did not understand how a small boy could have anything to do with this dwarf, but the boy only smiled and said that it was a big secret. The man realized that they were not telling him anything, so he did as they asked him and left the building. After that, the dwarf closed the door behind the man and the little boy to spend his experience in the shadows. After that, a very large portal opened, and the man said that these ingredients were ready. Jamie said that he would start doing it first because he understood the shadow world better and had more experience. He entered this very strange portal, and some other side of this world appeared. There was not much magic. The boy said that everything was in order and that it was supposed to be the opposite world, because only then would they have more chances to enter the world. Then the portal became even better, and you could see the strange secret bottom of the portal. Then didn't I turn to the king who ruled the whole world and ask him to give me permission to enter inside. But the king did not answer anything against the portal set many times larger, and it seemed that this was one of the signs that the king granted access. The little dwarf thought that this was a good sign, and then he wanted to start running to the big portal, but the boy stopped him and said that everything was not so fast. The man did not understand why the guy was stopping him because that was his goal. He said that he wanted to return the money because he got the goods he wanted for free. The guy realized that when he returns the check, the spirit contract is canceled, and because of that, he was no longer in danger. Then Jane said that it will be possible to enter the portal only when he receives permission from the king. The little dwarf got angry and said that it should have been said earlier. Jamie could not answer anything, did not understand that now he was not threatened with anything, and that was the most important thing. After that, the boy was the first to enter the mysterious portal. This place was really very strange because it seemed that it was in space, and meanwhile the dwarf finished and looked at it all. Jamie began to feel this powerful energy and powerful power. He realized that in front of him was the queen of the dark elements, Venus Jamie, that he had not felt such a strong energy for a long time. When the strong woman saw the boy, she laughed and asked if he had returned because she understood that it was the devil Wolver. Once upon a time, when Venus was traveling around the world in human form, she met the devil, who was the worst enemy of the 12 gods. She said that he was indeed a very rare man and that he was a mighty hero in a human body. She thought that was impressive. But despite all his strength, he lost the Great Fourth War and lost all his friends and comrades. Venus felt sorry for the boy, and she punched him into her own world and allowed him to use part of the shadow world, despite the fact that the gods were against it. In this world, the boy was brought to the ideal, and here one of the boy's strongest powers was created, namely black mana. And for all this, he was very grateful to the girl. But now she didn't understand what was happening to the warrior. She asked what kind of cute form it was and why he was a child. The boy explained that he did not die but was only closed, and when he woke up he realized that he was in this child's body. Venus said that it was really very strange, but she asked what happened to the boy. Jamie said that he had one big request for her because some people want to enter her world to see someone. The woman said that she would give this person permission because he was a friend of the devil. After that, Jamie signaled to the dwarf that he could enter the portal, and he was very happy. When the little man entered the portal, he remembered that he had left something in his shop. It was Avalon's band. He said it would be a really good gift for the boy because it would come in handy in his battles. He also said that this magical thing was created from a magical stone called Fontana Tarink, and that this stone is really very powerful. As it turned out, there was this holy stone in one of the planets. The man said that in the middle of this stone there is a very large amount of energy, and no one could even come close to this stone because of the deadly rush of water. Jamie said that this thing looked really expensive and asked the dwarf why he was giving it to him for free. Then the man explained that his son who died was the same age as Jamie. Because of this, he will do everything possible to see him. The man is happy that he will finally be able to see his son, and therefore, he took a step forward to the portal. Jamie thought a lot because he never knew the story of this little man. He felt really sorry for him, but he understood that he would be forced to tell him one very important piece of information. Jamie explained that everything the man sees there will only be an illusion of deception. His son will not be real, and in his place will be only the spirit of the dead. The boy closed his eyes and quietly said that this hell that the man will see will become a mini heaven for him because he will only enjoy deception for a short time. After that, some time came, and the boy finally left this dwarf's shop and left the man there alone in the portal. Jamie said that now they were ready and could go on. Siegfried was very happy because he didn't understand why the boy was so long. The man said that it was time to say goodbye to this beautiful city because they needed to move to a more important place. Jane asked the man if they were moving towards the magical world, and Siegfried confirmed it. Siegfried said that while they were going, they could talk about his story about the almighty stone and about that Valkyrie princess he knew. They walked for a really long time, and only after 2 weeks they managed to arrive at the magical world that was under their feet. Jamie was surprised because he understood that this city was cooler than he thought. Siegfried explained that the first king who was in this city built it. But suddenly Jamie realized that the city was creating some kind of strange magic circle. He did not understand what it was because he had never seen anything like that in his life. But the man said that if he tells about it, it will be really very boring. Suddenly, some strange flying metal object appeared in the air and said that the best target for the generation was Apophis. You could buy it at the pharmacy. They were walking around the city, and the boy said that the magic equipment in this place was really very cool. Siegfried confirmed that he said that the equipment was so cool that it was no different from the one in the Magic Kingdom. Siegfried said that he had to go to the store and ask Jamie to look around the city during this time because he would be in the store for a long time. After that, he gave the little boy a map and said that it would be very bad if he got lost in this place. Jamie was surprised because now in the hall he could believe that he could get lost. He walked around this city and was really very surprised because he looked at this architecture in all small details. Anna Mayer, a student at Phoenix Academy, was very worried because she promised someone to get everything before the commencement ceremony. Anna also realized that she was running late, so she needed to run very fast. It is clear that today was the ceremony, and that meant that the director and Siegfried could also go through it. She must show her magic. She thought that if she showed it, the director and Siegfried would be really impressed with her and praise her publicly for her efforts. After that, the girl started to run even faster because she wanted the teacher to praise her for her parts as soon as possible. But suddenly, she noticed a guy who was standing by himself and had no adults near him. Because of this, she began to think that he was a new student. Anna mentioned that when she was also in this place for the first time, she got lost very much and very often because the city was really very big. Meanwhile, Jamie thought about Artre. It seemed to him that if there was such a place in his native Heis, life would be many times easier. But suddenly, someone interrupted him. The girl put her bare hand on his shoulder and called the little boy to her. Jamie was very angry, so he looked at the girl with his stern look, because he did not understand at all what she wanted from him. Anna was very frightened by the stern look of the little boy, because she realized that he was something very special and scared her. After that, Jamie got even angrier and asked the girl what she wanted from him and why she was touching him. Versus Anna was very surprised. She did not understand what kind of cold energy could come from this little boy, because he was still very small in appearance and could not possess such magic. The girl didn't give any answer, so it seemed to the guy that she didn't want anything anymore, and because of that, he said that he was leaving. Then the girl asked the boy to stop for a second. She asked him if he was a student at the Phoenix Academy, but the boy did not understand what kind of academy the girl told him about after that. Instead of taking the boy's hand and saying that there was no time to behave so slowly. She said that the entrance ceremony would begin soon. Jamie was really very surprised and didn't understand why this strange girl picked on him if she wanted him. This girl took James with her because he had nothing to do in this place and it was very boring. But when they ran closer to Phoenix Academy, the boy was surprised because it was not that such a girl could study in such an academy. In the middle of the academy, it was really very beautiful. There were a lot of portraits with different men that Jamie didn't know. The girl brought the little boy to the big hall. She said that it was the Hall of Amel, which was not supposed to start the entrance ceremony of all students. Anna asked the boy what he thought about it, and it seemed that the boy was really very impressed by all this. But Jaime said that he was starting to tire gradually. Suddenly, the girl did not expect it and started congratulating the boy that he was admitted to classes. But the boy was very surprised and said that he was not a student. Suddenly, she thought about her violation, which was very important for her at that moment. The guy did not understand what was happening at all, because the girl left him at one point and ran very quickly, saying that she had very important business. Jamie understood that he also needed to go, because soon the seventh elder would be looking for him all over the city, and it would be very bad. When he turned, he saw Leon Simon in front of him. He was very surprised if they did not understand at all what Jamie was doing at this prestigious academy. Versus Jamie didn't recognize the boy at all and only asked who he was and what he wanted from him. It seemed to him that today was a very strange day indeed. Leon, in turn, could not believe that Jamie had not forgotten the terrible incident that happened between them when they were at Count Simon's ball. The boy said that he had had some terrible nightmares up until now, which were connected with magic and with that terrible incident. But after the Welton family left, he began to teach his son magic as Jamie had advised him. In the beginning, everything was fine, but everything started to fall into place because the boy managed to use magic. The man was very happy that his son was doing well, so he said that he can go to the same academy where he can learn to take more. The boy could not believe that he would have to fight against Jamie because he was extremely strong. But suddenly, Jamie interrupted his thoughts and said that because he answered his question, then Leon introduced himself to the boy. Then Jamie began to remember Count Simon and his monstrous sons whom he had met in the great palace. Jamie also mentioned that he told Count Simon to train him, and now the boy was already third rank. It was really not bad. The boy was very scared and could not believe that Jamie also entered the same academy as him. Jamie said that it was a really bad layer and he wasn't going to do that. Siegfried came up behind him and asked Jamie what he was doing here. Then suddenly the same girl, Anna, came running, and she was very surprised that the teacher came to them. Other students also recognized their head teacher, but the man, because it was even worse because he didn't like to be so popular. Siegfried had a lot of children, and because of that they had to go. LJ did not ask if Anna was also his student, but the man said that it was not true. After that, they used teleportation and disappeared, and the girl was very worried because she could not understand why the teacher left her. It seemed to her that this man was really terrible because he did not want to publicly admit that she was his student. But suddenly the boy with red hair said that Jamie was really a very terrible boy. Anna was very surprised and asked if the boy was talking about that little boy who was with the teacher. Then he explained that it was Jamie Welton, and that he was actually a monster because it seemed that he was the most talented man on this planet. But the girl just laughed because she said that the name Jamie was really very funny and did not understand who calls their children that way. Penetrated. She realized that this guy's last name was Welton and that her situation was radically changing. She realized what a big mistake she had made to bring the guy here. Then the events are transferred to one of the rooms of a large and powerful university, a large hall for a conference. Everything in this academy was very expensive because the academy itself was prestigious and was called Felix. There were a lot of men sitting at a big round table, and they said that they finally managed to see a new guy. The fourth elder, Raymond Flores, said that he was very happy. But third elder Heroyal Serpent denied the man's words and said that there was no need to exaggerate Jamie Welton's strength. Then the sixth elder, Adelhard Vivian, said that the man was only afraid that the 10-year-old boy would be able to catch up and even surpass his level of his magic. The fifth historical Luca Friesel said that they all need to calm down and do not need to fight over such simple things because they will not lead to anything. But Adelhard asked the man if she said something wrong. The man with dark hair scattered and said that women were the same and could not think. Suddenly, a man told them all to calm down immediately and said that they couldn't expose their guest in a shameful way, so they needed to gather. After that, the second elder, Marcus Linmel, said that theirs is coming, and because of that they will need to be very careful and prepare well. After that, The door to the meeting room opened and a small boy entered there who said that he was very pleased to meet everyone. The boy was very confident indeed and said that he was Jamie Welton and also the first son of King Welton. Everyone who was in the room was very surprised, but realized that this boy was at least 6th rank, but he was only about 9 years old. Marcus said that the boy grew up very fast, and because of this he could not even compare him with his surface appearance because he had changed radically. I understand that it happened as he expected, and then all the elders came and they were all higher than him. But not all of them were of a very strong level. There was one man who was many times weaker and was in a dark suit. The guy understood that this man was the 6th rank, and because of his complexes to rise and level, the man himself was very angry because Jamie was stronger than him. After that, Marcus smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now the boy has clearly become stronger than the other. Jamie also said hello and said that it all happened because he used his breathing technique. The elders also never found out that the boy was studying martial arts with a sword. They said that he actually had very good results because he was very talented in everything. Cheap thanked them for their support and said that next time he would ask for sparring. When the hero found out about it, he laughed and said that only those who do not know how to use their magic ask for sparring. Marcus got angry and asked the man to be more careful with his words. After that, Jamie looked at the man with a stern look and said that his father was the one who did physical training with him. After that, the 3rd elder began to see the boy and told him that he had something else in mind. Jamie also said that the man did not express himself very well, and often he did not understand him. After that, suddenly a man with a big beard said that the 3rd elder was very wrong. Onfien was the royal teacher, was one of the 2 official grand mages of the kingdom. He said that it was better for Jamie and the 3rd elder not to fight. Onfien was called the Sky Mage, and this name was given to him because of his ability to control the weather. Then the man thanked one boy for accepting their offer to come into this world, and he said that from today the boy will be part of their team, and they will all treat him very well, but he called him a little boy. When Siegfried heard this, he was very indignant. He said that the boy was already of the 6th rank and he was no longer small, so there was no need to communicate with him like that. The man understood that he had made a mistake and therefore apologized to Jamie for his dear words. Then the man said that if he could have his way, he would immediately support the research center. But he said that he will not do this because those who do not work should not play their game. He also explained that this was the main rule that had to be followed in the magical world. Onfien turned to the little guy and asked what he thought about it. Jamie was surprised because he did not expect that he would be asked. The man continued his monologue and asked the boy if he could become a person of the magical world, but Jamie could not believe what the man was saying. After that, they left the large and practical Phoenix Academy and went outside with Siegfried. Siegfried saw that something was wrong with the little guy, so he asked if he was too bad at this conference, but did he say that in principle everything was fine? Onfien told Siegfried that their academy always needed very talented boys, and Siegfried understood what this strong man was implying. After that, he said that he wanted Jamie to become a professor for 1 month. When Jamie found out about this, he was very surprised because he did not expect such an offer. Onfien said that the boys agreed with him, and because of this, he said that Siegfried would help to be a professor. Siegfried understood that these words really angered the boy, and because of this, he wanted to go and take revenge on those terrible men who made such a decision. But Jamie started to stop him and said that everything was fine. Then the man said that Jamie could always tell him if he had any problems or if he felt bad. Even though he was the director, he could do anything. But then Jamie laughed or said that the man forgot about the induction ceremony even though he was the director. Siegfried explained that he had very important reasons for this. He said that he swore that he would never have a second student again, and these words shocked Jamie. After that, the events are transferred to a completely different place where in some years there was brilliant magic. It was some strange guy with dark hair around whom a lot of children were sitting and watching him activate his strong magic. At that moment, the students began to repeat everything that the teacher showed, and luckily, she managed to create magic in her hands as well. But the teacher paid attention to everyone. He only paid attention to the girl with blonde hair and put his hand on her head. The boy with red hair was very disappointed. After that, the boy went home and sat alone in his room late at night. The boy was very upset and said that he never succeeded in anything, and because of this, he thought that he was a terrible magician. But something changed his terrible thoughts. As it turned out, it was some strange hand that touched his shoulders. As it turned out, it was the same teacher. He said that there was no need to hurry with exhibitions and said that he could learn it little by little with her. After some time, the little guy also managed to get magic and was very happy that everything worked out for him. The man was very happy that his students succeeded in everything, and because of that, he started to celebrate together with his other students. It was really a very pleasant moment. As it turned out, the teacher was Jamie. He said that in the end, these 8 students needed to see him leave them. The boy walked forward and heard how behind him the students were very happy and went to follow their teacher to learn new magic from him. He said that he will become a professor only for 1 month, and therefore he will not have the same problems that he had in his past life when he was a teacher. After that, something really terrible happened at the Phoenix Academy in the girls' building. The girl with red hair was very surprised because she could not believe that her friend could not recognize Jamie Welton himself. Anna told that she took this guy by the hand and pulled her along. Her friend was simply amazed by this story. She wanted the same to happen to. Then Anna asked why her friend was making money with Sir Jamie because they were all very young. But the girl got angry and couldn't believe how Anna could ask such a question. Then she explained that Sir Jamie was their star. She was like just in love with the boy. She said that he was the best man on the planet and the most talented boy in history. She also added that the boy was a saint of the goddess Pyro and was the only one in the Welton family. But Anna said that she didn't know anything about it. She was really bored listening to all this information from her friend, so she said that she was going to study. But suddenly the girl with red hair told that Evan Beta became many times better in his studies after sitting the supplement. Anna was very surprised because she said that this boy wanted to leave the academy because of his grades. The girl said that she bought 1 supplement for herself and also bought 1 supplement for Anna. She hoped that they would help a lot. But Anna refused her friend and said that she was fine without supplements. She wanted to do everything herself, but her friend still drank a whole bottle of supplements. After that, she offered Anya to go with her to the cafeteria, but the girl refused and said that she had to study. The Phoenix Academy was a mage academy founded by Amlet Festus, a great mage who helped found the Seldom Kingdom. The Fakes Academy was considered the most famous academy in the magical world because it had a very long history and had been working for a very long time, and because of this, thousands of graduates became the best requirements in the world. After that, the event is transferred to some other place where the god of men is behind your hair. He said that he was finally glad to meet and introduced himself as the Deputy Director Javelin Cutter. He said that it was a part for him to communicate with such a respectable person as Jamie because he was very talented. The guy smiled and said that it was also a great honor for him, and he was very happy to meet the man. After that, he left the room and headed somewhere else in his new white suit. He walked into a room with environmental men and was told he was Jamie Welton, a temporary professor. After that, he smiled and asked the other professors to take care of him because he still knew very little. The professor was really impressed that they couldn't believe that the boy could be so young, but that's how the youngest professor in the Phoenix Academy appeared. When other people heard the boy's name, they were very surprised and could not believe that it was the same famous young man. Jamie smiled and said that he was the same boy from the royal family who was supposed to be the most talented on the planet. After that, a boat approached him and said that he would first take him to the office for a consultation, and Jamie agreed to do it. They went to the counseling office, and the man explained to the little boy that they assign classes depending on the student's skills, explained that they were the same age, and what was important was what kind of strength a person had. He said that there were only 3 classes. The first class included the primary, the second, the middle, and the third, the higher, and in turn they were also divided into alpha, beta, and gamma. Cater said that Jamie will teach Alpha Elementary School. After that, the man said that the boy should choose the subjects with which he would lead. He said that it would be very good if the boy took some very difficult subject that he would be able to explain to the students. The boy was really confused. He understood that he was sure of dark magic, but he never could teach anyone, because he was only born with this ability. The boy understood why he had to go back and make a really very good decision. Then he realized that he needed to go back to when he was called an endless leader, and that would help him in many areas. After that, he put his hand on one subject and pulled it out. He said that he liked this subject the most and that he would teach the students exactly this. The man said that it was really a very interesting choice. He said that he would look forward to seeing how the boy would teach this subject to his students. The boy understood that for a task that was already 300 years old, the conditions in which he would teach it were not the worst. But suddenly the boy's thoughts were interrupted by something very strange. It was a girl who looked in and returned the attention of the talented student. As it turned out, that night's name was Sophia, and she was a professor at Phoenix Academy. She approached the boy and asked if his name was Jamie Welton. The guy confirmed this after that. Other people started to surround him. They were really very impressed and said that they heard a lot of stories about the guy, about how he fought against demons and other evil creatures. They also said that the guy's hair looked really very beautiful and a lot talked about him. After that, they pulled out a piece of paper and asked the guy to give them an autograph. So he was the most talented guy on the planet. But Jamie was shocked because he didn't understand why they were acting so strange in the first place. Then Cutter came and brought with him another old man in blue. He said that Jamie was in this room, but when they entered the room, they were very surprised because they only saw a crowd of people who surrounded Jamie and who asked the guy for an autograph. Then Professor Cather tried to push his way through the crowd and said that the other professors needed to calm down because it would be very bad if they continued to behave like this. After that, they all left the room, and the man said to the little guy that all the professors were very confused because for them it was a very big event because Jamie was very popular, but the little guy couldn't believe it. Then the man explained to him that he was a genius, magic, holy, and just a powerful guy from the Royal de Velton. After that, the events are transferred to the original wing of the Phoenix Academy building, where the Alpha class was located. A boy named Finn, who was 12 years old, asked the student why she looked so tired and did she study all night again. The girl said that she studied a lot because she wanted to become many times stronger and transfer to another class. Finn confirmed this and said that he also wanted to be smarter and took out a bottle with the same potion. The girl was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the guy also started using this potion to vomit stronger, and it seemed that it was just dishonest. But her thoughts were interrupted by a guy with red hair who behaved very impudently. It seemed to the guy that no one in this building could be as fat as him, and no one would have a chance that he was the strongest and the best, and today he will show his talent and move to a higher level. Anna wanted to be very leading and asked the red-haired boy if they had already seen each other today, but the boy was very indignant because he did not understand why she called him red-haired. The girl pretended that everything was fine and said that she was very pleased to meet the boy and asked what his name was. The boy quietly answered that his name was Leon Simon. When other people heard this, they were very surprised because they understood that he came from the same respectable Simon family. But the boy liked it very much. It seemed to him that they were simply many times weaker than him, and because of that they betrayed him and his family. But it seemed to him that today was the last day when he saw them because today was supposed to be the last day that he was at this level. But the girl only smiled and said that the boy was the son of Count Simon. After that, she said that he could ask her anything that he did not know. After which the teacher entered the large class and asked the students how they were doing and how they were in their mood. All of you children were very happy and said that everything was very good with them and they were ready for the lesson. After that, the teacher said that he wanted to introduce the students to someone very important and asked Jamie to enter the middle. Jamie obeyed the man, opened the large wooden door and entered the large classroom. When Simon saw the boy, he was very surprised, because he couldn't understand why the boy was doing what he was doing here. When other people saw the color of the boy's hair, they were very surprised. It seemed to me that it was simply impossible because only family members had such a color. After that, the man introduced Jamie Welton to them and said that he would be their new professor today and would teach them for a whole month. Everyone was really very surprised because no one expected that this was possible. They understood that it was the same Jamie Welton that they were talking about. Yes, there are strong and famous legends. They thought that it was only a dream. They all wanted to come closer and at least talk or touch him because they thought that this guy was a legend and was the strongest in the world. The old professor understood that the situation was very bad, so he began to cover Jamie with his back and asked all the children to calm down. But the boy wasn't scared at all. He just raised his finger to his mouth and started using silence magic and told the children to shut up. After that, suddenly, a very strange sound wave started throughout the class, which was very similar to magic, and no one understood what it was. After that, the children could not speak at all, and the boy said that they behaved really terribly because they created a very bad impression on you in front of the respected professor, and because of this, they will not be treated worse. But Simon only got angry and could not understand why the boy did not call himself a respected professor, because he was many times smaller than him. For this, Jamie said that from the first day they disappointed him very much, but he would still give them a chance to make amends and said that they should guess the items that he would lead them to. One of the students asked if it was going to be stichenology, but the guy said it wasn't. Then another student asked if it was an analysis of the history of magic, but the guy denied that too. Jamie can't believe such useless subjects even exist. After that, suddenly Anna decided to also try to guess what subject Jamie would teach her and raised her hand up. The girl said that the boy was very strong and because of this he had to teach them some non-standard subject like magic circles or energy that came from the core of the earth. When Jamie saw this girl, he was very surprised because he realized that she was the same girl with whom he went to the induction ceremony. He was also very surprised because he did not understand why she was in the alpha class because she did not have much mana. The guy said that the girl was right and she had very good analytical skills. She was very happy because she understood that she finally got respect from such a great professor. Meanwhile, Simon was very upset because he understood that Jamie had been waiting for the girl. She did not understand who she was in general. After that, the head professor said that the meeting was over for today and asked the students to work very hard today. All the students left and Jamie too. He went to the teacher's office and sat down on a chair to rest, realized that classes start tomorrow and he will have to teach the first lesson together with the previous professor. The boy realized that the professor who introduced the magic circles was Keniak Azir, and he was of the 5th rank and was the author of many articles. But suddenly he was very surprised when he learned that this man was the apprentice of the serpent hero. After that, a female professor approached him. I said that the boy needs to be more careful and he apologized to her. Then the girl who later said that this man had a lot of inferiority complexes. Because of this, he had a very bad mood and said bad things. Then Jamie thanked Professor Sophia for telling him about it. He said he appreciated her too. Suddenly, the girl unexpectedly asked the guy to give her an autograph and it really impressed him. But suddenly the same man came up to them and I will be annoyed because to check them the woman is asking the little guy for his autograph. He said that it was forbidden to do this in the teacher's office. The woman began to apologize and said that everything was not as the man thought, but the professor was very angry. He said that she should leave the room immediately. Then the boy pulled his hand to the man because he wanted to get to know him. But the man asked if it was true that he, years old, learned to wield a sword. He said that it was good that the boy was so talented, but he needed to prepare. After that, he made the boy by his shoulder, and his face became very angry, and he said loudly that he will not be nice to him. But the boy took the man's hand and his key and said that he expected this and was not afraid of him at all because he knew everything about him. The next morning, events began to happen very quickly, and some men were standing. Then one girl who was in the hall said that the ghost professor is leaving, and that's why we need to be ready when we eat. After that, a man with Jamie entered the office very quickly. The professor was very angry with the student and said that if she called him that again, he would punish her very much. And meanwhile, Jamie behind him started laughing. After that, the professor once again added that Jamie Welton would become a temporary teacher and would teach them a subject called magic circles. He said that even geniuses have a hard time teaching students. That's why he will conduct a test today. Jamie understood what was happening and why the man was doing it. After that, leaves began to appear above all the students, and the man said that today they will study 6-star magic. Jamie realized that the man had prepared really well for the lesson, and now he was interested in how good he really was at it. He said that for the circles that are used very often, there is a formula for the cast of the 6-star circles. The moon, the sun, and the stars are usually used. The professor raised his hand and said that the stars were the galaxy, and the sun was the world, and the moon was the world's night. And then it could be called a centralized magic circle, but it depended on the wishes of magic. The students were really very surprised when the man said that the symbol will change as well as the power depending on the position of this symbol. After reinstallation, it will not be possible to move it, so from the very beginning, you need to think about where you need to place the symbol. And he also added that there is no specific way to find the most effective place. He said that all professors study this too and cannot find it. Suddenly, Jamie intervened in the conversation and said that he had a method for arranging the shapes so that it was as efficient as possible. The professor was very angry and asked the boy what this method was. Then Jamie explained that it was only possible to simply draw guides. After that, he created a logical circle and began to draw a line with his finger. He told all the students to look at him. After that, the guide drew another line and said that these were guides, and the sun could be placed on one side, and the moon could be placed just opposite the sun. However, the professor only laughed and said that the form of his magic circle was destroyed. He asked the boy, as such a genius, how could he not know the banal basics in this matter? After that, he said that the wine can erase it in any case, and he will do it. The guy explained that if they think and look at things from the other side, then everything will be much easier than they think about. He said that first you need to put the symbols where they want, and after that you could confirm these lines that helped him direct the objects. And after that you will be able to connect everything, and if you do this, then you will not need to draw the circle from scratch, and all that will remain is to correct its location. The guy also added that it was necessary to add another layer, and that was the end of his technique. All the students in the hall were really very impressed. They thought that it was simply impressive and the guy was really a genius. Anna was very surprised and thought that it was impossible because the little boy had just destroyed the foundations of the magic circles. The man lifted his head up and saw strange objects. He was not surprised now because he understood that this was a discovery that would change the whole story. He was really very confused, and it seemed to him that as soon as the boy opened a new path in magic, it seemed to him that it was simply impossible. After that, the man began to touch with his finger. All these objects created by the boy, it seemed to him that it was really unreal because he completely destroyed the foundations of the magic circle. He was actually surprised that the boy had only changed the circle by simply adding another layer. He understood that little Jamie was truly a genius of his own. But then the husband still said that it was too early for him to do such difficult things because he did not have enough experience yet. The students were very confused and did not understand what was happening at all. It seemed that their head professor only wanted to anger Jamie. The magic circle became a symbol for the second magic circle. He also said that if space allows, the circle can be expanded to infinity, and the effect improves several times more. Magic in his past life. Jamie was very happy because he understood that he had done this in his previous life, and now he would have no problem explaining new techniques and knowledge to young students. Then he turned to Professor Keniak and asked what he thought about all these thoughts and observations of the boy. But the man did not respond at all. He was in complete shock, because he had never heard of anything like this. It seemed to him that the boy had created something unreal. Then the boy decided to continue and said that this is only a visual demonstration. You need to learn how to use layers, and before the next lesson, the students need to practice laying out 2-star circles. Simon was really shocked how a boy could do such things. He thought it was all a terrible show. After that, Jamie started to look at the chairs where all the students of his interesting were sitting, or all the students were present in his lesson. Then he looked at Anna and realized that she was a person who definitely wanted to try, because she was very hard-working and diligent. When the students had a break, they only talked about their new professor. They were really shocked because they realized that he was a real genius and was able to shock even their former teacher. But Count Simon's son didn't care. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He just wanted to use his magic to try to achieve the same results as Jamie. The girl was still sitting next to Leon and was very surprised because it seemed to her that the boy had just managed to create a layer of magic. But the boy just remained silent, and he was disappointed because he only managed to repeat very little of what he showed that he... But at that moment, Leon began to look at the girl because he did not understand that she was working at all, why she was doing this. It seemed to him that she was doing something stupid because she started trying to create a multi-layered magic circle, but she missed the layering. Leon decided to approach the girl and show her how to do it all correctly. He took her by the shoulder and scared her very much. But the girl was just very disappointed and didn't understand why she couldn't do anything. And she accidentally hit the guy with her head very hard. The guy was really in a lot of pain. That's why he stepped aside. But the girl didn't notice him. She was just very divorced and didn't understand. Nothing worked for her. But Leon got very angry because he just realized that the girl just ignored him and even hit him and didn't even try to apologize. After that, the events are transferred to the corridor of the elementary building where the man met Professor Jamie and Professor Keniak. He was very interested in how their first lesson went, so we stopped to talk with them about this topic. Professor Keniak said that the first lesson went really well, and he really encouraged Jamie because he couldn't believe that the man could say positive things. Cater laughed. He said that he had never heard Professor Keniak be so cheerful and optimistic. But suddenly the professor became serious and said that he had very important business for him. Professor Cater was very surprised. He already understood that the man ran very quickly towards his office. He said that he should come to their meeting today. Then Jamie said that the man did not have inferiority syndrome, and his lesson was really not bad. From that moment, he began to change his opinion about the professor. Someone interrupted the basis of his thoughts. As it turned out, it was Anna together with Leon. Jamie was very angry because he understood what they needed, why they were looking for him. The girl explained that she was trying to create a magic circle that the teacher showed, but for some reason she seemed to combine all the objects. After that, the guy pointed to the moon and said that it should be moved in this direction, but the girl said that she had already done it. After that, Jamie said that the moon should also meet with the sun in this magic circle and pointed to it all. Then the girl understood the boy's words and asked him if she needed to erase it all and merge all the objects, and she started doing everything. But as the boy said, when she put everything together, she finally managed to create the same thing that Professor Jamie managed to create today in class. When Jamie saw this, he was surprised because he saw joy on the girl's face. Leon was also very surprised because he didn't understand how the girl managed to do it at all because he just tried it too. But he didn't succeed. Then Anna was very scared because she saw the surprised faces of the men and thought that she had done something wrong. Then an angry Leon came up to her and asked what she was doing just now and how she managed to do it in the first place because he didn't succeed. He was really very angry. He said that it was simply impossible and the girl was just lucky to create it. Anna said that she only repeated the actions of the professor and did everything correctly, and after that she managed to create. When the boy heard these words, he was very surprised. He couldn't believe that if someone could just repeat and get a good result, it seemed to him that only he could be the best. Jamie was also pleasantly surprised because he understood that this figure created by the girl was not perfect, but she managed to get a very difficult element. He understood that this girl really had talent because not everyone would succeed in repeating such difficult actions. So he understood that he needed to inform Siegfried about this. The boy decided not to waste time and went straight to the director's office. He knocked and entered the elder Siegfried. The man was very glad that Jamie visited him. When the boy saw the iron fragments, he asked the man what he wanted to do with them. He replied that he was going only for experiments and it was very difficult for him to use many because they were very rare. But the man said it didn't matter, and he asked why the boy came to see him, and James said he wanted to show him something. After that, the boy started to create the same magic sphere and said that he demonstrated this lesson to all the students today. When Siegfried saw this, he was very surprised. He did not understand how the boy created it, but Jamie explained that he was not doing it to brag. But the guy said that there was more important news, that one of those students she managed to repeat all this despite the fact that he did not fully explain how to create it. Because of this, she had very strong abilities. Jamie said that she really had very good skills because she repeated such a difficult figure only when he looked at her. Then he asked the man why he did not teach this student. Siegfried said that he also saw that the girl was very diligent and loved magic. It seemed to him that they had no talent for magic at all, so he advised her to become a magical scientist in order to achieve something. But the boy said that Anna wanted to become very strong and she was looking for a teacher to help her improve her skills and her magic. The man said that no one took the girl in despite the fact that she was diligent. Everyone understood that the girl had no talent, and because of this, she would not develop. The man said that everything they did might seem really rude, but they only invested their time and money in students who could have very good opportunities. Jamie understood that there was no point in continuing this conversation. Then he thanked the man for wasting his precious time on him, but Siegfried said that it was not a problem for him. After that, they began to be silent, and the boy headed for the exit because he understood that he no longer had any topic to talk about. Jamie was about to leave the room, but suddenly Siegfried called him to him. He said that he sees all the experiences of the boy and asked him why he should not take Anna under his wing and teach her. Siegfried also said that they were about the same age and the girl was quite somatic, but the boy just closed the door and said that he would not do that. After that, he left the office and walked down the corridor and stopped by some wall to think. What I didn't understand was that he was forced to be a professor, and he didn't know at all how he could now publicly teach someone in such a simple academy. On the day when the boy lost all his friends who fought with them, it seemed to him that he would be able to defeat the evil gods with his own hands without the help of others. And at that moment, he decided not to let anyone get close to him anymore and not to trust anyone else in his life. He decided not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. He also thought about the fact that Anna was a very smart child, so she could find a way for herself. Jamie realized that she didn't need to do anything with them. Besides, he wasn't mentally ready for it. From that moment, a week came, and then the events are transferred to the training hall where the professor was, and the students said that today they had a mana check. The professor said that there were rumors that there were a lot of blue students in the beta class, and he was interested in what would happen in this class and what the situation would be. Finn whispered into Anya's ear that the man was talking about the second class. It was the same class that passed last year last. The guy explained that Becky told him about it and she came to the first grade. When the girl heard about it, she was surprised. After that, The teacher asked for it to come out and tried to be the first to do everything possible to surprise him. The boy was very focused, and so he produced a large magic bow and was already ready to aim and shoot. After that, the boy shot, and a very strange, strong blue magic arrow appeared with a lot of lightning around it. It was very fast and flew at the target. This arrow began to create a very large and strong evening around itself when it hit the target. The device that measured power showed more than 2,000, and it was very powerful. The teacher was very surprised and understood that it was impressive because it was more than enough to completely destroy the target. The students were also very surprised that the boy scored more than 2,000 points. They understood that Leon was a very strong competitor for them. Anna was also very impressed because she said that for the first time in her life she saw such a powerful result. It seemed that the guy used some kind of chemistry, but the guy only looked at the girl and laughed. It seemed to him that the girl was really very stupid and many times weaker than him. Meanwhile, the teacher was very scared because he understood that now she needed a new target because the boy was completely destroying her. Then Finn decided to try, said that he was in very good shape today and asked the girl to carefully follow what he was doing now. The Finn said that he will have really good results because he dropped the same potion today with Apophis in the morning. He created a magic bow just like Leon did and began to aim at the target. But suddenly something else started to happen with the boy's eyes, and it was really very strange. They started to glow and look in different directions. No one understood what was happening. Anna saw this. I was very scared, and the guy seemed to be feeling very bad. Regardless, the boy still shot his arrow and hit the target and created a magic circle. The device that measured the force showed only 860. The teacher said that this was a good result for the boy, and if he applies a little more force in the future, he will be able to move into the middle category. The boy was very happy because he understood that when he shot last time his score was only 400. His friends also started congratulating him because they understood that he had made great progress. But Anna alone was not happy for the boy. She kept thinking about the same moment she saw, and it seemed that something was wrong with the boy's eyes. After that, the teacher said that finally it was Anna's turn and she had to take her position. The girl created a magic bow and prepared to shoot her magic arrow from it. But suddenly she began to have bad thoughts. She began to think about what would happen if her results did not increase, and it seemed that she was working too little. But the girl then said that she just needs to believe in herself, and then everything will be fine. And then she shot right at the target. But unfortunately, the girl only managed to get 240 points. When the girl found out about it, she was very disappointed because she understood that it was the same as last time. Leon just stood aside and mocked the girl because he understood that now he showed her that he was the strongest here among all. After that, the events are transferred to the office where the man met Professor Jamie. Jamie was surprised because he didn't expect to meet Professor Cutter. The man asked the little guy if he was going to go home. Then the man exchanged the boy for his shoulder and said that he was very glad that he managed to do it. He also said that if Professor Jamie had any problems or needed anything, he could turn to him. That when the man put his hand on him, a strange blue magic appeared. But Professor Cather said that the third elder was calling him at the moment, and because of that, he would have to go. Jamie understood that the third elder was the same man who was always in a bad mood. Professor Cater explained that the man was a substitute, and today they had a very important meeting. Jamie was surprised. He did not expect that the man could have such an important role. The boy understood that the world had changed a little, and now there were completely different rules and symbols in all these circles. After that, a small boy suddenly came to him. Jamie was surprised because he didn't know what class this boy was. It seemed to him that he was from the second beta class. It was shown that this boy looked really bad. It seemed to him that this kid studied too much, and even if he has no talent, he will simply die because he studies too much. But after that, the boy turned around and realized that he had nothing to do with this kid and could do nothing. Then the events are transferred to the head director's office. A man knocked on the door and said that it was Cater. But suddenly the door opened and Professor Caniac came out of this door. The man was very surprised and did not understand what Professor Kaniak was doing there. He asked the professor what he was doing here, but the man just walked on and did not give any answer. Professor Cater was angry with the man and did not understand why he behaves like this with him and is not friends at all. In his hands, the man was holding a very large folder with a lot of papers in it. Suddenly, from this strange notebook, one of the photos that was between the pages of this notebook fell to the ground. This photo fell to the very bottom, and as it turned out, in this photo there was a little girl with gray hair. Then the events are transferred back to Felix Academy, where there were a lot of students and where one of the girls was standing next to the column. It was Anna. She was very disappointed in herself because she understood that the people around her were making some kind of progress, but she was not succeeding in anything. She really couldn't believe that this was her max. She wanted to grow even more, and it seemed like she needed to drink the same thing that Finn drank. But suddenly, Jamie appeared. He was always surprised because he understood why the girl was standing there by the column alone and did not talk to anyone. The guy realized that this girl causes him too many problems and makes him constantly think about himself, so he decided to turn around and go to her. The guy came closer to the girl and asked if she was worried about something because she looked very bad. Anna was very scared and did not understand what the professor wanted from her. But then she decided to tell how it was and said that they had evaluated Mana and her results had not changed at all according to the results of last year. When the guy found out about it, he really understood that the girl had no talent for magic. Because of this, she had big problems. But the girl burst into tears. She said that she will not give up and will become a great magician. And sooner or later, she will create a big family. She said that she will do everything in order to achieve the result. This confidence impressed the boy very much because he had never met such persistent people. The guy was scared because he was afraid that he might repeat the mistakes from his past life, but he still decided that he needed to act. After that, suddenly he just stepped aside and started heading for the exit. The boy said that this girl's confidence really impressed him, and he said that if she was really so confident, then she should come to him tomorrow in the teacher's room. After that, the boy went outside and went towards the tower. It was the Tower of the Blue Mages. Then the boy entered the building. He was looking for Marquis Linmel's laboratory. It seemed to him that it was upstairs. But suddenly, a man came up to the little boy and greeted him and asked him what he needed. Jamie explained that he came here to see the master of this tower. But suddenly, the girl smiled and said that it is not so easy to meet the master of the tower either. She asked why he needed to do this. But the guy got angry and told the woman to just tell the master of the tower that Jamie Welton had come to him. At first, the nice woman just smiled, but then she realized who the guy really was. After that, she was very scared and ran to the door and said that it was the office of the master of the tower. Jamie thanked him and said that the woman should not be scared. However, when the boy entered here, he was very surprised for them to believe what he saw. He saw that books were scattered around and did not understand what was happening at all. It seemed to him that something was really wrong. But suddenly he heard some very strange voice that asked him if it seemed to him that it was very dirty here. Jamie was very scared because I don't understand where he heard this voice from, but he understood that this voice filled everything around with mana. But then suddenly the same man that the boy was looking for appeared from above and asked why Jamie came to him. The boy was very scared because he did not expect that the old man could be from above. Jamie noted that the man had very little time because he was engaged in his research work, but Linmer explained that despite his terrible schedule, he would find convenient time for the boy. But you have a boyfriend. I looked in the middle of the table and saw a very strange open book with some pictures. I asked the man what it was. The old man explained that he studied magic to decentralize the god of war Janus. You said that he could have very serious problems. He explained that learning this magic was not so easy, and because of that, he needed a lot of time because he had a lot of problems. Jamie understood that when this magic was finished, then the war with the Church of Janus would begin. But then the man sat down at the table and asked the boy what brought him because he came here not to ask him about his magic. The boy explained that he wanted to teach Anna Miser money to breathe. The old man was very surprised or did not understand why Jamie was doing this. That man said, does he understand the boy, because the girl studied very hard, but she could only reach a maximum of 5 in the morning. Because of that, the man could not allow the boy to interfere with her. But then the boy asked the man if he would allow him to do it if he promised to do a very strong magician with the girl. But at these words, the old man became very angry and said that the boy was making a very big mistake because he himself was only of the 6th rank and he could not create someone else for him. The man said that this girl will not achieve great results. The maximum we can achieve is the 5th level of magic, but this will be the maximum level. So the guy does not need to set stupid goals that he will never achieve. But the boy said that he heard the man. But despite this, he is still not going to give up and will think about something else. The boy also thought that the multi-level 3-layer magic circle from his past life was not enough to destroy the powerful 12 gods. It seemed to the man that the boy wanted to create a second perspective of magic, but he said that it was impossible, so he asked the boy not to even do it. But the guy said that the cause of all this could be very strong pressure, and if you take it away, the situation can change. He said that even a small child can do it. The elder got angry and offered the boy a duel. He said that if he liked the result, then he would allow Anna to teach breathing mana. But Jamius the product said that he liked the offer very much, and after that he started to take out his sword. The old man decided to give the boys an advantage and said that the first blow was his. But the boy told the old man that he will regret it very soon because he makes a very big mistake that gives him an advantage. Near this, he began to activate the magic around him, and the young man began to be showered with blue magic, and many blue lightnings appeared. He wanted to be very sure that he would succeed, so he began to use, and from the very beginning, the VLAN 100 Cs technique formation, he began to repeat everything that the teacher had shown, and luckily, the boy managed to do it all because he was now a pro in this matter. Then the boy decided to start attacking, and started running with his magic towards the man to hit us hard. Thanks to his magic, Jamie ran very quickly to the old man and thereby shocked him very much because he could not understand how the boy got to him so quickly. But the elder just smiled and created a yellow magic shield and said that the boy would never be able to break through it. Jamie also understood that he could not achieve anything with ordinary magic, so he began to use magic called the Hand of Destruction. Then he made another attack directly at the man's shield. He wanted to destroy it very quickly so that he could finally start attacking the man because then he would have some chance. In addition to this magic, he also began to use others, and after that he began to succeed. When the man saw it, he was very scared. He did not understand how he managed it. Realized that the boy had completely destroyed his magic shield, even though no one had managed to do it before. And because of that, he praised the boy for his good work. He said that he really tried very hard. When the boy destroyed his shield, the man suddenly appeared in another place with his protection. This really hit the boy very hard. He understood that it was only a dummy of the man, and because of this he needed to attack even harder. He called Chernish and said that the man was too strong for him, and because of that, he needed help with the world of attention and the world of space. He created the same magical space with which he managed to create a multiple effect, and because of this, many copies of him appeared that he could control. He wanted to hit all at once, and because of that, they started using all different magic such as fire magic, earth lightning, and other realms to enhance one hit. After that, they all attacked the man at the same time, and because of this, there was a very big explosion right in the center. The old man looked at his shield and realized that it had large cracks, and because of that, he was a very big threat, but he just wanted to pretend like that. Jane understood that he could not destroy the man after this time, so he needed to add even more strength and concentrate all his magic in one point. After that, with the help of his other doppelgangers, he began to carry blows and destroy the man's other shields, and after that, yellow magic began to fly around. After this strong impact, there was a very heavy smoke and no one could see if the old man survived, so Jamie decided to head towards him. Jamie realized that his clone magic took a lot of mana from him, and because of that, if he continues to do it, he will have big problems and not enough energy. So it needs to end. Suddenly a man came out of the thick fog and everything was fine with him, and he said that the guy fought really well, but it wasn't enough. However, the boy kept laughing and said that the man did not manage to completely restore the back of your cloak. The elder laughed and didn't understand what the boy was talking about. Then he looked back and saw that part of his cloak started to smoke. Then the man with a smile on his face said that he just zoomed in too much and didn't have time to look behind his cloak. And meanwhile, Jamie was very disappointed because he understood that, at this rate, he wouldn't do anything to the man at all. Suddenly the man took his powerful weapon in his hands and said that those endless blows of Jamie really affected him. But now it was the boy's turn to defend himself. Jamie understood that the man was going to hit him very hard now because he had a stronger level, and because of that he simply had no choice. Suddenly he took in his hands the same strange magical drought that the dwarf gave him, and in the other hand he took his sword and said that he was ready to defend himself. The elder saw this and said that the boy had a lot of good things, and because of this he would not mind taking the boy's staff to himself. After that he began to create a very strange magical atmosphere in the air, and said that he was now ready to continue the duel against little Jamie.